Introduction. The trajectory fluctuates erratically, seemingly devoid of pattern, yet appears to possess some inherent order. Sigh. Xiao Jian. The past is unbearable to revisit. Heroes do not inquire about their heartaches. I have suffered greatly. My rodent self has begun once more. Xiao Yao sighed in utter frustration. Every glance at the three small creatures beside him made him contemplate delivering a swift blow to silence them. What troubles you, boss? Has someone coerced you into this? Who dares to be so audacious? Do you require our assistance to eliminate this nuisance? Sigh. Do not mention it. The mere thought infuriates me. I cannot overpower her in combat, nor can I outwit her in conversation. I am left to serve as her little guinea pig. I seriously suspect that this decision for external assistance was a grave mistake. No wonder she is so. Chapter 1. The Insulted Maiden. 50 years after the Fifth World War, the world underwent a dramatic transformation. The realm began to embrace the fantastical, with technology evolving at an unprecedented pace. The magics and extraordinary abilities once relegated to fiction became tangible realities. Naturally, those endowed with magical or extraordinary powers remain a minority. Contemporary society predominantly relies on advanced technology, such as virtual reality games, flying cars, and spacecraft. In light of the astonishing capabilities and unimaginable high-tech advancements now present in the world, governments established academies to expedite public comprehension of these phenomena, primarily to cultivate talent from a young age. Currently, four major nations dominate the world: Huaxia, the island nation, the United States, and England. Each of these nations possesses distinct abilities. Huaxia harbors superhumans. The island nation boasts onmyōji. The United States wields armed mechs, and England is home to magicians. Diverse capabilities abound across various countries and regions, with other areas or nations also showcasing unique powers. For instance, desert realms may be ruled by pharaohs, certain small villages might be inhabited by sorcerers, and a perpetually shadowy nation could be steeped in toxicity. Anything is possible. Our tale begins with the Zhongli family, one of Huaxia's four notable families of superhumans. Following the Fifth World War, numerous extraordinary individuals arose, establishing their own factions or families. However, Huaxia's four eminent families predate the war, underscoring their ancient lineage and formidable strength. The four distinguished families of Huaxia are Helian, Wenren, Situ, and Zhongli. Their respective powers are ice, wood, thunder, and fire. If it were merely that simple, these families would have long been usurped by others. This is due to the inheritance structure within these families. Only the purest bloodline members may inherit their powers. As for the abilities of the four families, we shall discuss that at a later time. The Superhuman Academy is currently the most prestigious institution in Huaxia, and its name alone signifies its focus on superhuman abilities. The Academy has established numerous branches throughout Huaxia, with its headquarters situated in the capital, Jingcheng. The teaching quality at the Jingcheng branch surpasses that of its counterparts, consistently securing the top spot in the triennial Huaxia Superhuman Academy competition. This excellence is attributed not only to the Academy's superior instruction, but also to the students, who are primarily the most promising individuals recruited from across Huaxia, including descendants of prestigious families. One could aptly describe the Jingcheng Superhuman Academy as an aristocratic institution. Upon entering the Jingcheng Superhuman Academy, one is immediately struck by its opulence. Observe, the grass cultivated in the field consists of century-old spirit grass. Due to changes in climate, geography, and magnetic fields, flora, fauna, and even the air have transformed, resulting in the emergence of spiritual energy, which superhumans and magicians can absorb to enhance their abilities. That tree must be a spirit fruit tree, and the teaching buildings are constructed from the world's hardest platinum stone. Truly extravagant. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the Jingcheng Superhuman Academy, several girls aged around 17 or 18 were reprimanding a girl cowering in the shadows. One of the girls, alluring in figure and clad in revealing attire, declared, "You wretched creature, daring to steal from Miss Dai. Take this." The girl being assaulted offered no resistance, uttering not a single rebuttal, nor did she make a sound while enduring the blows. Perhaps this had become second nature to her. The ringleader, after delivering sufficient punishment, remarked, "Enough. Should you dare to steal again, I shall ensure you can no longer remain at this academy." With that, she led the other girls away to report their triumph to the aforementioned Miss Dai. Zhongli Yu, the girl who had been struck, propped herself against the wall and slowly rose, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. The Miss Dai spoken of by the ringleader was her nominal sixth sister, Zhongli Dai, the sixth Miss of the Zhongli family, one of Huaxia's 4 superhuman clans. Zhongli Yu, the seventh Miss and the youngest daughter of the Zhongli family, led such a dismal existence simply because, within her family of superhumans, she was an anomaly, an ordinary person devoid of any powers. Brushing off the dust from her clothes, Zhongli Yu felt pity for those who bullied the weaker, only to turn into sycophants in the presence of the strong, utterly oblivious to their own exploitation. Truly foolish. Zhongli Yu calmly exited her corner, betraying no signs of having just been assaulted. At that moment, unbeknownst to her, someone had observed her demeanor closely. "Hey Ling, did you see that? The girl just got beaten, yet remains so composed. It's a new level of tranquility." Ling, the Zhongli family is indeed intricate. Not to mention the others, this Zhongli Dai is renowned for gentleness in public. TSK, how treacherous the heart of a woman can be. You chatter too much. Let us depart. Ling, you are truly cold-hearted. Zhongli Yu returned to her classroom, Class E of the Superhuman Academy. This class could be deemed the least esteemed in the academy. It consisted predominantly of offspring from esteemed families, possessing abilities yet lacking in strength, attending merely to obtain a diploma and maintain appearances. Yet, there were exceptions, one being Zhongli Yu, a member of a superhuman family who was, nonetheless, an ordinary individual without powers. As Zhongli Yu pushed open the classroom door, she was met with a bucket of water, followed by a chorus of laughter. Haha, look at her pitiful state. She couldn't even dodge that. What a waste. Indeed, she ought not to linger here. It's a complete waste of time. Zhongli Yu removed the bucket from her head and set it aside, making her way to her seat, one of the only 2 in the last row, and retrieved a handkerchief to dry her face. At that moment, a handsome boy sitting nearby expressed concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Zhongli Yu replied, continuing to wipe her face. Bei Qing observed the drenched Zhongli Yu and thought it would be unfortunate if she caught a cold. Thus, he extended his hands, conjuring a warm orange flame in his palms. Use my fire to warm yourself. We wouldn't want you to fall ill. Zhongli Yu glanced at the orange flame, then looked up at Bei Qing, and finally whispered, "Thank you." Bei Qing smiled. "We are friends. It is only natural to help each other." Friends? Can such a warm title truly apply to me? Hey look, indeed, 2 wastes can converse with one another. A person devoid of abilities and one endowed with them are gradually fading away. Indeed, they make a perfect pair. Exactly, they should just come together and benefit the world. Haha. Bei Qing listened to the mocking voices in the classroom and quickly turned to Zhongli Yu, saying, "You, don't mind their words, we. Bei Qing," Zhongli Yu said, looking directly into Bei Qing's eyes. "Do you not care? You, who should be in class A, have ended up here due to the loss of your abilities, listening to the words of those who have already given up. What do you think?" It was the first time Bei Qing had heard Zhongli Yu speak so much, and he was somewhat taken aback. Gazing into her amber eyes, he expressed his innermost thoughts. "I just feel that this is human nature. When you are strong, they will applaud you, but when misfortune strikes, they will kick you while you're down. I was indeed very unwilling before, but now I am fortunate to have met you. You are the first person to lend me a hand in my misfortune, so I wish to protect you, with the little power I have left." Zhongli Yu sighed helplessly. "You are truly foolish. Being with me will only bring you more unhappiness." "Even so, I will protect you," Bei Qing declared resolutely. Zhongli Yu covered her eyes with one hand and sighed, saying nothing further. Sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the 2 figures at the back of the classroom, creating a picturesque scene. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing made their initial vow. "I will protect you until the end of my will." Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhongli Yu's eyes turned crimson, akin to blood, but quickly returned to normal. Chapter 2. A brief interlude at the supermarket. Class E of the Ability Academy truly deserved its reputation as the worst class. The teacher monotonously lectured without regard for the students below, who, in turn, paid no attention. In a sense, the relationship between the teacher and students was amicable, albeit in a derogatory manner. After the class ended, the teacher simply announced, "Class dismissed," and departed. Bei Qing noticed that Zhongli Yu's clothes were nearly dry and said, Shall we go shopping? I heard there are new products available." "All right," Zhongli Yu replied. The 2 made their way to the Academy's supermarket, which boasted an extensive array of items, all the latest innovations being delivered here promptly. As Bei Qing gazed at the dazzling assortment of goods on the shelves, he quickly pushed a shopping cart, and selected a plethora of items. Zhongli Yu quietly observed Bei Qing's selections, unexpectedly discovering that he was quite the foodie. Indeed, the cart was filled exclusively with edible items, nothing inedible in sight. Once Bei Qing finished his selections, he finally remembered Zhongli Yu's presence and turned to her, saying, "Sorry, Yu, I almost forgot about you. Do you need anything else?" Zhongli Yu replied, "No, let's head to the checkout." "Oh," Bei Qing responded, pushing the cart full of food toward the checkout machine. The screen displayed a series of numbers, indicating the total price of his purchases. Zhongli Yu looked at Bei Qing, whose mouth was agape, and asked, "Short on funds?" Bei Qing sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Yu, could I possibly borrow your purple gold card? I promise to pay you back later." Just as Zhongli Yu was about to agree, a group of individuals interrupted them. "Hey, isn't that my dear brother? Running short on cash? Well, it makes sense. Ever since the family removed you from the position of heir, your funds must have dwindled. Why not ask me for help? As your brother, I won't let you suffer," a boy resembling Bei Qing by 7 parts said. Zhongli Yu raised an eyebrow at Bei Qing, her meaning clear. Bei Qing quickly introduced, "This is Bei Luo, the current heir of the Bei Qing family, and my younger brother." Bei Luo frowned disapprovingly at Zhongli Yu beside Bei Qing and said, "Brother, how could you be with her? Come here." Bei Qing's expression darkened, and he replied, "Bei Luo, my associations are none of your concern. Since you and the family have abandoned me, I have severed ties with the Bei Qing family. You, let's go." Zhongli Yu grasped Bei Qing's hand, and he looked at her in confusion. Zhongli Yu produced a purple card and inserted it into the machine behind her, stating, "Bei Qing is short on funds, but I have enough. He does not need you." With that, she pulled Bei Qing along, carrying the packaged food, and they strode out of the supermarket. One of Bei Luo's sycophants noticed the veins bulging on Bei Luo's forehead and suggested, "Young Master Bei Luo, should we capture them and make them kneel before you in apology?" Smack! Bei Luo slapped the speaking sycophant across the face, saying, "I told you not to call me young master." That title was one he alone could bear. Bei Luo, was unworthy of it. Bei Luo glared coldly at the sycophant behind him, commanding, "Do not cause trouble for Bei Qing." "Understood?" "Why, yes, understood." Meanwhile, Bei Qing gazed at Zhongli Yu with sparkling eyes, asking, "You, how is it that you have so much money on your card? Is the Zhongli family that wealthy?" Zhongli Yu replied calmly, "Who knows? Perhaps others have even more on their cards." "Really? How fortunate to have the means to buy so much food." Hee. At that moment, Zhongli Yu was unaware that the astronomical sum on her card was no coincidence. Compared to the funds on her sixth sister Zhongli Dai's card, it seemed paltry, an unfathomable amount. Yet, all of this remained unknown to Zhongli Yu. Chapter 3. The Cafeteria Incident. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing returned to the classroom, merging their desks together and placing their food upon it before indulging. Although Zhongli Yu was initially averse to such fare, witnessing Bei Qing's cheeks puffed up like a little hamster feasting on treats prompted a sudden acceptance of occasional indulgence. Thus, within the 20 minutes of their break, they devoured an entire bag of snacks, leaving their classmates in a state of astonishment, even forgetting to mock them. Bei Qing patted his rounded belly and exclaimed, "I never expected, you, that you could eat so much." Zhongli Yu, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, replied, "Well, I did pay for it, so I suppose I have a stake in this food. But I did not anticipate your fondness for such delights." Bei Qing continued, "My true favorite is pastries, but alas, they are too expensive for me now. You know, when I was still the heir of the Bei family, the pressure was immense, and I dared not reveal my true interests for fear of being exploited. Now that I am no longer the heir, I can pursue what I love. Yet I am confronted with the daunting issue of insufficient funds. Truly, the tides of fortune turn." Zhongli Yu reassured him, "Fear not, I shall support you. The funds in my account are ample for your needs." Upon hearing this, Bei Qing was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, playfully patting Zhongli Yu on the back. "Then I shall rely on you, my generous benefactor." Thus began the enduring friendship of the two, destined to be known as a redemptive bond by future generations. Of course, Zhongli Yu's notion of support was interpreted by Bei Qing as an affirmation of their friendship, but to others, it implied a more intimate relationship. Consequently, news of the wasteful seventh miss of the Zhongli family supporting the fallen heir of the Bei family quickly spread throughout the Academy of Abilities. In no time, the students of the Academy were abuzz with discussions about the matter. Apart from a few skeptics or those who deemed it irrelevant, the majority accepted the rumors, especially after some embellishments, and regarded the pairing as a perfect match, albeit sarcastically, oblivious to the surrounding mockery and disparaging remarks. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing engaged in a deeper conversation, with Bei Qing posing questions and Zhongli Yu providing indifferent responses. You, what do you enjoy eating? Rice. Rice is excellent. It is quite nutritious. And vegetables? Besides green vegetables and carrots. Aside from green vegetables and carrots, are there other options? My experience is limited, and I cannot think of anything else. Do you like meat? No. Then what do you like? I already mentioned rice. All right. Bei Qing's first lengthy dialogue with Zhongli Yu ended in a rather unfruitful manner. Look, those two are definitely up to something. What are they discussing? Where are they headed? We must follow them. Indeed, indeed. The raucous morning soon passed, giving way to noon. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing ventured to the cafeteria together. The fare offered there was not merely ordinary rice and vegetables. Rather, it was composed of mutated rice and vegetables imbued with a hint of spiritual essence, cultivated through artificial propagation to yield a second generation that retained some trace of this ethereal quality. Given the scarcity of such enchanted produce, it was no wonder that people engaged in this cultivation, as the unaltered versions were deemed first generation. This implies that within the realm of the Ability Academy, even the act of dining serves to absorb spiritual energy, thereby enhancing one's abilities, resulting in throngs of students at the cafeteria. It is pertinent to mention that classes within the academy are stratified according to the potency of one's abilities, with no exceptions. The hierarchy, from highest to lowest, is as follows: Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D, Class E, and Class F. Class A predominantly comprises heirs from various esteemed families or individuals possessing exceptional abilities, enjoying considerable privileges. The first floor of the cafeteria is open to all, while the second floor is designated for Class A, where students can dine without queuing simply by ringing a bell to notify the staff. The third floor caters exclusively to heirs of families with a century-long legacy, with each individual afforded a private dining room. After much effort, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing finally procured their meals and found 2 vacant seats, hastily taking their places. Bei Qing glanced at the mound of white rice on Zhongli Yu's tray and remarked, "You truly have an affinity for rice." With a resigned sigh, Bei Qing pondered whether having such an eccentric friend was a stroke of misfortune or a blessing. Zhongli Yu, observing Bei Qing with 2 trays brimming with food and a radiant smile, responded, "You are quite unreserved." Bei Qing, grinning, retorted, "Who could resist when you are my benefactor?" As they dined in peace, an unwelcome interruption soon ensued. "Zhongli Yu, you really have the audacity to remain at the Ability Academy," jeered a girl clad in a pale purple outfit, adorned with a butterfly-like hairpiece. Zhongli Yu, turning to face the provocateur, replied, "The family head has not expelled me." "What right do you have, Zhongli Dai?" This statement incited discontent among the admirers and sycophants clustered behind Zhongli Dai. "How dare you speak to Miss Dai in such a manner? We shall ensure you cannot remain here. A mere ordinary person dares to address us like that, seeking death." Hearing their contemptuous remarks, Bei Qing glanced at the composed Zhongli Yu, contemplating, "The despair you have endured must surpass my own. How is it that you maintain such calmness? Zhongli Yu, can I truly be your friend? Will I ever witness your truest self?" "Enough," Bei Qing erupted, slamming her hand on the table. "Are you all insane? Yu has done nothing wrong. How can you speak of her this way? Furthermore, I had always believed that the Miss Dai everyone spoke of was kind-hearted and gentle, but clearly, you have come here to provoke." Zhongli Dai's expression darkened. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Indeed, it was evident that those associating with this insolent individual were not of good character. One of the girls, who had previously led the assault on Zhongli Yu, remarked, "You were once the heir of the Bei family. How can you be so blind? She almost stole Miss Dai's purple gold card. She's a thief." "What? Is that true? She actually steals?" The crowd expressed their sympathy towards Zhongli Dai, who appeared fragile and on the verge of tears, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. Observing Zhongli Dai's state, some boys felt compelled to voice their grievances on her behalf, yet they remained oblivious to the glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Chapter 4. The cafeteria incident. Bei Qing was left speechless, fully aware of the balance on Zhongli Yu's purple gold card, thus recognizing it as a complete setup. However, the others were unaware, and with Zhongli Dai's delicate demeanor resembling that of a white lotus, the credibility of the incident only intensified. "Get out of the Ability Academy. Get out of the Ability Academy." More and more individuals joined the clamorous call against Zhongli Yu. Bei Qing nervously glanced at Zhongli Yu, noticing his calm demeanor, which filled him with dread. This was a matter of life and death, yet he remained so composed. Truly, he was impressive, Bei Qing mused. "What is going on here?" A voice resonated with authority amid the noisy cafeteria, commanding silence as everyone turned to the 5 figures on the 3rd floor. These 5 individuals were heirs and direct descendants of the 4 prominent ability families of Huaxia, Helians, Wenren, and Situ. They were idols in the eyes of all students at the Ability Academy, and with their presence, who would still remember a mere illegitimate daughter? The first to speak was a handsome boy with purple hair and purple eyes, Situ Feng, the second son of the Situ family and younger brother to the heir. Situ Xiao, leaning against the railing of the 3rd floor, he sharply inquired, "Why is everyone so quiet? Weren't you all so lively just moments ago?" Silence enveloped the room. A sweet-faced girl with light golden hair and emerald green eyes chimed in. "Hey, what are you all discussing? Share it with us." Someone boldly recounted the events leading up to the incident, prompting Situ Feng and the others to descend from the 3rd floor, standing before Zhongli Yu and the others to pass judgment. After hearing the account, Situ Feng regarded Zhongli Yu with keen interest, asking, "So, did you actually steal?" "Of course not," Bei Qing interjected. Situ Feng replied, "Then what evidence do you have to prove she didn't?" Bei Qing asserted, "Certainly. The balance on Yu's purple gold card is 100 times greater than that of Zhongli Dai's." "What? Are you serious? The funds in a neglected card surpass those in one that is favored? Unbelievable. I find it hard to believe as well." Bei Qing puffed out his chest, resembling a proud rooster, and declared, "Shall we place a wager? If Yu's funds are not greater than Zhongli Dai's, then both you and I shall withdraw from school. Conversely, you must apologize to you. What do you say?" The outcome seems rather apparent, does it not?" "Yes, let us wager." Situ Feng observed this exchange and turned to Situ Xiao, saying, "Brother, why do I have the distinct feeling that the remarkably composed Zhongli Yu will emerge victorious?" Situ Xiao replied, "Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment." Situ Feng remarked with interest, "This just became quite intriguing." Fortunately, several card-swiping machines were available in the cafeteria, and the results of the wager would soon be revealed. Zhongli Yu and Zhongli Dai stood before 2 separate machines. Zhongli Dai said, "Sister, I believe it would be wise for you to concede. Let us forego the wager. A simple apology would suffice, and our previous grievances would dissipate. What do you think?" Miss Dai is truly gentle. She is indeed worthy of my admiration." As Zhongli Dai basked in the flattery of those around her, her satisfaction waned upon witnessing the calm demeanor of Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Yu replied, "You speak too much. Let us begin." How ungrateful of her to reject Miss Dai's gracious offer. Indeed, such a person should hasten to leave the Academy of Abilities. Internally, Zhongli Dai was a volcano ready to erupt, yet her face maintained a facade of disappointment as she said, "In that case, do not blame me, dear sister." With that, she inserted her purple gold card into the slot, and a series of numbers appeared on the display. Wow, as expected from the Zhongli family. Their wealth is truly impressive. Indeed, my family has never bestowed such a sum upon me. Zhongli Dai said, "Sister, it is your turn." Afterward, she glanced at the 4 gentlemen standing nearby, pondering, "If I could leverage this wretched girl to enter their circle, it would be a clever use of resources. Surely, my charm is irresistible." Observing Zhongli Dai's gaze linger on the 5 men, Zhongli Yu, with an understanding of her intentions, thought to herself, "What a foolish woman. Believing that anyone would be enamored by her. Have they not encountered women far more exquisite than her? She has failed to ascend, thinking they remain oblivious to her aspirations." With the scrutiny of the assembled crowd upon her, Zhongli Yu inserted her purple gold card into the slot, and the numbers on the display began to materialize. Silence enveloped the room for 3 seconds before the crowd erupted. "My goodness, those figures are astonishing. This is nothing short of astronomical. I have never seen such wealth in my lifetime." Bei Qing stood tall and proud, declaring, "What do you think? Apologize at once." Those who had previously shouted for Zhongli Yu to leave the Academy of Abilities now lowered their heads. At that moment, a young man ventured, "Who knows if that money was not pilfered from someone else?" "Indeed, that must be the case," some dissenters shouted. A soft chime captured the attention of all present, their gazes fixated upon the display of the card reader before Zhongli Yu. The numbers displayed had doubled, clearly indicating that someone had just transferred funds into Zhongli Yu's purple gold card. The individuals who had just spoken felt as though an invisible hand had struck them sharply across the face, their pain palpable. Wenren, the sole female among the 5, and the cherished princess of the Wenren family, sister to the esteemed heir Wenren Ziqi, remarked, "Why does Sister Zhongli Yu, with such an abundance in her card, still resort to stealing Sister Zhongli Dai's purple gold card?" Upon hearing Wenren's distinct reference to their names, Zhongli Dai's resentment toward Zhongli Yu surged. "That wretched woman has embarrassed me, and I shall not forgive her," she thought. Yet, she maintained the facade of a delicate beauty, responding, "I apologize, sister. It seems I have misunderstood you. However, Why not clarify your words? Zhongli Yu regarded Zhongli Dai and replied, we are not well acquainted, and I seem to recall never having invaded your privacy. Thus, the notion of theft is absurd. Only a fool would believe such a thing. Zhongli Dai's expression soured as she retorted, but you are my sister. How can we be unfamiliar? You audacious harlot, daring to tarnish my reputation. Zhongli Yu countered, aside from sharing a father, what else do we have in common? I have never uttered a falsehood. Zhongli Dai bit her lip, a single tear escaping, prompting some young men to feel an urge to console the beauty. While their gazes toward Zhongli Yu grew increasingly hostile. Perplexed, Zhongli Yu said, I do not recall having provoked you. Furthermore, is your temperament truly so fragile? I recall an incident when you nearly beat a servant of the Zhongli family to within an inch of his life simply for staining your garment. Have you lost your senses? Zhongli Yu's words carried significant weight, and several onlookers, who disapproved of Zhongli Dai's seemingly innocent demeanor yet felt constrained by the Zhongli family's influence, silently applauded Zhongli Yu. Meanwhile, those infatuated with Zhongli Dai began to question whether their goddess truly embodied the gentleness rumored in society. Chapter 5. Unless observing her image plummet in the eyes of the crowd, Zhongli Dai cursed Zhongli Yu 100 times inwardly. Though her countenance remained sorrowful as she said, Sister, you are mistaken. I would never engage in such vulgarity. Surely, you did not see that person's face clearly? Zhongli Dai was gambling on the hope that Zhongli Yu had not glimpsed her true visage. Zhongli Yu reflected, I only saw a woman clad in purple. And isn't it true that you alone of the Zhongli family habitually don such attire? Hearing this, Zhongli Dai breathed a silent sigh of relief, adopting a serious demeanor as she responded, Sister, therein lies your error. Who decrees that no one else in the Zhongli family besides me may wear purple? Zhongli Yu nodded in agreement, conceding, you make a valid point. My apologies. Zhongli Dai stared in disbelief at Zhongli Yu, astounded that she had just uttered an apology. Was this truly an expression of contrition? As events unfolded, shouldn't you continue to refute me? How could this be? Zhongli Dai's mind struggled to comprehend, and she said, no, it's fine. I shall take my leave. With a gray backdrop trailing behind her, Zhongli Dai departed from the cafeteria. Bei Qing turned to Zhongli Yu and inquired, why did you speak on her behalf? Zhongli Yu replied, she made a valid point. I indeed did not see that person's face clearly. Bei Qing, resigned, remarked, but it must be her. Zhongli Yu remained silent. After Zhongli Dai left, several individuals approached Zhongli Yu to offer their apologies, which she graciously accepted. As the two protagonists of the incident went their separate ways, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Noticing the crowd had thinned, Bei Qing pulled Zhongli Yu to the front of 5 individuals and expressed, thank you all for your assistance and support. Wenren, she asked, may I call you Sister Yu? Though Zhongli Yu was not particularly fond of such intimate titles, she could not refuse upon seeing the pleading expression in Wenren's eyes, which seemed to say, if you don't agree, I shall cry. Wenren, she continued, Sister Yu, you cannot imagine how exquisite her expression was when you mentioned what Zhongli Dai had done. Such a scheming vixen. How could a white lotus ever catch our attention? Zhongli Yu was astonished to discover that the princess of the Wenren family was quite the chatterbox, speaking without pause, earning her admiration. Situ foam, unable to bear it any longer, patted Wenren on the shoulder, saying, why don't you take a breather? Finally silenced, Wenren allowed Bei Qing and Zhongli Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Situ foam, in a brotherly manner, draped his arm around Zhongli Yu's shoulders and asked, hey, Zhongli Yu, how did you manage to remain so composed in that situation? Zhongli Yu, with a stoic expression, replied, it is in my nature. Situ foam was momentarily taken aback, then heartily patted Zhongli Yu on the back, exclaiming, huh? I admire that trait of yours. However, after uttering those words, he could no longer muster a smile. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape at the scene before them. Zhongli Yu's lips were pressed closely against Helian's collarbone, while Helian firmly grasped Zhongli Yu's arms. Their expressions remained composed, as if this was not an accident, but rather a state of being meant for them. Situ foam glanced at his hand that had just patted Zhongli Yu, swallowed hard, and slowly retracted it, thinking, it's not my fault. She lost her balance and fell onto Linguo. Yes, that's it. Due to Situ Feng's pangs of guilt and self-reassurance, he failed to consider a crucial detail. The others present, apart from Bei Qing, were entranced by the ethereal scene, while the rest fixated on Zhongli Yu's arms, utterly bewildered by the absence of injury. The Helian family's unique abilities were absolute zero, specifically ice powers, yet they were unlike ordinary ice abilities. The Helian family's ice ability is the ultimate frost, far colder than the climates of the North and South Poles by hundreds or even thousands of times. Additionally, This renowned ability bears another connotation, the domain. A domain is unique to the ability user, accessible only to those with exceptionally high levels of ability or extraordinary talent. Naturally, the potency of a domain primarily depends on the user's strength. When an ability user employs their domain, it is akin to asserting dominion over that space, significantly amplifying the user's power. Within this realm, the user reigns supreme. The Helian family's absolute zero is indeed a domain, capable of manifesting even when the user's ability is relatively low. Moreover, the current heir of the Helian family, Helian Ling, is widely recognized as the strongest in this generation of the ability realm, and thus, his domain and ability are unparalleled. The astonishment exhibited by Situ Xiao and others was not without reason. The Helian family's absolute zero ability inflicts a profound chill upon its members, rendering them unable to touch others except those of comparable strength or those capable of resisting the absolute zero chill. This phenomenon accounts for the scarcity of Helian descendants, as every woman who has an intimate encounter with a Helian family member retains a lingering chill within her body. During pregnancy, the fetus instinctively absorbs this chill's power to gain abilities, while the woman becomes exceedingly difficult to conceive again as the chill damages the womb. Notably, there has never been a record of a second child in the Helian family lineage, and all offspring have been male, illustrating the formidable nature of absolute zero. Furthermore, it must be reiterated that the Helian family members are deeply sentimental. Helian Ling himself has recognized this issue and gazes quizzically at Zhongli Yu. Sensing the pressure on her arm, Zhongli Yu inquires, "Could you let go?" Helian Ling releases her, only to observe Zhongli Yu rubbing her arm. With a slight raise of her brow, he wonders if she disdains his touch. In truth, Zhongli Yu merely felt discomfort from his grip and sought to alleviate the pain. Thus, Helian Ling misinterprets the situation perfectly, noticing the peculiar glances from those present. Zhongli Yu decides to lead the still-dazed Bei Qing away. After Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing depart, Situ Xiao approaches Helian Ling, grasping his hands momentarily before releasing them, remarking, "It seems it is not due to Ling's physique. Rather, it pertains to Zhongli Yu." Wenren Ziqi interjects, "But she possesses no abilities, or is it because she has not awakened them? Yet, this awakening seems rather delayed." Indeed, Situ Xiao adds, "Ling, where are you headed?" As Helian Ling strides toward the cafeteria, he responds, "I need to check on my father, who is rather subservient to his wife." Retreating to a secluded corner, Helian Ling retrieves a communication crystal, which connects shortly. A projection materializes above the crystal, revealing a man who bears a striking resemblance to Helian Ling. Diligently reviewing documents as he speaks, "Ling, is something the matter?" Helian Ling remarked, "Father, today I encountered someone who seemed ordinary, yet nothing unusual occurred." Upon hearing this, Helian Ao was taken aback, gradually lifting his head to respond, "Impossible. Even the young scions of the Wenren and Situ families, who possess the same rank as you, can sense the chill emanating from your being. An ordinary person could not possibly do so, unless..." Helian Ao fixed his gaze upon Helian Ling and continued, "Unless they possess an extraordinary power superior to yours or wield a unique flame comparable to absolute zero." Helian Ling replied, "Then she must indeed be unawakened." "Who is she?" inquired Helian Ao. "The seventh miss of the Zhongli family, Zhongli Yu," Helian Ling disclosed. "Is it her?" Helian Ao exclaimed in astonishment. The fact that Zhongli Yu, deemed by the master as devoid of any extraordinary abilities, could possess a flame akin to absolute zero was indeed significant and required caution. At that moment, a sweet voice interjected, "Ao, come and have something to eat. Don't wear yourself out." Upon hearing this voice, Helian Ao swiftly cast aside all lingering thoughts and exclaimed, "Susu, what brings you here? Quickly, hand me what you have. Don't tire yourself." Helian Ling's mother, Xiao Su, passed the items she was holding to Helian Ao, asking, "Were you just speaking with someone? Was it Ling?" Helian Ao lifted Xiao Su onto his lap and replied, "Yes, it was Ling. She just hung up and asked me a few trivial questions." It was evident that the moment Xiao Su entered, Helian Ao had ended the communication crystal call. Throughout, he had harbored the notion that his son was merely a rival for affection. As long as Su was with him, it sufficed. Meanwhile, Helian Ling calmly stowed away the communication crystal, indicating that she had grown accustomed to such interruptions. Chapter 6. The communication of Zhongli Chun. After Helian Ao had unilaterally severed their conversation, Helian Ling sought out Situ Xiao and the others, relaying the situation as described by Helian Ao. A flicker of intrigue crossed Situ Xiao's eyes as he remarked, "So, this Zhongli Yu is rather perilous. Should we?" He made a gesture across his throat. Situ Feng interjected, "I disagree. Setting aside her identity, we have no knowledge of when she might awaken. Moreover, I sense that she is quite amiable, not at all typical of the Zhongli family's disposition. Wenren she concurred, saying, I share Feng Ji's sentiment. I find Sister Yu to be different and wish to befriend her. Wenren Ziqi, puzzled, asked, Shao Shi, you really wish to be close to her? To which Wenren, she timidly nodded. The group fell silent, understanding the implications of the Wenren family's extraordinary abilities. The Wenren family's power, known as the breath of life, serves both as a supportive and offensive ability, contingent upon the wielder's intent. As its name suggests, the breath of life is intrinsically linked to living beings, particularly flora and fauna, enabling communication with these voiceless entities. Furthermore, in battle, it allows the user to harness the strength of plants to restore some of their extraordinary abilities. The power of the breath of life, although primarily associated with living beings, possesses the remarkable ability to aid in the healing of the wounded, albeit falling short of the prowess of light-based abilities. Those endowed with the breath of life can discern the true nature of individuals, no matter how well concealed. One's essence remains transparent. A heart clouded with malice cannot mask its tainted aura, while a benevolent soul emanates a clear and soothing presence, evident to all. This understanding led to the astonishment of Wenren Ziqi and others upon hearing Wenren Shi's recent remarks. Wenren Ziqi's ability combines both offensive and supportive traits, yet pales in comparison to his sister Wenren Shi's pure supportive powers. After contemplation, Wenren Ziqi suggested, let us refrain from acting against Zhongli Yu for now and observe whether she awakens her powers before turning 18. If she does, we should strive to avoid enmity and preferably integrate her into our circle. What do you think? Typically, abilities awaken in children by the age of 5, with some remaining dormant until 18, beyond which those without powers are considered ordinary. Situ Tianxiao concurred, stating, I believe that is entirely reasonable. We have no justification to harm her, do we? Helian Ling remarked, let us assess the situation further. Meanwhile, Zhongli Yu, having pulled the still-dazed Bei Qing out of the cafeteria, felt a chill run down her spine as they walked back to class, sensing an unseen presence watching her. Though this feeling dissipated shortly after. Oh, why have you stopped? Bei Qing, caught in her thoughts, bumped into Zhongli Yu, snapping back to reality. Zhongli Yu teased, finally back with us? Bei Qing, blushing with embarrassment, replied, I was just so surprised. You, what was it like to have such close contact with Ling Xiao? The recollection of her lips against Helian Ling's skin flooded Zhongli Yu's mind, and she involuntarily remarked, his skin felt cool, yet the sensation was delightful, almost as if one could bite into it. Bei Qing's mouth fell agape, clearly taken aback by Zhongli Yu's words. With a sidelong glance, Zhongli Yu casually added, I was merely jesting. Bei Qing, incredulous, recalled how Zhongli Yu had just claimed never to lie in the cafeteria. Suddenly, amidst the awkwardness enveloping them, Zhongli Yu's communication crystal chimed. As she retrieved it, a sense of confusion washed over her. Why would this person seek her out? Bei Qing inquired curiously. You, who is it? Zhongli Chun, let me take this, she responded. Why would the heir of the Zhongli family be reaching out to her? Stepping aside, Zhongli Yu activated the communication. Above the crystal, a projection of a man with fiery red hair and golden red eyes materialized. Zhongli Yu, what is it? She asked. I've learned about the incident at the Ability Academy cafeteria today, Zhongli Chen replied. And I simply wanted to commend you. Well done. Zhongli Yu, in confusion, remarked. Zhongli Dai, she is also your sister, is she not? Zhongli Chen, after a brief silence, replied. You must be aware of the intentions of Zhongli Dai's mother, Luo Huaxia. She wishes for her daughter to ascend to a powerful family, thereby exerting control over the Zhongli clan. The three families that stand on par with the Zhongli clan are the most favorable choices. How did you find your encounter with the direct descendants of the Helian, Wenren, and Situ families today? Zhongli Yu, puzzled, responded, what do you ask me this for? I am not acquainted with them. Zhongli Chun, his expression darkening, pressed, enough of your trivialities, just speak. Zhongli Yu, sensing the discomfort, thought to herself, you asked me, and yet I am not inclined to respond. Despite her inner thoughts, she candidly expressed, the Wenren family, particularly that young lady, felt quite amiable, while the young master of the Situ family appeared quite bold. As for the Helian family, how should I put it? His body was icy cold, yet his skin was quite pleasant to touch. In that moment, I was tempted to bite him, to see if he would indeed blush. Zhongli Yu spoke animatedly, entirely oblivious to Zhongli Chun's increasingly grim countenance. You touched Helian Ling? Zhongli Chen suddenly inquired. Huh. Zhongli Yu replied, it wasn't exactly me touching him. He merely brushed against my arm, and I kissed his collarbone. Isn't that essentially the same? Zhongli Chen mused. After taking a deep breath, he queried, so, Did anything happen? Zhongli Yu, further perplexed, responded, he merely brushed against me. What could possibly come of it? Am I to be held accountable? Her words bore a hint of jest, yet Zhongli Chun perceived no humor in them. As the heir to the Zhongli family, he was acutely aware of the chilling aura surrounding Helian Ling. Upon hearing that Zhongli Yu had made contact with Helian Ling and remained unscathed, his first thought was disbelief, followed by the realization of Zhongli Yu's dormant abilities and her unique flame that could rival absolute zero. If that were indeed the case. Noticing Zhongli Chun's silence, Zhongli Yu prompted, is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. Do you know what significant day is approaching in half a month? Zhongli Chen suddenly asked. What day? Zhongli Yu pondered, unable to recall. Zhongli Chen seemed to anticipate her response and, without anger, stated, in half a month, I shall celebrate my 18th birthday. You must attend this time. The previous birthday celebration had been for Zhongli Xing, the eldest son of the Zhongli family, which Zhongli Yu had missed due to falling ill with a cold. Understood, I will bring you a gift. Oh, and perhaps I should buy something for the others as well, Zhongli Yu replied. Zhongli Chun gazed at the chattering Zhongli Yu and thought, if you can maintain this purity, perhaps I shall protect you for a lifetime. Chapter 7. Purchasing gifts. After Zhongli Yu was abruptly cut off by Zhongli Chun's unilateral declaration of do as you please, she returned to Bei Qing, who was idly gazing at the sky. Bei Qing inquired, You, what did Zhongli Chen say to you? Zhongli Yu remarked, initially expressing a multitude of perplexing thoughts, ultimately revealing that in a fortnight, he would be celebrating his coming-of-age ceremony and inviting me to attend. Bei Qing, realizing the significance, responded, I nearly forgot. This upcoming ceremony for the Zhongli family will undoubtedly surpass the previous one for Zhongli Xing by 100-fold. Why is that? Inquired Zhongli Yu. Bei Qing explained, though Zhongli Chun is not the eldest son of the Zhongli family, he possesses the lineage of direct descent. In contrast, Zhongli Xing, while the eldest and a major in the Tiger Tooth Special Forces, is not a legitimate heir. Although the coming-of-age ceremonies may not differ significantly, distinctions do exist. Understanding this, Zhongli Yu asked, will you be attending, Bei Qing? Bei Qing turned her gaze elsewhere and replied, I probably won't. As each family will send their heads and successors to expand their networks, I fear I lack the qualifications to be included. By the way, Yu, I hope you can look after my younger brother, is that all right? Zhongli Yu responded, we are friends. There's no need to ask such questions. Feeling deeply moved, Bei Qing realized how fortunate it is to have a truly sincere friend. Suddenly, Zhongli Yu recalled something important and said, Bei Qing, will you accompany me to the commercial street after school? I promised Zhongli Chun I would buy some gifts for the other members of the Zhongli family. Bei Qing responded, you must choose wisely. If the gifts do not appeal to some members of the Zhongli family, it could complicate your future there. After school, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing arrived at the commercial street within the Ability Academy. There is also a commercial street outside the academy. Bei Qing asked, what kind of gifts do you intend to buy for them? Unsure, Zhongli Yu hesitated, thinking perhaps it was unwise to inquire further. As they passed a gift shop, Bei Qing suddenly grasped Zhongli Yu's arm, pointing to the store, and said, let us go in here first. After pulling Zhongli Yu inside, a sales associate approached to offer assistance. Bei Qing replied, we'll take a look ourselves for now. As Bei Qing gazed at the dazzling array of ornaments in the display, she exclaimed, my eyes are overwhelmed. Do all girls adore such things? Zhongli Yu replied, I'm not particularly fond of these items, though some do appreciate them. Bei Qing sighed in resignation. In truth, the store had an impressive selection, and before long, Zhongli Yu found a fitting gift and decisively made the purchase. Curious about Zhongli Yu's rapid selection, Bei Qing asked, what did you buy? It's a secret. Zhongli Yu replied, playfully withholding the information. Subsequently, the two ventured to a perfume shop, a watch store, and a clothing boutique. Observing Zhongli Yu sitting on a bench, panting heavily, Bei Qing skeptically remarked, You are not secretly a boy, are you? I've heard that typically, it's the boys who tire while accompanying girls shopping. Zhongli Yu, sipping water, responded, I simply don't exercise often. With a sharp retort, Bei Qing interjected. Zhongli Yu remarked, Bei Qing, you've been quite mischievous lately. To which Bei Qing responded, how could that be? Let us hurry, it's getting dark. Subsequently, the duo ventured into numerous shops, ultimately finding suitable gifts. Observing the utterly exhausted Zhongli Yu, Bei Qing commented, You really ought to engage in more exercise. Zhongli Yu, too fatigued to reply, merely nodded. Suddenly, Zhongli Yu spotted a shop and, as if entranced, stood up and walked towards it. Bei Qing, perplexed by Zhongli Yu's direction, thought it illogical to enter that particular store if they were seeking gifts, yet followed along nonetheless. The shopkeeper, noticing patrons entering, quickly approached and inquired whether they were interested in purchasing pets or pet supplies. Indeed, this was a pet store. In this world, the emergence of spiritual energy had bestowed upon humanity extraordinary powers, causing trees to undergo mutations, and animals were no exception. Creatures had developed intelligence, comprehending human speech, and some, when trained, could even engage in combat. Zhongli Yu expressed a desire to buy a gift. Oh, then a pet would be ideal for gifting, the shopkeeper suggested. Bei Qing privately pondered why Zhongli Yu's earlier statement felt somewhat off, though he could not quite articulate why. After a fleeting glance at a caged pet, Zhongli Yu decisively averted her gaze and instead gravitated towards the pet supply section. A sudden thought struck both the shopkeeper and Bei Qing. Perhaps this gift was not meant for whom they initially assumed. Zhongli Yu was instantly captivated by a black and white collar, believing it to be perfectly suited for the person she had in mind, and promptly decided to purchase it in the largest size. As she proceeded to check out, the shopkeeper inquired, "Excuse me, young lady, may I ask if this collar is for a gift or for your pet dog?" While swiping her card, Zhongli Yu replied, "I did mention it was a gift, so of course it's for someone else." The shopkeeper was taken aback, contemplating the audacity of such a jest in these times. Once outside the pet store, Bei Qing hastily urged, "My dear lady, perhaps you should reconsider and choose something else as a gift. This one seems rather inappropriate." Zhongli Yu patted Bei Qing on the shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, it will be accepted. I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow." As Bei Qing watched Zhongli Yu gradually disappear from sight, a thought crossed his mind. Would he still see a living Zhongli Yu in half a month's time? Chapter 8. Gift for the coming-of-age ceremony. In the blink of an eye, half a month had swiftly passed. Marking the day of Zhongli Chun's coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 18, the heir of the Zhongli family. The event was held at the pinnacle of the Century Hotel. A variety of luxury vehicles adorned the parking spaces outside the hotel. Within the top floor of the hotel, men and women clad in splendid attire engaged in lively conversation, each adorned with smiles, though one could only wonder what thoughts lay hidden beneath those cheerful facades. At that moment, a group entered through the door, immediately capturing the attention of all present. Indeed, the individuals approaching were none other than the current heads, heirs, and direct descendants of the three illustrious families of Huaxia, the Helian, the Wenren, and the Situ. Upon their arrival, the crowd promptly parted to grant them passage. This is the reverence afforded to the powerful. Notably, a considerable number of young women gazed at the strikingly handsome men with the fervor of wolves eyeing lambs. However, due to societal decorum, they restrained themselves from rushing forward, for these were some of the mightiest men of their generation. If any of them were to take an interest in them, even as mere companions, they would gladly accept. Helian Ao addressed the younger members behind him, stating, "Let us first greet our friends. Feel free to mingle." Once the elders had departed, Helian Ling and the others claimed a spot and began to sample the pastries laid out on the table. Situ Feng remarked, "These pastries are delightful. The Zhongli family has put in considerable effort." Situ Xiao added, "This is a significant occasion, the coming-of-age ceremony of the Zhongli family heir, after all. How could it not be treated with utmost importance?" Situ Feng picked up another pastry to taste, inquiring, "Do you think she will attend this time?" The she he referenced was well known to Situ Xiao and the others, for much of their conversation over the past fortnight had revolved around her. Wenren Zishi commented, "Last time, the eldest son of the Zhongli family did not attend due to a reported cold and fever." Situ Feng scoffed, "Indeed, he is merely an ordinary person, susceptible to illness. In Huaxia, due to the unique abilities possessed by those with special powers, they do not fall ill, while ordinary individuals do." At that moment, a man approached the microphone on the central stage, tapped it to garner attention, and proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the celebration of Mr. Zhongli Chen's coming-of-age ceremony. Let us warmly welcome him to the stage to share a few words." The audience erupted in applause, while the crowd was captivated by Helian Ling and his companions. Members of the Zhongli family had already emerged. Zhongli Chen took to the stage, accepting the microphone handed to him, reciting a speech he had memorized in advance. His expression impassive. However, upon noticing Zhongli Yu and Situ Feng engaged in lively conversation, he furrowed his brow slightly before continuing his address. After concluding his speech, a middle-aged man with the same fiery red hair as Zhongli Chen accompanied him to where the adults were gathered, basking in their compliments. Meanwhile, Situ Feng playfully draped his arm around Zhongli Yu's neck, teasing, "Hey, Zhongli Yu, did you face any bullying from that ugly woman upon returning to your family?" The ugly woman referred to Zhongli Dai, a fact well understood by Helian Ling and the others. Zhongli Yu replied, "I only returned to my family yesterday. Everyone else is too preoccupied to pay me any mind." Situ scrutinized Zhongli Yu's attire, commenting, "It seems no one has taken care of you. Do you not possess a formal outfit of your own?" Zhongli Yu countered, "Are you comfortable in what you're wearing?" To which Situ awkwardly admitted, "Actually, not really." Zhongli Yu removed the ornament hanging around his neck, saying, "There you have it. You clearly dislike wearing it, yet you insist on doing so. Is that not foolish?" Situ fell silent. "Long time no see, Ling Xiao," a voice interjected. It was none other than Zhongli Chun who spoke. Accompanied by the current head of the Zhongli family, Zhongli Xiao, followed closely by his wife and children. As the focal point of the day, many attendees turned their attention towards Zhongli Chun. He glanced at Zhongli Yu, who was beside Situ and called out, "You, come here." Zhongli Yu, perplexed, replied, "Does it really matter where I stand? I still have to take a few steps. It's quite troublesome and exhausting." Zhongli Chun insisted, "It does make a difference." With a sigh of resignation, Zhongli Yu had already equated Zhongli Chun with their mother. Just as she took a step forward, a hand suddenly clasped around her neck, rendering her immobile. Zhongli Chun narrowed his eyes, irritation flickering in his gaze as he addressed Situ "What are you doing, young Master Feng? You is my little sister. What right do you have?" Situ retorted, "Of course, as a friend. Right, little Yu?" He even threw her a flirtatious wink. However, he was taken aback when Zhongli Yu, being quite straightforward, offered him no courtesy. She replied, "Since when are we friends? You never mentioned being friends before." Situ felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unprepared for such a blunt response. Zhongli Chun let out a cold laugh. "Our Yu is quite honest. She would never speak a falsehood." Situ face flushed crimson. At that moment, Zhongli Yu gently tapped the arm that was still gripping her neck and said, "Though you can be rather annoying, you are a good person. We can still be friends." Situ rejuvenated, shot a provocative glance at Zhongli Chun. The latter's eye twitched slightly, reminding himself, "I shall not engage in conversation with a fool." Regaining his composure, Zhongli Chun inquired, Didn't you say you would buy us gifts? Where are they?" Zhongli Yu responded, "Do you want them now?" Zhongli Chun nodded. "Then I shall fetch them. Wait for me." Zhongli Bai, the third young master of the Zhongli family, interjected, "Second brother, did little sister buy gifts for all of us?" Zhongli Chun replied, "It seems not just for us. Mother and the others likely have gifts as well." Chu Lan, the mother of Zhongli Lu and Zhongli Qin, the fourth madam of the Zhongli family, remarked, "How thoughtful of her." Before long, Zhongli Yu returned, pushing a small cart laden with gift boxes. She produced a beautifully adorned box with purple patterns and said, "This is for sixth sister." Zhongli Dai accepted it, asking, "May I open it? Just so you know. If I don't like it, don't blame me for being heartless." Zhongli Yu assured her, "You will love it." As Zhongli Dai unwrapped the gift, she was instantly captivated by its contents. A vividly lifelike purple crystal butterfly nestled within her hands. Zhongli Yu exclaimed, "I picked this out at first glance. What do you think? Isn't it splendid?" "Indeed," Zhongli Dai marveled, entranced by the exquisite gift in her grasp. Immediately following, Zhongli Yu produced two larger gifts, proclaiming, "These are for fourth sister and fifth brother." "Thank you, little sister," Zhongli Lu and Zhongli Qin replied in unison. As they unwrapped their gift boxes, they discovered an accordion and a throat-soothing remedy. Zhongli Qin remarked, "Little sister, could this possibly be the newly released accordion rumored to possess special features?" Zhongli Lu added, "Is my gift not the latest throat care medication from the Huaxia pharmaceutical company?" Zhongli Yu responded, "I chose these because they complement your unique abilities." "Thank you, little sister," both Zhongli Qin and Zhongli Lu chorused. Zhongli Yu then presented an even larger gift to Zhongli Bai, saying, "Third brother, I bought you a complete set. Open it and see." "All right," Zhongli Bai replied. As he opened the gift box, he found a brand new set of painting supplies accompanied by an art collection. Flipping through the art book, he suddenly exclaimed, "Is this not a compilation of works by the masters of Huaxia?" Zhongli Yu explained, "I purchased the painting supplies half a month ago in preparation for your gift. And as for the art collection, I once apprehended a thief. After educating him, he presented me with this stolen book." The atmosphere shifted, and the expressions of those present turned grave, realizing the unfortunate source of the gift. At that moment, a timid voice pierced the silence, loud enough for all to hear. "Dad, why does this art collection resemble the one that was stolen from you?" All eyes turned toward the visibly distressed father-son duo. The middle-aged man quickly interjected, "Do not speak nonsense." The young man, displeased, retorted, "Dad, that is undoubtedly yours. I accidentally spilled water on it last time, leaving a watermark on the cover corner. Look for yourself." As the crowd inspected the book, they indeed found the watermark on one corner. This revelation added fuel to the intrigue, and the onlookers exchanged glances. Captivated by the unfolding drama, Zhongli Yu interjected, but it is mine now. What do you intend to do about it? Come over if you dare. The young man, observing the formidable presence of the four major ability families surrounding Zhongli Yu, felt a surge of intimidation. You are shameless, he murmured, realizing the futility of confronting her. Zhongli Yu taunted, you cannot even be shameless. Are you weaker than I, an ordinary person? Such a frail chick. Dad, why are you holding me back? I must teach her a lesson. The young man, agitated by Zhongli Yu's words, grew increasingly irate. Ignoring the father and son, Zhongli Yu turned to Zhongli Bei, asserting, this is yours. Do not concern yourself with that frail chick. All right, Zhongli Bei thought, for the first time. I find my little sister remarkably commanding. Meanwhile, the young man continued, who are you calling a frail chick? You worthless individual? Zhongli Yu scoffed. Do you not have a chick of your own? How could I possibly possess one? The young man abruptly realized the implications of his words. Reflecting on what he had just said, Zhongli Yu scrutinized the young man's face, then glanced at his lower half and remarked, I never expected you to be a eunuch. Eunuchs seldom disclose whether they possess such a thing, but you? He chuckled. Oh, my little weakling. No, not even that. You ought to be called a boneless chicken, devoid of any strength. The young man fell silent, for he realized he could never triumph in this verbal spar with Zhongli Yu. And now, retribution had come. See, everyone was casting furtive glances downward at him. Did they genuinely believe he was a eunuch? Moreover, father, why are you looking too? You should know better than anyone else. What on earth was happening in this world? Chapter 9. Gifts for the Coming of Age Ceremony. 2. Zhongli Yu then produced 4 small boxes, declaring, let us continue distributing gifts. These are for the matriarch. Aunt Bei, Aunt Qing, and Aunt Dai. At this declaration, the crowd fell into a stupor. While it was understandable for the matriarch, what of the others? Chulan hesitantly inquired, Little Yu, are you referring to me as Aunt Qing? Why that name? Zhongli Yu responded, I am unfamiliar with your names, since childhood. I have only heard of the various madams, so it is what it is. The ladies contemplated his words, realizing they had never introduced themselves by name to Zhongli Yu. As Zhongli Yu unwrapped the gift boxes, he remarked, I think this name suits you well. It is certainly better than being called merely madam. Here are your gifts, all perfumes. Since I do not know you well, I opted for this. Chulan accepted a bottle of perfume he handed her, saying, how thoughtful. In the future, for your coming-of-age ceremony, Aunt Qing, you will prepare a grand red envelope for you. Zhongli Qing and Zhongli Yu exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Was this name truly pleasant? Why did it roll off her tongue so easily? Zhongli Yu firmly declined. No, I dislike red envelopes. Just give me rice instead. Chulan's smile abruptly faltered. Rice? What did that mean? Was the Zhong family's rice insufficient? Zhongli Yu then presented 2 bottles of perfume to Luo Huaxiang and Zhongli, the mother of Zhongli Bei, the third wife of the Zhong family. However, upon seeing the matriarch of the Zhong family, Bei Qing, he knew he could not offer her the bottle of perfume in his hand. Bei Qing inquired, aren't you going to give me one? Zhongli Yu locked eyes with her golden red irises and replied, before meeting you, I thought I could bestow it upon you. But now, I feel such trifles are unworthy of you. Bei Qing countered, what you say might offend others. Zhongli Yu glanced at the other ladies and then back at Bei Qing, stating, I merely speak the truth. You and they are all quite beautiful in your own right, each possessing unique charms. When viewed separately, they could easily captivate a man's attention, but when compared together, the first to capture one's gaze would undoubtedly be you. How should I put it? You would be utterly mesmerizing. Unbeknownst to him, Zhongli Yu stood before Bei Qing, gently lifting her chin so she could meet his gaze directly. Everyone present stood dumbfounded, witnessing this astonishing scene. Situ phone whispered, is Zhongli Yu out of her mind to treat the matriarch of the Zhongli family this way? Indeed. She has lost her sanity, Situ Xiao replied. She is so handsome, Wenren she remarked, covering her cheeks. The others turned to Wenren she. Do you not think that at this moment, Yu Jie possesses an abundance of masculine charm? Wenren she continued, indeed. It does seem so. Zhongli Yu slowly approached Bei Qing, their breaths palpable to one another. Zhongli Yu said, in your eyes, I see a phoenix that should soar in the skies, but why are her wings broken? Why has she settled in a place filled with pollution? Bei Qing gazed into Zhongli Yu's abyss-like dark eyes and uttered the words he had long suppressed within. Because this is my fate. My responsibility. Zhongli Yu replied. Your responsibility is merely to marry into the Zhongli family and bear an heir. Beyond that, you are of no use. Otherwise, why would I exist, along with the other 5 offspring of the Zhongli family? Do you know why the phoenix is reborn through flames? It is because the fire of the phoenix still burns. When the phoenix fire ceases to burn, that is the moment of its demise. Yu Bei Qing. Your phoenix fire is nearly extinguished. You shall meet your end. I am tired, Yu Bei Qing said. No, you are not tired. Your wings are merely broken, and no one has come to rescue you. So why do you not save yourself? Why not flee from the Zhongli family? I cannot. With determination. Anything is achievable. Or do you hope that he will cast his gaze upon you? I, matriarch. Remember this. The emotion of indifference flows through the blood of the Zhongli family. Our understanding of feelings is nebulous. Throughout the history of the Zhongli family, there have been numerous struggles between legitimate and illegitimate children. I do not understand why you focus your attention on me, surrounding me with so many spies. But I can tell you with certainty that I have no interest in that position. Do not provoke me. And do not harm my friends. Zhongli Yu tightened her grip around Yu Bei Qing's neck and said, hurt me, and I will not take it to heart. However, if you dare to harm my friends, I will make your existence unbearable. A phoenix that cannot even take flight is not to be feared. Would you not agree? My matriarch. She then released Yu Bei Qing, casting a detached glance at the coughing figure. No one anticipated that Zhongli Yu would so effortlessly divulge the dark history of the Zhongli family, nor that she would dare to threaten the matriarch. The crowd turned to observe the current head of the Zhongli family and Zhongli Chun, finding them calmly watching the unfolding drama with no intention of intervening. Thus, they confirmed the characteristic indifference of the Zhongli family members, precisely as Zhongli Yu had stated. Bring someone. The matriarch is unwell. Escort her back to the family home to rest. Zhongli Yu commanded. Yes, two maids responded, taking Yu Bei Qing away. Meanwhile, Zhongli Yu continued to present gifts, as if nothing had occurred. Second brother, this is yours, Zhongli Yu announced, producing a long red gift box. Zhongli Chun accepted the gift, and upon opening it, discovered a tie. He turned to Zhongli Yu, who explained, second brother, you enjoy wearing suits, so I bought you a tie. Ah, this is for the family head. Zhongli Xiao remarked, refraining from revealing it in front of everyone, and instead tucked it away in his pocket. Zhongli Yu then presented the final gift to Zhongli Xing, saying, eldest brother, this is for you. Upon opening it, Zhongli Xing's expression changed dramatically. The others, upon seeing the contents, also reacted with astonishment, pondering, could it be that the seventh miss and the eldest son share such a poor relationship? Has it deteriorated to the point of using objects as instruments of humiliation? Indeed, the gift Zhongli Yu had bestowed upon Zhongli Xing was none other than the collar purchased at the pet store. Zhongli Xing glared at Zhongli Yu with a murderous intent, demanding, Zhongli Yu, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to humiliate me? Zhongli Yu replied, eldest brother, you misunderstand. How could I dare to insult the captain of the Tiger Tooth ability team? Then what does this signify? Zhongli Xing inquired. Zhongli Yu responded, it's something useful for you, eldest brother. Just put it on, and I will explain how to use it. Zhongli Xing warned, if it proves useless, you might find yourself in grave danger. With a grimace, he donned the collar. How shall I put it? The collar seemed to suit Zhongli Xing quite well, exuding a wild aura. Many thought to themselves. Zhongli Yu turned to Zhongli Bai and asked, third brother, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? He replied, let me forewarn you. I cannot contend with eldest brother, Zhongli Bai cautioned. Zhongli Yu clarified, it's nothing of that sort. I merely wish for you to attack eldest brother. What? Why would I do that? Isn't that courting death? Zhongli Bai exclaimed. Rest assured, third brother, I will take responsibility for whatever ensues, Zhongli Yu assured him. However, Zhongli Xing interjected, third brother, heed her words. Very well. Zhongli Bai conjured a brilliant red flame, declaring, solar flare, go. As the fiery blaze approached Zhongli Xing, the collar around his neck emitted a blue light, manifesting a protective shield beside him that deflected Zhongli Bai's solar flare. What on earth is happening? Gasped the crowd, turning their attention to the composed girl who seemed to control the situation effortlessly. Chapter 10, Genius or Fool. Zhongli Xing swiftly approached Zhongli Yu. Pointing at his neck, he demanded, what is the meaning of this? Zhongli Yu coolly replied, did you not witness it? It is precisely as you see. Frantically, Zhongli Xing pressed, I meant, why did a protective shield appear? Zhongli Yu explained, because this is not an ordinary pet collar. It is inscribed with runes and embedded with spirit stones after my careful carving. Zhongli Xing deliberately ignored the term pet, retorting, yet I see no runes or spirit stones. He removed the collar, examining it closely but found no traces of runes or spirit stones, casting doubt upon its authenticity. The spiritual stones refer to those imbued with spiritual energy, while runes are intricately carved by rune masters, independent of any supernatural abilities. Even an ordinary individual can become a rune master. Zhongli Yu took the collar from Zhongli Xing's hands and remarked, you are blind. With a gentle touch at a certain point on the collar, numerous patterns began to emerge, revealing a blue stone embedded within. Everyone present was once again astonished by this transformation. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke. Could this possibly be a spiritual object with hidden attributes? Is it real? Such spiritual objects are exceedingly rare. I believe only rune masters of the highest tier can carve them, right? Could it be that Miss Zhongli Qi? The crowd turned their gaze back to Zhongli Yu, this time not with disdain or mockery, but with envy. For rune masters are among the most esteemed professions in Huaxia, second only to those with luminous supernatural abilities and pharmacists. Zhongli Xing swallowed hard, contemplating. If this could be utilized in the military, the survival rate during missions would surely be significantly enhanced. Just as Zhongli Xing was about to speak, he was preempted. Zhongli Chen asked, "When did you acquire this skill?" Zhongli Yu replied, "It was the day you arranged for me to enter the Academy of Abilities. I accidentally wandered into the Academy of Technology and was mistaken for a new student, filling out elective courses. I chose the rune course. And when a professor encouraged us to try our hand at carving, I succeeded immediately. I was then discovered to have entered the wrong academy and subsequently returned to the Academy of Abilities." Silence enveloped the room. As everyone stared at Zhongli Yu with expressions of disbelief, it appeared this remarkable individual was a genius rune master inadvertently hindered by the Academy of Abilities. One might wonder how it was possible to misstep, given that the names of the academies are clearly marked at the entrances. Zhongli Chen gazed at the collar in Zhongli Yu's hands and inquired, "What level of spiritual objects can you currently carve?" Rune masters are categorized into levels 1 through 5, while spiritual objects range from 1 to 19 stars. Among these, 13-star spiritual objects are considered low level, while those with 4 to 6 stars are deemed intermediate, and 7 to 9 stars are classified as high level. Moreover, spiritual objects are further divided into low, medium, high, and perfect qualities. Zhongli Yu responded, "I can easily manage 13-star objects. 46 stars are currently quite challenging. Given ample time, I might be able to produce a 4-star object, though the probability is slim. As for this one, it should be around 3 stars, although I haven't tested it. Besides, I'm not particularly interested in being a rune master. I merely create them as collectibles in my spare time." This statement from Zhongli Yu undoubtedly offended many and disheartened several. How can you say that? Do you even comprehend the value of a rune master? Many thought, their hearts brimming with frustration. Rune masters are not exclusive to Huaxia. The other 3 major nations also possess them. Presently, the highest tier of rune masters only reaches level 5, with the maximum spiritual object they can carve being 7 stars. The esteemed spirit inscriptionist and the 8th and 9th star spirit artifacts likely only graced the previous era. The scarcity of spirit inscriptionists can primarily be attributed to the formidable challenge of carving spirit artifacts. There are 2 main reasons for this. Firstly, the rarity of spirit stones. While one might argue that spirit stones are either difficult or easy to procure, the most abundant and accessible locations are the stone gambling venues, akin to those in the modernized society of yore. A true spirit stone must be a whole, colored stone imbued with spiritual energy. All 3 criteria must be met, rendering them quite elusive. Secondly, the personal attributes of the spirit inscriptionist play a crucial role. One must possess not only remarkable perseverance, but also considerable strength. This strength pertains to physical capability, and the task of carving spirit artifacts is an arduous endeavor, often requiring days or even weeks of relentless effort. The younger generation, endowed with talent, has largely gravitated towards becoming supernatural beings or pursuing careers in the military, leading to the decline of spirit inscriptionists. Zhongli Chen inquired, "Did you not attract attention while you were in the rune department?" Upon mentioning this, Zhongli Yu's demeanor shifted to one of agitation as he replied, "I only encountered a few eccentric old men who gazed at me as if I were a bowl of rice, their eyes gleaming. Fortunately, the principal took me away, otherwise, you would never have seen me." "A bowl of rice. What a peculiar metaphor. It must be your favorite dish," someone remarked. Suddenly, they seemed to have stumbled upon a significant revelation. The principal of the Supernatural Institute had taken Zhongli Yu from the Rune Department of the Technology Institute, implying that he was aware of Zhongli Yu's identity as a spirit inscriptionist. But why the secrecy? Did they find their bemusement amusing? Zhongli Yu elucidated the collar in his hand, stating, "This blue spirit stone is blue water jade, combined with defensive and stealth runes, resulting in this creation." Zhongli Bai, intrigued, asked, "Sister, at what distance will this artifact automatically defend itself from an attack?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Not all attacks will trigger automatic defense. Its sensing range is 1 meter from the wearer. However, when an attack occurs, the effective defense distance is actually half a meter. Why is that?" Zhongli Xing queried. Zhongli Yu explained, The runes I carve can automatically sense incoming attacks, primarily designed to counter ambushes. For instance, if one is engaged in direct combat with an enemy and another adversary attempts a surprise attack from behind, this artifact becomes invaluable. It detects the attack at 1 meter and, within the fleeting seconds between 1 meter and half a meter, swiftly gathers strength to defend. Brother, do you not appreciate this gift? Of course I do. Zhongli Xing exclaimed as he snatched the collar from Zhongli Yu's hands and promptly adorned it around his neck, eliciting envy and admiration from those present. Zhongli Yu added, "This is my way of compensating for my absence at your coming-of-age ceremony last time." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of discomfort. Setting aside the fact that the gift was more extravagant than that given to the second brother, it was inherently unfair to bestow something of greater value upon the elder brother. Could it be that your previous statement implies that if I were to miss the second brother's coming-of-age ceremony, I would present him with a more valuable gift at the next such event? How delightful. What should I do? I also desire a spiritual artifact. Wealthy friend, let us be companions. Zhongli Chun poked Zhongli Yu and handed over his gift, saying, I shall forfeit this gift. Instead, please bestow upon me a spiritual artifact next time. Zhongli Yu gazed at the tie, abandoned by his master, and inquired, Do you not fancy it? Zhongli Chun shook his head, replying, It is not that. I simply wish to exchange it for a spiritual artifact. Oh, I can craft one for you right now. Zhongli Yu astonishingly declared. Zhongli Chun asked, Is that permissible? I have heard that typically, spiritual talisman masters do not allow anyone near while carving. Zhongli Yu responded, That is because they fear losing focus. I am not concerned. However, I currently lack spiritual stones. A smaller one would be preferable. Something that complements this tie. Zhongli Chun remarked, That is not an issue. I happen to possess a suitable piece at this moment. He then produced a red stone. Upon receiving it, Zhongli Yu examined it and said, Red jade, quite exquisite indeed. Zhongli Yu took the red jade and tie to a dining table and sat down. Observers promptly cleared the table, rendering it pristine. He procured a common small knife and a container for the spiritual stone, just as he was about to commence. He heard someone remark, That knife is not specifically for carving spiritual stones, is it? Zhongli Yu glanced at the individual and replied coolly, It is not necessary to use a specialized one. That is merely for apprentices and first-star practitioners. Once one becomes proficient, such tools become obsolete, and only custom-made ones will suffice. Thus, those you see using such knives are typically apprentices and first-star talisman masters. Do not be deceived. If you are uncertain, consult an expert. I do not wish to hear any further noise, understood? Indeed, it is said that talisman masters possess peculiar temperaments, and it appears to be true. Chapter 11. Genius or Fool. 2. Zhongli Yu first placed the red jade into the container, then took a pen. Pressing the container against the neatly tied tie at an appropriate spot, marking it. He then removed it, untied the tie, took off his outer garment. And with his right hand grasping the carving knife, one could see the veins on his right hand bulging as he began to carve. The atmosphere was hushed, devoid of any sound, save for the rhythm of their breaths. Everyone silently observed the girl whose eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she carved. How could one claim disinterest? It was manifestly a profound affection. This is what they call the clarity of the observer. At this moment, Zhongli Yu entered a state of focus, hearing nothing and seeing nothing, with the only sound being the knife slicing through the tie and the gradual emergence of the runes on the semi-finished spiritual artifact before him. As the runes appeared on the tie, admiration began to shine in the eyes of the onlookers, marking the first instance of respect for Zhongli Yu. Generally speaking, the spiritual artifacts crafted by talisman's masters are predominantly composed of rigid materials, while soft items such as ties present an extraordinary challenge for engraving. Once a prodigious talisman master, endowed with remarkable talent in carving hard objects, grew exceedingly proud of his abilities and resolved to tackle the intricacies of soft items. However, his endeavor ended in failure, leaving his confidence shattered and ultimately leading him to abandon the prestigious vocation of a talisman master. For 17 years, the individual before them had been regarded as a mere waste without any extraordinary abilities. Yet now, she had ascended to the status of a talisman master, a fact she had chosen to conceal. No, it was not merely a matter of silence. Rather, they had deliberately overlooked her, as the notion that one without powers is worthless had become deeply ingrained in their psyche. The crowd gazed at Zhongli Yu with a complex mix of emotions. At last, the rune had been successfully inscribed, and Zhongli Yu prepared to position the spirit stone. As the spirit stone merged with the tie, a crimson thread emerged from the red jade, flowing swiftly along the contours of the rune until it re-entered the red jade. The red jade and the crimson runes emanated a dazzling radiance before vanishing into thin air. The onlookers understood that the hidden attributes of the rune had been activated. Zhongli Yu presented the tie, now a spiritual artifact, to Zhongli Chun, stating, "It is complete. This artifact enhances one's attack power." Zhongli Chun received it, observing the tie in his hands, which appeared identical to the previous one, and inquired, "Is this your first attempt at crafting a soft item?" Zhongli Yu replied, "I believe so. I don't often make them. I only create one occasionally during my leisure time." "What of it?" Zhongli Chun regarded Zhongli Yu with a thought. "To achieve such results on your first attempt is truly remarkable. Yet, genius does not easily flourish, especially within the tumultuous confines of the Zhong family." Unbeknownst to Zhongli Yu, she failed to notice the complexity in Zhongli Chen's gaze. As she reached for her jacket, another claw-like appendage unexpectedly emerged around her neck, prompting her to exclaim, "Let go, you lunatic." Situ Feng pointed to himself in disbelief. "Me? A lunatic?" Zhongli Yu retorted, "Aren't you named Situ Feng? That can be shortened to lunatic. Is it not permissible for me to use a different appellation?" Situ Feng, for the first time, questioned why his parents had bestowed upon him such an unappealing name. Zhongli Yu observed Situ Feng's perplexed expression and insisted, "Release me. I need to put on my clothes." Situ Feng, perplexed, asked, "Why do you need to change?" Zhongli Yu, while dressing, explained, "Because they can easily get damaged." Situ Feng widened his eyes in astonishment and queried, "How could they be damaged?" "They won't be torn by anyone." Zhongli Yu chuckled at Situ Feng's naivety, asking, "Have you ever torn someone else's clothing, or have you ever been torn?" The exchange elicited laughter from the crowd, some even giving Zhongli Yu a thumbs up. Situ Feng's face flushed crimson as he protested, "Who has been torn? I am still a virgin. Thank you very much. Besides, who could possibly tear me?" Zhongli Yu, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "I never imagined you were still a virgin, madman." Situ Feng, unable to counter Zhongli Yu's words, hastily diverted the topic to his friends who were also spectating, saying, "Well, my brother and the others are still virgins too. Why don't you mention them?" Zhongli Yu glanced at Situ Xiao and the others, responding, "Of course, I wouldn't bring them up. After all, you are my friend. And what are friends for, if not to tease?" At that moment, Situ Feng realized that from the very beginning, Zhongli Yu's target was indeed him. How could he possibly shift the conversation to others? Alas, what a misjudgment in friendships. Observing Situ Feng's exhausted demeanor, Zhongli Yu answered his previous inquiry, "All right. I won't jest any longer. The strength of a spirit rune master's hands is considerable. While it may not rival that of your supernatural beings, it still differs from that of an ordinary person. The force required to carve runes must be substantial, especially in our dominant hand, which leads to noticeable changes. As you can see." Zhongli Yu rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, clenched his fist, and his hand transformed into a muscular form. Curious, Situ Feng reached out to touch it. Upon contact, he felt the hard muscle, and then compared it to his own chest, feeling disheartened. As his pectoral muscles seemed lacking in comparison to Zhongli Yu's arm, this was certainly not a favorable realization. "So, madman, how does it compare to yours?" Zhongli Yu inquired. Situ Feng, startled, quickly replied, "Of course, mine is better." He puffed out his chest, unaware that this gesture appeared to others as a display of insecurity, lacking any persuasive power. Situ Xiao, observing her foolish brother, remarked, "The reason you took off your shirt was to avoid ripping it, right? That explosive force you used earlier was no mere show." Zhongli Yu agreed. "Indeed. I didn't know it would lead to so many torn garments. Such a waste. So your only concern is the waste of clothing?" Zhongli Bai interjected, touching Zhongli Yu's arm. "Sister, does the principal of the Academy of Supernatural Beings not know you are a spirit rune master? Why hasn't he informed us?" Everyone perked up, eager to hear the response. Zhongli Yu replied, "The principal, that old fox, certainly knows. He was the one who took me away in front of the head of the rune department." Naturally, the rune department had objected, leading to an agreement. I must spend 1 week each month in the rune department. As for why he hasn't told you, perhaps it was simply to relish your astonishment. It is indeed quite gratifying. The group thought to themselves, "Indeed, he has treated us like monkeys." In truth, the reason the principal of the Academy of Supernatural Beings had not disclosed to the Zhongli family that Zhongli Yu was a spirit rune master was quite straightforward. The principal was well aware of how Zhongli Yu gained admission to the academy, solely for that coveted diploma. Initially, the principal harbored little fondness for Zhongli Yu, a background figure devoid of extraordinary abilities. However, upon encountering the child surrounded by the elders of the runes department, she instantly discerned that he was unlike the other students. There was a unique brilliance in his eyes, a distinct spark absent in his peers. aware that the Zhongli family would undoubtedly exploit this identity if they became aware of it. The principal resolved to conceal Zhongli Yu's true nature in collaboration with the head of the runes department, with whom she had always been at odds. Simultaneously, to prevent the squandering of Zhongli Yu's talents, she discreetly began to impart the skills of a rune master to him. Thus, the situation remained until the present day. Chapter 12. The emergence of the cloaked figure at this moment. Zhongli Yu was oblivious to the well-intentioned efforts of the heads of the Extraordinary Academy and the Runes Department. It was not long before a few forgetful individuals provoked the half-awakened Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Xing, feeling somewhat sheepish, addressed him, "Oh, little sister. I apologize for previously shouting that you were my elder brother. I have a favor to ask, may I?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Indeed. You truly embody the essence of a military man. Your shout nearly rendered my ears deaf. Nonetheless, it is to be expected from a soldier. A robust voice is not without merit. What is it you require?" Zhongli Xing yearned to refute the notion of his loudness, yet upon reflection, he conceded its truth, asserting, "Could you produce a few more of those defensive talismans? I wish to implement them within the military." Zhongli Yu countered, "Elder brother, are you aware that talismans vary in quality?" "Of course," Zhongli Xing affirmed. Zhongli Yu elaborated, "Talismans are categorized into inferior, intermediate, superior, and perfect qualities. The pet collar around your neck, dear brother, is of perfect quality, acquired through my relentless efforts over the past fortnight without sustenance or rest. Are you attempting to drive me to exhaustion? How could I have bestowed upon you such a fine gift, only to be met with this?" Observing the pitiable expression on Zhongli Yu's face and the disapproving gazes of the onlookers, Zhongli Xing clarified, "Little sister, it is not as it appears. I was unaware of its significant value. Perhaps we should let this matter rest." A deliberate cough emanated from behind Zhongli Xing, prompting him to turn and salute the newcomer. "Greetings, sir." The visitor was an elderly man with graying hair, yet exuding vitality. He was none other than Gu Wan, one of the prominent leaders of the Huaxia military. Speaking of Gu Wan, his life was nothing short of legendary. In an era of turmoil, he single-handedly vanquished enemies with the prowess of an ordinary man, ascending to his current esteemed position. Despite his advanced age and seemingly frail appearance, such impressions were misleading. In his prime, when an assassin sought his life, all his bodyguards fell victim to a cunning ruse, leaving him alone. Yet, he remarkably held out until reinforcements arrived, dispatching numerous assailants in the process, which attests to Gu Wan's formidable nature. As Zhongli Xing observed the bewildered expression on Zhongli Yu's face, he took it upon himself to provide an introduction. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Old Chief Gu, I did not expect it to be you." Chief Gu replied, "Surprising, isn't it? If no one had come today, we would have missed witnessing this dramatic scene." This drama was evident to all present, for they were astute individuals who could hardly be taken aback. Zhongli Yu greeted Chief Gu warmly. "Yes, yes," Chief Gu chuckled as he acknowledged her, extending a hand to gently pinch her cheek, exclaiming, "I thought you were using disguise. To my astonishment, it is indeed you. I must confess, I misjudged." After this playful gesture, he released Zhongli Yu's now flushed cheek. Rubbing her face, Zhongli Yu replied, "Old Chief Gu did not misjudge. Perhaps I was merely 5 when you last saw me. At that time, I had just been informed by Master Yuan that I would never possess any extraordinary abilities. Naturally, one would think such a person to be a worthless burden, possessing nothing but a pretty face, destined to be offered as a plaything to many. Am I wrong?" Upon hearing her words, a look of alarm spread across some faces, for Zhongli Yu's assertion rang true. Many had indeed harbored such thoughts back then. Chief Gu shook his head, saying, "The first time I encountered you was not in the public awakening ceremony, but that day, I, a rough man, beheld a fairy fallen into the mortal realm. I must admit, my heart was stirred, albeit in a manner different from my feelings for my wife." As he reminisced, he gazed at the now-grown Zhongli Yu, his expression complex. "Even now, I recall that moment vividly. But tell me, why has the smile from your face vanished over time? Does time truly change a person?" Zhongli Yu sighed. "Of course, time alters a person. People do change. Family, to me, is inconsequential. My sincerity is reserved solely for those who reciprocate it." With a sigh, Chief Gu said, "Let us not dwell on that topic any longer. Instead, let us discuss collaboration." "What kind of collaboration?" inquired Zhongli Yu. Chief Gu pulled her aside for a quiet discussion. Unbeknownst to Zhongli Yu, her earlier statement had provoked deep reflections among many. In the crowd, Bei Luo pondered, "Have you ever offered your true heart to my brother?" Zhongli Chun, fingering the tie gifted by Zhongli Yu, mused, "In the Zhongli family, genuine feelings are but a fantasy. Yet, why does a glimmer of hope stir within me? Do I yearn for your sincerity? Will you? Zhongli Dai scoffed. True feelings? How laughable. Zhongli Bai remarked, my little sister is indeed bold to speak such words. As for me, I shall refrain. Zhongli Qin and Zhongli Lu commented. Perhaps our little sister can attain true freedom. How enviable. Zhongli Xiao gazed at Zhongli Yu with a complex expression before ultimately averting his gaze, reflecting, you have grown, strikingly resembling your mother. Alas, I am destined never to receive your true heart. Do you not agree, Yu? This Yu does not refer to Zhongli Yu. Luo Huaxiang thought. What an irritating presence, but soon enough, you shall fade away. Other ladies expressed their admiration for her courage. Courage? Since becoming a member of the Zhongli family, our bravery has likely vanished. Meanwhile, upon hearing the old chief Gu's proposal for collaboration, Zhongli Yu exclaimed in surprise, are you certain you want me to handle this? The old chief replied, within a month, I require 10 intermediate or higher grade defensive artifacts. This is already a friendly price. Additionally, I intend to assign you a bodyguard. Zhongli Yu responded, I can agree to the artifacts, but why a bodyguard? Is it for surveillance? The old chief clarified, it is not for surveillance. It is solely for your protection. You must realize that you have embarrassed that individual today and shone brightly at her son's coming-of-age ceremony, becoming the center of attention. Do you think she will not retaliate? Zhongli Yu remarked, her mental state is on the verge of collapse. The old chief continued, she has always viewed Qing as a threat to her son's legitimate position and has subjected him to perilous tasks over the years. We have turned a blind eye, trusting in his abilities and wishing to train him. However, should she overstep her bounds, we will not remain indifferent. Thus, the bodyguard serves two purposes, to protect you and to monitor those around you. Zhongli Yu countered, if I did not hold the identity of a talisman master, I doubt you would concern yourselves with me, let alone assign a bodyguard. The old chief sighed, that is the reality. Indeed, this is the truth. When one possesses value, assistance and care follow. When one loses value, they are neglected and drained of all they have left. Zhongli Yu stated, there is no need for a bodyguard. However, before the old chief could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Zhongli Yu's resolute gaze, compelling him to acquiesce. Subsequently, Zhongli Yu and the old chief returned to the attention of the crowd. Zhongli Xing anxiously inquired, Old Chief Gu, how goes the matter? The old chief assured him, if I am involved, it is certainly taken care of. That is splendid. Zhongli Xing felt optimistic about the future of his team. The old chief continued, the artifacts are for everyone, but there are only 10. The victor shall claim them. What? Zhongli Xing suddenly looked dejected. Those are crafted by my sister. They should naturally go to family. The old chief replied, you are family, but the others are not, so you understand. Just as the banquet proceeded in an orderly fashion, a sudden crash of glass shattered the calm as over 10 figures clad in black robes stormed in, throwing everything into chaos. Chapter 13. The Destruction of the Jade Pendant. You. Who are you? One of the intruders demanded. Yet, the black-robed figures stood motionless, offering no response, which only aggravated the speaker further. Do you know where you are? This is the venue for the Zhongli family's heir's coming-of-age ceremony. Who permitted your entry? Speak, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. As soon as the man finished speaking, darkness enveloped him. A figure cloaked in black had mysteriously appeared before him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a warm liquid trickling down. Upon touching it, he realized his hands were drenched in blood. Before he could comprehend the situation, he collapsed, convulsing a few times before lying utterly still. Silence fell over the crowd as they witnessed the black-cloaked figure commit the act of murder. An unsettling sensation deepened within their hearts. The black-cloaked individual had traversed the distance to the unfortunate soul in an instant, employing a technique known as teleportation, a skill only available to those of level or above among the gifted. The onlookers pondered whether this ability was unique to this individual or if all such practitioners possessed it. Zhongli Xiao stepped forward and inquired, might I ask what brings you, esteemed guest, to my son's coming-of-age ceremony? If your intention is to partake in the festivities, you are most welcome. However, your demeanor suggests you seek confrontation. His emergence was twofold. As the organizer of the event, he could not allow further disturbances, and the slain individual had been sent by one of the subordinate families of the Zhongli clan. The black-cloaked figure's act was tantamount to a public affront to the Zhongli family, despite Zhongli Xiao's personal disdain for the deceased. A mechanical voice emanated from the black-cloaked figure, declaring a chilling intent: eliminate everyone present. Panic surged through the crowd, prompting many to assume defensive stances. Following this ominous pronouncement, a dozen black-cloaked figures charged towards the assembly, plunging the scene into chaos. Zhongli Yu swiftly led Elder Gu to a discreet corner. Elder Gu hastily retrieved a communication crystal, only to discover that there was no signal. With a furrowed brow, he lamented, "Our only hope lies with the 4 great families of the gifted. Alas, they too have fallen prey." Zhongli Yu surveyed the tumultuous battle unfolding nearby. Indeed, as he had predicted, all the adults, save for the heirs, had succumbed, collapsing in weakness. Elder Gu had initially believed that a united front could subdue these enigmatic assailants. Yet now they were left with only inexperienced youths. What could have led to such a predicament? Elder Gu queried, bewildered. Surely the Zhongli family conducted thorough checks beforehand. Zhongli Yu speculated, it must have been a poison introduced into the red wine. The younger generation, having not partaken, remained unaffected, while the adults were inevitably ensnared. It was a simple yet effective stratagem. Elder Gu sighed deeply. What shall we do next? It is evident that this was a calculated move to first weaken our combat capabilities and then target the remaining strong fighters among us. Observing Zhongli Chun and the others, Zhongli Yu recognized their dire struggle, regardless of the strength of the black-cloaked figures confronting them. The primary challenge lay in the risk of collateral damage, as their abilities were predominantly destructive and ill-suited for the confined space in which they found themselves. Bei Luo watched in mounting agitation as he failed to land a blow on the cloaked figure, unaware that the shadowy figure had stealthily approached from behind, extending its ink-black hands. "You fool, why aren't you helping?" He heard a familiar voice behind him, and upon turning, he saw Zhongli Yu firmly grasping the wrist of the cloaked individual. "How did you end up here?" Bei Luo inquired. Zhongli Yu shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Enough with the chatter. Aren't you going to assist? Do you really think I possess immense strength?" Regaining his composure, Bei Luo swiftly unleashed his abilities towards the cloaked figure, who deftly evaded the attack. Zhongli Yu then delivered a swift kick to Bei Luo's rear, sending him sprawling to the ground. Fuming, Bei Luo exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Are you so reckless as to gasp for breath in the midst of battle? Do you wish to perish? Let me remind you, if you intend to die, do not do so today. I promised Bei Qing that I would look after you during the coming-of-age ceremony. If you die, I will have no explanation to offer." At the mere mention of Bei Qing, Bei Luo trembled visibly. Why would you protect me after all I've done? This is truly unbearable, brother." Zhongli Yu sighed in resignation at Bei Luo's plight, reflecting that every household has its own burdens to bear. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Zhongli Yu noticed the cloaked figure advancing towards them and instinctively pushed Bei Luo aside. Unfortunately, he was unable to evade in time and took the brunt of the cloaked figure's strike. However, as an ordinary person, how could Zhongli Yu withstand an attack from an ability user? He was hurled against the wall, spitting blood. The commotion drew the attention of others who, eager to assist, found their way obstructed by the cloaked figure, resulting in yet another skirmish. Observing the cloaked figure's intent to harm Zhongli Yu further, Bei Luo rushed forward to engage in combat. Zhongli Yu, clutching his chest, coughed up another mouthful of blood as he leaned against the wall, watching the chaotic melee unfold before him. His hand grazed a familiar object pressed against his chest, a jade pendant, not crafted from rare jade, but rather a modest glass ornament depicting a dragon and phoenix in harmony. The sight of the pendant evoked memories of a woman he had loved deeply, yet could never possess. It was a keepsake he and Zhongli Yu's mother, Lanyu, had purchased together at a small stall just a year after they met. They were lost in the throes of young love, and he recalled her words, "Sheo, when we have a child, let us give this pendant to her as a testament to our love. What do you think?" His response had been an enthusiastic agreement. But not long after, Lanyu became pregnant and learned of his true identity. After their child was born, he took the infant Zhongli Yu from her arms, along with the pendant. Yet, he could never forget the look in Lanyu's eyes as he departed with her child, cold, filled with disdain, and utterly heartbroken. The reason for not revealing the truth about her mother to Zhongli Yu was primarily to protect her, for Lanyu was the love of Zhongli Xiao's life. Yet, he could confide in no one, as Lanyu was merely an ordinary woman without any influence. Not to mention, his family would never allow him to marry someone of such humble standing, and his numerous wives were far from docile, often masking their true intentions beneath a veneer of decorum. As for the child he shared with Lanyu, there exists a saying that encapsulates the essence of protection. Sometimes, the best way to safeguard someone is through oblivion. Additionally, he feared that should Zhongli Yu uncover the entirety of the truth, the already fragile bond between father and daughter would shatter irreparably. Zhongli Yu examined the jade pendant closely, relieved to find it undamaged. However, an unforeseen change swiftly followed. From an unknown origin, a figure clad in black robes launched an attack upon her. Zhongli Yu nimbly evaded the assault, but it was she alone who managed to escape. The jade pendant around her neck, caught in the aftermath of the supernatural assault, shattered. Chapter 14. A vicious assault on the black-robed figure. Zhongli Yu stood frozen in disbelief as she beheld the fragments of her most cherished jade pendant scattered on the ground. Overwhelmed by the loss, her head bowed, her hair obscured her eyes, rendering her expression invisible. Zhongli Xiao, witnessing the shard's fall, was consumed by a surge of unnamed fury. It was one of the few remnants of Lan Yu, now irretrievably lost. Had he not been drugged at that moment, he would have already sought to deliver a fierce retribution upon the black-robed assailant. Now, all he could do was glare menacingly at the figure, powerless to act. As Bei Luo engaged with the persistent black-robed figure trailing him, he approached Zhongli Yu. Noticing that the assailant had ceased its aggression upon her arrival, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Hey, are you all right?" he inquired. Zhongli Yu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the shattered pieces at her feet. "Don't let a mere glass jade pendant upset you," Bei Luo urged anxiously. "I can always replace it later." Still, Zhongli Yu did not respond. Bei Luo intended to call her back to reality once more, but he noticed the black-robed figure had shifted its focus toward him, compelling him to retreat from her side. Unbeknownst to all, Zhongli Yu's eyes were slowly transitioning to a blood-red hue. Meanwhile, the situation for Zhongli Chun and his companions had grown increasingly dire. "Why are these black-robed figures so adept at evasion? It's exhausting me," Situ Feng exclaimed. "Indeed," Situ Xiao replied, "without landing a hit, we are rendered powerless against them. Are they merely attempting to outlast us?" After dodging an enemy strike, Wenren Ziqi remarked, "I suspect their agility is not without reason. Could it be that their defenses are lacking, forcing them to rely solely on evasion?" Helian concurred, "That makes sense. But our primary objective must remain to strike them. Otherwise, our efforts will be futile." Zhongli Xing remarked, "Ling Xiao, have you all noticed an intriguing phenomenon? Although each of them has designated targets for attack, after the commotion caused by my sister, I observed that when she remained still, the current heir of the Bei family approached, yet the cloaked assailant targeting her refrained from striking. I ponder whether these cloaked figures can only perceive moving targets before launching their attacks." Helian contemplated for a moment and responded, "If that is the case, let us test this hypothesis. I will count to 3, and then we shall remain motionless to observe the outcome." Several individuals nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3. As the group suddenly froze in place, the cloaked assailant, poised to attack, appeared as if a pause button had been pressed. Witnessing this, others engaged in fierce battles began to imitate them, finally gaining a moment to breathe. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhongli Xing exclaimed, "It seems my conjecture was correct." Zhongli Chen added, "They only react to our significant movements, yet they do not appear fatigued. Are they even human?" Helian replied, "Let us not dwell on their nature for now. The pressing concern is how we can retaliate against them." Zhongli Chen inquired, "Do you have a good plan in mind, as per Ling Xiao's suggestion?" Helian affirmed, "Indeed, there is a strategy, but it requires our unity." "What is the plan?" Zhongli Chen asked. Although he held reservations about Helian, he deemed it prudent to listen during this crisis. Helian explained, "These cloaked figures are target-oriented, each attacking only one individual. I trust everyone has noticed this. Therefore, we might exploit this weakness, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Wenren Ziqi immediately grasped Helian's intent and remarked, "They will not evade attacks directed at others outside their targets." Zhongli Chen acknowledged, "I understand." The gathered individuals, all astute, quickly comprehended Helian's notion, which indeed held merit. Yet, would their execution proceed as smoothly? Suddenly, a panicked cry shattered the atmosphere, causing everyone poised to launch their assault to flinch. They turned towards the source of the sound. It was Zhongli Yu. Clutching her head with both hands, she screamed in apparent agony. "Oh no, the cloaked figure targeting Zhongli Yu has noticed her movement and is advancing," Zhongli Chen shouted. He attempted to assist, but was intercepted by another cloaked figure, helplessly watching the assault aimed at Zhongli Yu unfold. "Stop! No!" Wenren Shi, Situ Feng, and others who held Zhongli Yu in high regard cried out. The cloaked figure's strike indeed targeted Zhongli Yu, yet at the last moment, it veered away. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, but it was quickly replaced by concern, for Zhongli Yu's condition was alarming. At that moment, Zhongli Yu stood unsteadily, her body brimming with an ominous aura. The onlookers were baffled as to how someone devoid of bloodshed could emanate such a presence. She swayed precariously, murmuring incoherently, yet it was evident to the discerning that this seemingly powerless individual was dangerously unstable. The figure in the black robe continued to advance towards Zhongli Yu, but upon taking a single step, Zhongli Yu suddenly appeared before him, causing the black-robed individual to retreat hastily by 2 steps. With a raised right hand, Zhongli Yu clenched his fist, and the fabric of his right sleeve erupted, revealing the phenomenon he had previously described. Everyone present, save for Zhongli Yu, was an ability user. Although they had once held the spirit talisman masters in high regard, it was merely because only they possessed the skill to forge spiritual artifacts. However, today, they vowed never to provoke a spirit talisman master again. For it was evident that an enraged master could effortlessly overpower even a relatively high-level ability user, as evidenced by the unfortunate fate of the black-robed figure. Zhongli Yu's powerful right hand struck the black-robed man, who was unable to evade the blow and was sent crashing into the wall. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Zhongli Yu yanked the black-robed man from the wall and hurled him to the ground, raining down punches upon him. The relentless assault caused the black fabric covering the man's face to fall away, revealing his true visage, marred and battered. Zhongli Xing gazed upon the black-robed man and uncertainly remarked, "Is this a cyborg?" Elder Gu, now close to Zhongli Yu, also caught sight of the black-robed figure and, with a complex expression, stated, "Indeed, it is a cyborg. But aren't such beings exclusive to the United States? How could this be? Could it be?" A multitude of conspiracy theories swirled through Elder Gu's mind. Helian Ling interjected, "Elder Gu, while cyborgs are indeed a product of the United States, certain organizations may also be involved." Elder Gu shivered, turning to Helian Ling and inquiring, "Are you referring to that organization?" Helian Ling replied, "I am uncertain. I doubt we could uncover the truth." Sighing in resignation, Elder Gu lamented that they only knew the name of this organization but were oblivious to its members, motives, or location, truly a malignant presence both in Huaxia and worldwide. As the spectators observed Zhongli Yu mercilessly pulverizing the black-robed man, they swallowed hard, goosebumps rising on their flesh. They had not anticipated her formidable prowess. Should such a fist strike them, they would surely meet a gruesome end, many thought. Seeing that the black-robed figure was utterly incapacitated, Zhongli Yu stood and slowly turned, revealing her current appearance to the onlookers, who collectively gasped. Her once dark irises had transformed into a vivid red, and more accurately, there was no color visible aside from the crimson hue. Zhongli Yu uttered a phrase that resonated chillingly with the crowd. They felt an overwhelming sense of dread, sensing that she had become more formidable, even more terrifying than the black-robed individuals. The last words she spoke were, "Let them all perish." Chapter 15. A formidable adversary. Situ prodded his elder brother beside him, speaking cautiously, "Brother, why do I feel that Xiao Yu is somewhat different? Is it merely my imagination?" Situ Xiao pulled Situ behind him, alertly responding, "It is not your imagination. Remain vigilant. She is no longer the Zhongli Yu you once knew. Behold, the aura of killing intent and bloodlust emanating from him instilled a sense of dread. This individual is not to be trifled with, and it would be wise for my foolish brother to refrain from charging headlong into danger. It is well known that my naive sibling is deeply sentimental and would likely hesitate to confront someone like Zhongli Yu. Thus, it falls upon me to take matters into my own hands." Helian Ling stated, "Those who feel inadequate in their abilities should step aside. Do not strain yourselves." Upon glancing at Zhongli Yu, several individuals reconsidered and withdrew, primarily due to the unsettling presence she exuded, rendering them incapable of mustering any strength. Truth be told, this sense of despair is a sentiment they had only previously experienced in the formidable presence of the four young masters. Now, they found themselves feeling similarly uneasy in the presence of Zhongli Yu. She was a source of discomfort that left them powerless. Approximately a dozen individuals remained steadfast, all of whom held their names upon the esteemed wind and cloud ranking. This ranking, organized by Huaxia, recognizes the abilities of young individuals aged between 14 and 24. Young ability wielders take immense pride in their standing on this list, which ranks them according to their prowess. Should anyone meet an unfortunate fate midway, the next individual in line automatically ascends to take their place. The top 4 positions on the ranking belong to Helian Ling, Zhongli Chun, Situ Xiao, and Wenren Ziqi. Ivan, ability, wind, ranked 8th on the wind and cloud ranking, turned to Helian Ling and inquired, "Young Master Ling, what shall we do now? Is she an enemy or an ally?" After a moment of contemplation, Helian Ling replied, "Lower your breathing and observe the situation. If she proves to be an adversary, we shall subdue her." Understood. Zhongli Yu covered her face with her hands, murmuring to herself, "Kill him, kill them." Upon uttering these words, the fabric of her sleeves burst apart, revealing her pristine arms. Had the circumstances been different, those present would certainly have appreciated this striking sight. However, now they regarded Zhongli Yu with heightened vigilance. Zhongli Yu bypassed Helian Ling and the others at the center, launching herself towards the cloaked figures behind. With a singular target in mind, The black-clad individuals displayed no response to her assault, appearing entirely defenseless. Ultimately, the remaining figures in black were obliterated by Zhongli Yu. With one threat eliminated, some began to relax, only to be taken by surprise as Zhongli Yu pivoted and directed her attack towards those who had already retreated from the battlefield. In an instant, many were caught off guard, resulting in numerous injuries. Zhongli Yu seized one individual by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Upon meeting her gaze, which now bore crimson irises, he felt as if he were ensnared by the Grim Reaper, sending shivers down his spine and causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Drawing closer, Zhongli Yu whispered, "I shall kill you. I shall kill you." "No, please," he implored, as he struggled to breathe, his mind blanking in terror. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, a mighty gust of wind swept through, prompting Zhongli Yu to release her grip and shield her face. The man was finally spared. Once the tempest had subsided, Zhongli Yu chose not to pursue the individual further, but instead turned her attention to the one who had just intervened. Ivan raised his middle finger towards Zhongli Yu and taunted, "If you have the guts, come at us. Preying on the weak is no mark of a true hero." The person labeled as weak, panting heavily, reflected on how he once regarded Zhongli Yu as a formidable opponent before her true identity was revealed. Alas, the tides of fortune have shifted. Zhongli Yu, resembling a frenzied beast, lunged at Ivan, who swiftly dodged and called out, "Yanlan, now's your chance." Yanlan, endowed with the power of gravity and ranked 9th on the illustrious list, extended her right hand, waves of energy emanating from it. "I'm aware." As Zhongli Yu attempted to charge at Ivan once more, she was suddenly immobilized by an immense weight pressing down upon her, rendering her unable to move. Kneeling on one knee, she struggled to rise, but the image of her shattered jade pendant ignited a surge of strength within her, enabling her to stand. Observing Zhongli Yu's unexpected resilience, Yanlan felt a sense of foreboding and intensified the gravitational force. Yet, Zhongli Yu appeared undeterred, advancing towards her with increasing speed until she stood before Yanlan in an instant. Before Yanlan could brace herself, an individual shielded her, enveloping her in his embrace. Absorbing Zhongli Yu's punch with his back, propelling them both against the wall. Suppressing the searing pain in his back, Yanlan anxiously inquired, "Ivan, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Ivan, enduring his own agony, replied, "I'm fine. Thankfully, I took my mother's advice and kept up with my training. Otherwise, I might not have survived that blow." "What about you?" Yanlan responded, "I'm unscathed, thanks to you deflecting that strike. Otherwise, I truly fear for my life." Though she refrained from voicing the latter sentiment, Ivan grasped her meaning and reassured her, "I'm relieved you're safe. Had you been harmed, it would have weighed heavily on my conscience. My plan would have lost its credibility had my ally suffered." Yanlan replied, "Is that so?" For reasons unknown, her discomfort grew upon hearing his words. Ivan turned his gaze towards Zhongli Yu and pondered, "What now?" We suddenly engaged 2 of the top 10 contenders on the ranking list. Appearances can be deceiving. Meanwhile, the remaining spectators felt an even greater pressure watching Zhongli Yu send Ivan and Yanlan flying with a single punch. Jingran, possessing the ability of physical enhancement and ranked 10th, remarked, "Chen Xiao, are you truly convinced that your sister is an ordinary person?" "Isn't my ability physical enhancement as well?" Zhongli Chen responded, "Didn't the master say 12 years ago that she would never possess any powers? But why was there no consequence when she touched Helian Ling?" Noticing Helian Ling deep in thought, Zhongli Chen realized they were on the same wavelength. Fu Hongxue, wielding the power to manipulate blood and ranked 5th, expressed her exasperation, "I say, at a time like this, why are you all still chatting? You ought to be devising a plan." Jingran, with an innocent expression, remarked, "There is nothing we can do. Today has presented us with an overwhelming number of things that are difficult to accept. Moreover, I believe everyone present is equally curious." Yan Lingyun, wielding an unsheathed sword, replied, "Indeed, I am curious, but I am even more intrigued by the potential strength of this so-called waste. How powerful can she truly become?" And Zimo observed, "I've noticed that her strength seems to increase whenever she gets angry. This is evidently quite peculiar." Chapter 16. Not her Jingran spotted Ivan and Yanlan supporting each other as they approached, and asked, "Are you both all right?" Ivan grimaced, "I'm in agony." "What kind of expression is that?" "Oh, it's nothing," Jingran chuckled lightly. Ivan, fully aware that this simple-minded, muscle-bound man was relishing his misfortune, kept his thoughts to himself. Yanlan inquired, "What should we do next?" And Zimo stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, "Shall we all attack together?" Zhongli Xing added, "If we all strike at once, it will significantly reduce the chance for little sister to escape." "Very well, then it's settled." Just as they were about to launch their joint assault, They noticed Zhongli Yu clutching her head in apparent agony. Jingran poked Ivan beside him and asked, "What is wrong with her?" Ivan rubbed the spot where Jingran had prodded and replied, "How would I know? And could you please not poke so hard? It really hurts." Jingran smiled apologetically. Ivan sighed in exasperation at Jingran's naivety, contemplating how this person had managed to survive 18 years without being taken advantage of. Truly, a fool's luck prevails. Situ Xiao commanded, "Be quiet. The situation has changed. Pay attention." The previously jovial group instantly sobered, fixating their gazes on Zhongli Yu. For this was the true essence of a battle among the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking. At that moment, Zhongli Yu felt as though her head might explode, as if whispers were growing louder, transforming from a single voice into a cacophony of countless sounds, chaotic and maddening. Additionally, she sensed a burning sensation in her chest, as though something was ablaze within her. Despite having remained lucid since she had assaulted the figure cloaked in black, she found herself unable to restrain the urge to destroy, to annihilate everyone present. The moment she entertained any notion of relaxation, the image of her precious jade pendant shattering into countless pieces flooded her mind, igniting her fury anew in an endless cycle. However, now, Zhongli Yu felt as though her body was no longer her own. Something within her was striving to break free, leaving her in a state of panic. Helian Ling urged, "Now is the time. Everyone, attack together." Understood. 12 individuals unleashed their powers and charged towards the tormented Zhongli Yu. While she was acutely aware that Helian Ling and the others were closing in, her consciousness was fading. "Hurry, run," she implored. Helian Ling was the first to halt upon hearing Zhongli Yu's words, realizing that she was now awake. He intended to inquire about her condition, but his gaze fell upon Zhongli Yu as she slowly closed her eyes, and red, shimmering crystals began to materialize around her. "This is bad. Stop. Come back quickly," Helian Ling shouted. The others, hearing his words, paused and turned to flee, but alas, it was too late. The red crystals beside Zhongli Yu erupted instantaneously, unleashing a wave of searing heat that engulfed the entire space. "Ah, it's so hot. What is this? It's unbearable." The people present were drenched in sweat, collectively pondering the nature of this oppressive heat, which could rival the flames of the Zhongli family. Just when the heat became intolerable, the temperature suddenly dropped. Though the abrupt shift from scorching to frigid left many in discomfort, they found themselves more willing to accept the chill compared to the previous heat. Perhaps due to the underlying sense of danger that had emanated from the heated space, a warning from the depths of their souls. Ivan, observing the cold aura emanating from Helian Ling as he stood protectively in front of them, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving us." Young Ling Helian Ling replied, "No need for thanks. This has certainly become quite the spectacle." The crowd turned their attention to Zhongli Yu, only to find her body engulfed in flames. Leaving them momentarily stunned, Yanlan exclaimed excitedly, She has never possessed any abilities her entire life." Yan Lingyun remarked, "It seems that Master Yuan underestimated her." Jing Ran, with a hint of resignation, noted, "Just that punch and speed were already formidable. Now she possesses abilities as well. This could cost us our lives." And ZMO added, "It appears our so-called top 10 on the leaderboard hold little power against her. She seems capable of countering many of us." Fu Hongxue pondered for a moment before saying, "What you say holds some truth." Ivan and Yanlan were just slammed against the wall, and Jing Ran's abilities were nullified by her. Young Master Ziqi's powers are rendered useless, and Chen's abilities mirror hers. Suddenly, our strength among the top 11 has been halved, and we remain uncertain about the efficacy of the remaining individuals' powers. It would seem she is our nemesis. Wenren Ziqi remarked, "Your words make a compelling argument. Perhaps we should take advantage of this opportunity." Situ Xiao interjected, "Ziqi, let us not forget we are in the presence of the Zhongli family. Besides, didn't we agree not to engage?" Wenren Ziqi countered, "Yet the threat is too significant. The strongest 10 have been countered by her, and we don't even know if the others can withstand her. Just her sheer power is chilling. Do you not feel it?" Situ Xiao cast a glance at Zhongli Yu, her expression growing somber as she replied, "I certainly feel it. But my foolish brother would disown me if he witnessed me harm his friend." Wenren Ziqi commented, "You truly are a brother's keeper. Yet I understand. Xiaoxi would also be upset. Perhaps we should let it be. She wouldn't want to see her beloved sister in tears." Yan Lingyun remarked, "This Zhongli Yu is indeed formidable. He has managed to grasp the weaknesses of the two young masters harboring murderous intent." Wenren Ziqi shrugged and replied, "What can we do? It's not our fault that our younger ones take a liking to him." Zhongli Xing interjected, "Is it appropriate for you two to discuss killing my sister in our presence?" Situ Xiao retorted, "But she hasn't been killed yet, has she? Besides, after today, her standing within the Zhongli family will likely rise. Zhongli Chen commented, who knows? For now, we should focus on the situation at hand. One can never be too cautious about how one might meet their end. We owe a debt of gratitude for your friendly warning. Qin Xiao, Wenren Zishi replied with a hint of sarcasm. It is worth noting that the relationships among the three families outside of the Zhongli clan are quite amicable. In truth, Helian Ling and the others are not particularly familiar with Zhongli Chen. Their distance stems from what they have heard from their parents regarding the Zhongli family. The Zhongli clan still adheres to a polygamous system. Historically, no family head has ever married just one wife, but rather has taken multiple spouses. With many wives come numerous children, which naturally leads to fiercer competition within the family. Since time immemorial, upon the ascension of a new family head, it is often the case that their siblings meet untimely fates. Why, you may ask? The answer is simple. They have all perished. Thus, these ladies are eager to vie for the position of their legitimate offspring, even if their children have no desire for such a role. Ahem, I digress. Returning to the main narrative, Helian Ling gazed intently at the oddly smiling Zhongli Yu and inquired, "Who are you? Surely, you cannot be Zhongli Yu." Chapter 17. Sin 1. Ivan looked at Helian Ling in astonishment and exclaimed, "Ling Xiao, could it be that your eyes deceive you? This is clearly the seventh miss of the Zhongli family, Zhongli Yu." Helian Ling remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhongli Yu. Wenren Zishi turned to look at Zhongli Yu and soon discerned a problem, saying, "How could a single soul transform so drastically in mere seconds? Such a powerful essence, who exactly are you?" Upon hearing Wenren Zishi, who possesses the ability to perceive the depths of a soul, express such concern, everyone turned their anxious eyes toward Zhongli Yu. With a cold laugh, Zhongli Yu remarked, "Is it the essence of life? No wonder you can see through it. A descendant of the old man Wenren, I see. Quite impressive in your development of abilities, albeit not entirely complete. Truly, each generation seems to decline. Yet, in this era, it is still commendable." Wenren Zishi felt discomfort by Zhongli Yu's condescension, resembling that of an elder reprimanding a junior, and questioned, "Who are you? Why have you taken over Zhongli Yu's body?" Zhongli Yu lowered her gaze to examine her own form, and sighed in resignation. "What a pity, such a beautiful girl." "What do you mean?" Zhongli Chen inquired. After glancing at him, Zhongli Yu continued to admire her own body and replied, "That is precisely what I mean." Zhongli Chen furrowed his brow, demanding, "Who are you truly?" Zhongli Yu simply stated, "You lack the right to know." In response, a golden red flame ignited in Zhongli Chen's left hand, launching an attack towards Zhongli Yu. The Watermelon Novel website, and Zhongli Yu merely waved his hand lightly, causing the flames, representative of his status as the heir of the Zhongli family, to vanish without a trace. This astonished and instilled fear in the onlookers. The unknown force that inhabited Zhongli Yu's being was indeed formidable, likely something only the heads of the four major extraordinary families could contend with. As if perceiving the thoughts within the hearts of the crowd, Zhongli Yu declared, "Even your former family heads would be powerless against me, so abandon your futile hopes." "What grounds do you have to say such things?" One retorted, a person who had always regarded the four major extraordinary families with reverence. Zhongli Yu scoffed, "Have I not witnessed their might? I was present at the very ceremony marking the birth of the four extraordinary families. You, a mere junior, dare speak to me in such a manner? Who bestowed upon you such audacity?" The crowd felt a pressure unlike any they had ever encountered in their lives. A sense of despair, silence, and a palpable scent of blood. Others sensed this as well, particularly the one who had just spoken. Zhongli Yu gazed with satisfaction at the way the crowd struggled against his oppressive aura, commenting, "Enough, I have lived for millions of years. It would be beneath me to bicker with you young ones." Upon finishing his words, the oppressive weight dissipated from the crowd. Even though this enigmatic adversary refrained from further aggression, the hearts of the onlookers remained vigilant. Zhongli Yu was acutely aware of their wariness, but was indifferent. Even with only a tenth of his original power at his disposal, that fragment was more than sufficient to handle them effortlessly. Helian Ling addressed him, "Senior, I beg your pardon for any offense I may have caused." Zhongli Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter. I have observed your condition, and I must commend your endurance." Helian Ling trembled slightly. "Senior, I do not comprehend your meaning." Zhongli Yu pointed at Helian Ling, stating, "From the Helian family. Do not presume I am unaware of your plight. The chill has seeped into your bones. You endure the biting cold every full moon night, do you not?" Wenren Ziki and the others turned to gaze at Helian Ling, whose body had stiffened. Helian Ling had intended to retort, but upon seeing the incredulous and pained expressions of his parents and friends, he found himself rendered speechless. They were all concerned for him. How could he deceive them? Wenren Ziki stepped forward, placing his hands on Helian Ling's shoulders. asking, "Ling, is it true? There have been times when we invited you out on full moon nights, and you always declined. Is this the reason?" Helian Ling remained silent, turning his head to avoid the gazes of Wenren and the others. Those familiar with Helian Ling, such as Wenren and Situ Xiao, understood from his demeanor that the claim was indeed true. As friends of Helian Ling, how could they be unaware of such a significant matter? They pondered this in dismay. "I merely wish to spare you the worry." Helian Ling turned and said, "If you were to know, each time the moon is full, you would share in my suffering, and I do not wish that upon you." Wenren embraced Helian Ling tightly, disregarding the biting cold, and declared, "From now on, you must never deceive us again. Do you understand? Otherwise, I shall sever our friendship." Helian Ling reciprocated the embrace, and as he observed Situ Zhao's relieved expression, he mused, "To have such friends in life is a blessing beyond measure." After a moment, Wenren turned to Zhongli Yu and inquired, "Elder, do you know how to dispel the coldness of the Helian family? Or perhaps a way to alleviate Ling's distress?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Regrettably, there is no remedy, for this is the sin of the Zhongli clan." "Why do you say that?" Situ Xiao asked. Zhongli Yu explained, "The greater the power, the steeper the price. It is not only Helian's plight, but all present, every one of you with abilities, bear the weight of sin, albeit to varying degrees. Naturally, those from the 4 great families of extraordinary abilities carry the heaviest burdens. Sin? I have never heard anyone in my family speak of such," Fu Hongxue remarked. Zhongli Yu turned his gaze towards Fu Hongxue and said, "Your power is quite familiar. Let me think. Oh, you are the one who can manipulate blood." Fu Hongxue nodded. Zhongli Yu then glanced at the others, sighed, and remarked, "Ah, the cruel hand of fate. The sins committed by our ancestors have all been thrust upon their children." Ivan interjected, "Elder, could you elaborate? I find myself somewhat confused." Zhongli Yu responded, "Are you certain you wish to know? The revelations may lead to disappointment regarding your own families." Yinlan said, "That is a matter for another day. For now, we must focus on ourselves. Therefore, I implore you, Elder, to enlighten us." "Elder, I too wish to understand. It is not that we have not discussed our family's dark history with the children, but rather that we are entirely unaware, especially since this is the source of my son's suffering," Helian Ao said, propping himself against the wall. Chapter 18. Sin 2. The cursed Zhongli Yu sighed and said, "Since you seek the truth, I shall reveal it to you. Do you believe there are gods in this world?" Zhongli Yu inquired. Jing Ran replied, "How could that be possible? This is not a fantasy tale." The group looked at Jing Ran in silence, pondering, is possessing extraordinary abilities not fantastical? Though they wished to chide Jing Ran, internally they found themselves agreeing with his sentiment. How could there be gods in this world? Zhongli Yu continued, "Centuries ago, it was the gods who ruled this world, while humanity was but insignificant ants, inconsequential and easily dismissed." Boom. Zhongli Yu's words detonated in their hearts like a missile, leaving them in disbelief. How could this be possible? Zhongli Yu understood that the crowd was skeptical. He recounted, centuries ago, or perhaps even longer, deities governed the world, regarding humanity as mere cattle, indifferent to our lives. People were unaware of rebellion until one fateful day when a cataclysmic earthquake shattered the land, splitting it into 7 continents and 5 oceans. The gods, who had once enslaved humanity, found themselves unable to maintain control, unaware that the insignificant beings they scorned had undergone significant transformation. For reasons unknown, after the land's division, those beyond humanity acquired extraordinary powers. Remarkably, no human reported this to the gods. Even those with impure intentions remained tight-lipped, for humanity had endured enough of such existence, even at the cost of bearing the sin of god-slaying. Thus, while concealing their abilities, humanity secretly cultivated their newfound powers until that day, later known as the Day of Bloodied Soul Lamentation, when they finally confronted the gods with their honed skills. Initially, the gods were caught off guard, but they quickly regained their composure. Ultimately, humanity found themselves at a disadvantage. After all, the gods were divine, possessing endless life and immense power. In the eyes of the gods, humanity's actions were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, futile and self-destructive. The casualties among humans were staggering. Yet soon the tide turned. The gods began to falter. They were inherently heartless, devoid of desire, and unfamiliar with human emotions. This shift was precipitated by our emergence, causing a monumental reversal for humanity. We, 7 in number, were treated as honored guests by humankind. Soon, the war between humanity and the gods came to an end, with the remaining deities retreating to the Void Realm, granting humanity their long-awaited liberation. We had anticipated blending into human society with new identities, Yet to our astonishment, humanity had already discerned our true nature. Their lavish care was merely a ruse to lower our guard, intending to use our bodies to seal the exit to the void realm. This scheme was indeed successful, but how could we allow the treacherous humans to escape unscathed? After millennia of effort to forge our forms, we would not easily forgive. The resentment and hatred for humanity grew, for they were unforgivable. The audience was captivated by Zhongli Yu's tale, as if they were living in that era, experiencing it firsthand. Yet, as the story progressed, an unsettling feeling emerged. Why did the elders' tone shift so strangely? Why was it growing increasingly warm? They slowly turned their gazes to Zhongli Yu, realizing that he was in a distressed state, ensnared in the narrative he wove. His crimson eyes, now terrifying, fixed upon Helian Ling and others as he exclaimed, "It was you, the four great families of extraordinary abilities who proposed the sealing method. Do you comprehend the agony of forcibly separating body and soul? No, you do not. And yet you thrive so well. Ah, the hatred is unbearable. Perish." With that, Zhongli Yu lunged towards Helian Ling and the others, his speed akin to a fleeting comet. Helian Ling hastily pushed Wenren Zishi aside, using a blast of cold air to create distance between herself and those around her. However, she could not evade in time and was instead seized by Zhongli Yu, who gripped her throat tightly, lifting her off the ground. "Senior, please remain calm," Wenren Zishi urged. Yet he dared not make any further movements, for Helian Ling's life now rested in Zhongli Yu's hands. Zhongli Yu's long, dark hair, which had cascaded down to his waist, began to transform, gradually shifting to the same blood-red hue as his eyes. All happiness is built upon the suffering of the seven of us. How does it feel to enjoy life with a clear conscience, while what astonishes us most is that merely a decade has passed, and you have forgotten our existence, labeling us as the embodiment of evil? Huh, we truly saved a pack of ingrates. How foolish I was to trust you all. May you perish. No, please. Just as Zhongli Yu's grip threatened to pierce Helian Ling's heart, a colossal block of ice plummeted from the heavens. Zhongli Yu turned to Helian Ao, who had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "You've been struck by the scattering spirit, yet you still insist on using your abilities. Do you realize how detrimental this is to your health?" Helian Ao wiped the blood from his mouth and replied, "I truly had no knowledge of that, as I have never before employed such powers. Regardless of what our ancestors may have done to you, we are distinct from them. We are modern individuals, and our fates are not intertwined. Release my son, or this ultimate ice shall show no mercy." Zhongli Yu responded, "Indeed, you are not them, but you are their descendants, carrying on their purest bloodline. The mere sight of you reminds me of the deeds they committed. Should not the sins of the ancestors be repaid by their progeny?" The massive ice block hovering above Zhongli Yu vanished. Helian Ao stated, "You speak the truth. Humanity has wronged you, particularly us. Therefore, if you desire a life, take mine instead. Ling is still young. He deserves to experience this world." Wenren Jin, the current head of the Wenren family and father of Wenren Zishi and Wenren Shi, pleaded, "Do not harm the child, I implore you." "I too, return my daughter's body," interjected Situ Tsang, the current head of the Situ family and father of Situ Shao and Situ Feng, along with Zhongli Shao. Observing this scene, Zhongli Yu gradually loosened his grip on Helian Ling's neck, granting her freedom. Wenren Zishi, disregarding the presence of Zhongli Yu, rushed to Helian Ling's side, asking, "Ling, are you all right? Is everything okay?" "I'm fine," Helian Ling replied. Zhongli Yu sighed, saying, "In this regard, you are indeed akin to your ancestors. However, it is only because I do not wish to kill you. Had it been anyone else, you would have long since lost your lives. Consider yourselves fortunate to have encountered me." Helian Ao bowed deeply to Zhongli Yu, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for your leniency." Zhongli Yu let out a cold laugh, stating, "Do not rejoice too soon. While I may spare your lives, I do not forgive you. Your fates will not be favorable." Situ Tsang queried, "Senior, what do you mean by such words?" Zhongli Yu stated, "When your ancestors used our bodies to seal the exit to the void realm, we cast a curse upon all of humanity." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How could they bear a curse yet remain oblivious to it? Zhongli Yu continued, "Do you truly believe that the curse we imposed could be perceived by a base and shameless group like yours? Every one of you bears a curse, though its severity varies. The most wretched among you are the four great families of extraordinary abilities." Chapter 19, Sin 3, My Name is Anger, Part 2. Zhongli Yu elaborated, "Because you were the masterminds who betrayed us, the power of the curse upon you is thus more potent, crueler, and more savage than that which others endure." Zhongli Shao inquired, "Perhaps the elder could enlighten us on the nature of this curse? Why, after centuries, have we remained unaware?" Zhongli Yu replied, I could reveal it to you, though it would be of no consequence, for you cannot unravel it. I am not well versed in the curses of the Wen and Situ families, but I possess intimate knowledge of those afflicting the Zhongli and Helian clans. The curse upon the Helian family is already well known. They bear a peculiar chill within their bodies. Furthermore, it is observed that every few generations, a member emerges who embodies this chilling essence, and that individual is the one who bears the full weight of the curse. The true nature of the Helian family's curse is one of eternal solitude, forbidding any contact with parents, friends, or lovers. The reason the current descendant can still mingle with others is that their powers have yet to awaken. Once awakened, even without the use of their abilities, the chill within them could freeze others, potentially leading to death. In a single word, the curse can be described as loneliness, rendering the once formidable Helian clan capable of uniting the world against the divine, to experience the despair of isolation. No one can endure a lifetime of solitude. Such a fate would drive one to madness. Thus, this is the curse we have cast upon the Helian family. He continued, as for the Zhongli clan, is it not even more evident? They are condemned to eternally be deprived of their beloved. If the Helian family's curse is rooted in the physical realm, the Zhongli family's affliction is psychological. However, the curse of the Zhongli family is not arbitrary. It specifically targets the head of each generation. Each Zhongli clan leader will have a child with their beloved. And to protect them, every leader adopts the strategy of non-interference as the best defense. Unfortunately, fratricidal massacres often occur among half-siblings, and the one who ultimately assumes the role of clan leader finds no happiness. They first lose familial bonds, only to see their beloved depart and forge a happy life with another, while their own children regard them with reverence but no affection. I recall that the first leader of your Zhongli clan was a man who cherished his wife, and now, if he were to be resurrected, I am certain he would be enraged enough to strike you all in fury. Is it not ironic? The curses of both families have completely inverted the characters of their ancestors from centuries ago. As Zhongli Yu's words settled in, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. The thought of bearing a curse struck fear into their hearts. Yet why was it that their only sentiment was sorrow for the solitary soul before them? Zhongli Xiao cast a glance at Zhongli Yu, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. It turned out that all of this was due to the curse, an eternal separation from the one he cherished. How cruel it is. You. If I had not been afflicted by this curse, would you have shared your life with me? Helian Ao observed his son, reflecting on Zhongli Yu's words. He would now prefer for Ling to be an ordinary person, for everlasting solitude is a most brutal curse. Who could endure a lifetime of loneliness? Wenren inquired, Senior, are you not aware of our family's curse? Zhongli Yu replied, I am not fully informed. My understanding of the curses afflicting the Helian and Zhongli families stems from the fact that the awakened powers of the Helian clan are the antithesis of my own strength. As for the Zhongli family, it is likely due to shared attributes. While I am less knowledgeable about the Wenren and Situ families, I have heard rumors that each generation's head of the family ends up alone, as their siblings meet untimely deaths or succumb to inexplicable accidents before they ascend to leadership. I lean toward the belief that it is a curse that claims the lives of those with whom one shares blood. Cold sweat broke out on Situ Tsang's forehead as he said, I once had a younger brother, but he perished in an accident. I never imagined I had brought about his demise. Wenren added, I too had a younger sister, whose disposition was similar to Xiaoxi's. She also passed away due to an accident. If she were still alive, she would be of a similar age to Xiaoxi now. Wenren Ziki and Situ Xiao turned their gazes toward Wenren Shi and Situ Feng, contemplating, should they become the head of their family, it would mean certain death for Xiaoxi and Feng. No, I cannot allow this. Situ Xiao asked, is there any way to lift the curse? I recall a herb in the western lands that is said to have the power to break curses. Zhongli Yu responded, do you think you know who cast your curses upon you? Such a lowly herb could never hope to undo the curses we bear. You underestimate us greatly. Helian Ling interjected, Senior, please do not be angered. Xiao is merely too eager, and you have yet to reveal your true identity to us. Zhongli Yu replied, it matters not if I disclose it. You are already aware of the previous tale. There are 6 others who were born on the same day as I. We have existed since the dawn of creation, feasting upon the myriad emotions of humanity to manifest our own powers. When humanity sealed us within the void, our powers dispersed throughout the world, casting a curse upon all beings. Humanity named us the 7 deadly sins, and I embody the rage among them. The group stared in disbelief at Zhongli Yu, pondering the reality of the 7 deadly sins. They had witnessed them firsthand. Zhongli Yu continued, now that you comprehend my identity, do you still believe that a mere herb could lift the curse of the 7 deadly sins? Silence enveloped the gathering. Zhongli Yu remarked, I must confess my curiosity. Since my return to the mortal realm, I have yet to encounter such a multitude of those who bear curses. Yet, it is understandable. Such a dreadful curse can only manifest upon those who initially participated in sealing us and their lineage. Others, mere mortals, will merely be swayed by the powers we disperse throughout the heavens and the earth, leading them to engage in petty and unscrupulous deeds. Fu Hongxue inquired, Senior, when you spoke of my extraordinary abilities, does it imply that my family also played a part in this? Zhongli Yu gestured towards Fu Hongxue, Ivan, Yanlan, Jing Ran, and ZMO, and Yin Ling Yun, affirming, Indeed, but your curses are not particularly potent. They shall only befall you, resulting in a backlash from your own powers. Ivan, visibly anxious, asked, Backlash? Zhongli Yu explained, Backlash occurs when one's abilities spiral out of control, leading to self-inflicted harm. For instance, that young girl with the power to manipulate blood would find her own blood drawn from her body until she perishes in an explosion. A sense of dread enveloped the group as they absorbed this chilling revelation. In Chapter 20, half a year left to live, Zhongli Yu continued. Would you like to hear more about the repercussions? I possess extensive knowledge on the matter. Ivan wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, saying no. That would be unnecessary. It is rather unsettling to hear of others' foreseen demises. Fu Hongxue pressed, Senior, you mentioned that the curses converge. What does that entail? Zhongli Yu responded, During my time inhabiting another's body, I did encounter your families. Back then, there were few cursed individuals, even if there were. It amounted to only one or two, unlike the entirety of the younger generation present here, all bearing curses. Yin Lingyan inquired, Is there a way to lift these curses? Zhongli Yu's gaze dimmed slightly as he replied, There may be a means. Could you share it with us? Yin Lan implored. Zhongli Yu sighed. To lift our curses is quite simple. It requires our forgiveness. What? Is it truly that difficult? They pondered. Setting aside the actions of their ancestors, they are unaware of the location of the other 6 sins. How could they possibly achieve this? Jing Ran suggested. Then, Senior, you must have forgiven us, for if not, you would not engage in such amiable conversation. Zhongli Yu scoffed. Forgiveness? Are you dreaming? How could I ever forgive you? I merely harbor no malice towards you. Do you think we could forget the pain of sealing and the agony of being stripped of our essence? Jing Ran recognized the truth in Zhongli Yu's words. Such grievances could not be easily absolved. Zhongli Yu continued. I share this knowledge to witness the despair etched upon your faces. Furthermore, even if you were to uncover the other 6 sins, the curse cannot be lifted, for you possess only half a year left. Why? When Renzi questioned, astonished, Zhongli Yu replied, Because this young girl, the owner of this body, has but 6 months to live. You, what did you just say? The crowd gasped in shock. Zhongli Yu remarked, In truth, had I not appeared, she would have perished today. I discovered a chronic poison within her, and by calculating the days, it became evident that the toxin would manifest today. Thus, had I not intervened, she would likely have succumbed to this poison right here. How is that possible? Who could have poisoned her? Zhongli Xiao shouted. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhongli Xiao, Zhongli Yu replied, It seems your concealment was not particularly adept. Someone is aware that she is the child of your beloved. I. Zhongli Xiao clutched his head in despair, bewildered as to who would harm Zhongli Yu. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze sharply towards the visibly distressed Zhongli Chun. Despite his discomfort, Zhongli Xiao approached Zhongli Chun and inquired, Was it you and that madwoman? Zhongli Chun, meeting Zhongli Xiao's accusatory gaze, glanced at the composed Zhongli Yu and asserted, It was not I. I would never harm her. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Xiao deduced that it was indeed his esteemed wife who orchestrated the treachery, that wretched woman. Why could she not simply fulfill her role as the matriarch of the Zhongli family without forcing his hand? Zhongli Yu interjected. As for the current head of the Zhongli family, let her resolve the matter of the poisoning herself. The one I inhabit shall not be subjected to such indignities. Zhongli Xiao regarded Zhongli Yu with a complex expression, saying, Then I entrust this matter to you. And, is it truly only half a year left? Zhongli Yu responded, My presence grants her an additional 6 months, during which the toxins in her body will be purged. However, due to my involvement, she is left with merely half a year. Why? Zhongli Xiao queried, perplexed. Zhongli Yu explained, Do you truly believe that being possessed by our 7 deadly sins comes without consequence? Is that not the case? Zhongli Xiao countered. Zhongli Yu elucidated. Anyone possessed by the 7 deadly sins must face a trial on their 18th birthday, succeed, and they live, fail, and they perish. Zhongli Xing interjected. Can one not forego the trial? Zhongli Yu replied, It is mandatory. In truth, had another possessed her, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Alas, No one has succeeded in my trials for centuries. Does that not equate to sending her to her death? Situ exclaimed. Zhongli Yu affirmed, indeed. It is a death sentence. I shall not allow anyone to succeed in the trial. The Seven Kings conflict must not be instigated. Helian Ling grasped the crux of the matter and asked, is the prevention of success in the trial related to the Seven Kings conflict? What is this Seven Kings conflict? And how does it relate to the seven deadly sins? Zhongli Yu regarded Helian Ling with appreciation, stating, precisely. The Seven Kings conflict is intricately linked to our seven deadly sins, for it is a ritual that could restore our corporeal forms. Yet, I would prefer to wander the mortal realm for eternity than to initiate this ritual. Why? When Wenren inquired, we can assist you. Zhongli Yu shook his head, saying, you cannot aid me. The Seven Kings conflict is a ritual solely for the seven deadly sins, and no one may interfere, lest divine retribution befall them. Situ interjected, isn't the deity sealed within the void realm? Zhongli Yu remarked, there is little merit in saying too much to you, yet I can reveal that there exists a realm in this world inhabited by deities, where the gods are indeed genuine and benevolent. Upon hearing this, the crowd, desiring no further discourse, fell silent. Zhongli Yu continued, the so-called struggle among the seven kings is merely a curse bestowed upon us by the gods, a curse that incites us to engage in mutual slaughter. Indeed, to emerge victorious in this contest, one must vanquish the other six deadly sins, which is utterly absurd. Zhongli Yu elaborated, moreover, the initiation of the Seven Kings conflict is contingent upon my successor successfully passing a trial. Only then can the other six sins commence. Thus, this is the reason why the struggle cannot be instigated under any circumstances. Even so, Sister Yu is innocent. Wenren, she lamented through tears. Indeed, all are innocent. Zhongli Yu affirmed. Originally, there was a glimmer of hope for me. Zhongli Yu confessed, but upon examining her condition, I discovered that she has inherited my power. Reducing any hope from 1% to 0, there is utterly no prospect left. How could this be? Wenren, she cried in anguish. Situ clenched his fists nearby, never anticipating that his newly made friend had but half a year to live, and feeling utterly helpless. The atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow. Despite Zhongli Yu's identity as a spirit master, the others held a certain fondness for him, as he was unafraid to speak plainly in their presence, unlike the insipid pretenses they were accustomed to. Thus, when they learned of Zhongli Yu's limited lifespan, a sense of disillusionment washed over them. Chapter 21. Awakening. All right. You there, stop crying. Your weeping is giving me a headache, Zhongli Yu remarked. It's not your body, so how could you have a headache? If anyone should be pained, it ought to be Sister Yu. You old ghost, occupying her body. Wenren, she retorted. Old ghost? Zhongli Yu exclaimed, taken aback, as he stepped closer to Wenren, pointing at his own face and demanding, take a good look at me. Where do you see any signs of age? Wenren, she replied, this is not your body. Sister Yu's form is undoubtedly youthful, unlike some individuals. Oh, I mean a certain wandering spirit, who has lived for countless years yet still pretends to be young, lacking in modesty. You little girl, such a sharp tongue. Zhongli Yu sputtered, veins throbbing on his forehead. He had intended to explain that he had been conscious since the dawn of creation, evolving over millennia before taking on corporeal form. However, he realized this girl would certainly tease him about his age, particularly regarding the term old. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhongli Yu, and he asked, little girl, do you wish for me to willingly exit Zhongli Yu's body? Upon realizing her plan had been uncovered, Wenren, she dropped her pretense and said, indeed, that is precisely my intention. Can't you switch to another person? Zhongli Yu replied, if it were possible to change, I would certainly do so, but alas, it is not. Wenren gazed at his sister, whose expression was marred by disappointment, and pondered, how shall we convey this harsh truth to her? Indeed, anyone learning that they had merely 6 months left to live due to the influence of a soul would find it unbearable. Zhongli Yu interjected, you need not worry. Although I currently inhabit this body, I have allowed Zhongli Yu's consciousness to remain alert, thus she is aware of all our prior conversations. You are being excessively cruel, Situ retorted, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Zhongli Yu responded, cruel? Is it not more merciless to let her remain in ignorance until her 18th birthday? By knowing now, she can seize the time left to fulfill her aspirations, rather than meandering through life as she once did. I am acting in their best interest. Every individual I have chosen has not been a coward, utilizing their final moments to achieve a remarkable legacy. Some of you may even recognize the name Fire God. The name was indeed familiar to all. The Fire God was a prominent figure in the supernatural realm of Huaxia over 50 years ago. Originally, he was an unremarkable scion of a lower-tier family. having shown no signs of awakening his powers until he turned 10, leading his family to abandon hope in him. With the birth of his brother, who displayed formidable abilities, the fire goddess presence within the family diminished, as this world values the survival of the fittest. On the day of his 11th birthday, he suddenly awakened his powers and severed ties with his family, rising to prominence in the supernatural community under the name of Fire God. However, on his 18th birthday, he mysteriously vanished, never to be seen again, leaving no trace behind. Now, upon hearing Zhongli Yu's words, the group understood that the fire god had perished. Zhongli Yu remarked, "The fire god was the most gifted individual I have encountered, aside from Zhongli Yu herself. Regrettably, he succumbed to the trials, resulting in his corporeal form being destroyed and his soul dissipating." Situ pondered aloud. Does this imply that all who fail meet such a fate? Once more, a heavy silence enveloped the group. The mere fact that Zhongli Yu had only 6 months left to live was already astonishing. But to learn that one's very soul could vanish was even more disheartening. Zhongli Yu continued. Zhongli Yu bears the bloodline of the Zhongli family, and her powers are a complete inheritance of mine. These two factors alone ensure that her trials will not be as simple as those faced by previous candidates. However, if you truly wish to assist her, it is possible. How can we help? Situ asked urgently. Zhongli Yu replied, "The Helian family's abilities are the only ice that can counter mine. Therefore, when Zhongli Yu undergoes her trials, it would be prudent for her to carry some exquisite ice to maintain her composure. Additionally, the girl's physical condition is abysmal. She is as fragile as glass. She must engage in rigorous training over the next 6 months. Perhaps, just perhaps, there may be a glimmer of hope." Ivan interjected, "Perhaps, just maybe, a glimmer." "Senior, your choice of words is rather lacking." Zhongli Yu remarked, "There is no way around it. My trials are far from simple. They encompass not only physical challenges, but also mental ones, as I might find myself ensnared in illusions born of the resentment of those who perished during their own trials. If my resolve falters, madness may ensue. Should my mind shatter, my body will inevitably succumb as well. However, it is futile to speak at length. The outcome primarily hinges on her. I shall take my leave now, and our next encounter will be on her 18th birthday. Farewell." Upon finishing his words, Zhongli Yu's crimson hair and blood-red eyes, void of sclera, reverted to their original state, black hair and black pupils, before he collapsed to the ground. Moments later, he opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and addressed the hesitant crowd around him. "Fear not. I am Zhongli Yu, not that malevolent spirit." A collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers, yet their expressions soon turned complex, filled with helplessness, compassion, and an unbearable emotion as they gazed upon him. Zhongli Yu quickly discerned their sentiments and said, "I am aware that I have but 6 months left to live. So, could you refrain from looking at me as if my demise is imminent?" Wenren embraced Zhongli Yu tightly and asked, "Sister Yu, do you not feel sorrowful knowing you have only half a year to live?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Of course I feel sorrow. Mourning for half a year will not afford me the chance to exact revenge on the one who poisoned me. Thus, I must prevail in the old spirit's trials. Only then do I stand a chance, do I not?" Hearing this, Wenren's spirits lifted. "Do not worry, Sister Yu, with us by your side. You will be fine." On the side, Situ added, "Indeed, the old spirit did not stipulate that outsiders cannot assist in the trials, so we shall be there for you." Zhongli Yu chose not to express that Wenren and Situ could hardly assist her during the trials, for she could sense their genuine goodwill towards her. Situ observed the harmonious scene among Zhongli Yu and the others, and said to Helian Ling, "Zhongli Yu cannot perish during the trials, otherwise, your body." Helian interjected, "I am aware. I trust that my father and the others will find a solution." Wenren added, "Indeed, if she were to die, we cannot fathom how many years it would take for the next occurrence of the 7 deadly sins. If the curse were to activate, it would be catastrophic." Zhongli cast a stern glance at Helian and the others. "Do not harm her." Wenren affirmed, "Of course. I believe that every family present will cherish her as a treasure and strive to keep her alive. However, given my sister's current strength, she may struggle to overcome even the physical trials." Helian proposed, "Then let the top 10 of the Fengyun ranking, namely the students from the Ability Academy, be responsible for enhancing her strength. Does that sound agreeable?" Fu Hongxue replied, "Certainly. I do not wish to meet a grim fate." And ZMO chimed in, "Indeed. I can already envision how I might suffer a backlash. How dreadful." Fan concluded, "If we assist her in augmenting her abilities, she will undoubtedly be grateful, and perhaps it may even alleviate the curse." Yan Lingyun remarked, "I doubt I possess any capability to engage her, as our strengths diverge." Yanlan responded. To teach her? Is it even feasible? I suppose I am merely a defeated foe in her eyes. Jingran expressed, I long to spar with her. Helian Ling declared, since there is no dissent, let this be settled. Meanwhile, Zhongli Xiao, lost in thought, sensed a familiar presence approaching. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Helian Ao and his companions. Helian Ao addressed him, Zhongli family head, I seek your counsel. May I have a moment of your time? Zhongli Xiao replied, we are all in the same boat. Let us not be overly formal. I am aware of your intentions, so let us converse here. At this moment, Zhongli Yu remained oblivious to the transformation her ordinary life had undergone. Chapter 22. Eternal regret witnessing the whispers between Ren Shi and Situ Feng regarding Zhongli Yu. Helian Ling and the others approached. Ivan playfully poked Zhongli Yu's face and inquired, now that you are aware you have only 6 months left, what are your thoughts? Zhongli Yu swatted away the intrusive hand, retorting, is there anything more heart-wrenching than discovering that those I considered kin have covertly plotted against me? After all, I believe life inevitably leads to death. Whether it comes early or late, it remains death. Why not grant me a swift end? Instead, I am burdened with this troublesome predicament, and even the thought of it leaves me weary. My dear sister, you truly are an enigma. Who prioritizes this notion? Yet her mindset was commendable, as she could still jest with them. In truth, Zhongli Yu was not joking in her earlier statement. The journey of human life can be fraught with both joy and sorrow, yet the final destination remains death. And even death manifests in myriad forms. Surely, humanity craves a simple, painless conclusion, does it not? Zhongli Yu lamented, my primary regret lies in failing to identify the one who poisoned me. If I have been afflicted since the age of 3, it must surely be someone from the Zhongli family. But who could it be? I do not believe I have wronged anyone. Helian Ling and the others turned their gaze toward Zhongli Chun, who assured, sister, do not worry. I will uncover the identity of your assailant and ensure they face the consequences, even if that person is my own mother. Zhongli Yu regarded Zhongli Chun with confusion, uncertain as to why he spoke with such gravity. Anzimo interjected, by the way, do you know what poison you have been subjected to? The elder mentioned it was a slow-acting toxin. Zhongli Yu replied, the old ghost informed me it is a type of poison that must be introduced into the body from a young age, gradually eroding one's abilities and ultimately shortening one's lifespan. What did you say? A voice inquired. Zhongli Xiao scrutinized Zhongli Yu's condition and asked, do you feel any discomfort? Please inform me. Zhongli Yu stepped back, maintaining distance from Zhongli Xiao, stating, I am fine now. A mere insect could hardly survive amidst such furious flames. Is that so? That's good. Zhongli Xiao observed the retreating figure of Zhongli Yu, suppressing the pangs of his heart, and said, from tomorrow onwards, you shall report to the class. With your current abilities, you are fit for it. Zhongli Yu replied, I can, but I have a request. What request? Zhongli Xiao inquired. Zhongli Yu stated, being alone in the class is rather solitary. Hence, I wish to bring someone along. Zhongli Xiao contemplated for a moment and said, is it the eldest of the Bei family? Bei Qing? Indeed, Zhongli Xiao said with a profound gaze. You are still young. Matters of the heart are not for you. Zhongli Yu scoffed, patriarch, do not project your sordid thoughts onto my relationship with Bei Qing. We share a bond of the closest friendship. Besides, with my life expectancy dwindling to mere months, what romance can I entertain? Matters of affection are something I shall never touch. Zhongli Xiao yearned to convey his differing perspective to Zhongli Yu, but upon meeting her cold, disdainful gaze, he was reminded of the last time he saw Lan Yu, her eyes reflecting a similar sentiment. Zhongli Yu bore a striking resemblance to Lan Yu, particularly in those expressive eyes. His reluctance to approach Zhongli Yu stemmed not only from a desire to protect her, but also from a fear of confronting his own memories of Lan Yu. For the mere sight of Zhongli Yu would evoke poignant recollections. Where will you go? Zhongli Xiao inquired, his previously explanatory tone now laced with resignation. Zhongli Yu responded, back to the academy. Here, the mere sight of you all breeds a sense of loathing, so it is better to maintain distance. I will attend class, but I will grow stronger on my own, without your assistance. Farewell. As Zhongli Yu departed, Zhongli Xiao felt as though all his strength had drained, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be steadied by Zhongli Xing. Zhongli Xiao lamented, this is indeed a curse, a most cruel one. Zhongli Xing comforted him, father, my sister simply has not thought it through. Zhongli Xiao shook his head, you do not understand. Only you comprehends fully. Keeping distance from everyone is her way of ensuring she can act ruthlessly when the time comes for siblings to turn against one another. She has truly inherited the essence of the Zhongli lineage. Zhongli Xing replied, father, I do not wish to inherit that title, nor will I contend for it. That position belongs to my second brother. Zhongli Xiao remarked, Even if you do not seek it, one day you will inevitably become embroiled in the slaughter for various reasons. I once shared a harmonious relationship with my siblings, yet one day, all emotions turned volatile. I had no desire to harm them, but when I came to my senses, I found that apart from myself, all others lay lifeless, the ground stained with the blood of my kin. Zhongli Xiao gazed at Zhongli Xing and remarked, "How fortunate it is to have the option of an early demise. As the head of the Zhongli family, I am unable to be with the one I love, unable to protect my child, and must merely watch as death claims him. How ironic it is. If the curse of the Helian family signifies eternal solitude, then the curse of the Zhongli family is undoubtedly one of perpetual regret. Therefore, my child, pursue that which you desire to accomplish, for time is running short." Zhongli Chun observed the suddenly aged appearance of Zhongli Xiao, as if 10 years had been added to his father's countenance, and asked, "Father, do you regret bringing you back?" Zhongli Xiao halted at the threshold, his foot poised to step outside, and replied, "I do regret bringing her back. Had she remained unaware, she could have lived a life with her mother, free from poison and the wrath that is one of the 7 deadly sins. I regret encountering her mother. She could have had a life filled with happiness, yet my presence led to her being with child before marriage, subjected to the scorn of those around her. I regret uniting with your mother. Otherwise, they might have found true love, a man who cherishes them, rather than being trapped like caged birds by the Zhongli family. I regret bringing you children into this world. Had you not borne the blood of the Zhongli family, we might have lived in harmony, rather than being manipulated by our maternal lineage in a struggle for inheritance." Zhongli Xiao turned back, and not only the members of the Zhongli family, but others too were taken aback, as tears streamed from his eyes. He lamented, "I regret my entire life. Had I foreseen the events following my 18th year, I would have ended my existence before anything transpired. I despise all that I have done. Thus, Chun, do not engage in actions that will lead to your own regret, nor betray those you love, and strive to protect your children from harm. If you adhere to these principles, perhaps you will find no reason for regret. With only 6 months remaining before the curse takes effect, relish your remaining time, and do not allow yourself to harbor regrets." Chapter 23. The revelation. After Zhongli Xiao departed, the heads of the Helian family and others also took their leave, providing a pretext of discussing the origins of the transformed beings, the cloaked figures. Yet, the true purpose of their departure was understood among them. Zhongli Bai observed his contemplative brothers, Zhongli Chun and Zhongli Xing, and inquired, "Eldest brother, second brother, do you truly care for Father's words? It cannot be that sinister, can it?" Zhongli Xing responded, "Sinister? Is what transpired today not sinister? The crux is that we all believed it, and it aligns with our family as circumstances. Is that not itself sinister?" Zhongli Bai found himself at a loss for words. Zhongli Chun reflected, "I pondered my father's assertion that Yu Kai is the most perceptive among us. After some contemplation, I realized its truth. When my father first brought her home, the Zhongli family, aside from the wet nurse, scarcely acknowledged a child born out of wedlock. Then, when she was merely 5 years old, the former master predicted she would lack any supernatural abilities for life, further diminishing her significance in our eyes. After all, a child devoid of powers could never vie for the position of heir. Perhaps it was precisely due to our indifference that she perused the entirety of the Zhongli family's tomes, as those volumes provided her companionship. Consequently, she learned that every generation of the Zhongli family saw children, save for the heir, perish on a certain day. She deduced all of this. Hence her decision to distance herself from us. Perhaps it was to ensure a clean execution during the impending massacre, or to spare us sorrow when we ultimately took her life. As for the gift she bestowed upon us today, might it be fair to say it represents the first and last offering from a sister in our lives?" Zhongli Qin interjected, "Brother, your words are truly chilling. Indeed, a child of just over 5 years old possesses such intelligence to unravel all these truths. This implies that everything they have done has been observed by Zhongli Yu. Titles such as Military Major General, the youngest master painter, and the most charming prodigy of the piano, all, in her eyes, are mere trifles. For in the Zhongli family, once the children turn 18, a massacre is automatically initiated. By then, what use is reputation or status when one is no longer among the living?" Zhongli Lu remarked, "Our younger sister's identity as a talisman master serves as a profound irony. It is indeed ironic, a deep-seated irony. The positions they have attained, earned over many years, stand in stark contrast to Zhongli Yu, who merely had to make a simple stroke to become a rare and esteemed genius talisman master. Talisman masters are practical, while pianists, painters, and beauties are but for admiration, existing solely for the enjoyment of others. When others appreciate you, your rewards multiply. When they no longer do, It is as if you have fallen from grace. Jingran, perplexed, spoke. Do you all perceive such darkness? I believe Zhongli Yu's gift was merely a final farewell, for as family, we will ultimately be reduced to one. At least in these last 6 months. We should remember her. Yan Lingyan responded. There is no singular answer. It largely depends on one's perspective. If one thinks negatively, they will naturally perceive her as scheming and ill-intentioned. Conversely, if one thinks positively, they may see her act as a farewell, a final remembrance. Fu Hongxue suggested. It appears that the curse was first unleashed by the Zhongli family, likely following Zhongli Yu's trial. Yan Lan added, I cannot explain it. But I feel that as long as Zhongli Yu survives, there is a glimmer of hope for the curse upon us. Conversely, Ivan concurred. Interestingly, I share that sentiment. And ZMO concluded. Thus, Zhongli Yu is the key. We must ensure her survival. Situ Xiao remarked. I recall that the elder mentioned that Ling's extraordinary abilities are the nemesis of the elder. Is it feasible to have Ling assist Zhongli Yu in this matter? Wenren Ziki responded, Indeed, it is feasible. However, let us not forget that Zhongli Yu is currently as vigilant as a cat, always on guard. If we approach, we might provoke a fierce reaction. Situ Xiao chuckled. What difficulty lies in this? Your sister and my brother are friends of Zhongli Yu, are they not? Can friends not show concern for one another? The primary issue now is whether Ling is willing to engage with Zhongli Yu. Everyone's gaze turned toward Helian Ling. Helian Ling stated, I have no objections. A sigh of relief swept through Wenren Ziki and the others. Situ Xiao jested, for everyone's safety, Ling. You should go and make a sacrifice, haha. Helian Ling replied helplessly, such is unavoidable. However, in the not-too-distant future, when Zhongli Yu learns of Helian Ling's words, regret will wash over Helian Ling, for the goodwill he had painstakingly cultivated would dissipate due to this statement. As Zhongli Yu emerged from the Century Hotel, dusk was approaching. On the way back to the Ability Academy, he purchased some food, indulging as he walked. Zhongli Yu mused. I truly wonder what expressions those old men in charge will wear upon hearing of today's events. I eagerly anticipate it. Nonetheless, there was an important matter that required his attention. Upon returning to the Ability Academy, Zhongli Yu summoned Bei Qing to a small grove. Bei Qing exclaimed, You're back so soon. I thought you would be staying at the Zhongli family estate today. Zhongli Yu observed Bei Qing's silly grin and remained silent. Even Bei Qing, despite his dullness, sensed something amiss with Zhongli Yu. With a hint of anxiety, Bei Qing inquired, what's wrong? Did my foolish brother make a mistake? Zhongli Yu shook his head. No, he is doing well. Is that so? That's a relief, Bei Qing sighed. Yet, he quickly grew anxious again. Then you. Why do you appear so burdened? Were you bullied by someone? Zhongli Yu replied. No, they wouldn't dare bully me today. They all addressed me as senior. Huh. Bei Qing was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Zhongli Yu continued. In truth, I am hesitating on whether to share today's events with you. Initially, I intended to keep it to myself, but since I consider you my most trusted confidant, I have decided to reveal it. Bei Qing responded. We are good friends. Individuals we can rely on. I am delighted that you chose to confide in me, as it shows you truly regard me as a friend. Zhongli Yu affirmed, indeed. After sharing everything with Bei Qing, Zhongli Yu refrained from speaking further, waiting for Bei Qing to respond. Trembling, Bei Qing asked, Then, does this mean that your life is limited to just 6 months? Why? Why must it be you? Why not someone else? Why must fate be so cruel? Why take away the life of his only friend? Zhongli Yu remarked, If it were not for the emergence of anger, you would not behold my presence now. I would have long since perished. Bei Qing responded, But, you are still so young. Zhongli Yu shook his head and replied, Bei Qing, in half a year. Irrespective of the trials of anger and the curse of the Zhongli family, I would still meet my demise. Why not perish in pursuit of my ambitions? I yearn for formidable power to protect those I cherish, and now anger has opened a path for me. Therefore, I choose to embrace it. Bei Qing, no, a Qing. Will you accompany me? Upon hearing the name A Qing, Bei Qing found the words he intended to use to dissuade Zhongli Yu caught in his throat. He enveloped Zhongli Yu in a tight embrace, saying, You are playing a dangerous game. You know I cannot argue against you. What choice do I have? Considering you are my friend, willingly so? In the near future, the two would be known as the embodiment of redemptive friendship, a bond that was slowly taking shape. Chapter 24. The principal's discourse due to the late hour. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing parted ways. That night, Bei Qing lay in his dormitory bed, reflecting on the words Zhongli Yu had spoken earlier that afternoon. Yu had already acquired his own power, yet Bei Qing felt his strength waning. Perhaps before long, he too would become an ordinary person. Would he still have the right to stand by Yu's side and protect her then? Bei Qing pondered this repeatedly, yet no answer surfaced. Ultimately, he covered his head with the blanket and fell into a dreamless slumber. In this age of advanced information, any ripple of news is quickly disseminated. For instance, the events surrounding Zhongli Yu's coming-of-age ceremony, heir to the Zhongli family, were widely reported, though the details pertaining to the curse and the 7 deadly sins remained unmentioned. Among the reports, the most captivating were those claiming that the rumored useless 7th miss of the Zhongli family was, in fact, a high-level talisman master and had unexpectedly awakened her supernatural abilities. The public buzzed with speculation. Had it been anyone else, such an awakening might not have stirred the same excitement or even made it to the newspapers. This was primarily due to the fact that the original master had assessed Zhongli Yu's potential. Speaking of this original master, no one knew his true name. They only recognized his surname. Due to his exceptional ability to discern, he was referred to as the original master. Having been in the field for nearly 50 years, he had accurately assessed spirit stones, spiritual artifacts, and individuals yet to awaken their powers, without a single error. However, Zhongli Yu had managed to shatter the original master's undefeated record, a feat that astonished many. Consequently, major news outlets rushed to cover this story, entirely forgetting about the dark-robed figure. Thus, Zhongli Yu had risen to prominence in every conceivable sense. The following morning, after rising and preparing himself, Zhongli Yu was summoned to the principal's office. He gazed at the amiable elderly man before him, whose hair and beard were flecked with white, and said, "Old Fox, what have you summoned me for?" The principal, affectionately dubbed Old Fox by Zhongli Yu, remarked, "Little girl, do you think the principal should be informed of this? And what on earth is an old fox?" Zhongli Yu responded, "It's just the two of us here. Feel free to call me whatever you like. By the way, how did you find the performance? It must have been quite exhilarating." The principal's eyes crinkled into slits as he chuckled. "Absolutely thrilling. Did those onlookers nearly have their eyes pop out when they saw you as a talisman master?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Not just their eyes. Their jaws nearly dropped to the ground as well." The principal laughed heartily, slamming his palm on the desk. "Oh, how I wish I could have witnessed that scene." Zhongli Yu then inquired, "Old Fox, you didn't summon me here just for laughter, did you?" Suddenly, the principal's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. "Are you aware of your current physical condition?" Accustomed to the principal's swift change of demeanor, Zhongli Yu replied, "I am aware. When anger overtakes my body, it ensures I remain alert, so I hear everything clearly. Moreover, it allowed me to glimpse some of its memories, visions of betrayal by humanity, my body sealed as the fulcrum of the void realm. Those images are vividly etched in my mind, especially that old ghost, who transmitted his emotions to me. The feelings of despair and hatred are foreign to me. I once perceived all my past experiences as mere childish play, easily dismantled." The principal asked, "Are you not afraid? Even the once gifted fire god perished during trials. Do you truly believe you stand a chance?" Zhongli Yu confessed, "Of course, I fear. Anyone would. However, if I were to display even a hint of fear, those around me would also succumb to panic, only amplifying the dread. If I appear less fearful and instead embrace the challenge, those nearby may rally to support me, thereby increasing my chances of success. Thus, the outcome hinges on one's demeanor and inner fortitude. Such is a simple truth, Old Fox. You surely can't be unaware." The principal chuckled helplessly. "I suppose I worried for nothing. Your father informed me last night to transfer you to a new class, and I agreed. Here is the class address. Now, off you go." Zhongli Yu remained still, saying, "Old Fox, transfer Bei Qing to the class as well." The principal replied, "What do you think this class is?" In the past, even with Bei Qing's strength, he would only qualify for the class. As for the class, it's utterly impossible. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his abilities are waning. If he were to enter the class in such a state, he would be bullied. Zhongli Yu then struck the desk with both hands, declaring, "All I know is that a Qing is my friend, and I will protect him. Anyone who harms him must face dire consequences. Therefore, Old Fox, I am not making a request. I am asserting that Bei Qing must enter the class." End of discussion. With that, she exited the principal's office. The principal gazed at the 2 deep impressions left on his desk, pondering, "Is this a threat? Whose child is she? Zhongli Xiao certainly isn't like this. Perhaps she takes after her mother. Oh dear, a real tigress is she?" Soon after, the principal encountered Lan Yu, the mother of Zhongli Yu, and was immediately taken aback. Whose temperament did Zhongli Yu inherit to threaten others so readily? Had she known the principal's thoughts, she would have retorted that it was the influence of that old specter. After Zhongli Yu departed, an individual opened the door behind the principal and inquired, "Principal, why did you summon me to hear this?" It was Bei Qing. At dawn, Bei Qing had been brought to the principal's office and remained hidden until Zhongli Yu arrived, overhearing their conversation. The principal gestured to a chair nearby, saying, "Let us sit and talk." Bei Qing complied. The principal continued, "That child truly cares for you. Previously, she maintained a certain distance from everyone. But your presence has transformed her. I am delighted that she has become more vibrant and alive." Bei Qing listened quietly. The principal went on. "The old man from the talisman department and I discovered her exceptional talent in talisman crafting. To ensure her safety, we kept this matter confidential, and those in the know were sworn to silence. However, I never anticipated that so many events would transpire during this coming-of-age ceremony. Why must such a wonderful child endure further suffering? Upon seeing her today, her mental state appears robust, yet under the current circumstances, it is impossible for her to survive the trials ahead. Therefore, Bei Qing, may I entrust you with a request?" Bei Qing rose and affirmed, "Principal, as long as it pertains to you, you can always count on me. I will exert every effort." The principal reassured her, "Rest assured. I am not asking you to do anything morally reprehensible. I simply implore you to keep a firm hold on her and lend her a hand in times of peril." Bei Qing replied, "Principal, that is precisely what friends ought to do." The principal acknowledged her, "Good lad, this is for you. I am uncertain why your body has transformed in this manner, but this technique is well suited for you at present. Take it." Bei Qing accepted the technique and discovered it was a method for physical enhancement. "Thank you, Principal," she expressed. The principal waved his hand. "Now, go practice diligently." After Bei Qing left, the principal gazed out at the sun hanging high in the sky, reflecting, "Without experiencing storms, how can one behold a rainbow?" Little Yu, Bei Qing, I believe you both can withstand the trials ahead. Chapter 25. A reappearance. After concluding the conversation with the principal, Bei Qing exited the office. Standing at the door while gripping the technique tightly, contemplating, "Even without extraordinary abilities, I can now protect you. What did that old fox discuss with you?" The familiar voice startled Bei Qing, causing her to tremble slightly before stiffening and turning to face the speaker. "Hi, you, what a coincidence." Bei Qing managed to smile awkwardly at Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Yu chuckled, observing Bei Qing's flustered demeanor. "Indeed, quite the coincidence. I have been standing right here. So, Bei Qing, how did you manage to enter the principal's office right under my nose?" Bei Qing initially sought a reason, but upon meeting Zhongli Yu's theatrical gaze, he quickly comprehended the situation and, with a hint of resignation, inquired, Did you already know I was in the principal's office?" Zhongli Yu replied, "The moment I entered the principal's office, I sensed the presence of someone other than myself and the principal. A mere glance revealed you, a Qing, hidden behind the door." "Eyes?" Bei Qing asked, perplexed. Zhongli Yu explained, "My acquired ability is also of the fire attribute. By concentrating my spirit on my eyes, I can perceive another kind of vision, akin to thermal sensing. After all, a person cannot completely conceal their body temperature unless they are deceased." Bei Qing nodded, acknowledging the logic. "That makes sense. What did the principal give you?" Bei Qing handed over a cultivation technique to Zhongli Yu, stating, "This is a method for refining the physical body. Even if I lose my abilities in the future, I can still protect you with this technique." Zhongli Yu perused it and remarked, "What a pity. This is not something I can practice, as it is exclusively for males." Bei Qing sighed, "That is indeed unfortunate. By the way, I recall that the southern wilderness specializes in physical cultivation." Zhongli Yu, understanding Bei Qing's implication, replied, "Brother, please, while the wilderness belongs to Huaxia, its relations with Huaxia are quite strained, especially among those with special powers. Individuals like us would face ostracism, and do you think they would share their techniques with us? Moreover, I certainly do not wish to become a muscular woman." After a moment's contemplation, Bei Qing added, "True enough, if you were to become a muscular woman, ugh." The mere thought of such an image made Bei Qing's stomach churn. It was indeed quite nauseating. Zhongli Yu patted Bei Qing's back, saying, "Forget that image for now. Let us head to the classroom." The Ability Academy's class was distinct from several others, as it occupied a separate building rather than being crammed into a single structure like the others. The building dedicated to their class boasted a large gymnasium, an extensive library, and a spacious fitness center, whereas other classes had to share public facilities, which were notably inferior. Bei Qing gazed in awe at the building, far superior to those shared by other classes, exclaiming, "It seems my home isn't worth as much as this building." Zhongli Yu replied, "Of course. This is the residence of heirs and legitimate descendants from Huaxia's elite supernatural families. How could it not be well maintained?" Just then, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing turned to see an elderly man clad in traditional attire, cradling a thick book. The old man addressed them, "You must be Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing. Rest assured, from this day forth, You will be students of this class as well, and you will be well taken care of. Please, follow me inside. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing trailed behind the old man into the enigmatic building. Bei Qing whispered, "You, do you think that old man heard what we just said?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Who knows? If he did, what of it? If you wish to whisper, at least lower your voices. Do you take me for a deaf old man?" The elder turned his head and remarked. Bei Qing's face flushed as he bowed his head and softly apologized. "I am sorry." Zhongli Yu interjected, "Qing, why are you apologizing? It is he who eavesdropped on our conversation. We have yet to accuse him of such. You, does it feel good to bully an elderly gentleman?" He coughed, though he found Yu's reasoning quite valid. Still, one ought to show some respect to the elderly. The old man glanced at Bei Qing, gesturing towards Zhongli Yu. "Young lad, do you think my eyesight has dimmed? Am I truly unable to perceive your signals?" Bei Qing felt utterly embarrassed. The elder muttered to himself, "Both of you seem to regard me as a feeble-minded individual. What sort of madman has sent me such company?" Sighing, Bei Qing scratched his head in resignation. That was not his intention. Alas, the more he tried to explain, the more entangled the situation became. Before long, the elder halted before a door, declaring, "This is the classroom for the class. Let us enter together." Upon entering, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing discovered numerous familiar faces. The elder announced, "Today, we have 2 new classmates. Please introduce yourselves." Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing stood before their peers. "Is that all?" the elder inquired with skepticism. Zhongli Yu replied, "Elder, it seems your hearing has indeed diminished." Bei Qing suddenly realized, "So you truly are hard of hearing and sight, elder. This is indeed the truth. Why were you so upset earlier? One ought to be more honest. You 2 ancestors." The elder clutched his heart, gasping for breath. Clearly agitated, Bei Qing nudged Zhongli Yu, asking, "You, what is wrong with him?" Zhongli Yu, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Perhaps there is an issue with his heart. Elders, after all, are aging, and health can falter. It would be best to return home to rest. Time is not on your side." The onlookers observed as Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, in a harmonious exchange, managed to incite the temper of the supposedly gentle professor. Hastily imposing a ban on themselves, "Do not provoke these 2 further." Just as the elder was about to speak, Zhongli Yu preempted him. "I knew your face seemed familiar. It is you. How does it feel to be bereft of family, to have your home shattered?" he exclaimed, addressing the elder from the Tang family. Something felt amiss, profoundly so. All present, including the elder and Bei Qing, sensed Zhongli Yu's unease. "Have you forgotten me after just one night?" Zhongli Yu questioned. You are furious." Zhongli Chen interrupted, slamming the table. Situ interjected. "Did you not say your next appearance would be on Zhongli Yu's 18th birthday?" Zhongli Yu replied, "That was the plan. But I did not anticipate encountering someone so familiar. I truly wish to see you again, a member of the Tang family." Chapter 26. You truly are fortunate. The elder's name was Tang Ji's son, a member of the Tang family from the capital. The Tang family has made significant contributions to the culture of Huaxia. Members of the Tang family are fervent researchers, dedicated to the exploration of extraordinary abilities, and have proposed many pivotal ideas that have been adopted by the state. However, perhaps due to their unwavering focus on research, they have neglected their spouses, resulting in numerous divorces. The children were left to the Tang family, leading to a decline in their lineage, more tragic than that of the Helian family. The Helian family, at least, boasts a legacy of familial bliss, where couples experience minimal disparity, primarily because the men of the Helian family are devoted to their wives. In contrast, in the Tang family, shortly after each newborn's arrival, couples often part ways amicably, a pattern that has persisted through generations. Previously, it was thought that women could not endure their husband's singular devotion to research, but it appears the situation is far more complex. As Tang Jisan, he is naturally aware of the events that transpired yesterday, including the matter of the curse. Tang Jisan inquired, "Do you know my ancestor?" To which Zhongli Yu replied, "Of course, I am well acquainted with him. A brilliant scholar, all honors are built upon our suffering. What a genius! If only I had encountered your Tang family sooner. Alas, time is running short." Tang Jisan grasped the implication of Zhongli Yu's words. "Are you suggesting that my ancestor was the one who proposed the sealing method?" Zhongli Yu affirmed, "Indeed, we were the ones who slew the gods, and it was we who aided humanity. Yet, what have I gained? Humanity resolved 2 monumental troubles without bloodshed. Such cunning. However, the curse from the gods will instill fear in humanity for eternity, which is not unjust." Tang Jisan seized upon the crux of the matter. "What curse did the gods bestow?" Zhongli Yu explained, "You are aware of Nuwa creating humanity, right? The clay used in creation inevitably erodes over time. To ensure humanity remains eternally subservient, the gods bestowed upon humans the gift of immortality. Thus, when humanity betrays the gods, their lifespan is reduced to mere decades. Coupled with the plague, this has led to a drastic reduction in the human population. Our curse is designed to inflict continuous suffering upon humanity, unnoticed by all. Humanity believes they have been saved by divine intervention, oblivious to the fact that this marks the beginning of their calamity. What calamity? Tang Jisen pressed. Zhongli Yu replied. Both our curse and the god's curse share a commonality. They both inflict suffering upon humanity. However, there are aspects that negate each other, and thus the portion that cancels out will demand the lives of hundreds of thousands. I recall that from the aftermath of World War II to the Fifth World War, countless lives were lost. To describe it as merely many lives would be an understatement. The devastation was beyond comprehension. Ultimately, it was the special ability regulators, akin to national leaders among ordinary citizens, who intervened to establish a prohibition against warfare among nations and special ability users, leading to a long-awaited peace across the world. Zhongli Yu remarked, every century, there emerges a sudden outbreak of war for various reasons. Calculating the time, it seems that we are approaching that century once again. Thus, this is retribution. Tang Jisen questioned, why not exact revenge directly upon individuals instead of involving others? Zhongli Yu responded, the curse we initially bestowed was intended to ensure that the descendants of those who betrayed us would find no peace. The divine curse, however, is aimed at all humanity. As the saying goes, man acts, and heaven observes, thus none can escape. The curse is overseen by heaven and constrained by earth, with the vengeful spirit of the curse's caster as its essence. Hence, wherever humanity dwells beneath the heavens, the curse shall eternally prevail, inescapable and unlinked to others. For our grievances will inevitably touch upon individuals. Your Tang family's curse is rather similar, is it not? A middle-aged man divorced from his wife, left alone to care for a child, yet upon the success of your research, that shall mark your demise, a death that follows success. Quite remarkable indeed. Moreover, your lineage is destined to bear only sons. We have been considerate towards your family, leaving a legacy for you, Zhongli Yu stated. You speak nonsense. A book was hurled at Zhongli Yu, but he deftly evaded it. Zhongli Yu, amused, gazed at the boy before him and said, you are a descendant of the Tang family, correct? Is this a display of rage from humiliation? Or are you unable to accept the true reason for your separation from your mother? Go die? The boy, unable to withstand Zhongli Yu's verbal provocation, charged at him. With a gentle wave of his hand, Zhongli Yu said, you seek your own demise. With a mere flick, the boy was sent crashing into the wall across the room. Helian Ling instructed Wenren she to check on Tang Xin and addressed Zhongli Yu, Sr. This is rather unseemly. Even if Tang Lao and Tang Xin are descendants of those you despise, they are innocent, so please do not project your negative emotions onto them. Zhongli Yu replied, I understand this reasoning, yet you cannot fathom the deep-seated hatred born from betrayal. Even upon encountering their descendants, memories of them resurface. If I were truly serious, you would no longer exist in this world. Therefore, let everything conclude with this generation. What do you mean by that, Senior? Situ inquired. Zhongli Yu elaborated. Your curse is likely to be activated in about 6 months, triggered by my acceptance of a trial. Thus, if you wish to completely lift the curse, I am the key. I must survive. Furthermore, the curse of the Zhongli family hinges upon the succession struggle among the heirs. If we can endure these 2 trials, there remains a significant hope. However, with Yu's current condition, she is in no position to withstand the trial. She cannot survive, Bei Qing interjected. Zhongli Yu turned to Bei Qing, scrutinizing him from head to toe, leaving Bei Qing feeling quite uneasy. There's nothing unclean about me, is there? Bei Qing asked. Zhongli Yu withdrew his gaze and remarked, I merely find your fortune to be remarkably fortunate. What do you mean? Bei Qing inquired, perplexed. Zhongli Yu proclaimed, this signifies that the curse upon you has been lifted, and misfortune shall not befall you. You are likely to live to the age of 70 or 80. These words struck the hearts of those present like a thunderclap. Bei Qing, bewildered, inquired, why is this? How can it be? Zhongli Yu explained. To elaborate, the curse of the 7 deadly sins upon you would have rendered your life fraught with hardships and perpetual misfortune. However, now, aside from the limitation of life itself, there exists no negativity. Bei Qing gazed at his own form and questioned, but why is this so? After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli Yu replied, it is because you are the person this child trusts most. In her eyes, neither parents nor siblings hold greater significance than you. Truth be told, since my first appearance, if I wish to manifest again through a host, I would require the owner's consent. However, this child, after glimpsing fragments of the past I revealed, seems to have placed her trust in me, allowing me to emerge effortlessly. Zhongli Yu, or perhaps in a fit of confusion, could not fathom why this child would trust him so implicitly, unafraid of potential harm. He continued, in essence, her unwavering trust in you has led to the dissolution of the curse of the 7 deadly sins. Bei Qing retorted, but you are not me. Nor are you the 7 deadly sins. How could you cause the curse to vanish? Zhongli Yu clarified, anyone possessed by the 7 deadly sins or other entities embodies those sins. For instance, I represent wrath. Zhongli Yu possesses my power. As her anger intensifies, she gains even greater strength. Hence, consider yourself fortunate. Chapter 27. The realm of the unforeseen. Bei Qing clenched his fists and declared, such fortune is not what I desire. Zhongli Yu responded, yet, it is undeniable that you possess it, so embrace it with a tranquil heart. He added, I intend to commence special training with Zhongli Yu starting today, so please arrange for a quieter location. Special training? Helian Ling queried. What does this entail, especially given the limited time we have? Zhongli Yu explained, it is a virtual realm designed to enhance both physical and mental prowess. In this space, death is absent. Yet any injury is met with tenfold pain. It is the ideal environment for rapid strength enhancement, particularly suited to Zhongli Yu. With a hint of melancholy, Bei Qing remarked, so, that means I will not see you? Zhongli Yu patted Bei Qing's shoulder and said, this is the only way to ensure Zhongli Yu's survival. Or do you wish her to remain weak? Bei Qing shook his head and replied, of course not. I merely assumed that I would be growing stronger alongside you. I did not anticipate that it would ultimately be a solitary endeavor. Zhongli Yu reassured him, you are not alone. Even when separated, as long as your convictions align, what difference does it make? Bei Qing came to a realization. Indeed, I should trust you. I must strive to improve as well. At the Xigua Novel Network, Zhongli Yu remarked, the gradual loss of your physical abilities will be resolved once I complete my trials and address the affairs of the Zhongli family. Once I have mastered my powers, I shall certainly assist you, perhaps even grant you a further enhancement of strength. Bei Qing inquired, Elder, do you truly understand the nature of my affliction? Zhongli Yu affirmed, indeed, I am aware. Regrettably, I find myself powerless to assist you at present. Were I to offer my current strength, it might incinerate you utterly. It would be prudent to wait until I have gained full control of my abilities and accomplished what I can. Bei Qing responded, very well, Yu. I know you are listening. I wish to make a pact with you. You must resolve my physical issues, so you must survive. Well, if you insist. I shall exhaust every effort to live, Zhongli Yu replied. Recognizing the familiar tone, Bei Qing understood that the individual before her was indeed the true Zhongli Yu. Extending her right hand, Bei Qing declared, it is settled. I shall await your return. Should you fail to uphold this promise, you shall be but a pup. Agreed. I will return to remedy your affliction, Zhongli Yu said as their hands clasped, solidifying their pact. Zhongli Yu then released her grip, stating, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again in 6 months, at Qing. Indeed. As Zhongli Yu approached the door, she was intercepted by Wenren and Situ. With tearful eyes, Wenren questioned, Sister Yu, do you not regard us as friends? Situ added, precisely. Your demeanor towards us is starkly different from that towards Bei Qing. Zhongli Yu replied, I apologize, my feelings towards you are quite complicated. Your sentiments are pure, and I yearn for connection with you. Yet, the thought that you are descendants of them makes it impossible for me to interact with you as I once did. I fear betrayal. Hence it is best we maintain our distance for now. As Zhongli Yu's silhouette receded, Situ could no longer contain his frustration and shouted, we are not them. Why must we always be conflated with them? Wenren responded, because the blood of traitors flows within us. That is an immutable truth. Wenren wept, why, Sister Yu? I genuinely wished to be your friend. Whether it was the unawakened or the wrathful Zhongli Yu, Wenren longed for the friendship of Zhongli Yu. However, the distance maintained by Zhongli Yu left her heartbroken, pondering why they could not unite. Wenren embraced Wenren, reassuring her, do not despair. Time shall reveal all truths. I refuse to believe our ancestors would commit such acts. There must be a misunderstanding. Helian added, thus, we must seize the time to grow stronger. Indeed, after departing from the classroom, Zhongli Yu wandered the academy alone, murmuring to herself, where shall we go next? Within this academy, there exists a cultivation chamber which the principal is likely to lend you. In the vast expanse of open land, aside from Zhongli Yu, there was no one else present when, unexpectedly, a voice emerged from him. Zhongli Yu remarked, this is the first time I've heard your ancient voice. Did you expect it to be frail and elderly? He nodded in affirmation. What a pity. It's quite contrary to your expectations. I am, after all, a handsome young man. Indeed, Zhongli Yu retorted with a smirk, a dashing, ageless specter. Humph, I shan't bicker with you, young girl. Hurry and find a place. All right, you cannot surpass me. So why pretend? Zhongli Yu mused. After a brief moment, he stood in the cultivation chamber he had just borrowed from the principal for half a year, stating, I am prepared, let us commence. Unfathomable realm, activate. Before his eyes, the chamber transformed from a modest room into an endless forest. Zhongli Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, what principle is at work here? How has it become a forest? It feels remarkably real to the touch. This is the virtual world I previously mentioned. A simulated wilderness where everything mirrors reality, except for one crucial difference. Although you may suffer grievous injuries, you cannot perish. It is called the unfathomable realm because once you enter, you must relinquish any delusions of safety. Only by overcoming the challenges within can you escape. Zhongli Yu inquired. Why, then, did you not allow a Qing to enter? This place could rapidly enhance one's strength. It can only accommodate one individual at a time. And with his current abilities, he would likely perish within mere steps. Although he wouldn't truly die, the pain would be tenfold. Most cannot endure it. Moreover, the unfathomable realm can be activated only once, so this is your sole opportunity. Do your best. No sooner had he spoken than a spotted leopard sprang from the underbrush beside Zhongli Yu. Fortunately, he evaded its swift claws just in time. The leopard emitted a low growl as a warning before lunging at Zhongli Yu. His pupils constricted, and instinctively, he raised his hand to strike. After what felt like an eternity without harm, he slowly opened his eyes to find the leopard engulfed in crimson flames, reduced to ashes. Gazing at his hands, a small flame flickered from his palm, and he pondered, ashes to ashes, could I be in danger? He quickly dismissed the thought, affirming that it was his own ability, one that would surely obey him. Indeed, for now, I must focus on enhancing my strength. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside all trivial thoughts, regaining his composure before venturing deeper into the forest. Thus commenced the first step of Zhongli Yu, destined to be known as the blood-colored demon, in his ascent to power. Chapter 28. Parting on the other side, after Zhongli Yu departed, several individuals from the class began to leave as well. Tang Xian supported Tang Ji's son as he sat down and remarked, she has truly gone too far. Does she really believe I cannot contend with her? Humph. Tang Ji's son replied. The one who spoke to us earlier was not Zhongli Yu. It was the embodiment of one of the 7 deadly sins, anger. Tang Xian questioned. Father, do you genuinely believe everything he said? I, for one, do not. Tang Ji's son observed Tang Xian's clenched fists and replied, I do believe, or rather, I can assert that no one truly disbelieves. Some individuals hold themselves above deceit. Moreover, Xiao Xian, do you not think that over the centuries, our ancestors must have discerned the tragedies that befall each family in every generation? Tang Xian shuddered, unable to fathom, and asked, Father, do you mean to say, Tang Jisun interjected, how could it be that no one in any family ever noticed? The only possible explanation is that they have concealed it entirely, otherwise, future generations would be aware. But why? Tang Xian inquired, puzzled. To await the right moment. Indeed, only this explanation holds water, Tang Jisun realized with clarity. Having come to an understanding, Tang Jisun looked at his still bewildered son and said, from this day forth, you must diligently cultivate your abilities and enhance your strength. If my speculation is correct, should Zhongli Yu indeed pass the trial, then the world's landscape may very well undergo a transformation. Perhaps the 6th World War is not far off. Tang Jisun contemplated this, knowing others must have thought of it as well. Helian Ling returned to the Helian family estate, where he encountered Helian Ao in the study. Helian Ling inquired, Grandfather, is he well? In the forbidden area? Helian Ao responded, he cannot harm anyone. That is a relief. After a moment of silence, Helian Ling said, Zhongli Yu has been taken by anger for special training. Should I not also enter another forbidden area of our Helian family? Helian Ao looked at Helian Ling and cautioned, do you comprehend what you are suggesting? Should your powers be further awakened, you might become like your grandfather. Helian Ling replied, I understand. I only grasped yesterday why grandfather entered the forbidden area reserved for those in the Helian family who have committed grave errors. It is due to the curse upon us. To protect our lineage, is it not? Helian Ao sighed as if deflated and said, in my life, I have cherished only 4 individuals, my parents, Xiao Su, and you, my child. Though I may express disdain, you are still my progeny. Your mother succumbed to illness due to the coldness that seeped into her from your father, while he, burdened by guilt, retreated into that lightless forbidden area. And you, now carrying the curse, wish to delve deeper? Are you courting death? Do you think I would permit you? Helian Ling asserted. Father, There are others facing darker fates than mine, than ours. Are you not aware? Helian Ao sighed again. I am aware. Zhongli Yu is also a pitiable child. Helian Ling countered. If that is the case, why can I not choose to believe in her? Why can I not take the risk? Helian Ao replied. But do you know the likelihood of her success? She cannot guarantee it, and thus I cannot allow you to enter. She made a promise, a solemn vow to Bei Qing, to survive and assist in restoring Bei Qing's body. This was her guarantee. I believe her, Helian Ling asserted firmly. However, can such promises be consumed? Helian Ao, trembling, gazed at his son, who was kneeling before him, and exclaimed, What are you doing? Rise at once. What a disgrace. Helian Ling bowed his head deeply, imploring, Please, father, grant me this. When has this exceptional son ever knelt before anyone, even his own family? When has he ever made such a heartfelt plea? Never. What reason could he have to impede this? Helian Ao closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he reopened them, the sorrow had vanished, replaced by the dignity befitting the head of the Helian family, one of the 4 great supernatural clans of Huaxia. He declared, Very well, go forth. Just ensure you do not regret it. Indeed, there would be no regret. He would uncover the truth of that fateful day. Outside the study, Xiao Su was in tears, covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. She had overheard the entire exchange between father and son. While she understood Helian Ao's decision, understanding did little to alleviate her heartache. A child is a piece of flesh born from a mother's 10-month gestation. How could she easily accept what was, in essence, an act of self-destruction? Wiping away her tears, she stepped away from the study door. Helian Ling rose and said, Father, I entrust mother to you. I am leaving now. Xiao Su remained at the door, fully aware of the situation, though time did not permit her to speak. Helian Ao did not turn to look at Helian Ling as he stood and departed. At that moment, tears fell for the 3rd time in his life. The first was for his mother's passing, the second, when his father entered the forbidden grounds. And now, this 3rd occasion. My son, take care. Within the Wenren family, Wenren Ziki also expressed a desire to enter the family's forbidden grounds, for reasons akin to Helian Ling's, and his request was swiftly approved. Wenren Jin advised, Ziki, remember that your purpose in enhancing your abilities is to protect your sister. Do not be foolish like me, understand? Yes, he replied. Wenren, she added, Mother, I wish to learn auxiliary abilities. I too want to grow stronger. When we next meet, I will impress Sister Yu so she truly recognizes me. Su Xiao, the matriarch of the Wenren family and mother to Ziki and Shi, mused, Zhongli Yu? I truly wish to meet her formally. She inspires little Shi to strive so diligently. We will meet, Ziki and Shi promised. Indeed, I am looking forward to it. The same events were unfolding within the Situ family. After receiving their parents' consent, Situ Feng declared vehemently, In 6 months, I shall make Zhongli Yu witness my prowess. And then she will beg to be my friend. Haha. Shi Tu Xiao gazed at his frenzied brother and remarked, What if, in 6 months, Zhongli Yu proves to be the more formidable one? Shi Tu Feng paused briefly, then promptly responded, In that case, I shall persistently pursue her until she acquiesces. What if she retaliates against you? Silence. Must you not allow me a moment to indulge in my fantasies? Grant me this time to dream. Within the Zhongli family, Zhongli Chun had similarly approached Zhongli Xiao with this request. Zhongli Xiao replied, It is indeed possible, but in an instant. Zhongli Chun grasped her implication and assured her, Rest assured, I shall assign her tasks to keep her occupied. During this half-year, she shall have no time to cause mischief. Zhongli Xiao nodded and said, Very well, you may leave now. As Zhongli Chun departed, he cast a furtive glance at Zhongli Xiao, who was engrossed in her official duties, and murmured an apology before exiting the room. Once Zhongli Chun had gone, Zhongli Xiao lifted her head and thought to herself, It is I who should be apologizing. Alas, no one answered her. On this day, many individuals had determined the course of their lives, and even some wayward science, who were not inherently malevolent, finally awakened and embarked upon a righteous path, their hearts now imbued with purpose. This day, many years hence, after the world had regained its tranquility, would be commemorated as the Day of Promise, its significance mirroring its name. Chapter 29. The final supper. Over the course of 6 months, the capital finally experienced a semblance of peace, devoid of sensationalist gossip and brawls. It was genuine tranquility. Yet, the common folk remained largely oblivious, while only the families of extraordinary abilities sensed that the time was drawing near. Just one day remained until Zhongli Yu's 18th birthday. On this day, the heirs of the 4 prominent families of extraordinary abilities convened in a room within a hotel affiliated with the Zhongli family. When Ren Ziqi remarked, It has truly been a long time, nearly half a year, I believe. Shi Tu Xiao replied, Indeed. This is the first time I have felt that time passes so swiftly. Zhongli Chun interjected. There is no time for your sentimental musings. What is the status of that matter? Helian Ling inquired. Will this truly enhance our odds? Zhongli Chun affirmed. This plan amalgamates the powers of the four of us. What is your opinion? Then let us commence. Time is of the essence. With 3 hours remaining until Zhongli Yu's 18th birthday, the clock indicated that it was now 9 o'clock in the evening. On this day, the Academy for Extraordinary Abilities had exceptionally granted a day off, all in anticipation of welcoming Zhongli Yu. Ivan lounged lazily on the ground and said, Do you think, as we approach midnight, she might be undergoing her trial inside? I have placed all my hopes upon her. Yin Ling Yun chimed in. Not just you, everyone present here, as well as the families we represent, have entrusted their hopes to her, haven't they? Fu Hongshui added. Thus, all we can do now is wait. Did we not choose to believe in her? Indeed, someone interjected. I hope I am not late. Jingran curiously gazed at the individual and remarked, Oh, it's only been half a year since we last met, and your physique has noticeably strengthened. You must have exerted considerable effort, Bei Qing. Bei Qing rubbed his nose and replied, It's not too bad. Has he not come out yet? Jingran directed his gaze towards the direction of the cultivation room, where Zhongli Yu was located, and said, Indeed, if you have transformed like this, I can only imagine how formidable that fellow has become now. Bei Qing asserted, As for you, she will undoubtedly surpass anyone else in strength. I have faith in her. Thus, Jing Xiao, you might find yourself overshadowed on the rankings. Jingran's body stiffened momentarily, but he quickly relaxed, saying, That is fine. If she survives until tomorrow, I would willingly relinquish my position to her. Bei Qing grew serious and insisted, It is not a matter of if. Zhongli Yu will certainly survive. Please retract your previous statement. Jingran was taken aback by Bei Qing's uncharacteristic solemnity. Yin Lan interjected, All right, we are all in the same boat here. Let us avoid infighting. Bei Qing reiterated, Then please take back that comment. Jingran crossed his arms defiantly and challenged, Why should I? If you have the ability, let us engage in a one-on-one match and show me your cultivation techniques. Bei Qing replied, If it were anyone else, I might not seek such confrontation, but Jing Xiao, you are different. As we are both enhancing our physiques, I cannot back down. Otherwise, these past 6 months of effort would be in vain. The commotion between Bei Qing and Jingran soon caught the attention of others, some of whom even began to wager on the outcome, with most betting on Jingran's victory. Jingran shifted his stance, producing a creaking sound, and declared, Then let us do this. Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, the cultivation room suddenly erupted, capturing everyone's attention. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, a vague figure emerged. Is it her? The crowd wondered. Finally, as the fog dissipated, a disheveled figure stepped forth. Despite her ragged appearance, the crowd recognized her instantly. It was Zhongli Yu. Bei Qing, gazing at the familiar silhouette, felt tears welling in his eyes as he approached Zhongli Yu. He said, You, it's been a long time. Zhongli Yu, observing the transformation of Bei Qing since 6 months prior, replied, You have changed quite a bit as well. Bei Qing embraced Zhongli Yu tightly and exclaimed, I've missed you so much. Me too, she responded. In front of everyone, they embraced, but it was Zhongli Yu who eventually broke the embrace, playfully patting Bei Qing and saying, Qing, could you let go now? I haven't tea-bathed in half a year, so I would appreciate a moment to freshen up. Blushing, Bei Qing released Zhongli Yu. She then patted Bei Qing's shoulder and said, Remember to prepare me something to eat. I'm famished. Oh, he replied. After Zhongli Yu departed, Jingran observed Bei Qing, who resembled a timid little rabbit, and reproached, Where did that fierce little wolf cub you were earlier go? Bei Qing raised an eyebrow and retorted, You wouldn't understand, you single-celled muscle man. With that, she indeed hopped like a rabbit towards the kitchen to prepare food for Zhongli Yu. Jingran's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, Is this person suffering from split personality? Ivan, seeking to comfort the startled Jingran, replied, Take it easy, my child. This is simply a case of one who associates with vermilion will be stained red, and one who associates with ink will be stained black. Remember, Bei Qing was once an ordinary person too, but look at her now, sigh. Jingran, unsettled by Ivan's sardonic tone, instinctively distanced himself. Surprisingly, Ivan felt relieved by Jingran's reaction. To be honest, Ivan often found it perplexing how Jingran, this easily deceived, single-celled organism, managed to reach adulthood unscathed. Just moments ago, the aura exuded by Zhongli Yu was so formidable that even without employing her powers, Ivan recognized he was no match for her. Yet, Jingran seemed entirely focused on Bei Qing. If Jingran were to actually incite any trouble for Bei Qing, it would likely end poorly for him. The simple-minded have their own advantages. It seems, Many present shared Ivan's thoughts. Bei Qing showcased the skills she had honed over the past 6 months, crafting a delectable feast from the ingredients available in the kitchen for Zhongli Yu, who had not eaten for half a year and was now famished. The colors and aromas were such that the onlookers were astonished by Bei Qing's culinary prowess. What to do? They too longed for a taste. However, upon witnessing Bei Qing's eager, almost kitten-like demeanor, they found it hard to voice their desires. Finally, after Zhongli Yu had finished washing up and was drawn by the enticing fragrance of the meal, she exclaimed, "Impressive, Qing. I never imagined you possessed such talent." Receiving the praise, Bei Qing puffed out her chest and replied, You'll be even more astonished when you taste it." Zhongli Yu picked up her chopsticks and selected a dish, stating, "Though I usually prefer not to eat anything aside from rice, for Qing's sake, I shall indulge today." As the succulent juices cascaded down her throat into her stomach, Zhongli Yu experienced a revelation. This was the true essence of culinary delight. She thus bestowed Bei Qing with a resounding compliment. Observing the onlookers' watery mouths, Zhongli Yu found it amusing and suggested, "Since this is the final supper, let us all partake together." Upon hearing the word final, the group suddenly regained their senses, and the atmosphere shifted to one of tension as their expressions soured. Noticing the change, Zhongli Yu calmly remarked, "After all, this is my last meal, is it not? Victory will undoubtedly change the course of life, while defeat leads to obliteration and dissolution of the soul. So, let us consider this a farewell and grant me some goodwill, shall we?" Was this person genuinely at peace with her fate, or was she simply devoid of emotion? Capable of confronting her own mortality with such ease? They likely could not fathom such a mindset. Otherwise, they would not be here, attempting to leverage Zhongli Yu's survival to break the curse. In comparison, they felt utterly tainted, unworthy to stand alongside her. Zhongli Yu gazed at the still crowd and continued, "I understand that you all wish for my survival to unravel the curse for you or your families. But what does that truly signify? I am well aware that everyone present is a direct descendant of prominent supernatural families. Your presence here already honors me greatly. What is there to hold back? Is it due to rival families? As the saying goes, fate brings us together from 1,000 miles apart. Since we are all gathered here, let us be friends and forget our troubles. Cheers." Zhongli Yu lifted a cup of wine and drank it down, exclaiming, "This is my first time drinking. It's quite fiery. Are you not joining me?" After a moment of silence, one person boldly raised a cup and drank, stating, "Cheers." He then turned the cup upside down, revealing not a single drop left, signifying his respect for the toast. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Ling Xiao has quite the capacity for alcohol." "Thank you." Helian Ling raised a second cup of wine, gesturing towards Zhongli Yu. Both lifted their second cups, exchanged glances, and drank in unison. Observing their boldness, the rest of the attendees opened their hearts and joined in the revelry, largely motivated by the fear of running out of wine. Chapter 30. Birthday gift. As the wine flowed, typically, most would succumb to inebriation. Yet, for an unknown reason, everyone remained remarkably sober. Despite their distended stomachs, their minds were clear, and they understood the underlying reason. The once lively open space had grown silent, devoid of conversation. Only 10 minutes remained until Zhongli Yu's 18th birthday. Seated on a bench, Zhongli Yu looked up at the moon, lost in thought. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. He turned to see Helian Ling standing beside him, accompanied by Wenren Situ and Zhongli Chun. "What is the matter?" Zhongli Yu inquired. Helian Ling replied, "Traditionally, happy birthday is said at midnight, but you want to have that moment. So I wanted to take this last 10 minutes to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday." They chorused. "Thank you," Zhongli Yu responded. Wenren added, "We have a gift to present to you." Situ chimed in, "This is something we four worked hard on all day, so you mustn't reject it." Zhongli Chun remarked, "It may differ slightly from your previous one, but we did our utmost. We hope you will like it." Helian Ling slowly revealed a fragrant box from behind him, saying, "It's better if you open it yourself." Zhongli Yu accepted the box from Helian Ling, saying as he opened it, "What could possibly bring you four together for this?" His words faltered as he beheld the contents within the box, a jade pendant. A true jade crafted from spirit stones. Moreover, this jade pendant astonishingly features the auspicious imagery of a dragon and phoenix. The dragon on the left is adorned in resplendent hues of gold and crimson, while the phoenix on the right shimmers in an icy blue. The eyes of these two mythical beasts are a striking violet, and the intricate patterns etched upon their bodies are remarkably vivid, as if they were indeed living creatures. However, the verdant spirit stone flanking the dragon and phoenix serves as a poignant reminder that this is but a lifeless artifact. Wenren remarked, "Wasn't your previous jade pendant shattered? Thus, I thought to present you with a gift for your birthday, and this was my chosen offering. Situ replied, you must have noticed. The spirit stones are of the highest quality, and within the two divine beasts crafted from these stones lie the powers of Chun and Ling. The eyes reflect my own abilities, while the green spirit stone contains Ziki's powers. Hence, this is a birthday gift from the four of us. Do you like it? Zhongli Yu grasped the pendant tightly, exclaiming, I adore it. This is the first time someone has gifted me a birthday present. It brings me such joy. Situ added, this marks our inaugural endeavor in crafting a birthday gift for someone else. You should feel honored. As Helian, Ling, and the others presented their gift. Though others had not prepared anything, they still wished her a happy birthday. With only 2 minutes remaining until midnight, the group gazed at the solitary girl standing beneath the moonlight, their hearts filled with complexity. They longed to approach her and assure her that she was not alone. Yet no one stepped forward. This was her solitary battle, a struggle devoid of smoke and mirrors, where she wagered all her pride. Zhongli Yu turned to face the crowd, bestowing upon them a genuine smile, leaving them momentarily speechless, for they had never witnessed such a heartfelt expression from her. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Like azure waves accompanying a clear gaze, her eyes seemed to reflect their own images, and the curve of her lips was as perfect as a crescent moon. Perhaps this was the smile of an angel, dispelling the shadows within their hearts, illuminating the otherwise long and dark night. This smile would be etched in their memories for a lifetime, as it embodied a joy untainted by the passage of time, a radiance unyielding to the trials of life, a resilient countenance that inspired them to strive toward success. The great bell of the capital tolled at midnight, resonating as if bidding farewell to Zhongli Yu. I approached her, waving to the crowd. Zhongli Yu turned, clasping her hands in respect, and declared, I, Zhongli Yu, have come to accept the trial. No sooner had she spoken than a great ring of fire materialized around her, engulfing her entirely. No. Wenren, she reached out, desperate to halt the encroaching flames, but was restrained by Wenren Ziki, who urged, do not let her efforts be in vain, little she. Yet, overwhelmed with anguish, Wenren, she buried her head in Wenren Ziki's embrace, sobbing, but my heart aches so deeply, brother. Anyone who had witnessed that pure, untouchable smile would surely feel the sting of compassion, for they were all but human. Helian Ling remarked, all we can do now is wait and trust in her. Indeed, when Zhongli Yu manifested her powers to shield herself from the encroaching flames of the blazing circle, she had shown remarkable strength. Observing the flames that incessantly sought to breach her defenses, Zhongli Yu mused, these flames are indeed similar. Yet, despite their likeness, the intensity reveals my own inadequacy. Zhongli Yu settled into a meditative posture, striving to cultivate her internal fire to withstand the oppressive heat. However, was the trial truly so simplistic? Certainly not. Greater challenges lay ahead. After an indeterminate span of time, as she cleared her mind, Zhongli Yu faintly discerned some sounds. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself no longer engulfed in fire, but rather in a courtyard. Perplexed by the sudden shift, she ventured towards the source of the commotion, only to witness a group of well-dressed boys mercilessly assaulting a boy on the ground, who clutched his head in despair. The apparent ringleader sneered, what if you are the legitimate son? You are still a powerless wretch. If we are all worthless, why not hasten your demise? That way, the position of the legitimate heir shall be mine. Strike him harder. Eventually, the boys, having exhausted their energy, departed, allowing the boy to shakily rise and retreat to his dwelling, a dilapidated storage room. He gazed at a solitary photograph on the only table, which depicted a stunningly beautiful woman. Kneeling, he clutched the picture and wept, Mother, I miss you so much. Why did you leave me behind? Zhongli Yu, observing him, found herself reflecting on her own plight. The boy's experience mirrored her own past, powerless, subjected to cruelty, and bereft of a mother's presence. The more she pondered, the more fervent the flames within her became, unaware that fire was beginning to emerge from her arms. Chapter 31. The fire god Zhongli Yu remained oblivious to the transformation occurring within her. The scene shifted abruptly, and she found herself in what appeared to be a bedroom. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged couple. The man entered, first locking the door, then drawing the curtains shut, before embracing the woman passionately. She, somewhat reluctant, pushed him away and inquired, How did you handle that matter? The man replied, What do you think? It went flawlessly, though the elder has been rather tight-lipped. The woman responded, Honestly, it's absurd. Just because that woman saved the elder years ago, he is so fiercely protective. The man retorted, He is the only one who feels that way, but thankfully, your cleverness ensured that the wretched woman and her son were drugged in advance. Otherwise, the plan would not have proceeded so smoothly. The woman planted a kiss on the man's lips, saying, "It is fortunate that my rival's family has fallen into disarray. Her son has been rendered incapable of wielding powers for life. Don't you think I deserve a fitting reward?" The man eagerly lifted the woman onto the bed, declaring, "Then I shall serve you well. Once the great elder passes away, our son will become the heir. What do you say?" This was an inevitability. Before long, sounds of passion echoed from the bed, unbeknownst to them that their conversation had been overheard in its entirety by a boy outside. Zhongli Yu followed the expressionless boy back to his dwelling. The boy struck his fist against a tree, tears finally streaming down his face. Why must fate be so cruel to me? How I loathe this." Zhongli Yu observed in silence, yet he could not help but empathize with the boy's plight. Their lives were strikingly similar, were they not? Both shared akin experiences and bore a resemblance of curses. Indeed, Zhongli Yu had deduced the boy's identity, a prodigious talent. Later known as the Fire God, the scene shifted once more, and the boy could no longer be regarded as such. A decade had passed, and the youth had matured, acquiring formidable powers and secrecy, fueled by an unwavering desire for strength. At last, the time for vengeance had arrived. On that fateful day, a raging inferno engulfed the Fire family, and when others came to investigate, they merely concluded that the Fire family had offended someone, leaving it at that. Yet, unbeknownst to all, it was the unparalleled genius, Helian, the Fire God's true name, who had wrought this destruction upon the Fire clan. Standing amidst the ruins he knew yet despised, Helian beheld the current head of the Fire family, now basking in the spoils of success. Alongside the woman who had once been his mother, now reduced to begging on her knees for mercy. The head of the Fire family implored, "Little Yin, I am your father. Surely you wouldn't commit patricide?" Yin replied coldly, "Since the moment you harmed my mother, destroyed my maternal lineage, and murdered the great elder, the bond between us has been severed, replaced only by an irreconcilable hatred." The head of the Fire family was taken aback, stammering, "How could you know?" Yin sneered, "I am fully aware of all your deeds, including the concoction you used to diminish my powers and drain my life." The woman pointed accusingly at the head of the Fire family, saying, "It was he who forced me to administer the poison to both my sister and you." "What nonsense!" The head of the Fire family retorted, furious. The woman trembled but fell silent. Yin gazed at the two, who had moments ago been tender with one another, now turning against each other in mutual accusation, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking, "Mother, you chose the wrong man, destroying both yourself and your family. Enough." The head of the Fire family ceased his tirade against the woman, forcing a smile as he said, "Little Yin, it was all this woman's doing. Spare me, please." Yin replied, "I could, for biologically, you are still my father, and I cannot commit patricide." Yes, you must not kill me." The head of the Fire family hastily agreed. Yin proposed, "Let us engage in a game. The two of you shall not use your powers to vanquish one another. Whosoever emerges victorious shall be spared from my wrath, granted a chance at survival." The patriarch of the Hua family cast a sympathetic glance at the trembling woman, for she was the one he cherished deeply. "Do you not wish to live?" Yin inquired. The patriarch shuddered. Of course he yearned for life, for he had not yet exhausted his days. Moreover, a mere woman could not compare to the allure of a life surrounded by beauty. With this thought, his gaze towards the woman beside him shifted, prompting her to retreat in fear. "No, please, I beg you," she implored. In a sudden frenzy, the patriarch lunged at her, seizing her by the throat. "Do not worry. Once I survive, I shall grant you a grand burial. Yinner shall forever remain the true heir of the Hua family." Upon hearing her son's name from the patriarch's lips, the woman's eyes hardened with rage. Although it was Yin who had slain her son, had it not been for this man, who professed his love yet cowered before Yin's might, her son would not have met his demise. With this realization, she began to struggle, embodying the fierce tactics of a desperate woman, clutching, scratching, and biting. Miraculously, she extricated herself from the patriarch's grasp, and with fierce determination, she sank her teeth into the carotid artery of the patriarch. It was evident he perished, bloodied and vacant-eyed. She uttered, "I know you will not grant me mercy. So deliver me swiftly. Yinner, I shall join you now." Yin materialized a blade of fire, approaching the woman, the tip poised at her throat. "You are a commendable mother, yet alas, we are adversaries. Farewell." With a soft thud, she collapsed, breath ceasing, though a slight smile graced her lips. Perhaps a final epiphany before death. Yin knelt amidst the ruins he knew so well, murmuring, "Mother, Grand Elder, I have avenged you. Soon, I shall descend to join you." 3 days after the massacre of the Hua family, Huayan relocated his mother and the Grand Elder's graves to a verdant hillock, declaring, "Mother, Grand Elder, the whole family has perished. May you now find peace." He bowed before their tombstones, rising to state, "Ancestors, I am devoid of desires. I seek only to embrace death. I shall forego the trials, proceed with the customary fate." A voice resonated from within Huayan. "Are you certain? Do you understand that those who refuse the trials shall have their flesh consumed by the fires of hell, while their souls remain ensnared within the trials, wandering this realm until another conquers the challenges? This is the gravest punishment for those who decline." Huayan replied, "I am aware, yet I shall still choose this path. Thus, Ancestor, I apologize for disappointing you. It seems this is my fate. The time is not yet ripe. Ancestor, I am prepared." With that, blood-red flames erupted from his being, engulfing him completely. "Mother, Grand Elder, forgive me. On this day, none could have anticipated the fall of the extraordinary genius, Fire God, before the graves of his two dearest kin." Chapter 32. The Unveiled Truth. Zhongli Yu silently observed the life journey of the Fire God. For 17 years, he had lived for others, and at long last had resolved to act for himself, yet it would be his final act in life. Zhongli Yu whispered, "Will I become like this, an adversary to the Zhongli family?" Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through Zhongli Yu's body, akin to being consumed by an insatiable flame. Looking down, he realized that a significant portion of his being had already been devoured by that foreign fire. Panic seized him, leaving him bewildered. At that moment, a faint voice reached his ears. "This is all an illusion. Trust in yourself." After extensive encounters, Zhongli Yu had grown familiar with that voice. Recalling the previous conversation filled with rage, he understood why he could hear that voice in this place. Enduring the pain enveloping him, Zhongli Yu uttered, "It is you, Fire Yan." As his words faded, a silhouette gradually emerged in an open space. As the figure drew near, Zhongli Yu recognized the face unmistakably. It was indeed Fire Yan. Fire Yan inquired, "What is your evaluation of my life?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Your existence has always been for others. After your mother's passing, you followed her last wishes, heeding your father's commands. Following the Grand Elder's demise, you severed ties with the Fire family due to his last testament. In pursuit of vengeance for your mother and the Grand Elder, you forged a pact with rage, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Fire family. At long last, you made a choice for yourself, yet your prior life was lived for others, was it not?" Fire Yan conceded, "Indeed, it was only at the final moment that I took charge of my own life." Zhongli Yu stated, "Our experiences are strikingly similar. Yet I will not allow anyone to interfere with my life. Thus, you may depart. I must now confront the true illusions of the other cowards." Fire Yan was astonished. The girl before him recognized that others shared his plight and understood this illusion. Observing Zhongli Yu's body, partially consumed by the flames, Fire Yan queried, "If you are aware of this illusion, why do you still endure?" Zhongli Yu responded, "Because I am human, and humans possess emotions and desires. I too feel sorrow when witnessing your experiences. It is only natural to perceive injustice." Fire Yan glanced at himself, pondering, "Have I forgotten my humanity, my emotions and desires? Alas, my feelings have been stripped away, and all that remains is perhaps indifference." With a sigh, Fire Yan turned, saying, "The next illusion will arrive shortly. Allow me to remind you, should the flames entirely consume your body, the trial will be deemed a failure. I wish you luck, Zhongli Yu." With that, Fire Yan's figure vanished, and the scenery surrounding Zhongli Yu began to shift once more. The trial continued for him, while the world outside remained eerily tranquil, devoid of sound. Indeed, ever since Zhongli Yu was consumed by that fiery orb, no one has dared to depart, instead merely gazing at the incandescent sphere. Of course, there have been attempts to approach it, such as Zhongli Chun, who is currently receiving aid from Wenren to heal his fire-inflicted wounds. After a brief 6 months of intensive training, Wenren has become adept at harnessing the breath of life, her healing abilities now rivaling those of light-based powers, though her disposition remains unchanged. Wenren remarked, "Zhongli urged, you should not have approached just now. If you harm yourself, sister, you would be heartbroken." To which Zhongli Chun replied, "That will not happen. She will not grieve for me, for I am the descendant of one who has caused her pain." Once when Wenren had completed Zhongli Chen's treatment, she said, "So what? It was not you who harmed Sister Yu, and besides, you are her brother. Even if she dislikes you, she would never wish you harm. In truth, she likely yearns to converse with her siblings." Situ Fengli, leaning against a pillar, interjected, "I truly do not comprehend this. You are her closest kin, bound by blood, yet you seem to pale in comparison to us, who have only recently come to know her. You do not even grasp what she truly desires. Perhaps what she longs for most is familial affection. Indeed, familial affection, echoed Situ Feng, Wenren, and Bei Qing in unison. The three exchanged glances, revealing bittersweet smiles. Bei Qing continued, you longs for familial ties. Yet you have never provided her with that, instead gradually shattering her hopes. Yu is unaware of the poison that has been inflicted upon her, is she not? Does she truly not recognize the precarious state of her own body? Are you aware of the intentions of those around her? Do you know that someone is aware of Yu's true identity? Faced with Bei Qing's probing questions, Zhongli Yu found himself at a loss for words. Bei Qing pressed on. She knows everything. Her condition, that time is running out. Thus, she seeks merely to forge a friendship in her final moments, nothing more. Situ Feng remarked. She must be a profoundly sensitive individual, cautious of all things. Such awareness is not innate, but cultivated through experience. Bei Qing then implored. When Yu emerges and helps lift the curse upon the Zhongli family, might I request that you allow me to take her away from you, away from the Zhongli family. She will not attain her desires within that household. I wish to become her family, so I beg you, Zhongli heir Xiao, to inform the head of the Zhongli family. Zhongli Yu and the others listened to Bei Qing's words, unable to refute them, for they were mere truths. When the veil obscuring reality was lifted, they discovered the harshness of that truth. What kind of world does Zhongli Yu perceive? None could provide an answer. That could only be revealed by the one designated to unravel the mystery. Zhongli Yu asserted, I will take care of her. I shall not harm her. For 15 years ago, I made the vow to protect her. Bei Qing sneered, it is too late to say anything now. You no longer requires familial affection, as she has redirected her emotional connections towards friendship. You are simply too late. Not necessarily, Zhongli replied, gazing at Bei Qing. Suddenly, a whistling sound filled the air as the great ball of fire began to transform, gradually morphing into the shape of a budding lotus flower. The onlookers were stunned, pondering the situation. Could it be that success is imminent? One inquired. Is it true? Are we truly on the verge of success? The crowd felt a surge of excitement within. However, at that moment, Zhongli Yu remained oblivious to the thoughts of those outside, and even if she were aware, there would be no turning back. The trial had reached its final stage. Zhongli Yu regarded the 5 young men standing before her and asked, is it just 5 of you? Chapter 33. She actually consumed it. Huayan observed Zhongli Yu, whose body was engulfed in flames, with only her head remaining unscathed. I never anticipated you would break through our illusion, he remarked. Zhongli Yu responded, rather than an illusion, it is more accurate to describe it as your entire existence. Is it not? Huayan replied, indeed. The reason a genuine illusion is deemed the most impenetrable is that it is rooted in reality. Moreover, the initiator must project their soul to activate it. Those who become ensnared within the illusion often lose themselves and merge with it. Thus, a true illusion is the most formidable among illusions. Zhongli Yu countered, yet I have still prevailed. It is nothing extraordinary. The other 4 men, aside from Huayan, displayed no reaction to Zhongli Yu's impudent words. Huayan lamented, your words truly wound our hearts. Zhongli Yu regarded Huayan and the other 4 stoic men, stating, it seems you are the one who is hurt. Huayan clutched his chest, exclaiming, you are truly heartless. Zhongli Yu considered him a drama queen, reflecting on how, once liberated from constraints, he had transformed so dramatically. Moreover, Huayan, do you not feel you are quite unique among the 5? The other 4 appear frigid and devoid of emotion, resembling soulless beings, while you alone radiate a carefree spirit. Do you not realize how you stand out? Zhongli Yu interjected, interrupting the performance of one, or perhaps a soul. So, you 5 have not accepted the trial, but have willingly allowed anger to consume you? The 5 remained silent. Even the cheerful Huayan adopting a blank expression. Are you afraid? Zhongli Yu inquired. With your abilities, you might succeed in the trial. Why not accept it? Is it fear of death? How could that be? The 5 responded in unison. Then why? Zhongli Yu asked, her tone laced with amusement. The 5 fell silent once more. The expressionless quartet turning their gazes towards Huayan, their meaning clear. Bearing the weight of expectation, Huayan stated, it is not that we refuse to accept the trial, but rather, we are disinclined to engage with it, desiring only death as a means of liberation. You have witnessed our experiences. Surely, you can understand. Zhongli Yu stated, understanding is one thing, yet I still perceive your act of suicide as a manifestation of cowardice. You do not even attempt to fight, but rather contemplate surrendering. You truly live up to the title bestowed upon you by the world. Words are futile. Contemplate your own situation before speaking further. It is time to face the final trial. As long as you obtain the heart of wrath, all shall be well. What is this heart of wrath? Zhongli Yu inquired, puzzled. One individual replied, The heart of wrath embodies the power of fury. Should you earn its acknowledgement, the trial concludes. And you shall acquire strength far greater than you possess now. Conversely, if you fail, you shall endure excruciating punishment. Do you accept? Zhongli Yu responded, at this juncture. What choice do I have? Besides, I made a pact with my friends to return alive. I have no desire to breach that promise. So let us commence swiftly. I wish to alleviate their worries. Very well. Since you have made your choice, the final trial begins. I wish you good fortune. With that, 5 beams of light emerged from their bodies, soaring over Zhongli Yu's head, forming a path leading to a crimson, flame-filled eye. The 5 figures of fire began to fade away, and just before their complete disappearance, they cautioned Zhongli Yu, remember, you have 2 hours. Exceeding that time will result in failure, and above all, maintain your composure. With that, they vanished, leaving Zhongli Yu to contemplate the glowing path before him and the abyss behind him. He mused, indeed, this is a straightforward path. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he stepped toward the path. According to the conventions of all narratives, such a path is fraught with trials, yet our protagonist, Zhongli Yu, ascended it with remarkable ease. Although he bore the agony of burns, he arrived unscathed. However, could it truly be this simple? Zhongli Yu proceeded with remarkable success until he stood before the heart of wrath, his mind swirling with suspicions of a hidden conspiracy. Yet he quickly reasoned that being in another's domain and attempting to seize their heart, a misunderstanding, as he believed the heart of wrath to be a literal heart, was indeed a grave sin. Thus, some level of conspiracy was to be expected. Convinced that a conspiracy was the norm, he prepared to claim the heart of wrath. However, as his fingers grazed the flames of the heart, he found that the fire on his arm entwined with that of the heart, resulting in a surge of pain that escalated to 10-fold, even 100-fold. As he attempted to retract his fingers, he discovered that the pain diminished upon withdrawal. Zhongli Yu resolved to attempt once more. Indeed, as her hand approached the heart of fury, the flames enveloping her being and those of the heart of fury would return the sensation of pain to her 100-fold. A most lamentable predicament. Time was drawing near, Zhongli Yu mused. Since the disappearance of the 5 flames, she had been mentally counting down the moments. There remained approximately half an hour until 6 o'clock in the morning, the final deadline. She needed to act swiftly. Yet she was dismayed by the fiery form she bore and the heart of fury. Although she could endure the pain, the issue was that upon contact with the heart of fury, the excruciating sensation rendered her utterly weak, rendering her incapable of lifting it. It was truly vexing. Oh, but there was a method. At this moment, Zhongli Yu felt a profound admiration for her own ingenuity. The ability to conceive such a solution was indeed rare. Countless future instances would attest to the uniqueness of Zhongli Yu's thought process, as the paths she devised were invariably unconventional, often leading perilously close to death. Now, it was once again a manifestation of her distinct reasoning. She bent down, her face gradually approaching the heart of fury, then opened her mouth wide and bit down upon it. Standing upright, she intended to speak, but upon opening her mouth, the heart of fury tumbled inside, traveling down her throat and into her stomach. In essence, Zhongli Yu had consumed the heart of fury. As the heart of fury slipped down her throat, a disturbance rippled through the space, and the 5 flames reappeared. However, this time, their gazes upon Zhongli Yu were laden with complexity. She had actually eaten the heart of fury. Was she still human? Could a person even conceive such a method? Chapter 34 Dead? Zhongli Yu, upon seeing the 5 flames reappear, waved at them and said, Hey, I must have passed the final trial, right? Why are you all silent? You look rather pale. Oh, can spirits actually change color? How amusing, ha ha ha. The 5 stared at her, who was engrossed in her own chatter, with only her head untouched by flames, pondering the enormity of her heart. The other 4, not engulfed in flames, directed their gazes toward Huayan, clearly indicating that he should inquire further. Huayan felt himself burdened by the demands placed upon him. Even in death, he was still at the mercy of these old souls. How unfair it seemed. He lamented his unfortunate fate. Yet, despite his grievances, Huayan accepted the responsibility, for he was the one most familiar with Zhongli Yu, closest in time, and importantly, his emotions had not been entirely stripped away, unlike those of the 4 elder souls who had truly become devoid of feeling. Huayan floated before Zhongli Yu and said, May I ask you a question? What on earth were you thinking? Why employ this method to obtain the heart of fury? And why did you swallow it? Zhongli Yu replied, What was I thinking? Is it not true that the flames upon my being, when encountered by the flames of an angry heart, would return to me with a pain multiplied 10-fold, 100-fold? Thus, since my head is devoid of flames, I thought to give it a try. Moreover, I did not intentionally swallow it. At that moment, I merely wished for you to emerge and inquire whether I had passed the test. To my surprise, as I opened my mouth, that thing fell right in. Huayan looked at Zhongli Yu with an expression that was difficult to articulate. Ordinary individuals would not conceive of picking up an angry heart with their mouths. Nor would anyone be foolish enough to attempt to speak with something in their mouth. Typically, one would expel the object before speaking. Therefore, it seems that your mental faculties are somewhat impaired. Your mind is the one that is impaired. Otherwise, who would willingly take their own life? Zhongli Yu retorted. Huayan was rendered speechless, pondering how this young girl so readily targeted the vulnerabilities of others. Truly unappealing. Are you all right? Someone inquired. Zhongli Yu, puzzled, responded. What could possibly be wrong? By the way, have I passed the final test? How many times had it been? Since their encounter with Zhongli Yu, the instances of silence among them had increased significantly. It was truly exasperating. One person finally spoke. You have indeed passed the test. But what? Zhongli Yu pressed. Generally, the final test involves reconstructing one's body after acquiring the angry heart. However, you have surpassed our expectations, and we are uncertain of the results after consuming the angry heart. Therefore, you must tread carefully. What? Are you abandoning me? Zhongli Yu exclaimed in shock. Huayan responded. No, the issue is that we do not know what the outcome will be. While we currently hold the position of guardians and possess various emergency measures in our minds, we have no solutions regarding the consumption of the angry heart by the test subject. Thus, you must be vigilant. Observing the resignation of the five, Zhongli Yu felt a profound unease, as if death were imminent. She contemplated a scathing remark, but suddenly, a sharp pain surged in her lower abdomen. Clutching her stomach, she writhed on the ground in a cold sweat. What is happening? Huayan inquired, bewildered. One person suddenly realized, is it that? Isn't it said that women experience this a few days each month? The leader among the five, who had existed the longest as a sole entity, added, You two are foolish. This is clearly a rejection reaction from consuming the angry heart. What are you thinking? Indeed, another echoed in agreement with the leader. Though he had previously concurred with the notion regarding women, he would not voice it. What shall we do? The leader implored. The leader shot Huayan a glare, exclaiming, How should I know? All I have encountered here are soul entities. I have never seen a living person. Why do you all seem incapable of reasoning? One after another, contemplating self-destruction. Look at this, there are 5 of you. After much difficulty, a living person arrives, yet her mind is unhinged, and she consumes the angry heart. Oh heavens, why must I suffer such misfortune? Observing the subtle signs of their leader, who appeared to be on the verge of succumbing to the influence of Zhongli Yu, the 4 members of the Fire Flame group shared a silent understanding and refrained from speaking further. Meanwhile, Zhongli Yu, writhing on the ground, found herself in excruciating pain, not only in her lower abdomen but throughout her entire body, as if the agony were life-threatening. To worsen her distress, she felt an unsettling sensation as if something were about to escape from her throat, which only added to her frustration. Zhongli Yu continued to endure the pain, unaware that her physical form was gradually disintegrating, consumed by flames. Her oblivion did not escape the notice of the 5 members of the Fire Flame group. Hey, Zhongli Yu, they cautioned, but she merely opened her eyes slightly, only to witness her body slowly vanishing within the flames. Strangely, she no longer felt the pain of her body's disappearance. All her discomfort was now concentrated in her abdomen. Damn it, Zhongli Yu thought, attempting to harness her powers to repel the flames that were searing her flesh, yet she found herself unable to access her abilities, ultimately succumbing to a curse. The 5 members of Fire Flame watched in helpless horror as the flames devoured Zhongli Yu. They desperately wished to assist her, yet their status as souls and the rules binding them as enraged guardians forbade them from intervening in the trials faced by challengers. In disbelief, Fire Flame collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, How could this happen? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. He buried his face in his hands, weeping, while the others stood by, uncertain of how to comfort him, allowing him to grieve, knowing that expressing sorrow might bring some relief. Suddenly, one of them noticed a glimmer where Zhongli Yu had vanished. Fire Flame looked up and hurried toward the source of the light, followed closely by the others. Upon closer inspection, they discovered an exquisitely crafted jade pendant, adorned with dragons and phoenixes that appeared almost lifelike. Fire Flame reached for the pendant, but as his fingers approached, he was rebuffed by an unseen force, astonishing the 5. Their leader examined it closely, incredulity evident in his voice. Could it be? Fire Flame urged, Leader, stop pausing and speak. Had it been any other time, Fire Flame would have never dared to speak so boldly to his superior. But the gravity of the situation overshadowed any fear of reprimand. The leader continued, This dragon possesses the ability of true solar fire, while the phoenix wields the power of absolute zero ice. Moreover, the eyes of these divine beasts harbor the prowess of the purple sky divine thunder. Astonishingly, the surrounding emerald spirit stones exude a breath of life. This pendant is indeed a rare treasure. Leader, are not these abilities exclusive to the heirs of the four prominent families? One of them inquired. The leader nodded in affirmation. Indeed. It appears this young lady is of significant lineage. The pendant is clearly a masterwork. Fireflame pondered. Her name is Zhongli Yu. She must be related to the Zhongli clan. Zhongli Yu, the Zhongli family. What an impressive background, remarked another. Leader, do you think the Zhongli clan will learn of Zhongli Yu's fate? One of them queried. The leader pondered and said, how could this be? According to the curse of the Zhongli family, the day of the massacre is fast approaching. To be honest, I would rather end it here than be slain by my own kin. However, it appears that this foolish girl is determined to survive. Do you see? Within this jade pendant lies the soul of Zhongli Yu, which, after the rejuvenation of life, will likely be reborn soon. Moreover, notice that dragon. Although it embodies the true fire of the Zhongli family, it possesses a trace of the phoenix's flame, a symbol of hope, reverence, love, endurance, and relinquishment. The phoenix must undergo its rebirth to attain new life. Very soon, this child will reappear before us, stronger than before, with such pure forces of the world aiding her. Should she fail to grow strong, it would indeed be a disservice to this treasure. Thus, all we can do now is wait. Do you understand? Outside, the budding flame lotus underwent a transformation. The lotus stem began to lengthen gradually until it was level with the eaves of the Ability Academy, where it halted its growth. Several branches sprouted forth, all still in the bud stage. What could this mean? Could it be nearing success, ready to emerge? Someone pondered. Shouldn't it walk out? Is it possible it might spring forth like Neza from the lotus? Upon hearing this, a sudden silence enveloped the space. As everyone simultaneously contemplated what they would do if Zhongli Yu indeed sprang forth from the lotus, it seemed prudent to be psychologically prepared. After all, they had begun to feel that even if she did emerge from the lotus, it would not be a significant event, as they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. This only highlighted how remarkably unique Zhongli Yu's previous impressions had been. The branches continued to proliferate, yet each bud was smaller than the immense crimson one, and none exceeded its height. The onlookers gazed at the grand, blood-red lotus that had yet to bloom, undeniably beautiful and radiant, their anticipation growing for how Zhongli Yu would emerge from within. Regardless of the thoughts of those outside or inside, Zhongli Yu was currently facing a grave crisis, one that had loomed over her for 18 years. Indeed, even as the flames engulfed her, her consciousness remained alert, yet she could not open her eyes. Now, feeling the restraints on her body vanish, she attempted to rise, but found herself utterly devoid of strength, let alone the ability to stand. After considerable effort, she managed to sit up and beheld the golden-red dragon with purple eyes and the ice-blue phoenix encircling her. The sight of these two divine beasts reminded her of the birthday gift that Helian Ling and the others had crafted for her. They were strikingly similar. "Did you save my life?" she queried, but no one responded. At this moment, the surrounding darkness underwent a transformation. The essence of anger emerged, emanating a voice that mirrored the fury itself, yet bore a chilling detachment. "How audacious of you to consume me," it intoned. Zhongli Yu replied, "I did not intend to. Besides, who would thoughtlessly devour another's heart? I am not a cannibal. I am not a heart. I am the manifestation of the collective fury born from the anger of being sealed by humanity," the essence clarified. Zhongli Yu inquired, "And what of the anger that spoke to me earlier?" "That, too, is a fragment of my being, split off to seek out the challenger," it responded. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Then my trial is complete, is it not?" "Indeed, but you have consumed me. Your corporeal form has been incinerated by the flames of wrath I harbored against you." The meaning of the anger was now unmistakable, and Zhongli Yu comprehended it fully. "Tell me, how do I escape? Or rather, how do I reconstruct my body and leave?" Zhongli Yu implored. "Why must you insist on leaving? Your so-called family has not treated you well, have they? Here, you can find others who share your plight. Why not remain?" Zhongli Yu countered, "You do not understand. Even if others mistreat me, what does it matter? I only recognize Bei Qing as my kin. Look at those 5 individuals, apart from Huaxia. The other 4 are devoid of emotion. What distinguishes them from puppets? Though I currently acknowledge only a Qing, it does not preclude future connections. This is evidence enough." As Zhongli Yu stroked the heads of the golden-red dragon and the ice-blue phoenix, he continued, "It was they who protected me in my darkest hour. And you know well the faith bestowed upon them by their creator during their crafting. Protection, safeguarding you in peril, for the four have pledged this desire. Amplified by the uniqueness of their powers, Zhongli Yu elaborated. What merit do I possess to be graced with the blessings of four celestial beings? Yet, I must respond. Thus, I cannot perish, nor allow this illusion to obstruct my path. Therefore, I beseech you to vanish. The events of a millennium past shall be unraveled in due course. Yet the forgotten shall remain so, undisturbed by those who seek a tranquil existence. Depart. Upon Zhongli Yu's command, the golden red dragon and the ice blue phoenix charged at the essence of anger, which offered no defense, but transformed into a strikingly handsome man with crimson hair and eyes. You have proven yourself worthy. I wish you a life filled with happiness. In the midst of the dragon and phoenix's onslaught, the man vanished, and the surrounding darkness began to crumble. Zhongli Yu gazed at the spot where the man had disappeared and expressed, "Thank you profoundly for 6 months of guidance. May your words ring true, and may you find your freedom." With a thunderous roar, the realm finally collapsed. The five of Huaxia sensed a shift. The leader proclaimed, "We too are free." Huaxia grinned foolishly, exclaiming, "We did it. Huh, we truly succeeded. We may venture outside, so let us behold the rebirth of this young girl." The wheel of fate has begun to turn. Chapter 36, A New Beginning of Rebirth. At this moment, the world of trials, fraught with anger, is on the brink of collapse. Outside, all the budding flowers radiate a dazzling light, invigorating the weary members of the various ability families who have endured a sleepless night, compelling them to hasten towards the Academy of Abilities. By the time the current heads of the ability families and other prominent figures arrive, the previously closed buds have blossomed into full bloom. Everyone halts in astonishment, captivated by the sight of the red lotuses that seem to oscillate between blooming and not blooming. Their colors a tantalizing hint of red, yet not quite fragrant. But are these truly ordinary red lotuses? Is their hue reminiscent of blood, particularly that largest, most vibrant blood-red bud? Gradually, all the branches of lotuses have burst forth into bloom, save for that most extraordinary one. It must be this one. She will emerge from within. As if responding to the collective heartbeat of the crowd, the enormous blood-red lotus finally stirs, slowly unfurling its petals. Everyone anticipated that when this massive blood-red lotus opened, Zhongli Yu would appear from within, yet no figure emerged. Instead, nestled at the center of the lotus pod, there lay a jade pendant. What could this mean? Situ could not restrain his curiosity and yearned to ascend and discern the situation. But he was halted by Situ Xiao. "Xiao Feng, do not act impulsively. We must wait a moment," Situ Xiao advised. However, upon seeing Situ Xiao's grave expression, Situ reluctantly retracted his unspoken words. What could this signify? Why was there no sign of Zhongli Yu, only a jade pendant? Wenren suddenly contemplated an astonishing notion. "Are you suggesting that Yu is within the pendant?" Zhongli inquired. Indeed, Wenren affirmed otherwise. It remains inexplicable. It appears that Zhongli Yu has passed the trial, yet her presence is still absent. I speculate that an unforeseen incident may have occurred, placing Zhongli Yu's life in peril, and the pendant, imbued with our powers, has shielded her, resulting in this peculiar scene. However, this is merely conjecture. When will she emerge? This is exasperating. We remain in the dark. Situ Xiao expressed his impatience. "It should be soon," Helian remarked. No sooner had he spoken than the immense blood-red lotus began to change. The other red lotuses commenced to emit tiny red starlights, which soared towards the jade pendant. As more and more starlights entered the pendant, its radiance intensified, while the other red lotuses began to lose their luster, wilting until only the final, colossal blood-red lotus remained. Not only did the pendant grow brighter, but even the gigantic blood-red lotus appeared increasingly vibrant. At last, this special lotus began to stir, releasing small starlights. But unlike the other red lotuses that withered, it seemed to grow ever more spirited. The jade pendant underwent a remarkable transformation. The two mythical beasts etched upon it began to detach themselves from the jade, swirling around the lotus pod as if awaiting the arrival of something significant. The onlookers, their eyes wide and mouths agape, pondered the extraordinary sight before them. What is happening? Has the world become surreal? Their gazes shifted toward Helian and his companions, silently seeking an explanation. Wenren, confronted by this enchanting spectacle, awkwardly ventured, "This must be a coincidence, perhaps caused by various factors." In truth, how could they comprehend such phenomena? They ought to consult Zhongli Yu instead. At that moment, the air resonated with the sounds of phoenix cries and dragon roars, heralding the approach of an individual. Gradually, a figure began to materialize atop the lotus pod. It was Zhongli Yu, yet markedly different from her former self. Her hair, now a striking crimson, suited her remarkably well, though the assembly had grown accustomed to her previous dark tresses, finding this alteration somewhat unsettling. Only her head emerged from the lotus pod, her limbs and torso remaining concealed, imparting an inexplicable sense of dread. However, this unsettling feeling swiftly transformed into astonishment as countless tiny starlights began to envelop Zhongli Yu, cocooning her in a chrysalis. In a brief moment, the chrysalis burst open, revealing Zhongli Yu, her limbs restored, skin as pale and smooth as dewdrops, exuding an aura of sanctity, though she donned no garments. The crowd's focus was evidently captivated by the grandeur of the spectacle. As Zhongli Yu gradually regained consciousness, her once ebony irises shifted to match her hair, now a vivid crimson. The harmonious sounds of phoenix and dragon beckoned her attention. Addressing the entwined beasts, she expressed, "You have worked hard. You may return now." The dragon and phoenix regarded her with a resonant cry, seemingly acknowledging her words, before soaring into her hands and reverting to the jade pendant. Zhongli Yu then requested, "Please lower me down." The red lotus seemed to comprehend her command, its massive stem gradually shortening. Just a few meters from the ground, the red lotus suddenly transformed into myriad starlights that encircled Zhongli Yu, coalescing into a garment. The attire, also a vibrant red, bore a magnificent lotus motif, appearing vividly alive. The ensemble resembled traditional attire, akin to Hanfu, yet it was distinctly a battle garment. As Zhongli Yu gracefully descended to the earth, she did not immediately acknowledge Bei Qing, but instead directed her gaze toward a specific spot, inquiring, "Why do you still not emerge?" From the spacious clearing, 5 figures materialized, the guardians of fire. Huiyan remarked, "I truly believed you had perished. This is quite unexpected." The leader remarked, "Indeed. I never anticipated that you would turn misfortune into fortune and attain rebirth, acquiring the heart of rage in the process. Could it be that you are the illegitimate offspring of the goddess of luck?" "Absolutely," another chimed in. "I have never encountered someone so fortunate." Zhongli Yu responded, "You cannot envy what you cannot attain." The 5 exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of disbelief and amusement. Even at this critical juncture, her sharp tongue was unyielding. Zhongli Yu gazed at the gradually fading forms of the 5 and inquired, "Are you departing?" The leader replied, "Yes, we may never meet again. We have disrupted the balance and must proceed to the underworld for judgment." "The underworld?" Zhongli Yu asked. Huiyan explained, "Doesn't our mythology also speak of the underworld and the duality of its guardians? Due to the past conflict between deities and mortals, the underworld was affected. The deceased sought resurrection there, but their requests were denied, leading to its destruction. However, a governing body such as the underworld is essential. So the netherworld was established in its place, far more ruthless than its predecessor. Those who disregard the rules will face dire consequences." Zhongli Yu queried, "Have you never regretted this?" The 5 exchanged knowing glances and replied in unison, "No regrets. Our time has come. Should fate allow, we shall meet again." With that, their figures slowly dissipated into the air. Zhongli Yu observed the now empty space and lamented, "After accompanying you for centuries, do you not intend to bid farewell?" After a moment of silence, a strikingly handsome man appeared, sharing the same hair and eye color as Zhongli Yu. "They are aware that I have been silently watching their departure," the man remarked. He turned to Zhongli Yu and said, "I must admit, you have surprised me. While I anticipated your success in the trials, I did not foresee you consuming the heart of rage, nor did I expect that jade pendant to possess such sentience. Obeying your command. These revelations were unforeseen. Surely, there is more," Zhongli Yu replied with a smile, observing the anger etched on his face. Anger stated, "What astonishes me further is that you summoned the Crimson Lotus. In your culture, Buddhism offers 2 interpretations of the Crimson Lotus. One associates it with one of the hells, known as the 8th cold hell, where souls subjected to its frigid grasp turn red, their skin cracking from the cold. Alternatively, it is referred to as one of the 10 cold hells. The other interpretation is that it represents one of the hot hells, where everything is bathed in red, akin to the hue of the Crimson Lotus. Thus, your extraordinary ability has mutated. It is no longer my fire of rage, but has transformed into the flames of the underworld. Are the flames of the underworld more formidable than the fire of rage?" Zhongli Yu inquired. Anger replied, "It is said that those who wield the flames of the underworld are its messengers. Anyone deemed an enemy by the wielder, and subsequently harmed, will bear wounds that can never heal. Those consumed by the flames will perish utterly, their souls scattered. The underworld will not intervene for those harmed by these flames, a feat the fire of rage cannot accomplish. Now, do you comprehend who wields greater power? Indeed, she is the most formidable," Zhongli Yu mused. Anger discerned Zhongli Yu's thoughts and remarked, Do not rejoice too soon. Are you aware of the multitude of troubles that have amassed around you? Zhongli Yu tilted her head, indicating her ignorance. Anger, exasperated by her obliviousness, continued. First, there are the other 6 deadly sins, then the conflict among the 7 kings. Lurking in the shadows is the Eternal Night Organization, the curses from the various ability families. And now, yet another entity, the underworld, has emerged. Are you a mere collection of misfortunes? What is the Eternal Night Organization? And why is the underworld now entangled with me? Zhongli Yu inquired, increasingly perplexed. Anger replied, as for the Eternal Night Organization, you can inquire with members of the 4 great ability families. They will enlighten you. Regarding the underworld, you possess such a formidable weapon that is intrinsically linked to it. Do you truly believe they will let you off the hook? Zhongli Yu was taken aback. What connection did she have to this? She had no particular desire for the infernal flame. But what if the underworld comes after me? What should I do? She asked. Rest assured, your infernal flame can be wielded against any entity, including those from the underworld. However, this is contingent upon your perception of them as foes, otherwise, without enemies. Its destructive power will merely equate to that of ordinary fire. The degree of damage inflicted will ultimately depend on your own heart. My heart. Zhongli Yu placed her hand over her chest. I must take my leave now, Anger said. Zhongli Yu, remember that your life has irrevocably changed. Fortune may assist you, yet it will be riddled with obstacles. The conflict among the 7 kings is now entrusted to you, one who has earned my recognition. Chapter 37. I have returned. Anger's figure gradually vanished from the gaze of the onlookers. Those fearsome crimson eyes now softened with tenderness, but only for that one individual. Zhongli Yu knelt, bowing deeply in respect to Anger, saying, though we have not performed the customary rite of apprenticeship, in my heart, you are my master. May you journey well. As your disciple, Zhongli Yu, I have no means to repay you except to bow my head in reverence and vow to fulfill your wishes. How fortunate I am to have a disciple like you. I wish for your every desire to be realized, and may you refrain from tears. Anger replied before completely disappearing from sight. Zhongli Yu, gazing at the spot where Anger had once stood, bowed once more before rising. Bei Qing approached her cautiously, asking, are you all right? Zhongli Yu, still in a daze, responded, Ah Qing, what could possibly be wrong with me? Bei Qing scratched his nose and said, isn't it that your entrance was rather terrifying? Zhongli Yu suddenly understood and felt a bit embarrassed, replying, so that's what it was. To be honest, I suppose I must take some blame for that. Meanwhile, others listened intently, their curiosity piqued by the conversation between Bei Qing and Zhongli Yu. On the platform of the Watermelon Novel Network, Zhongli Yu remarked, initially, the final trial was to summon the heart of Anger. However, due to the earlier vivid illusions, my body became ensnared by the flames of fury. The moment I encountered the heart of Anger, the pain would return to me tenfold, or even 100-fold. From the flames. At that time, only my head remained unscathed, so I resorted to grasping the heart of Anger with my mouth. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to declare my completion of the final trial, the heart of Anger slipped into my mouth, and I inadvertently consumed it. My body then rejected the heart, resulting in it being utterly consumed by flames. And so it happened, ha ha ha. Is this truly so amusing? Besides, who would act in such a manner? It seems that some individuals possess thought processes that diverge significantly from the norm. Zhongli Yu produced a jade pendant and stated, I owe my presence here to this pendant, otherwise I cannot fathom where I would be. As he gazed at the pendant, an idea struck him, and he turned to Zhongli Chun, saying, Elder brother, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Assuming Zhongli Yu intended to address the curse afflicting the Zhongli family, Zhongli Chen approached him and inquired, what is it you wish to convey? With an utterly nonchalant tone, Zhongli Yu boldly declared, Elder brother, I am determined to eradicate the fire tower. The audacity of Zhongli Yu's proclamation left everyone dumbfounded. After all, the fire tower is the maternal lineage of the Zhongli family's heir. How could he so brazenly utter such words? Zhongli Chen momentarily faltered, asking, could you enlighten me as to why? Zhongli Yu toyed with his blood-red hair and replied, I find it displeasing, and both I and Huayan, along with several others of unknown origin, have fallen victim to the fire tower. Are those reasons insufficient? Who is Huayan? Zhongli Chen clearly missed the crux of the matter. Zhongli Yu explained, Huayan is the fire god. In his youth, he was administered a potion by the head of the Hua family and a woman, a potion that would strip one of their abilities and subsequently endanger their life. As for the other 4, that was quite some time ago. The fire tower was merely a minuscule force then, hardly worth consideration. Who would have thought it would evolve into such a malignant entity? No one imagined that the once renowned prodigy, the fire god, had endured such an ordeal. Nor could they fathom how Zhongli Yu could so casually dismiss the idea of extinguishing the fire tower with such disdain. It was a mystery how the heir of the Zhongli family would respond. Could it be that they misheard something? Zhongli Chen pondered. Their reach has extended too far. It is time for them to cease. There is no need for courtesy, but I must be the one to handle this matter. Is that acceptable? Zhongli Yu replied. Of course, elder brother. You are truly cold-blooded. After all, it is your maternal lineage you dare to act against. Zhongli Chen responded. They have been overly eager. Moreover, can one endure the incessant buzzing of a fly hovering nearby? Zhongli Yu remarked. Indeed, had you, my second brother, disagreed, I would not have hesitated to eliminate you. If you were to perish, the curse plaguing the Zhongli family would be lifted. However, I didn't anticipate that you would become a commendable head of the family, albeit a poor father and husband, for you lack compassion. Do I lack compassion? He retorted with a hint of irony. Ah, you remain oblivious to whom my solitary fragment of compassion is devoted. Zhongli Yu chose to disregard Zhongli Chen, shifting her gaze around to recognize many familiar faces. Approaching one individual, she inquired, Chief Gu, how do you find the spiritual artifact I crafted? Chief Gu chuckled wryly. Dear you cannot fathom the fright I experienced when your creation arrived at my doorstep. Time is fleeting, and you squander it on crafting artifacts. How could you? Zhongli Yu responded. Anger, too, has its merits. It cultivates resilience. With a resigned sigh, Chief Gu replied, You truly are something else. Very well. I shall extend a privilege. The military will grant you one request, provided it does not harm the innocent. What say you? Thank you kindly, Zhongli Yu acknowledged. Zhongli Xing approached, saying, Sister, you are liberated now, yet we must return to our duties. Zhongli Xing continued, Your recent appearance startled everyone in the capital from their slumber, not to mention the other nations. Apologies, Zhongli Yu replied. Chief Gu interjected, Xing, are you perhaps apprehensive? Moreover, this should be viewed positively. Our nation has gained another extraordinary talent. Though it brings its share of troubles, should any outsiders attempt to intervene, we shall detain them for inquiry. Remember, not just anyone can enter our homeland. And Xing, ensure everyone remains vigilant. Understood, she affirmed, observing the two engrossed in task assignments. Zhongli Yu felt a sense of self-awareness and chose to discreetly withdraw. As she turned, 3 sorrowful gazes met her. Bei Qing, Wenren, and Situ. Amused, Zhongli Yu approached and asked, What troubles you? Wenren lamented, Sister Yu, you have neglected us. Indeed, Situ chimed in. Bei Qing added, You have yet to speak to me properly. Zhongli Yu reflected on this and realized their sentiment was justified. She opened her arms and declared, Indeed, I have not properly announced my return. A Qing, Xiaoxi, my dear madcap. Upon hearing her words, Bei Qing, Wenren, and Situ could no longer contain their tears, rushing to embrace her, exclaiming, Welcome back, Sister Yu. Chapter 38. Reactions from various nations. Zhongli Yu, cradling Wenren, who trembled with tears, gently stroked her hair and said, Enough now. We are grown. There's no need for tears. But, Wenren sobbed, Am I not standing right here? Zhongli Yu reassured her. Zhongli Yu's words instantly assuaged the anxious hearts of Bei Qing, Wenren, and Situ. She stated, Though I do not harbor animosity towards you as one might when consumed by anger, I still feel a sense of discomfort upon seeing you. Nevertheless, I wish to be with you. Xiaoxi, madman, can you accept me as I am? Wenren and Situ grasped Zhongli Yu's outstretched hand, affirming, Of course. Thus, they pledged a lifelong friendship, one that would never betray. Indeed, that is a given. Hey, have you finished your conversation? Situ called out from a short distance. Zhongli Yu and the others approached and inquired, What is it? Situ replied, We are going out for a meal shortly. Will you be joining us? After all, you have kept us on edge all night. Some form of compensation is in order. Zhongli Yu responded, Of course, but you shall decide the venue. I shall not take responsibility for that. Haha. Situ patted Zhongli Yu on the shoulder, saying, That is only fitting. Excellent, you are quite agreeable. Let us head to the largest restaurant in the capital. Be prepared to part with some money. Observing Situ skip away to inform others, Zhongli Yu remarked, Madman, you and your brother share the same temperament. Is that so? Situ expressed indifference, acknowledging that as brothers, they would naturally exhibit some similarities. Suddenly, Zhongli Yu patted her chest and exhaled in relief, saying, Fortunately, I entrusted my purple gold card to the principal for safekeeping. Otherwise, Bei Qing sighed. Indeed, none of us anticipated your entrance would be so grand. Especially without any attire at the time. Zhongli Yu shuddered and looked at the 3 in horror. They immediately understood her thoughts and quickly reassured her, at that moment. We were too engrossed in the spectacle to notice your body. Zhongli Yu lamented. You would do better not to comfort me, allowing me to retain a cherished memory. The trio hastily comforted her. At that moment, Zhongli Yu remained unaware of the immense commotion her rebirth had incited, leading to a complex mix of admiration and resentment from the military. When the immense blood-red lotus appeared, it captured the attention of many night owls in the capital, while other nations and factions, due to their distance, were oblivious initially. However, the moment Zhongli Yu emerged in her new form, the spiritual energy detection devices of various nations and factions erupted with frantic beeping, startling the nearby guards, who promptly reported to their superiors. Ultimately, this information reached the leaders of nations and factions alike. In the island nation, a subordinate approached a figure regarded as a great hero, saying, "Sir, shall I send someone to Huaxia to investigate?" The figure, shrouded in darkness, replied, "If we can control her, bring her back and nurture her well. If not, Huaxia must never possess her. Do you understand? There is no need to dispatch too many individuals. Let us send only the team led by Zhuizhiju." In the United States, a knightly figure knelt respectfully before the man seated on the throne and inquired, "Your Majesty, how shall we address the sudden surge of spiritual energy in Huaxia?" The king replied, "My dear minister, what do you propose?" The knightly figure responded, "If we opt for diplomatic discussions between nations, Huaxia will undoubtedly withhold the truth. Thus, it would be prudent to send someone discreetly." The king of the United States mused. The primary source of this spiritual energy emanates from Huaxia's capital, the Academy of Supernatural Abilities. In that case, dear minister, how about dispatching Major Einer into the academy as an exchange student? Surely, Huaxia would not refuse such an open inquiry. The knight contemplated for a moment and cautioned, "Would it be wise to send Jones Panna? The child is still quite young." The king countered, "Precisely for that reason. In days of old, Huaxia was far inferior to the United States, yet now it stands among the 4 great nations. There must be a reason for this. I have no desire to be adversarial towards Huaxia. Despite its internal turmoil, when faced with national crises, its people unite against common threats. Surely, General Einer must understand this." The knight, known as General Drelson Einer of the United States, acknowledged, "Indeed, it is akin to a slumbering dragon. One must not underestimate it." The king continued, "Thus, we must refrain from hostility for now. Perhaps only that repugnant island nation would contemplate an ambush. Drelson, instruct Jones Panna to refrain from aggression. Our objective is merely to gather intelligence, or perhaps to forge a friendship with the master of that mysterious force." "Yes, your majesty," replied Drelson. Meanwhile, in England, Queen Elizabeth inquired, "Whom shall we send to gather information?" The woman seated upon the throne declared, "Let Elena undertake this task. As the royal heir, it is time she hone her skills. Huaxia is a formidable nation indeed, regardless of our peculiar abilities' weaknesses being well known. I hope Elena will acquire valuable insights to alter this reality. You may take your leave now. I wish to be alone for a while." The queen's personal attendant withdrew, leaving her in solitude. "Huaxia is it? A nation that continually surprises," she mused. Meanwhile, 6 individuals scattered across the globe sensed the extraordinary power of spiritual energy in the capital of Huaxia. Is this anger? Has someone passed the trial of wrath? What manner of being could it be? I yearn to meet them. A thrill coursed through their hearts, igniting their determination. The inheritor of wrath must surely be a delectable challenge. Indeed, the other 6 deadly sins had long found their challengers, biding their time for wrath's trial. Should it falter, the other 6 sins would lie dormant within the challenger's being until the end of their days. However, if someone were to succeed in the trial of wrath, it would herald the awakening of the other 6 sins. Anger is paramount. If the tester of anger does not first pass the trial, the other 6 deadly sins cannot be tested either. Anger is akin to the human heart. If the heart ceases to beat, then no other organs can function. When the heart beats and blood circulates, everything can progress towards a positive outcome. Of course, this positive direction may not be genuinely good. Chapter 39. The man who cannot avenge, setting aside future events. At this moment, Zhongli Yu, now a focal point of attention from various nations, proceeds towards the largest restaurant in the capital with peers of similar age, including Bei Qing. Naturally, the purple gold card had also been retrieved from the principal. As for the heads of various gifted families, they returned to their clans after the matter concluded, as arrangements for subsequent events were necessary. After all, Zhongli Yu had already surmounted the most challenging hurdle. They could not afford to relinquish hope. Soon, the group arrived at the illustrious XINU restaurant in the capital. Gazing at the prominently displayed characters for XINU, Zhongli Yu mused, "Is XINU a person's name?" Bei Qing, with a look of skepticism, replied, "You You must be unaware of the significance of Yu, right? What do you mean? Zhongli Yu inquired. With a resigned sigh, Situ remarked. What have you been doing all these years? Have you been a recluse? Yet, even if you were, you should have heard of it. Apologies. I have not even lived up to the standards of a recluse, Zhongli Yu retorted darkly. Laughter erupted among the trio as they entered the Yu restaurant. Upon reaching the front desk, the attendant inquired, Do you have a reservation? Yifan replied, Yes, under the name Zhongli. As the attendant began to check, Zhongli Yu interjected, Why is my name being used? Yifan explained, Did you not say you would treat us? Therefore, it must appear as such on the surface. Seeing Zhongli Yu's expression of suppressed frustration brought amusement to several onlookers. At that moment, the attendant had completed the search and asked, Will you be ordering here? The group turned towards Zhongli Yu. After all, she was the one footing the bill. Go ahead and order, Zhongli Yu said. Cheers erupted as they eagerly began to place their orders. Observing the carefree release of inhibitions among her companions, Zhongli Yu pondered, how long would such a scene last? Bei Qing and others resumed sharing tales about the proprietor of Yu restaurant. Bei Qing stated, I heard that the owner was once an heir of a gifted family, with a promising future ahead. However, he unexpectedly fell in love with his own sister. When this was discovered by his clan, they ordered him to kill her to retain his status as heir. Yet, he fled with his sister under the cover of night, though it seems she ultimately perished, and he was forever banished from the family. Zhongli Yu remarked, He cannot even protect his beloved. What a weakness. What did you say? A voice called out from behind Zhongli Yu. As the attention of the crowd remained primarily focused on Zhongli Yu, it could be said that every movement of hers was under their scrutiny. They naturally overheard the dialogue between Zhongli Yu and the three individuals from Bei Qing and witnessed the speaker's identity. Unanimously, they thought, what extraordinary luck. Not only did they share tales behind someone's back, but they also passed such judgment, all while the subject of their conversation listened in. How splendid. A captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Zhongli Yu turned to the middle-aged man with white hair and inquired, Who are you? The white-haired man replied, I am Ming Wei, the owner of this Yu hotel. I ask that you apologize for your earlier remarks. Zhongli Yu chuckled, Why should I apologize? Is it not true? If one cannot even protect their beloved, are they not weak? Moreover, how is it that you continue to live so well? If it were me, having lost my loved one to another's hand, I would seek vengeance. Once my enemies are vanquished, I would willingly join my beloved in the afterlife. So tell me, what is your story? Do you truly care for Ming Yu? My affection for Yu is genuine. As for my lack of revenge, that is of no concern to you. I wish you a pleasant meal, Miss Zhongli, Ming Wei said menacingly before departing with those behind him. Zhongli Yu observed Ming Wei's retreating figure and remarked, He must be wishing for my demise with 1,000 cuts. You truly know him well. Situ replied helplessly. Wenren she added, Sister Yu, there may indeed be a reason behind Uncle Ming Wei's inaction. He might be under a curse. A curse? Situ inquired. Yes, he continued. In truth, the elders or head of a family can impose curses on its members. However, these curses differ from the 7 deadly sins. A family curse is directed at capable members wishing to leave the family, stipulating that they must not harm anyone within the family after departing. Thus, he may be unable to seek vengeance. Zhongli Yu gazed pensively at Ming Wei's increasingly distant silhouette and mused, I should be able to help him lift the curse. It could prove to be quite intriguing. What do you mean? Ivan asked. Zhongli Yu explained, My hellfire can alter a person's constitution. Of course, this requires a steadfast will to endure the pain inflicted by the hellfire, both internally and externally. Once they persevere, they will be reborn, and any curse shall be incinerated by the hellfire. After all, no curse can compare to the eternal torment of the 7 deadly sins. Then do you intend to assist Mr. Ming Wei? Bei Qing inquired. Zhongli Yu replied, If fate allows, I shall indeed. By the way, have you all finished ordering? Let us proceed inside. The crowd, still in a state of bewilderment from their newfound knowledge, made their way into the reserved private room. Can the hellfire truly accomplish such feats? Could they, too, experience this? The individuals seated in the room were left in a state of stupor. To Zhongli Yu's left sat Helian Ling, to her right was Bei Qing, followed by Wenren and Situ. Zhongli Yu suddenly had a thought and said, Qing, once the matters concerning the Zhongli family are resolved, I shall assist you in restoring your body. Bei Qing trembled slightly and replied, I am not in a hurry. Zhongli Yu sighed and responded, Qing, while you may be patient, I am quite anxious. Thus, I present this to you. It will temporarily help suppress your physical condition. From the tips of Zhongli Yu's fingers, flames resembling fresh blood emerged, gradually coalescing and ultimately compressing into a stone shaped like a flame. Zhongli Yu explained. This stone is crafted from the hellfire. You must keep it on your person. All right. Bei Qing accepted it and placed it in the pocket of her chest. In truth, Zhongli Yu had not disclosed that the stone possessed another function. It would automatically protect the bearer, but only those recognized by Zhongli Yu could touch it. Should an outsider come into contact, they would be deemed an enemy and attacked by the hellfire. The reason Zhongli Yu entrusted this to Bei Qing was to lure out the person secretly harming her body. As Zhongli Yu pondered these matters, he felt a faint chill brushing against his left cheek. He then heard Helian Ling whisper, "After today, the Ability Academy may not be so tranquil. Some nations might send exchange students who could easily identify you as the person they seek. But fear not, we will protect you." Chapter 40. Exchange students from America and England. Upon hearing Helian Ling's words, Zhongli Yu silently turned his head, and Helian Ling remained still. The distance between them, already close, seemed to shrink even further, their reflections mirrored in one another's eyes. The previously raucous room fell into an eerie silence, with everyone quietly observing the two captivating individuals. The focus, however, was not merely on their allure, but rather on how alarmingly close they had become, nearly lips touching. The onlookers speculated whether there was an illicit affair brewing between them, especially since they had already exchanged tokens of affection. It was evident that the crowd had forgotten the earlier conversation among Helian Ling and his companions, who had handed the jade pendant to Zhongli Yu. This misunderstanding was indeed a splendid one, and it would lead to others becoming accustomed to the growing intimacy between the two in the future. Zhongli Yu assessed Helian Ling, saying, "You should tend to your own concerns first. My gravest crisis has passed, but your chill is considerably more severe than before." Helian Ling, gazing into Zhongli Yu's blood-red eyes reflecting his own, replied, "My curse only harms myself, but if yours were to fall into the hands of those with ill intent, it would pose a significant threat to Huaxia. Therefore, I cannot remain indifferent." "Is that so?" Zhongli Yu averted his gaze, took a sip of water to soothe his throat, and remarked, "Indeed, the Helian family is a lineage of military men. I almost forgot that Master Helian, like my elder brother, holds the rank of Major General." Somehow, Helian Ling felt an unsettling discomfort as he watched Zhongli Yu avert his gaze, akin to witnessing his cherished toy being taken away. Those blood-red eyes, which might seem terrifying to others, evoked warmth in Helian Ling, as if they could melt the icy coldness nestled deep within his soul. A yearning to draw closer surged within him, a primal instinct that his body could not suppress. Sensing the warmth radiating from Zhongli Yu, Helian Ling involuntarily leaned closer, his ice-blue eyes deepening in hue, enchanted, drawing nearer and basking in the growing warmth. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept before him, jolting Helian Ling back to reality, revealing the current situation. Before him loomed a pair of large hands. He looked up to find Zhongli Chen glaring at him with a stormy expression. Memories of the recent events rushed back to him. Externally, Helian Ling maintained a facade of indifference, but internally, his mind was in turmoil. "My heavens, what am I doing? Why am I acting this way? What is happening?" Seeing Zhongli Yu's bewildered expression only heightened his desire to reach out, to bridge the distance between them. He struggled to contain his body's restlessness, and, amidst the scrutiny of onlookers, stood up and said, I need to use the restroom." With that, he hastily exited the room that had altered him so profoundly. Is this an escape? The thoughts echoed in the minds of the spectators. Zhongli Chen tightened his grip on Zhongli Yu's shoulder, saying, "You, remember to keep your distance from Helian Ling. He harbors ill intentions." How brazen of him to act so boldly before everyone. Wenren Qi, enjoying the spectacle, chimed in, "Chun, how can you call it ill-intentioned when nothing truly happened?" Sima Xiao fanned herself and added, "Indeed, it was merely a matter of getting a little closer." "You too. That hardly qualifies as merely getting closer," Zhongli Chen snapped, his irritation flaring. The debate among them began, while others joined in with their own discussions. Zhongli Yu stared at the cup in her hands, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Helian Ling splashed cold water on his face, gazing at his reflection, gradually regaining composure. How could this be? Why do I feel compelled to touch Zhongli Yu? Am I bewitched? In the aftermath of this unexpected gathering, Helian Ling never reappeared. The following day, news of the enormous blood-red lotus incident was conspicuously absent from newspapers, suppressed by those with vested interests. Naturally, those who witnessed the event found their memories erased. It could be said that everything that transpired last night was under a strict prohibition, with all involved forbidden from speaking of it. Furthermore, all information regarding Zhongli Yu was classified as state secrets by the nation's leaders. Of course, all of this was unbeknownst to Zhongli Yu. Upon her second arrival at the classroom, everything seemed as usual, with everyone engrossed in their own activities. However, subtle changes were afoot. The moment Zhongli Yu entered, the previously hushed class fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of breathing became notably subdued. Unaware of the atmosphere shift within the classroom, Zhongli Yu scanned her surroundings and inquired, "Has no one arrived yet?" "You. I apologize for being late." A hand suddenly rested on Zhongli Yu's shoulder. Instinctively, she was ready to retaliate, but upon hearing that familiar voice, she restrained her impulse to deliver a punch to the abdomen of the person behind her. With a hint of exasperation, Zhongli Yu remarked, "Qing, please don't touch me from behind. It makes me easily mistake you for an adversary." Bei Qing retracted her hand and replied, "My apologies. By the way, you seem a bit too sensitive." Zhongli Yu explained, "I can't help it. I spent 6 months battling in the Wuwang realm, where many threats lurk, ready to strike from behind. I've grown accustomed to this vigilance." Bei Qing asked, "Wuwang realm? You. May I enter as well? I wish to fight." Zhongli Yu responded, "That doesn't seem possible. The Wuwang realm is summoned by anger and can only be invoked once. So I cannot summon it again." "Is that so?" Bei Qing said, slightly dejected. "Well, there will be opportunities in the future." Zhongli Yu glanced around and inquired, "Qing, where is my seat? You didn't leave me a spot after I left 6 months ago, did you?" "Ha ha ha." Tang Jixin entered the classroom, saying, "How could that be? We just moved here. Hurry up, Xiao Xin." Stumbling in with a set of desks and chairs, Tang Xin appeared rather unsteady. Tang Jixin remarked with irritation, "Look at you. After a little exercise, you act as if you've broken your leg. Pathetic." Familiar with her father's demeanor, Tang Xin chose not to explain. Recognizing it would be futile, it was better to conserve her breath. She turned to Zhongli Yu and asked, "Where do you want to sit?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Isn't there a spot at the back by the window? Let us go with that." As she spoke, she sensed a momentary shift in the gazes of those around her. Though she couldn't quite discern what was amiss, there was no malice in their stares. Tang Xin slightly parted her lips, as if to speak, but recalling a particular scene from the previous day, she obediently closed her mouth, determined to fulfill her father's directive satisfactorily. "You." Bei Qing observed Zhongli Yu with a peculiar expression. Zhongli Yu, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Class is about to start. I'll return to my seat now," Bei Qing replied. What's with Bei Qing? In the last 5 seconds before the class bell rang, Helian Ling, Wenren Ziki, Wenren Shi, Situ Feng, Situ Xiao, and Zhongli Chen finally arrived. However, upon noticing an additional crimson figure occupying their designated last row, the expressions on their faces turned oddly peculiar. Especially Zhongli Chen, whose face darkened ominously, akin to coal. Zhongli Chen pondered, why choose to sit there of all places? Wenren Shi, Wenren Ziqi, Situ Feng, and Situ Xiao collectively thought, this must be fate. Helian Ling observed the 6 individuals who stood motionless and inquired, "May I invite you in?" The 6 regained their composure and took their seats. They were all positioned in the last row, and notably, to Helian Ling's left sat Zhongli Yu, while to his right was Zhongli Chen. Helian Ling sat rigidly, feeling the warmth radiating from his left, which only served to stiffen him further, compounded by Zhongli Chen's menacing glare that seemed to warn, "Dare to move, and I shall end you." Tang Jixin glanced at the somber atmosphere enveloping the last row, his lips twitching in bemusement. What is this? A battleground? He recalled a crucial matter and made a concerted effort to divert his gaze from the last row, stating, "Today, our academy has the pleasure of welcoming 2 exchange students from foreign lands. Let us extend a warm welcome." Applause erupted, as decorum dictated. As Tang Jixin concluded, a boy and a girl entered from outside. He gestured, "Please introduce yourselves." The boy, with deep brown hair and hazel eyes, said, "I am Jones Panna Inoan, an American. Pleased to make your acquaintance." The girl, with golden hair and azure eyes, added, "I am Alina Scariff, from England, delighted to meet you all." Chapter 41. Unveiling intentions. At this moment, it was well known that the exchange students from other nations had ulterior motives, and these 2 were particularly renowned. Jones Panna Inoan, an American, was the son of General Dren Son Inoan, a prominent figure in the U.S. military, and he himself held the rank of major. As a superpower in technological advancements, the United States possessed unique abilities, notably in the form of armed mechs. Crafted from a combination of advanced technology and the exclusive mineral known as leisure, which had become synonymous with American prowess. Only Americans could operate these armed mechs. Perhaps due to geographical magnetic influences, Jones Panna Inoan enjoyed a stellar reputation within the military, exhibiting remarkable talent in mech warfare, reminiscent of his father, Dren Son Inoan, confident and formidable. The surname Inoan was a source of pride for all Americans, embodying the aspirations of soldiers and warriors, an ideal to surpass. Dren's son Inoan, once a destitute orphan, chose to enlist, subsequently awakening his latent potential for armed mechs. This caught the attention of the elite. During a time when the United States was engulfed in chaos, and the so-called royalty were mere puppets of the powerful. Remarkably, Dren's son Inoan opted not to align with any faction of the elite, but instead chose to stand with the puppet royalty. At that time, the King of the United States, now revered as one of the greatest monarchs in its history, was merely a young adult, betrayed by those closest to him. Witnessing the treachery of his own people, seduced by power and ultimately turning against him, the king had lost faith in anyone. Just as he contemplated surrendering to fate, Drenson Inoan appeared before him. Faced with Drenson Inoan's declarations of loyalty, the king found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, Drenson Inoan possessed formidable strength, prompting the king to consider leveraging his power for his own protection. Subsequent events gradually validated Drenson Inoan's words. He proved to be a man of his word. Eventually, peace was restored to the nation, with all traitorous nobles sentenced to death, and the voice of the royal family reclaimed its rightful place. Drenson Inoan, the valiant hero, was appointed as the first general of the United States, granted the same authority as the king himself. If anyone dared to betray, Drenson Inoan had the prerogative to act decisively, even against members of the royal family, for he was the king's most trusted ally. In time, Drenson Inoan wed a noblewoman aligned with the royal faction, and they bore a son, Jones Panna Inoan. He consistently instilled in his son the values of loyalty and the importance of protecting those to whom one pledges allegiance, emphasizing that betrayal was never an option. Influenced deeply by his father's teachings, Jones Panna Inoan did not disappoint, though he had yet to find his own object of loyalty. He remained steadfastly devoted to the royal family, much to Drenson Inoan's satisfaction. Meanwhile, Alina's caliph was the first heir to the English royal throne. England, a kingdom of magic, distinguished itself from the realm of supernatural abilities. Magic could only be wielded through a wand, and its practitioners were often frail, susceptible to ailments that could prove fatal. The relationship between England and the United States was amicable, attributed in part to the delicate constitution of the magicians. In England, female succession to the throne was permissible, and the current queen was regarded as the strongest in the lineage, capable of wielding magic without a wand, an unparalleled feat among all magicians, and she could cast spells instantaneously. Alina's caliph was the youngest daughter of this esteemed queen and the primary heir to the throne. Typically, when one hears of royalty and thrones, the notion of multiple wives and concubines comes to mind, as such is often a descriptor of a nation's king. Remarkably, in nations such as the United States and England, where monarchy and regal authority still prevail, excluding island nations, the current leaders are not characterized by greed. While there are indeed a few men with multiple wives and children from different parental lineages, their courts remain remarkably peaceful, devoid of the so-called rivalry for favor or struggles for the throne. In fact, there is a general disinterest in the imperial seat, necessitating the selection of the most capable individual as the heir apparent. Thus, Alina's caliph emerges as the chosen successor, likened to being picked as a cabbage. Jones Panna Inoan and Alina's caliph have known each other since childhood, allowing them to look after one another in this unfamiliar land. They are aware that their class represents a microcosm of various capable families from Huaxia and understand their purpose for coming to Huaxia. Moreover, their smooth arrival at the Academy of Abilities signifies Huaxia's tacit approval of their earnest inquiries, provided they do not inflict harm upon Huaxia. The United States and England maintain a cordial stance towards Huaxia, contrasting with the island nation's efforts to undermine it. As individuals from the United States and England, Jones Panna Inoan and Alina's caliph naturally adopt a friendly demeanor towards the people of Huaxia. Jones Panna Inoan addresses the assembly, stating, "Everyone present is astute and understands our purpose in Huaxia. Our aim is merely to ascertain the origins of the unknown spiritual energy within the Academy of Abilities. Both Alina's and I hold a genuine interest in Huaxia and hope to foster amicable relations with you all. Additionally, we would prefer you to call us by our names, as our full names may seem rather lengthy and peculiar when pronounced by Huaxia natives." The candidness of Jones Panna Inoan is well received, for the attendees recognize that he harbors no malice towards Huaxia, having laid bare their intentions. Consequently, they feel inclined to lower their guard, as maintaining a facade could tarnish the dignity of both parties. Jones Panna Inoan nudges the silent Alina's with his elbow and whispers, "What's the matter? Aren't you usually quite talkative?" Noticing Alina's lack of response, he turns to her, only to find her gaze fixed intently on a particular direction. Following her line of sight, he is captivated by a vivid shade of crimson hair. In that moment, Jones Pananoan is entranced solely by that hue of red, lost in thought until the sound of Tang Jisen's cough brings him back to reality. Tang Jisen remarks, let us have Jones Pananoan and Alina sit in the 2 front seats of the last row. Very well, Jones Pananoan replies, guiding the still-dazed Alinas towards their designated seats. Observing Zhongli Yu, who is gazing out the window, he muses, it seems our task will soon come to fruition. Chapter 42. Savoring the moment as Jones Pananoan leads Alinas to their seats, he discovers that she remains fixated on Zhongli Yu, with an inexplicable fluid trickling from the corner of her mouth. A twitch of his lips betrays his realization. How could he have forgotten that this woman is infatuated with those who stand out? The strikingly crimson hair of Zhongli Yu, reminiscent of blood, had captured the attention of Alina, marking her as extraordinary. Jones Panna, feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of the surrounding Chinese onlookers who observed him and Alina, tugged at Alina and whispered, hey, enough already, stop daydreaming. Noticing Alina still in a daze, a large hashtag appeared above Jones Panna's head, and he finally delivered a punch to rouse her. Alina, clutching the swelling bump on the back of her head, exclaimed, Jones Panna, what did you do that for? You've embarrassed me in front of a beauty. You, of all people, dare to say that? Jones Panna retorted, disregarding his own dignity. I've called your name countless times, yet you merely stared at others, oblivious to their discomfort. When will you cure this infatuation of yours? It's quite embarrassing to stand beside you. Alina shrugged nonchalantly. My infatuation is my own affair. Besides, even if you wanted to be enamored, you couldn't manage it. And frankly, I have no desire to stand beside you, you busybody. What? You call me a busybody? Jones Panna responded with a chuckle rather than anger. Please, if it weren't for Her Majesty the Queen, His Majesty the King, and my father compelling me to look after you, do you think I would be here with you? Without me, you would surely perish. Alina shot back. I am the foremost heir of the English royal family. I wouldn't die so easily. I am nothing like you, you brute. What did you say? The tension in the air was palpable as Jones Panna and Alina exchanged fiery glances, ready to ignite at any moment. Enough. The voice of Tang Jisen abruptly calmed the two, reminding them that they were neither in America nor England, but in China, a land foreign to them. How could they possibly quarrel in front of so many people? It was truly a disgrace to their image and that of their countries. Both Jones Panna and Alina bowed deeply to Tang Jisen, saying, We apologize, Professor, for our quarrel in public. Please forgive us. Tang Jisen, not overly concerned, noted their sincere apologies and felt no anger. Very well, I shall forgive you this time, but next time there will be severe consequences. Now, take your seats and prepare for class, he instructed. Yes, they replied, finally settling into their seats and directing their thoughts towards the lesson, ignoring the captivating Zhongli Yu behind them. It could be said that both were the type who would never be careless once they focused. And since Tang Jisen was teaching about obscure knowledge not related to Chinese supernatural abilities, they found the class immensely beneficial. All eyes were fixed on Tang Jisen as he delivered the lecture with earnestness, except for one individual. In the entire class, only Zhongli Yu rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window at the blue sky and white clouds, silently observing alone. It seems as if the entire world cannot accommodate her. She stands alone, distinctly different from the rest of humanity, enveloped in a profound sadness and helplessness. At last, after a rigorous class, the students were liberated. For them, the curriculum at the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities was manageable, as they only needed to attend Tang Jisen's lectures. They had already mastered other theoretical knowledge, being heirs or prodigies of various extraordinary families in Huaxia. Once class was dismissed, Elena darted towards Zhongli Yu and inquired, What is your name? I am Elena Scarif. You may call me Elena. Zhongli Yu shifted his gaze from the azure sky to Elena and replied, Zhongli Yu. Zhongli? You must belong to the Zhongli family, one of the 4 great extraordinary families, Elena remarked. Indeed, he affirmed. Elena, fixated on his face, asked, Is your hair color natural? It is quite unique. I have encountered individuals with red hair before, but yours appears distinct, reminiscent of the hue of blood. Zhongli Yu responded, It is not natural. Curiously, Elena inquired, Is it dyed? It looks so authentic. Jones Panna furrowed his brow and retorted, Elena, what do you mean by that? You ought to apologize immediately. Oh, I'm sorry, Elena said sincerely. Never mind, Zhongli Yu said calmly. The trio fell into a silence, thickening the air with an uncomfortable tension. At that moment, a voice emerged from beside Zhongli Yu, asking, Is it the king who has permitted you to speak of your purpose? Upon noticing it was Helian Ling, Jones Panna replied, Yes. And we were informed that our primary objective is to ascertain the source of the unknown spiritual energy, while the remaining time is ours to utilize as we see fit. I wonder how this response fares. Helian Ling regarded Jones Panna and cautioned, just avoid causing trouble. Of course, Jones Panna affirmed. Sparks flew between their gazes, while Zhongli Yu observed the surrounding onlookers, who appeared intrigued, feeling somewhat puzzled by their relationship. What is their connection? He asked. Elena replied, they are rivals, I believe. I heard that during previous military exercises between Huaxia and the United States, they encountered each other, resulting in Jones Panna's defeat, which led him to regard Helian Ling as his adversary whom he must surpass. Is that so? Zhongli Yu mused, watching the two exchange meaningful glances. He thought to himself that Jones Panna's aspirations seemed exceedingly futile, as he perceived Helian Ling as a formidable entity, possessing extraordinary prowess at such a young age. Just look at the chilling aura emanating from him, nearly overwhelming the spiritual artifacts around him. May I befriend you? Elena asked, her face bright with a smile. Zhongli Yu remarked, you are merely curious about how I acquired this red hair. Ha, has my intrigue been revealed? Zhongli Yu shrugged, very well. I shall disclose it to you, but please refrain from bothering me afterward, all right? All right then, my dear. Zhongli Yu replied, it was yesterday. His words captured the attention of Jones Panna, who was locked in a silent battle of glances with Helian Ling yesterday. Elena humorously gazed at Zhongli Yu and inquired, my dear, what are your thoughts? Surely, you must comprehend the purpose of our presence here. How audacious of you to disclose such information. Zhongli Yu replied, since you have all openly articulated your intentions for coming to Huaxia, why should I conceal mine? Moreover, upon first encountering me, did you not harbor your own speculations? You cannot possibly be the same, Elena lamented. They are in the light, while you remain in the shadows. If you continue to withhold your thoughts, we would merely be left to conjecture. You truly are an intriguing individual. Elena continued, Jones Panna, our mission is to discover the source of spiritual energy. It seems we have accomplished that. Let us relish the experience of life in Huaxia. Indeed, Jones Panna agreed after a moment of contemplation. I hold a keen interest in Huaxia as well, so I shall rely on all of you during this time. Wouldn't you agree, Helian Ling? Helian Ling remained silent. Unbeknownst to Jones Panna and Elena, this journey to Huaxia would yield significant benefits for them, revealing the reality that there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and they would forge several close friendships in Huaxia, laying the groundwork for their future prominence in America, England, and even the world. However, at this moment, it was still too early to foresee such outcomes. Chapter 43. The true nature of Elena. Elena had seemingly become entirely fixated on Zhongli Yu. Not out of malice, but rather with an infatuated gaze that left Zhongli Yu quite distressed. After all, Zhongli Yu had a strong aversion to the closeness of strangers. Yet, Elena, whom Zhongli Yu had deemed a stranger, showed no signs of departing from her side. Consequently, Bei Qing and the others had not exchanged a word with Zhongli Yu since class ended. Wenren, she remarked, isn't this a bit too clingy? Situ added, this is a skill in itself. I certainly cannot achieve such a feat. Bei Qing silently observed Zhongli Yu's discomfort as Elena peppered her with questions, pondering her own thoughts. For Zhongli Yu, it was the first time she felt time dragging on so slowly, with an incessant buzzing noise akin to a mosquito resonating in her ears. How could that possibly feel pleasant? Finally, as the school day drew to a close, Zhongli Yu seized the opportunity to dash out of the classroom before Elena could approach. Elena, watching the fleeting crimson figure vanish from her sight, sighed, Jones Panna, am I truly that terrifying that she feels the need to evade me? Jones Panna replied, is it not evident? Your enthusiasm has gone a bit overboard. Elena retorted innocently, but I behave this way in England, and no one shies away from me. Jones Panna responded, are you foolish? Is this not a glaringly obvious matter? In England, you are the first heir to the throne. Who would not understand you? Who would not be forgiving or accommodating of you? It is merely due to this identity, and the fact that everyone has become accustomed to your temperament. Thus they do not take it too seriously. However, the circumstances have changed. This is not England, and apart from me, you have no acquaintances here. Others are unaware of your nature, and your actions may easily be misconstrued. Therefore, ensure you offer a sincere apology tomorrow. Do you understand? Upon hearing Jones Panna's words, Elena reflected deeply on her own behavior, realizing that her actions had been rather impulsive. Nevertheless, with utmost seriousness, she addressed Jones Panna. Let us set this aside for now. What observations have you made regarding Zhongli Yu? At that moment, Elena exuded a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. She appeared as a fully mature woman, radiating the essence of femininity, particularly accentuated by her profound azure eyes. After all, Elena was the first heir to the English throne, destined to be a queen. And such simplicity was not befitting her. Her previous demeanor stemmed from her personality and served as a means of self-protection. Although no one within the royal family contested her claim to the throne, it did not preclude the scrutiny from others. Jones Panna, already familiar with Alina's transformations, remarked, "How shall I put it? She seems somehow incompatible with this world. I cannot discern where her danger lies. According to what my father and others have described regarding the density of her spiritual energy, she must be a highly aggressive ability user. Otherwise, the nation would not have dispatched us to investigate." Alina replied, "Indeed, now that we know who she is, further discourse will be easier. However, to be candid, I find myself rather fond of her, though I cannot quite articulate why." Jones Panna inquired, "Is it due to her unique red hair?" Alina pondered for a moment before responding, "That is indeed part of it. Her hair is strikingly red, and her eyes, do they not evoke a sense of unease?" She dismissed Jones Panna's comment and continued, "Although I feel a certain trepidation towards that red, I am inexplicably drawn to her." Jones Panna shrugged, "If you do not know, then you do not know. Come, let us explore our accommodations." Alina obediently followed Jones Panna as they ventured outside. Chapter 44. The occurrence of a murder. Zhongli Yu stood alone beneath a century-old tree in front of her independent apartment. Zhongli Yu typically resided in the independent apartments of the Ability Academy, living alone, while Bei Qing had her own residence. After classes, Helian Ling and others returned directly to their family homes, while Jones Panna and Alina were assigned to a house specially prepared for exchange students at the Ability Academy. In the darkness, Zhongli Yu's hair, reminiscent of blood, was strikingly vivid, easily discernible even in the night. However, for someone preoccupied with other thoughts, that vivid red failed to capture his attention, and he did not even cast a glance in her direction. Zhongli Yu observed a certain individual who seemed preoccupied with thoughts unrelated to walking. Concerned that they might stumble if lost in reverie, he spoke up, "Qing, please focus while walking. Do not let your mind wander." The suddenness of his voice startled Bei Qing, causing her to grasp her collar tightly and glance around, ultimately spotting Zhongli Yu beneath a towering tree. She approached him, exclaiming, You nearly frightened me to death. I thought a ghost was upon me." Zhongli Yu replied, "A ghost would never caution you to be careful. Besides, it appears you have been quite distracted. What troubles you? Is it related to me? You may share your thoughts." Observing Bei Qing's darting eyes and her hurried breath, he inquired, "Is it those two exchange students?" Bei Qing shuddered slightly, responding, "It's because you have not spoken to me today, only to that girl." "Ah, so Qing, are you feeling a twinge of jealousy?" Zhongli Yu asked, a look of realization dawning upon him. "What? Jealousy? Absolutely not." Bei Qing quickly clarified. However, upon seeing the playful smile on Zhongli Yu's face, she added, "Even if I were jealous, what of it? You are my friend. How could you not speak to me and instead converse with that blonde woman? What is she to you? I am your true friend." Zhongli Yu accepted Bei Qing's outpouring of discontent, choosing to listen quietly. Once she had vented her feelings, panting slightly, she urged, You must say something too." Zhongli Yu replied, "What more is there to say? I have but one declaration. Bei Qing, you are my one and only trusted friend. Do not worry. I would never overlook you. You are indispensable to me. You truly are cunning," Bei Qing remarked, her inner turmoil gradually calming in response to his words. Indeed, his promise served as a soothing balm for her soul. Zhongli Yu, somewhat troubled, remarked, "Yet it is no wonder you feel uneasy. That girl is indeed quite bothersome, inescapable, and truly vexing." "Then let us teach her a lesson," Bei Qing retorted fiercely. Zhongli Yu watched as Bei Qing muttered to herself, exuding a dark aura, pondering. Has she succumbed to darkness? She listed several punitive measures before asking him, Which method do you think is best?" "None of them, my dear Bei Qing." "How could you have changed so?" Zhongli Yu responded, "I will clarify things with her, do not worry." "Is that so?" she asked. "Yes, it is quite late. We should return." "Until tomorrow, Qing," Zhongli Yu said. "Until tomorrow," Bei Qing replied, her faith in Zhongli Yu unwavering. As she cheerfully made her way back to her home, watching her depart, Zhongli Yu felt the tension that had gripped him begin to dissipate. He gazed up at the stars still shimmering in the night sky, reflecting on his life before awakening his extraordinary abilities. Compared to now, he felt as though he were surrounded by troubles. Indeed, had two such troubles not appeared today, life flows with a tranquil rhythm, akin to a gentle stream, never to return. With a resigned sigh, Zhongli Yu retreated to her abode, choosing not to linger outside any longer. This night, the absence of clouds allowed the moon and stars to illuminate the dark earth, casting a faint glow that inadvertently provided a condition for lurking shadows. How frustrating it was that the old woman insisted on making me work overtime. Exhausted from just returning from a long shift, I found myself grumbling along the dimly lit path. At that moment, sensing something amiss, the woman turned to glance behind her, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. Was it merely an illusion? She mused, her body stiffening slightly. As she walked along the shadowy path, she constantly glanced around, acutely aware of an unseen presence following her, even distinctly hearing the sound of breath trailing behind. Fear gripped her, urging her to quicken her pace and dash into an alleyway. Striving to calm her racing heart and labored breaths, she cautiously peered out, only to find that the sensation of being pursued had dissipated. She let out a sigh of relief, but just as she stepped out of the alley, a chilling sensation swept over her, and a raspy voice echoed from the darkness behind. "Darling, it is thanks to your arrival in this desolate place that I can act boldly. To express my gratitude, I will grant you a little more time." The woman attempted to scream for help, but a hand swiftly covered her mouth, and she was dragged into the pitch-black alley, her struggles growing fainter until silence enveloped her. The night remained shrouded in darkness, facilitating the crime, with no one to hear the victim's cries for assistance. The only sensation lingering was the heavy scent of rust pervading the alley. Chapter 45. Some can only be friends. The following morning, Alina and Jones Panna arrived at the class early. Upon seeing Zhongli Yu, Alina rushed toward her, playfully rubbing her face against hers, exclaiming, "Good morning, little Yu." This time, Zhongli Yu did not respond indifferently as she had the previous day. Instead, she firmly pushed Alina away and stated earnestly, "I apologize, but I am not accustomed to physical contact with others. Could you please keep your distance?" Alina was taken aback by Zhongli Yu's outright rejection, finding it hard to believe she had been so thoroughly dismissed. "Why did you not refuse me yesterday? Why the sudden change today?" she questioned, bewildered. Zhongli Yu replied, "I did not reject you yesterday for two reasons. First, I had never experienced such intimate contact with anyone before, which left me momentarily unresponsive. Second, I did not wish to embarrass you. If I had rejected you publicly, it would have caused you considerable discomfort. Moreover, you are not only a foreigner, but a princess and heir of the English royal family. How could I possibly be at odds with a nation? Thus, I kindly ask you to refrain from bothering me further." Alina felt a sense of helplessness after hearing Zhongli Yu's reasons for refusal. She pondered, how monotonous must your life have been for you to be oblivious to the affections of others? Moreover, I hardly present myself as a princess or the first heir to the English throne. Others can perceive me as an equal. Why can't you? It truly vexes me. Jones Nappa seized upon the crux of Zhongli Yu's statement, inquiring, "Is that the ordinary reason for refusal, or is there a more exceptional one?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Of course, the exceptional reason for my refusal is that my dear friend Bei Qing is feeling jealous. I cannot disregard my friends for someone I have known for merely a day, can I?" Upon hearing this, Alina, Jones Nappa, and the others in the class glanced at Zhongli Yu and then turned to the bewildered Bei Qing, their eyes filled with skepticism directed at the two. Alina asked, "Are you two dating?" Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing were momentarily taken aback by Alina's question. What did she mean by that? The other classmates regarded them with curious expressions. Despite their public declaration of friendship, can genuine camaraderie truly exist between a man and a woman? This remained a mystery to all. Meanwhile, Helian Ling and a few others who had just arrived in class overheard Alina, Jones Nappa, and Zhongli Yu's conversation, naturally igniting their curiosity about the relationship between Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing. Upon hearing the word dating, Helian Ling's pupils constricted, his heart raced, and his brows furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Zhongli Yu, silently hoping she would provide the answer he desired. Zhongli Yu looked at Alina and asked, "What is your relationship with Jones Nappa?" "It is akin to what I share with Bei Qing." Alina paused and replied, "With him, we can only be friends, as we are far too familiar with one another." Zhongli Yu explained, "You grew up together, thus knowing each other's strengths and flaws, which allows for mutual tolerance. Yet you have not crossed that line. Therefore, you remain friends. However, some individuals can only ever be friends, and Qing and I fall into that category. Does that mean there won't be any unexpected developments?" Alina inquired, genuinely perplexed by Zhongli Yu's assertion. Who can definitively ascertain that two people won't evolve into lovers? No one can provide such proof. Zhongli Yu responded, "Indeed, yet I harbor no romantic feelings for Qing. In truth, I find myself devoid of any such inclinations towards all men." "Hey, that is quite a serious issue," Alina remarked, her concern deepening. "It's one thing to lack feelings for male friends, but to be indifferent to all men is a cause for concern. Is it really so serious?" Zhongli Yu questioned, seemingly unfazed. Alina pressed, "Have you never felt a spark for any of the charming males in your past life? Not even a little?" Zhongli Yu pondered aloud. reflecting on the men in her life. Well, I suppose the family head and a few older brothers do not count. The principal, being rather aged, also falls outside the realm of consideration. As for the individuals from the rune department, they are all quite elderly as well. Even my friends, Bei Qing and the madman, cannot be included. Upon reflection, it seems I am surrounded by a distinct lack of the charming men you speak of. Alina listened, utterly astonished. Was it true that there wasn't a single respectable man in her life? At that moment, Wenren she interjected, Sister Yu, you might want to consider my brother. Even if he does not appeal to you, there is always Fengji's older brother. Zhongli Yu, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Little she, have you never heard the saying that one must not covet a friend's wife? The same applies here. One must not pursue a friend's brother. Besides, transitioning from friend to sister-in-law is a transformation I cannot endure. Wenren she contemplated this, but quickly countered, what about Ling Ge? He is not Sister Yu's friend. Well, on that note, let's just drop it. Zhongli Yu averted her gaze. Why? Both Wenren she and Alina inquired simultaneously, their curiosity piqued as everyone leaned in, eager not to miss a single word. Zhongli Yu responded, he, is simply not suitable for me, and that is that. Alina countered, but you have yet to even try. How can you declare it impossible? Zhongli Yu sighed. Hey, our conversation has clearly strayed off course. Are you attempting to change the subject? That will not do. I am quite persistent, Alina asserted, her expression determined. Zhongli Yu wore an expression of despair. Just as Alina was about to press on with her inquiries, Tang Jisen arrived, prompting Zhongli Yu to think. Finally, class has begun. As Alina departed, she quietly remarked to Zhongli Yu, wait until after class. Zhongli Yu was left speechless. Was this all merely gossip? Chapter 46. The thoughts of three. The first class of each morning was taught by Tang Ji-sun, while the other subjects could be optional, as many students had already been taught the material by their families. However, Tang Ji-sun's class was unique, and thus all students paid close attention, save for Zhongli Yu. Tang Ji-sun lectured on matters concerning spiritual energy and the fascinating powers derived from it, which were vital knowledge for those with special abilities. Of course, no other class had the privilege of such enlightening lessons. Regarding Zhongli Yu's lack of engagement in Tang Ji-sun's class, the instructor was understandably frustrated. He did not regard her status and scolded her harshly, yet it was only during a brief pause for breath that Zhongli Yu seized the opportunity to interrupt him, momentarily breaking his rhythm. At that moment, Zhongli Yu challenged Tang Ji-sun to test her knowledge. If he passed, he would be forbidden from disturbing her in future classes. Naturally, Tang Ji-sun accepted, harboring disbelief in Zhongli Yu's ability to answer his questions. To everyone's astonishment, she delivered a flawless performance, far surpassing the completeness of his notes. Tang Ji-sun inquired how she knew the answers, particularly since some questions had not been covered in class. He distinctly recalled her confidently stating, anger has taught me. I refuse to remain ignorant, before returning to her seat in a thoughtful daze. Since that day, Tang Ji-sun has refrained from targeting Zhongli Yu in class. Meanwhile, she sat quietly, gazing out the window, lost in contemplation. Typically, the focus of the class would be on Tang Ji-sun, but today was different. Several students were distracted, influenced by Zhongli Yu's earlier remarks. Alina stared at the virtual projection ahead, pondering whether her friends in England truly valued her for her identity. If that were the case, how foolish she would feel. Jones Panna, observing Alina's distraction, contemplated the nature of relationships between men and women. He believed that the bond between Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing represented true friendship, while he wondered what his connection with Alina really constituted. Helian Ling faced forward, yet his gaze lingered on Zhongli Yu, deeply curious about her assertion that she was unworthy of him. With his good looks, power, and stature, why would she reject him? Her expression at that moment had been infuriating. Beside him, Zhongli Chen kept a watchful eye on Helian Ling, concerned that his friend might inadvertently harm Zhongli Yu in a fit of emotion. Since the last gathering, when Zhongli Yu had awakened and Helian Ling had lost his composure, it became evident to everyone present, except for those oblivious to emotions, that Helian Ling harbored feelings for Zhongli Yu. Yet, all remained discreet, primarily drawn by the spectacle. After all, the heir of the Helian family developing affection for someone was a significant event, likely to attract the attention of the elders. Though Zhongli Yu's background was somewhat questionable, she still held considerable merit as the seventh lady of the Zhong family, a talented talisman master, and possessed formidable abilities following her awakening. Nevertheless, should Zhongli Yu or any other woman aspire to become the Helian family's lady, character was one aspect. More critically, the individual must be capable of enduring Helian Ling's chilling aura, which was of utmost importance. The Helian family had indeed contemplated the possibility of conceiving through in vitro fertilization. Yet regrettably, all attempts met with failure. The sperm must reside within the maternal body to achieve conception. Once extracted, it is immediately beset by a chill, rendering it non-viable. Consequently, the entire Helian lineage places great importance on the selection of a suitable heir. The members of the band are acutely aware of this fact and thus remain vigilant regarding the emotional developments between the two. Naturally, during critical moments, they may extend a helping hand to Helian Ling, considering their acquaintance spanning over a decade. At this juncture, Helian Ling remains oblivious to the concerns the band members harbor regarding his romantic entanglements. Chapter 47. The most important rule of the band. Not long after Tang Jisen's class commenced, two unexpected guests arrived, accompanied by a familiar figure to Zhongli Yu. Upon noticing the principal's presence, Tang Jisen's mind began to race with speculations. He promptly approached, exclaiming, "Ah, principal, what brings you here at this hour? And who are the two accompanying you?" The principal replied, "Old Tang, you are well aware of the reason for our visit. The two behind me are Shun Jichuan from the Special Abilities Department of the Beijing Police, along with his assistant, Sun Jia." Tang Jisen sighed. "I had a feeling this would happen. It appears the capital is bustling once more. I shall take my leave. My apologies, old Tang," the principal said with a hint of regret. Tang Jisen waved dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, and exited the classroom, ensuring the door was closed behind him. Once Tang Jisen departed, the principal addressed the group, "As we have new members in the class, along with two exchange students, I must reiterate the most critical rule of our band. Our members are not merely heirs and prodigies from various supernatural families across Huaxia. Our primary mission is to instruct you in the utilization of your abilities and impart knowledge concerning them. However, the band has an additional responsibility. When supernatural incidents occur, we are to engage in the investigation, apprehend the culprits, and assist the Special Abilities Department of the police. This is the paramount rule of our band, and it must remain confidential. That is all I wish to convey. Shun, you may proceed." Shun Jichuan nodded, handing a black bag to Sun Jia. Understanding Shun Jichuan's intention, Sun Jia approached the podium, opened the black bag, and retrieved a disc-like object, inserting it into the player. Standing in the center of the classroom, Shun Jichuan addressed the group. "I believe we are all quite familiar with one another, although a few unfamiliar faces have appeared. What is this red one?" Upon hearing the principal mention new arrivals in the class, Shun Jichuan felt a sense of intrigue. After all, entry into the class was not something granted lightly. Yet, as he stood amidst the unfamiliar faces, he inadvertently overlooked two non-Huaxia individuals and a stranger. His attention completely captivated by the red object, prompting him to speak out without restraint. All eyes in the classroom were drawn to Shun Jichuan, as previously. During his discussion of the case, the students had been preoccupied with their own tasks, only half listening to his words. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he cleared his throat and said, "I apologize for the interruption. Let us return to the topic at hand. This morning, at dawn, an elderly man exercising passed by an alley and detected a strong scent of copper rust. Upon entering the alley, he discovered a woman, completely naked, her body covered in a considerable amount of blood. Our examination confirmed that the blood belonged to the woman herself. This incident is the reason we have transferred the case to the Supernatural Department and sought the assistance of this class." On the woman's neck, there were two marks resembling snake bites, yet they were significantly larger than any snake's fangs. We extracted biological DNA from these bite marks, which closely resembled that of a human. Thus, we suspect that this is a case of vampire homicide. At this point, everyone's attention was entirely captivated by Shun Jichuan. Even Zhongli Yu turned to listen. This fascination is understandable, as vampires are predominantly known to operate in England, with few ever venturing into Huaxia, barring exceptions among the blood clans. Chapter 48. The contract of a century ago. Typically, people associate vampires with blood clans. However, in truth, vampires are merely vampires, while blood clans are pure or hybrid-blooded vampires with familial ties. Within the blood clan's perception, vampires who lack such lineage are considered unacknowledged. The history of Huaxia has primarily recorded vampires, rather than blood clans. Blood clans regard vampires as lowly beings, unwelcome among their ranks, including within the magical feast alliance of the blood clans. Vampires are generally those who have been infected by blood clans, or, for some reason, can rise from their graves after death to consume blood. They lack rationality, driven solely by the instinctual desire to feed on blood, and emerge only at night to seek sustenance, which naturally consists of human blood. There was once a widespread plague in England that brought vampires and blood clans into the public eye, revealing to humanity that other species besides humans existed in the world, many of which lived in seclusion. When the mindless vampires, driven only by their instinct to consume blood, emerged, the reigning king of England, where the throne is equally inheritable by both genders, promptly organized a team of wizards to eradicate the vampires. However, the outcome was disastrous, resulting in the loss of many wizards. Just as England found itself in despair, mysterious figures cloaked in black appeared, their faces obscured, and revealed to the king the vampire's weakness. Utilizing the methods suggested by these figures, the king successfully exterminated all the vampires. After the war concluded, the king held a grand feast to honor these individuals. However, they did not partake in any food, nor did they remove their black robes throughout the event. After the banquet, these figures requested the king to remain behind, which he consented to without hesitation. As those individuals shed their dark robes, they revealed stunning visages that could make even the king of England feel inadequate, reminiscent of the enchanting beauty of the legendary nine-tailed fox that stirs the hearts of both men and women. However, such a captivating display lasted only a fleeting moment before the leader articulated their intentions and objectives. Indeed, the individuals before the king were not only the architects of England's recent calamity, but also belonged to the same species, a revelation that left the king in a state of disbelief. Nevertheless, the leader distinguished their kind from the mindless monsters, asserting that their presence among humans was to assist in addressing the vampire crisis and to formalize a contract. The contract stipulated that a certain area known as the Dark Forest within English territory would be ceded to the Blood Clan. Truth be told, this locale had always belonged to the Blood Clan, unbeknownst to humanity, which had recently ventured into its depths only to meet grim fates. For who would refuse an easy meal? However, the continuous influx of humans posed a dilemma for the Blood Clan, bound by a covenant of reclusion. Consequently, the elders of the Blood Clan dispatched their envoy to the English royal court to establish this agreement. Upon hearing the leader recount the circumstances, the king pondered and ultimately consented to the contract. While the specific terms remain unmentioned for now, one stipulation proposed by the human side was that should any member of the Blood Clan venture beyond the Dark Forest and commit murder in the realm of humans, the human faction would be entitled to disregard the Blood Clan and enact lethal measures against them, a condition that the Blood Clan ultimately accepted. A century has since elapsed, during which the Blood Clan adhered to the tenets of this agreement, even the notoriously brutal feast alliance among them. The Blood Clan members who ventured out of the Dark Forest maintained human appearances and lifestyles, fostering an era of tranquility that nearly led humanity to forget the existence of vampires and the Blood Clan. This peace persisted until the recent murder shook their world. Chapter 49. Parting ways. Shinjichuan turned to Alina and Jones Panna, stating, "One of you must belong to the English royal family. Thus you should be aware of the contract established between the royals and the Blood Clan." Alina rose and replied, "I am aware of it. Yet I have never encountered a Blood Clan member, let alone a vampire, so I fear I may be of little assistance." Shinjichuan, somewhat disheartened, responded, "Is that so? Very well. After a century of research, we have discerned the vulnerabilities of the Blood Clan and vampires. Lesser Blood Clan members are averse to sunlight and seldom emerge during the day. Vampires, too, remain hidden in daylight, which means your team's operations will occur at night. Besides sunlight, the Blood Clan's weaknesses include garlic and wood. Though the latter may have limited effect on pure bloods, it remains potent against vampires. Thus, I entrust this matter to you. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to the paranormal division at the police station." Upon concluding his words, Shinjichuan disregarded the reactions of his classmates and swiftly seized Sunja, fleeing the classroom as if they had encountered a ferocious beast. The rest of the class was left in utter disbelief. Must they always dash away after addressing the main topic? It's exhausting to have to visit the police station in search of them. Observing the ominous clouds gathering above the empty classroom, the principal, with keen insight, remarked, "I wish you all the best in apprehending the perpetrator. Farewell." With that, he too hurried out. Alina was perplexed by the exaggerated reactions of Shinjichuan, Sunja, and the principal as they rushed away. Turning to her remaining classmates, she inquired, "Are you really that frightening? You've scared everyone off." "How would we know? We haven't done anything yet," came the reply. Helian Ling, recognized as the leader of the class, interjected, "All right, we must commence our class activities. I trust you have all copied down the necessary information. Feel free to voice any concerns. Mistakes are acceptable." Standing at the podium, Helian Ling began to present the materials that Sunja had assisted in copying regarding the vampire murder case. The initial image displayed was a photograph of the alley taken from the outside. The layout of the trees and buildings suggested that this alley was indeed quite secluded, making it a suitable locale for criminal activity. Subsequent images captured the interior of the alley, revealing a figure lying on the ground at the far end of the passage. The next photo depicted the deceased, whose pallid skin, particularly the two prominent bite marks on the neck, was strikingly noticeable. The body was completely unclothed, and a significant gash ran from the chest to the abdomen, exposing the internal organs. Aside from the footprints and traces left by the deceased, there were no other signs of human presence at the scene. Following this was the autopsy report, confirming death due to excessive blood loss, a fact that everyone had already surmised. Helian Ling remarked, "Although the police have completed their investigation, it would be prudent for us to conduct a thorough inquiry ourselves. A few of you will be tasked with examining the deceased's workplace, relationships, romantic connections, adversaries, and the circumstances leading to their presence in the alley that fateful day. This will be the responsibility of the day shift. Additionally, we need to arrange for nighttime security. You may assign members for both the day and night shifts among yourselves." Helian Ling then directed his gaze toward Alina, saying, "Please report this matter to Her Majesty the Queen. I am eager to hear her perspective." Understood, Alina nodded in agreement. Jones Panna asked, "What will my role be?" Helian Ling replied, "You will be responsible for safeguarding Alina." "Very well," Jones Panna acquiesced. With that, Helian Ling declared, "Let us begin our endeavors." Instantly, everyone sprang into action, each with their own tasks in mind as they exited the classroom. Bei Qing approached Zhongli Yu and said, "You, should we not also engage in some activities?" Zhongli Yu rose to his feet, asserting, "Indeed, but my destination is not the same as everyone else's." "Ah Qing, will you accompany me? Is that even a question?" "Let us hurry," Bei Qing responded, as Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing traversed the seating area and approached the entrance. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Bei Qing and I shall proceed independently. If anything arises, we will return. Farewell." With that, she exited alongside Bei Qing. Chapter 50. The Blood Clan residing in the capital. Wenren, she watched Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing depart, expressing her disappointment. "Sister Yu, you didn't take us along. How disheartening." Situ Feng added, "She must have completely forgotten about us." A collective sigh escaped when Ren Shi and Situ Feng, signifying their helplessness and sorrow. Zhongli Chen chose not to accompany Zhongli Yu, Bei Qing, or anyone else, opting instead to remain in place. "Hey, Lord Helian, what exactly are your feelings towards you?" he inquired. Helian Ling, engrossed in his documents, averted his gaze, replying, "What feelings? I do not comprehend your words." Zhongli Chen scoffed. "Ah, you have quite the audacity. I sincerely hope you continue to speak like that in the future." He then returned to his seat, resuming his responsibilities concerning the Zhongli family business. Though Helian Ling's eyes remained on the documents, his thoughts had drifted to someone engaged in conversation with a dear companion. At that moment, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing had exited the Ability Academy, embarking towards a specific destination. "You, where are we headed?" Bei Qing inquired. Zhongli Yu responded, "We are searching for that individual from the Ability Department who was speaking earlier." "Why seek him out? Is it because he spoke excessively, and you grew weary of him? You wish to confront him?" Bei Qing suggested. "That would be unwise. He is likely still at the police station. If you wish to confront him, wait until he finishes work. Then perhaps you could catch him off guard in a discreet location rather than at the station, which would attract undue attention and complicate matters." Zhongli Yu halted, skeptically asking, "Bei Qing, do you truly perceive me in such a manner?" Realizing the awkwardness of her statement, Bei Qing quickly clarified, "How could that be? This is merely the simplest approach." Zhongli Yu gazed at Bei Qing, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, pondering, "Bei Qing, how have you transformed into this? Have I led you astray, or is this your true nature?" I cannot fathom." Wishing to redirect the conversation, she asserted, "We are going to the Ability Department to inquire about that gentleman. I have questions for him." After a moment's reflection, Bei Qing remarked, Captain Shun Jiquan is only in his early 20s. Calling him uncle might not be appropriate." Zhongli Yu's irritation grew. She lamented the absence of her typically defiant Bei Qing. "I could not care less, Bei Qing. From now until we reach the police station, I do not wish to hear your voice. Is that clear?" Finally returning to her formerly obedient demeanor, Bei Qing nodded in compliance. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, as Zhongli Yu contemplated whether she had indeed influenced Bei Qing negatively. In quietude, the two eventually arrived at the capital's police station. Upon entering the capital's police station, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing were unaware of the location of the supernatural department, prompting them to seek assistance from the front desk. Bei Qing inquired, "Excuse me, could you please direct us to the supernatural department?" Bei Qing possessed an appealing countenance, while not quite on par with the likes of Helian Ling. He could certainly be described as charming, evoking the innocence of a young pup. The woman at the front desk was instantly touched by Bei Qing's youthful demeanor and quickly replied, "Ah, the supernatural department. I shall have someone escort you there right away. What a delightful young man you are." Before long, a somewhat familiar figure appeared. It was Sunja. Recognizing Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, Sunja immediately grasped the purpose of their visit. "You're from the class, aren't you? Apologies, I don't believe we've met before. May I ask your names?" Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing introduced themselves, and Sunja said, "Allow me to guide you to the supernatural department. Please follow me." As they followed him out the back door of the station, they entered a small grove behind the police headquarters. There, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing watched in astonishment as Sunja pulled up the ground from a lush patch of grass with a single motion, leaving Bei Qing wide-eyed and bewildered by the spectacle. Sensing the intense gazes of the two behind him, Sunja turned and remarked, "Below is the supernatural department. Please come in." Upon their descent, they were struck by the striking resemblance of the space to the investigative offices above. If anything, it was even more spacious and well-equipped, albeit quieter due to the fewer personnel. Sunja led them to a door labeled Captain's Office and stated, "Captain Shun is inside. You may enter." Pushing the door open, they were greeted by the sight of Shun Zhiquan reclining comfortably in a rattan rocking chair, exuding an air of relaxation. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Captain Shun, isn't this a bit inappropriate? While we are busy, you, as a police officer, seem rather idle." Shun Zhiquan replied, "Oh, aren't you the renowned one? What brings you to my humble abode? Do you have any leads?" Zhongli Yu responded, "I have a name. You may call me Zhongli Yu. Of course. I am here regarding a matter of concern." Shun Zhiquan straightened up. "Ah, so it is you. What issue do you wish to discuss?" Zhongli Yu inquired. "I simply wish to ascertain whether there are any members of the Lei Fu Nua clan residing in the capital." Upon hearing this, Shun Zhiquan stood abruptly, fixing his gaze on Zhongli Yu. "How do you know there are blood clans living in the capital?" Chapter 51. Shun Zhiquan's identity. Zhongli Yu offered a sinister smile at Shun Zhiquan's reaction. Shun Zhiquan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" Zhongli Yu continued to smirk mischievously. A large symbol appeared above Shun Zhiquan's head, as he retorted, "Youngster, do not presume that your lineage from the Zhongli family grants you the liberty to act as you wish before me." Zhongli Yu, undeterred, replied with a hint of malice, "Indeed, after all, you were once the son of a leader of Huaxia, were you not, Mr. Shin?" A thunderous jolt resonated within Shun Zhiquan, akin to a bolt from the blue, for few are aware that the current president of Huaxia has a son, and one who favors the company of men. With a grim expression, Shun Zhiquan approached Zhongli Yu, towering over him as he inquired, "How did you come to know of me? Who divulged this information? What is your intention?" He pressed Zhongli Yu with 3 relentless questions. Yet, Zhongli Yu appeared unfazed by Shun Zhiquan's menacing demeanor, responding leisurely, "Indeed, your records have inexplicably been obliterated by an unknown party. I recognized your identity solely because there was a frontal photograph of you in past reports. After all, that incident was quite the spectacle. Even I, a recluse, was aware of it. However, have you not questioned how all your records could be completely erased?" Shun Zhiquan let out a resigned sigh, saying, "What does it matter to doubt? I no longer have any ties to that family. Is that so?" Zhongli Yu observed Shun Zhiquan, who appeared to be hypnotizing himself. "If you have no connections, would anyone go to such lengths for you? If you are severed from ties, do you believe you can remain in the capital? If you truly have no connections, do you think you would have survived until now? If you are indeed disconnected, do you think a mere police chief could furnish you with such advanced technological tools? Could he assist you in establishing such a vast underground base? Deep down, you are acutely aware, your father, the current president of Huaxia, Shin Hao, expelled you from home and severed your paternal bond for a reason. Yet, within, you reject the singular truth, perpetually seeking another rationale to invalidate everything, do you not?" Shun Zhiquan recognized that Zhongli Yu was astute, possessing a profound understanding, likely even comprehending his own heart with clarity. Resuming his seat in the rattan rocking chair, he stated, "Let us not dwell on my circumstances. Rather, let us resolve the current case first. It is indeed true that there exists a pure-blooded vampire in the capital. But how did you ascertain that they belong to the Levanov clan?" Zhongli Yu replied, "This illustrates the distinction between an academic underachiever and a scholar." "Spare me the trivialities," Shun Zhiquan retorted curtly. Zhongli Yu elaborated, "While the vampire lineage excludes vampires themselves, there are 13 formidable clans within the bloodline, categorized into 3 tiers of power. First, the Hidden Alliance, which comprises the Bra clan, Gongro clan, Makavi clan, Nofir clan, Torito clan, Seymour clan, and Vantro clan. Then, there are the notoriously brutal clans, Lazimba and Zimishi. Lastly, The neutral clans, which remain uncontentious and steadfastly impartial, include the Giovanni clan, Levanov clan, Asami clan, and Shirtai clan. This encapsulates the primary clans of the bloodline, am I correct? Shen Jichuan felt an acute embarrassment. He had presumed Zhongli Yu to be merely a novice, only to discover that he was, in fact, a formidable adversary. Chapter 52. What grudges and resentments remain, Shen Jichuan awkwardly remarked. You have merely recounted some fundamental knowledge regarding the bloodline. You have yet to explain how you know that the vampire in the capital is from the Levanov clan. Zhongli Yu cast a glance at Shen Jichuan and remarked, Isn't it because of your interruption? I was just about to speak. All right, go ahead, Shen Jichuan replied, embodying a gracious spirit. Zhongli Yu continued. The Levono tribe is also known as the Travelers. True to their name, they delight in wandering and detest residing in one particular locale. Thus, I pondered the allure of the capital city, with its breathtaking scenery that captivates all. Since the Levono are wanderers, it stands to reason that they must have left their mark here. If fortune favors us, we might just encounter one of them. Indeed, we are rather fortunate, as there happens to be a Levono residing in the capital. So, what you said earlier was merely a test, not a certainty? Shen Jichuan abruptly stood, inquiring of Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Yu, amused, responded, I suggest you refrain from knowing too much. Age brings a frailty to the heart. Nonsense. I am merely 23. Still in my youth. How could I be considered old? Which of your eyes perceives me as such? Shen Jichuan retorted vehemently. Zhongli Yu pointed to her eyes and replied, Both of them do. I am 18, and you are already 23, making you 5 years my senior. Isn't that a sign of aging? It is a fact. Shen Jichuan trembled, pointing at Zhongli Yu. What animosity do I harbor against you for you to wound me so? Zhongli Yu replied nonchalantly, I simply find you irksome. Shen Jichuan nearly choked in disbelief and hastily pressed the red button on his desk. Soon after, Sunja entered and asked, Captain, do you have any instructions? Shen Jichuan clutched his chest and commanded, Bring them Roderick's information and then see them out. Sunja cast a perplexed glance at Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, seemingly surprised that these two could provoke Shen Jichuan to such an extent. However, he quickly collected himself and handed the materials to Zhongli Yu. He discerned that the one engaging in conversation was undoubtedly this peculiar girl, especially given the forlorn gaze his captain cast upon her. Sunja realized that this seemingly amiable girl was not to be trifled with, as evidenced by the fate of his captain. Having acquired what she sought, Zhongli Yu departed with Bei Qing, leaving Shen Jichuan without a backward glance. Once they had gone, Shen Jichuan, who had appeared unwell, swiftly returned to his usual self, wearing a contented expression as if Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing had never been there. Yet, the thoughts within his mind remained known only to him. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing embarked on their journey to find Roderick of the Levono tribe. Bei Qing remarked, Yu, was that treatment of Captain Shen truly appropriate? Zhongli Yu replied, What is inappropriate about it? Someone who has weathered significant storms must possess a resilient heart. Nonetheless, there is something about this individual that feels distinctly different from the ordinary. Forget it, I no longer wish to ponder. I am rather curious to see what the so-called blood clan truly resembles. I am also eager to meet Bei Qing. The two quickly arrived at the location where Roderick Revino was said to reside, yet this place appeared exceedingly unusual. Could an ordinary person truly inhabit such a site? Well, it is not an ordinary inhabitant, nor a human, but a member of the blood clan. Nevertheless, for the blood clan, it serves as a suitable abode, for it is a sanctuary devoid of intrusion. Chapter 53. The Lamenting Ghost. Indeed, the capital city is a place of remarkable beauty, boasting exquisite surroundings and a high standard of living. However, due to its populous nature, disputes inevitably arise, and where there are disputes, conflicts ensue. With conflict comes the potential for casualties. Most of the city's inhabitants possess extraordinary abilities, and even those without such powers often possess a unique skill, making the capital a veritable haven of hidden talents. Some individuals, despite their abilities or special skills, are relatively harmless, particularly the scions of elite families with power and status, who frequently indulge in reckless behavior, leading to dire consequences. Consequently, a designated location emerged for the disposal of the deceased, representing the sole dark facet amidst the capital's seemingly bright and pristine exterior. It is not difficult to surmise what this place is. Originally nameless, it lies not far to the east of the capital, merely a desolate graveyard of sorts. However, an elderly man dispatched there due to a personal grievance, bestowed upon it the name the Lamenting Ghost. The name implies that any corpse delivered to this site would inevitably transform into a vengeful spirit, eternally trapped within, doomed to wander for countless lifetimes. Yet, spirits do not weep or laugh, save for moments of profound sorrow or when confronting those who have wronged them. During the elder's tenure of over a decade at the lamenting ghost, he diligently buried each body amidst the towering mounds, marking them with nameless gravestones, thus granting these unfortunate souls a semblance of home. Throughout the elder's years, the lamenting ghost remained undisturbed until he aged, fell ill, and ultimately passed away. It is said that on that day, dark clouds loomed over the lamenting ghost, starkly contrasting the weather within the capital, with some claiming to have heard the sound of weeping. From that day forth, the lamenting ghost became known as a haunted realm. Though some have contemplated banishing the spirits from this site, those with genuine strength often declined the endeavor, for they could perceive that the spirits within were vengeful souls who had met untimely ends. Yet among them resided a pure spirit, soothing the rest, which is why tranquility prevailed for so many years. While some exorcists attempted to expel the spirits from the lamenting ghost, they returned unscathed but refused to re-enter, leading certain sects of exorcists to establish a rule: the spirits within the lamenting ghost must not be disturbed, provided no harm is inflicted. Thus, the lamenting ghost gained a semblance of autonomy, and regulations were enacted in Huaxia prohibiting entry into this realm should anyone fail to emerge. The state would not be held accountable for their fate. Since the demise of the old man, no more corpses have been delivered to the realm of ghostly laughter, and no new spirits have emerged. At last, ghostly laughter enjoyed a semblance of tranquility, yet tranquility does not equate to liberation. Although exorcists had attempted to purify the spirits within ghostly laughter, their efforts were met with refusal, the rationale being simple: vengeance had yet to be fulfilled. At this juncture, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing stood at the boundary between ghostly laughter and the outskirts of the capital. Bei Qing remarked, "You, do you think Captain Shen is deceiving us? How could there possibly be a blood clan residing here?" Zhongli Yu gazed into the inky darkness of ghostly laughter and replied, "The location is likely accurate, but it is probable that the blood clan voluntarily registered at the precinct. Otherwise, who would have known that such a clan had come to the capital and taken residence within ghostly laughter?" After pondering, Bei Qing found merit in Zhongli Yu's statement, but remained apprehensive about ghostly laughter, saying, "It's perilous inside. Why don't we call out to him from here? We know his name, after all." Zhongli Yu looked at Bei Qing with a hint of exasperation and said, "My naive Qing, have you forgotten that the blood clan fears sunlight? While the older and more powerful may withstand it, being in the sun still drains their energy. They must expend double the strength to endure the daylight. Now tell me, which blood clan would dare to emerge in broad daylight, basking in the sun? Surely, they would be resting in their coffins." Bei Qing scolded himself for his momentary lapse in judgment, pondering whether you would think less of him. Chapter 54. The frightening female ghost. Zhongli Yu observed Bei Qing's tearful, pitiful demeanor and assured him, "I will not think less of you, so rest easy." Bei Qing grasped Zhongli Yu's hand and said, "Let us venture inside." Zhongli Yu inquired, "Are you not afraid anymore?" Bei Qing replied, "I am. But with you by my side, I feel no fear. Besides, you will protect me, won't you?" Zhongli Yu tightened his grip on Bei Qing's hand, and together they stepped into ghostly laughter. The moment they entered, Bei Qing sensed an immediate contrast. Outside, the sun shone brightly, exuding warmth, but within, a chilling wind howled, and not a trace of sunlight was visible. Unconsciously, Bei Qing clutched Zhongli Yu's hand tighter, his breathing becoming rapid. Noticing Bei Qing's unease, Zhongli Yu reassured him, "Do not worry, I am adept at subduing spirits." Before Bei Qing could fully comprehend Zhongli Yu's words, a gust of cold wind enveloped them, followed by the sound of a woman's giggle. Like a startled rabbit, Bei Qing hid behind Zhongli Yu. Gradually, the woman's voice grew clearer. "Oh, what a delightful boy. He resembles a little rabbit. I never expected anyone to come here. That girl seems quite unfazed by us. How could that be? Allow me to test this." Suddenly, a woman clad in white, with the ability to twist her head a full 360 degrees, appeared before Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing. Her ghostly pale skin, combined with the eerie atmosphere, made her smile all the more chilling, prompting a startled scream from Bei Qing, causing him to faint dramatically. On the Xinhua Novel Network, the ghostly figure of Zhongli Yu delighted in the sight of Bei Qing fainting from fright. With her head thrown back in laughter, she proudly declared, "This marks the 20th soul I have frightened. Impressive, isn't it? Haha." Yet, she lamented, "But there remains one who has not succumbed to fear. How can this count? It is invalid." Annoyed, the ghost contemplated her words. After all, her previous companions had also departed in pairs, and it seemed rather unjust to frighten only one. She inquired of Zhongli Yu, "Why were you not scared?" With a serene smile, Zhongli Yu replied, I harbor no fear of you. Why would I be frightened? Moreover, you have terrified a Qing, a grave transgression indeed, and you must receive due punishment. Ordinarily, ethereal spirits in their insubstantial form cannot be touched by mortals, save for those skilled in exorcism or possessing heightened spiritual sensitivity. Thus, the ghost known as Weeping Laugh had always felt secure in her abilities. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhongli Yu reached out and grasped the female ghost, drawing her close and exhaling upon her visage. Instantly, the ghost felt her face ablaze. As if it were being boiled, and unable to withstand the agony, she began to scream. Hearing her cries of torment, the other spirits could no longer contain themselves, revealing their forms and encircling her, inquiring about her plight. Though her face appeared unchanged, the ghost was in great distress, prompting some to recall Zhongli Yu's earlier actions and speculate on the cause of her suffering. A gentle-looking ghost approached Zhongli Yu and implored, Might I beseech you to withdraw this spell? Xiao Min has recognized her folly. Zhongli Yu responded, Every beginning has an end. Rewards and punishments must coexist. This is the consequence of her mischief. I am uncertain how to proceed, as I have only recently encountered spirits, and my abilities are still nascent. Nevertheless, a mere breath should suffice to alleviate her condition. Indeed, as Zhongli Yu had predicted, the ghost soon began to recover, though the ordeal had left her visibly weakened. The other spirits, filled with indignation yet wary of Zhongli Yu's potential wrath, maintained their distance. Following this commotion, the spirits of Weeping Laugh congregated, creating a striking tableau. Had Bei Qing been awake, she would surely have been terrified. In reflection, Zhongli Yu felt a sense of gratitude towards the ghost who had instigated the fright. Chapter 55. An anomaly among the bloodline? Why have you all gathered here? An aged voice resonated from the back. Recognizing the familiar tone, the spirits parted to reveal a stooped elder with hair as white as snow. Zhongli Yu regarded him and asked, Are you the esteemed elder of Weeping Laugh? The elder remarked, If it is indeed the case that I, the old man who previously assisted the powerful in handling corpses. Zhongli Yu gazed at the elder before him, finally comprehending why he felt that this elder's spirit was distinct from the other ghosts present. Ghosts were once human. Typically, when a person dies, their soul separates from the body. If unburdened by desires, it gradually fades away, transitioning to reincarnation. This is the normal manifestation of death. Conversely, there exists another type, those who were wronged in life, harboring immense resentment in death, preventing their reincarnation. Such spirits become engulfed in thoughts of vengeance, gradually losing their sanity, ultimately transforming into vengeful entities fixated solely on slaughter. Zhongli Yu inquired, Elder, you must have died a natural death. Why have you not reincarnated? The elder replied, If I were to be reborn, what would become of these young girls? Would they be ruthlessly exterminated by the ghost hunters? I am one of the murderers who trapped them in this place. It is I who must accompany them until their resentment dissipates. Zhongli Yu observed the gathered spirits. Noting that the majority were female, with only a few male ghosts present, he understood the reasoning behind this abundance of female spirits, for it stemmed from their tragic fates. He then asked, Now, let us move past this matter. Elder, do you know of a bloodline named Roderick Levo? A vampire. Do you know where he might be? The elder, wary, responded, Who are you? How do you know this? Zhongli Yu explained, A recent incident involving a vampire murder has occurred, and I am here to investigate. Would you kindly share this information with me? After a moment of contemplation, the elder relented, providing Zhongli Yu with specific directions. After all, the elder sensed no malice from him, and most importantly, they were unable to expel this strangely atmospheric girl. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, for it was indeed a peculiar occurrence that a mere girl could inadvertently harm a ghost. Hey, a Qing, wake up! The sun is shining on your backside. With Zhongli Yu's persistent calls, Bei Qing finally roused from slumber. Zhongli Yu let out a long sigh, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead that had formed during Bei Qing's awakening, and remarked, It truly was a challenge, a Qing. You have finally awakened. You were nearly a sleeping beauty. Embarrassed, Bei Qing replied, I apologize you. It seems I have once again hindered you. To which Zhongli Yu reassured, Do not speak in such a manner. Everyone has their fears. Let us go. I have learned the location of that Levo individual. Oh, Bei Qing murmured, trailing behind, contemplating. You wait for me. I shall conquer the fears within my heart and stand alongside you. Do not leave without me. As the two ventured deeper into the realm of ghostly wails and laughter, they gradually spotted in the distance what appeared to be a palace-like structure. This must be it, they both thought. Standing before the dilapidated palace, Bei Qing remarked, Is it not said that bloodlines are particular about their image? Why then do they reside in such a decrepit abode? Zhongli Yu pondered for a moment before arriving at a plausible conclusion. There must be some anomalies within the blood clan. Oh, Bei Qing appeared to believe this wholeheartedly. Chapter 56. The terrified Bei Qing. Zhongli Yu pushed open the grand palace doors and was immediately taken aback by the scene within. Bei Qing, curious about Zhongli Yu's prolonged silence after opening the door, peeked in and let out an exclamation. My heavens, this is nothing like what it appears outside. Truly, the blood clan knows how to indulge in pleasures, Bei Qing remarked with a sense of awe. Zhongli Yu replied, Ah Qing, please refrain from speaking further. The more you say, the more I realize how utterly dull my previous existence was. I long to be reborn in my mother's womb for a while. Ah Yu, I sincerely apologize, Bei Qing said, feeling guilty. Zhongli Yu sighed and suggested, let us split up the search, as this place is quite expansive. By the way, Ah Qing, if you happen to see someone sleeping in a coffin, do not be alarmed. That individual is precisely who we are seeking. Do you understand? Bei Qing, blushing deeply, retorted. Of course I know that. I'm merely afraid of ghosts. Do not portray me as overly timid. I'm really just scared of ghosts. Yes, Ah Qing. You are merely afraid of ghosts. I comprehend, Zhongli Yu said, aware of the irony in his tone that made Bei Qing feel ridiculed. Despite being aware of Zhongli Yu's subtle jests about her fear, Bei Qing obediently continued her search. She arrived at a door adorned with a blood-red bat emblem. Attempting to push it open, she found it stubbornly resistant. Taking a deep breath, Bei Qing channeled her strength into her palms and struck the door, causing it to crash down with a resounding noise. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't mean to. Please don't come after me. Bei Qing mumbled nervously. With one eye open and the other shut, she cautiously entered a room marked by peculiar patterns. This chamber seemed darker and colder than the previous one she had visited, evoking the sensation of being in a morgue. Eager to escape, she knew she had to thoroughly inspect the room first, so she advanced slowly, step by step. Suddenly, her knee collided with a hard object, prompting a silent gasp as she instinctively shut her eyes and crouched down, hugging her head, goosebumps rising on her skin. After what felt like an eternity, when she sensed no immediate danger, she cautiously opened her eyes, reassured by the absence of threats. Standing up, she declared, Huh? How could such a trivial thing hinder my progress? I shall not be underestimated by Yu. Encouraging herself, Bei Qing approached the mysterious object she had bumped into. Upon touching it, she found it to be hard and icy. Unable to discern its form, she resorted to using her unique abilities for illumination. However, she quickly regretted this decision, as she realized she was standing right at the forefront of the enigmatic object. In the palm of Bei Qing's hand, a flame the size of a ping-pong ball flickered to life. Observing the flame, Bei Qing couldn't help but smile wryly, then turned his gaze towards the enigmatic object nearby. It was, in fact, a crystal coffin. Yes, the transparent kind. When illuminated by Bei Qing's supernatural ability, coupled with the porcelain-like complexion of the being within, the sight became even more chilling. Especially when, due to the shockwave, Bei Qing briefly froze, his eyes wide open. He witnessed the entity inside the crystal coffin awakening, meeting his gaze and offering him a disconcertingly radiant smile. At that moment, Bei Qing finally returned to his senses, but the intensity of the experience overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse. The entire palace resonated with Bei Qing's earth-shattering scream, startling Zhongli Yu, who was inspecting another room, nearly causing him to stumble over objects. Upon hearing Bei Qing's continuing cries, Zhongli Yu understood that Bei Qing had encountered the blood clan and had utilized his powers. Undoubtedly terrified, poor little Bei Qing, he thought, though he would never admit to relishing in Bei Qing's misfortune. Chapter 57. Roderick Lavano. Though Zhongli Yu desperately wished to witness Bei Qing's terrified expression, concern for the aftermath of the encounter prevailed, prompting him to rush towards the direction of Bei Qing's frantic cries. Indeed, he mused, I am the people's best friend, feeling a touch of shameless pride. Meanwhile, Bei Qing, overwhelmed by fear, found himself immobilized beside the crystal coffin. He watched in horror as the lid of the coffin slowly creaked open from within, crashing to the ground without a scratch, attesting to the coffin's authenticity. Under normal circumstances, Bei Qing would have scoffed at this detail, but at that moment, he was merely grateful to still have his eyes open. The figure within the crystal coffin gradually sat up, casting a curious glance at the frightened Bei Qing and offering him a broad smile. Noticing that Bei Qing's expression grew even more alarmed, the figure was puzzled as to why this little creature was so terrified of him. Unable to comprehend, yet yearning to converse with the small being, the figure found it quite inappropriate to engage in dialogue from within the coffin, thus startling Bei Qing once more. Suddenly, numerous green, glimmering eyes emerged from the eaves of the room, Before Bei Qing could discern what they were, the sound of flapping wings filled the air as the eyes darted about, converging upon the man in the crystal coffin. At last, Bei Qing discerned the truth. They were bats, living, breathing bats, a first for him. The bats swarmed around the man, then abruptly dispersed, revealing him adorned in regal attire, now standing before Bei Qing. The man crouched down, gazing at Bei Qing, and asked, "Little one, are you frozen in place?" In response, Bei Qing let out a shriek. The man, caught off guard, could only cover his ears and exclaim, "I say, little one, I have yet to call you by any name, yet you have grown accustomed to this already? I could understand the previous one, but what on earth is this? Why must you continue to call? Am I truly so unappealing?" Bei Qing, mustering his last ounce of strength, shifted back a few steps, trembling as he stammered, "Eyes, red eyes." The man, seemingly exasperated by Bei Qing's reaction, remarked, "You must have purpose in coming here. Otherwise, you would have fled from those spirits outside long ago. So, you have specifically sought me out. Yet, I find it perplexing. While that girl exhibits considerable boldness, why are you so timid? Moreover, you are of Huaxia descent. Yet I sense your abilities waning. Quite strange indeed." Bei Qing seized upon the crux of the man's words, anxiously inquiring, "How do you know about us, and not just me?" The man rose, stating, "From the very beginning, I sensed the presence of humans entering the realm of the ghostly crying laughter. I assumed the spirits outside would dispose of you as usual, but I did not expect you to locate the palace and venture inside. Though I was slumbering in a crystal coffin, I still possessed awareness. There was you and another girl, a newly formed adult, with the fragrance of innocence. Are you some kind of pervert?" Bei Qing's expression contorted as if he had encountered something revolting. With an elegant touch, the man pinched Bei Qing's cheek between two fingers, allowing him to behold the man's face, exuding the essence of a mature male. Were Bei Qing a girl, he might have succumbed to the allure of that visage and aura. Is it not so? One is a maiden, barely an adult. Is there anything amiss? None. Bei Qing replied candidly. After all, the fact that you had just reached adulthood was undeniable, but as for her maidenhood, well, it should be so. No, it must be so. What was he thinking? Observing Bei Qing's evident distraction, the man felt a rare moment of helplessness. What was happening? Was his mental control ineffective? Bei Qing struggled to free himself from the man's firm grip, but alas, it was futile. The man's strength was formidable. Desperation surged within Bei Qing as he implored, "Who on earth are you?" The man gazed at Bei Qing with a complex expression and replied, "Rodrigo Ravono." Chapter 58. The collector Rodrigo Ravono lamented, "Were you not seeking me? How is it that you do not even know my name? It is quite disheartening." In an instant, the handsome man transformed into a forlorn figure, reminiscent of a heartbroken boy abandoned. Seeing Rodrigo Ravono in such a pitiful state, an unholy thought flickered in Bei Qing's mind, prompting him to console the man as one would a child. "What are you two doing? Have the roles reversed?" Zhongli Yu leaned against the wall, observing the peculiar interaction between the two. Bei Qing, in haste, called out for Zhongli Yu's assistance. "You, please help me. I cannot console him." Zhongli Yu approached and said, "Ah Qing, take heed. Should any shameless creature like this approach you in the future, do not hesitate to strike. One swift blow will reveal whether the tears are genuine." As Zhongli Yu executed a sweeping motion, even before his leg could make contact with Roderick Ravorno, the latter transformed into a wisp of black mist and swiftly relocated himself. He then reappeared in his original form. Bei Qing, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Have you deceived me? Have you manipulated my compassion? Are you now planning to drain my blood as well?" Roderick Ravorno, eager to absolve himself of any wrongdoing, retorted, "I had no intentions of draining your blood. My preference lies with the blood of women. Men's blood carries a rather unpleasant odor, akin to sweat, rendering it quite unpalatable. As for my tears, might I inquire why I should not weep? You disrupted my slumber and then proceeded to shout, nearly rendering me deaf. If I were to refrain from crying, would you continue your cacophony? Whose fault is this?" "My apologies, it is indeed his fault," murmured Bei Qing. Roderick had intended to continue his grievances, but upon noticing Zhongli Yu, he was momentarily taken aback. Approaching Zhongli Yu, he examined him closely and remarked, "You are truly remarkable. In all my years, I have never encountered someone with such hair and eyes. The moment I gazed into your eyes, my first instinct was to associate you with the bloodline. Your hair evokes an insatiable thirst for blood within me. Pray tell, are you truly human?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Of course I am human. Can you not perceive that? Or must I provide proof?" "Absolutely not." Roderick Ravorno stepped back, exclaiming, "I fear that should you prove it, I may lose control and bite you." With an angelic smile, Zhongli Yu assured him, "Worry not. Should you dare to bite, I shall extract your two fangs." and then we shall see if you still possess the audacity to bite. Upon hearing Zhongli Yu's words, Roderick was reminded of an individual who, much like Zhongli Yu, delivered threats while wearing an innocent smile, truly terrifying. It seemed that all women, regardless of their nature, shared this common trait. A mother tiger is indeed a mother tiger. Roderick mused. Observing Roderick's expression of fear and sorrow, Zhongli Yu inquired, "Why do I sense that you are contemplating something nefarious?" Startled, Roderick quickly replied, "How could that be?" "Ha ha. Come, sit over here, do not tire yourself." Roderick graciously prepared 2 cups of exquisite tea for Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing. Upon tasting it, Bei Qing exclaimed, "Wow, this is magnificent tea. I have heard that such tea is rare, typically reserved for prominent families. Yet, I recall that these tea leaves have not been cultivated for ages. How did you acquire it?" With pride, Roderick replied, "My many years of existence have not been in vain. Treasures such as these must be collected early. After all, I consider myself a connoisseur and must possess an eye for the extraordinary." Connoisseur? Bei Qing pondered, perplexed by this profession. Roderick's interest piqued as he elaborated. A connoisseur is one who collects various antiquities or rare items. In my case, I have a dedicated treasure chamber, filled with my prized possessions. Zhongli Yu questioned, "Prized possessions? Have you forsaken your own treasures for these inhumane artifacts? I must commend your dedication." In a moment of exasperation, Bei Qing thought, "You, as a young lady, can't you exhibit a bit more civility?" Roderick Revono pondered. This behavior mirrors that of that individual. It's truly concerning. He sighed heavily and remarked, "What is it that you wish to accomplish?" "I long for slumber." Zhongli Yu replied, "Patience. Let us first discuss the emergence of vampires in Huaxia and the series of murders attributed to them. Surely, you possess some information to share." Roderick Revono mused. "This is yet another command. It's quite bothersome. How is it that Huaxia harbors such individuals? Alas, my luck seems perpetually unfortunate." Observing Roderick Revono's silence and his apparent daydreaming, Zhongli Yu struck him across the face, jolting him back to reality. Roderick Revono, bewildered, exclaimed, "What was that for? Why strike without cause?" Zhongli Yu retorted, "No more idle chatter, speak swiftly." Feeling despondent and burdened by his deep-seated psychological trauma, Roderick Revono did not resist Zhongli Yu's authority and divulged what he knew. It emerged that the perpetrator of the vampire murders had been infected by the Blood Clan, thus transforming into a vampire. This very Blood Clan was currently lurking in the capital, intent on further infecting humans to expand their ranks. The true ambition of the Blood Clan was to secure descendants. However, to procreate, the Blood Clan required the consent of their elders. Without such approval, their endeavors were futile. The Blood Clan that had appeared in the capital did so precisely because their elders had denied them the right to reproduce, forcing them to venture far from their kin. Thus, it was unequivocal that the murders were instigated by the Blood Clan. Zhongli Yu inquired, "Are you aware of the current number of infected individuals? Is there any possibility of their restoration? Where might this Blood Clan be located?" Roderick Revono responded, "I cannot ascertain the number infected. Those who have succumbed to the infection have lost all rationality and now act solely on their primal instincts as vampires, rendering restoration impossible. As for the Blood Clan, I cannot provide that information, as I do not often associate with them." Zhongli Yu seized Roderick Revono by the collar, lifting him and declaring, "So, you possess knowledge of the situation's evolution, yet lack precise intelligence?" Roderick, avoiding Zhongli Yu's gaze due to the terrifying intensity in her eyes, remained silent. As Zhongli Yu released him, she asked, "What purpose do you serve? Come, lead me to your treasure chamber." Upon hearing the mention of the treasure chamber, Roderick Revono became anxious, exclaiming, "What need have you for the treasure chamber? I have already answered your inquiries. It is time for you to depart." With a swift kick, Zhongli Yu struck the chair positioned between Roderick Revono's legs, startling him into compliance. As he retreated slightly, he questioned, "What is your intention?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Zhongli Yu stated, "Do you consent?" Roderick Revono sighed, "What more can I say? Of course I agree." Chapter 60. Sentient Spirits. With a pained expression, Roderick Revono slowly escorted Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing to the basement of the palace. Standing before the entrance of his treasure room, which he cherished like a precious gem, he turned back, tears brimming in his eyes, and asked, "Do we really have to do this?" Zhongli Yu, in a sudden burst of energy, kicked Roderick in the rear, exclaiming, "Absolutely. Hurry up. This is a punishment for making us come all this way. Besides, what if your treasures have begun to mold? We are here to assist you, aren't we? How shameless." Roderick thought, incredulous at the resemblance between Zhongli Yu and the person he feared most. Did these two truly share no blood ties? The association of Zhongli Yu with that individual made Roderick acutely aware of her intent. "No more idle chatter. Just open the door. But truly, did Zhongli Yu's temperament mirror that of the one Roderick dreaded? He sighed heavily, biting into his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the door. Instantly, the previously dull gray door radiated a brilliant crimson light. As the red glow emanated, Bei Qing shut her eyes, unable to bear the brightness. Yet she failed to notice that Zhongli Yu kept her eyes wide open throughout. Roderick observed Zhongli Yu's expression, which was markedly different from the torment she had inflicted upon him earlier. It was now one of profound gravity. Once the light dissipated, Roderick returned to his sorrowful self. As the glow faded, Zhongli Yu seized Bei Qing's hand and rushed inside before Roderick, leaving him feeling utterly helpless, as if he were a man who had broken his promise, or perhaps a member of the blood clan. Within the room, adorned entirely in gold and filled with treasures, Bei Qing finally comprehended why this chamber was called a treasure room. It was indeed a repository of riches. Seeing Bei Qing's captivated gaze, Roderick felt a sense of satisfaction. However, upon catching sight of Zhongli Yu's impassive face, all joy dissipated. This girl was undeniably akin to that individual. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Given your commendable performance, and the slight evidence you provided us, we shall each take a treasure from you. Now, don't you think you ought to express your gratitude?" "Thank you ever so much," Roderick Ravener gritted his teeth in reply. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing ignored him, deeply engrossed in their quest for treasures that could prove beneficial to them. Observing their focused demeanor, Roderick understood all too well. Some of the artifacts he had collected were long thought to have vanished from history, undoubtedly rare and invaluable to those with special abilities. Bei Qing enveloped himself with his extraordinary abilities, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, gradually concentrating his mind. At that moment, he sensed something drawing near, resonating with his unique power. Opening his eyes, he proceeded towards the source of this intriguing pull. Observing this, Roderick Levno stroked his chin with interest. The boy possessed remarkable potential. Yet it puzzled him why Bei Qing's abilities seemed to be waning. Setting aside Roderick's thoughts, Bei Qing arrived before the object that interacted most profoundly with his powers, a small, oval pendant. Its hue akin to the color of Bei Qing's fiery abilities. He picked up the pendant and approached Roderick Levno, stating, "I choose this one." Roderick replied, "There are other unique and powerful treasures available. Are you certain you wish to select this one, which ranks lower on my list of valuable items?" Bei Qing affirmed, "Indeed. Only this resonates with my strength. Thus I choose it. Even if I were to select another treasure, I might not wield it effectively. So it is best to choose this artifact that rightfully belongs to me." Roderick responded, "Is that so? Allow me to share a piece of wisdom. Any treasure that has withstood the test of time will eventually awaken its consciousness. Once a treasure gains sentience, it transcends the realm of mere ornamental items. Consider the spirit talismans. The creations of talisman masters can also be regarded as treasures. Each talisman master produces unique artifacts, such as weapons designed for combat, self-repairing weapons, and even enchanting scrolls imbued with illusions. The profession of talisman master is indeed formidable, as few dare to confront them, especially when dealing with sentient artifacts. Even the most humble of these treasures commands great desire among many. My lengthy discourse serves to enlighten you. The pendant you hold possesses sentience. Its greatest strength is also its most significant flaw. It will only remain loyal to a master it recognizes, dedicating all its essence to protect that master. Should the master perish, it shall not survive either. This particular pendant had a previous owner who, before his demise, severed their bond, thereby transferring it into my possession. Many have attempted to tame it, yet none have succeeded. Do you believe you can conquer this untamed spirit?" Chapter 61. The oddity that has lived for over 5 centuries. Bei Qing pondered for a moment before replying, "I doubt I can, for I am well aware of my own limitations." Roderick remarked, "Then you may choose another." "No," Bei Qing firmly refused. Roderick, perplexed, countered, "You cannot control it, nor communicate with its mind. This offers you no advantage. Therefore, it would be wise to select another." Bei Qing still refused, stating that it had been here for quite some time. After a person spends an extended period in solitude, they inevitably feel the pangs of loneliness. I wish to convey to it that I am by its side. Even though I am not its master, my human instinct compels me to take action. Therefore, I have resolved to claim it. Is that acceptable, Mr. Roderick Levon? Mr. Roderick Levon sighed and remarked, "You all resemble someone I know. Never mind. I am not connected to any of you, and it would be best if we do not see each other again. I have had enough of you. Please finish your selection and depart, my dear." Upon noticing that Roderick Levon ceased his attempts to dissuade her, Bei Qing felt a surge of joy, realizing she finally possessed the capability to protect what was hers, even if it meant annoying the other party. Roderick Levon observed Bei Qing, who was preoccupied with a small pendant, and shook his head in exasperation, pondering how such an innocent child could exist. However, this very gesture led him to discover that Zhongli Yu had been eavesdropping nearby, pretending to search for her treasures. Roderick Levon was bemused, questioning how deeply concerned she must be. Yet, he understood that being overly protective was not ideal. After all, fledglings must eventually learn to fly and leave their parents. You should be well aware of this, shouldn't you? Therefore, it is time for you to make a decision. Zhongli Yu realized that Roderick Levon had noticed her presence, but chose to ignore him. Bei Qing was yearning for power. Would she one day abandon me? The thought of being alone weighed heavily on her. Ah Qing, will I revert to my former self, trapped in a solitary world? What sound is that? While Zhongli Yu grappled with her thoughts, she suddenly perceived a faint sound emerging, prompting her to exit her reverie. She glanced around, finding nothing amiss, and decided to explore elsewhere. As she moved, the sound returned, clearer yet somehow fainter. I do not wish to be alone. Zhongli Yu sensed the source of the sound and approached cautiously, discovering it originated from a stone. She picked up the stone, examining it closely, beginning to question her sanity. Had she grown old enough to experience auditory hallucinations? Just as she tried to listen more intently, pressing her ear against the stone, tears streamed down her face for the first time. She heard a heartbeat and a desire not to be alone. Gently caressing the stone, Zhongli Yu spoke. It cannot be just yours. I do not wish to be alone either, so let us depart from this dark world together. Bei Qing looked at Zhongli Yu and the object she cradled in her arms, astonished, and inquired, You, what is it that you have taken? Zhongli Yu replied, The treasure I hold is this. Ah, why? Bei Qing questioned. Roderick Riavono gazed at an object selected by Zhongli Yu and remarked, You two truly embody the essence of friendship, for you have chosen among my treasures the most extraordinary of them all. Zhongli Yu inquired, What makes it so special? Roderick Riavono replied, Its origins remain a mystery. Our Riavono clan has long enjoyed wandering through diverse realms, thus we have amassed a wealth of experience. Yet, none among my kin can identify what this truly is. All we know is that it is an unhatched egg. You must have heard the faint heartbeat emanating from within. For I discovered this egg 5 centuries ago, which means it has existed for at least 500 years. Are you not afraid? What if a monster hatches from it? Zhongli Yu responded, It matters not. I sense its longing for companionship, for it yearns to be born and to bask in the light. As the world within the egg is shrouded in darkness, much like my own heart. Roderick Riavono said, Then take it with you. No one understands solitude better than our bloodline. Cherish them both. Bei Qing and Zhongli Yu exchanged smiles and replied, Of course. Chapter 62. Gathering after selecting their treasures. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing took their leave, finding their encounter with Roderick Riavono profoundly beneficial. It allowed them to confront their innermost feelings and gifted them 2 companions with whom they would stand shoulder to shoulder in future battles. Upon exiting the palace, they bowed respectfully before it and departed. Roderick Riavono watched their gradually fading figures from the window and mused, What polite young ones. A quality that sets them apart from that individual. His gaze grew contemplative as he recalled the peculiar red hair and eyes, a manifestation of the wrath of the betrayed. The 7 deadly sins. At last, the divine retribution approaches. Dear girl, what you possess is far from benign. May you safeguard those you cherish. Additionally, it is time for the Blood Clan to take action, so that the arrogant youths may learn that adults should never be trifled with. Meanwhile, since leaving the palace, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing enjoyed a smooth journey to the outside of the Ghost Cry Laugh, with no hindrances whatsoever. Bei Qing jested, You. It seems we are the first to emerge from within. Zhongli Yu glanced at the sun ascending into the azure sky and replied, Indeed, we should return now. It must be nearing noon. Upon their return to the class, they discovered that everyone else had already gathered for lunch. Situ Feng approached them eagerly. Where have you two been? Why did you return so late? You, what is it you are holding? A stone? Zhongli Yu recounted the events to everyone, only to be met with a chorus of admonitions. Zhongli Yu, do you even comprehend the terror of Ghost Cry Laugh? How could you dare take Bei Qing inside? Are you courting death? What if your power proves ineffective against the specters? What should be done then? And what if that bloodline harbors hostility towards both of you? In such a case, where would you find solace? In the face of public reproach, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing chose silence, attentively absorbing the concerns of the crowd. Eventually, the collective ire dissipated, and upon witnessing the aggrieved expressions of Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, no further words were exchanged. Wenren inquired, Shall we investigate that egg? Zhongli Yu gazed at the unremarkable oddity nestled in his arms and replied, No. Even the ancient bloodline figures are oblivious to its origins. So it is unlikely that we humans possess any insight. Moreover, I sense it poses no threat to me. Wenren Ziki nodded. Then this peculiar egg shall be entrusted to you. After finishing their lunch, the group convened to deliberate on the intelligence gathered throughout the morning. The deceased was an employee of a small to medium-sized company, well-liked by colleagues and devoid of conflicts. The reason for their late departure that day was due to an abundance of company affairs, resulting in many employees working overtime. Which explains why the deceased was still out at such a late hour, one person explained. Helian remarked, based on the information obtained from Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing. Our immediate task is to locate the bloodline that is wreaking havoc in the capital, along with the infected individuals, and then eliminate them. Situ added. It seems we must wait until nightfall. After all, neither vampires nor bloodlines are likely to emerge during the day. By the way, let us have the police issue a warning advising citizens to refrain from venturing out at night. Zhongli Yu stated, everyone, let us forego sleep tonight. Sigh. Yet another sleepless night. This is detrimental to our skin, Helian commented. Enough with the complaints. You might as well catch some rest now. For there will be no time for slumber tonight. Helian's words prompted everyone to mobilize in search of a place to sleep. After all, there was no choice but to prepare, as the bloodlines would be on the move come dusk. Chapter 63. Which path to choose upon returning to his abode. Zhongli Yu did not succumb to sleep, but instead retrieved a brand new blanket, placed the peculiar egg upon it, wrapped it carefully, and set it beside his bed. Finally, he lay down, embracing the oddity as he drifted into slumber. Similarly, Bei Qing did not go straight to sleep. Instead, he adorned himself with a rather charming cord, fastening a small pendant around his neck, smiling joyfully, entirely unconcerned that a boy wearing an adorable cat pendant could be seen as embarrassing. As dusk approached, the group naturally stirred and reconvened. Helian pointed to a map of the city layout and instructed, Ziki, take some individuals to the east. Xiao, you lead to the south. Chun, you head north. I will proceed west. Spare no mercy upon encountering bloodlines or the infected. Understood, came the replies. Zhongli Yu interjected, wait. You, which direction will she be taking? The group turned their gaze toward Helian. Helian responded, she will accompany my team. That is unacceptable, Zhongli Yu retorted, his expression darkening. Why must she be with your team? As a member of the Zhongli family, shouldn't you be on the same team as me? Or do you have ulterior motives? Helian sighed and replied, in that case, go ask her whom she wishes to team up with. Zhongli Yu then inquired of Zhongli Yu, you, whom do you wish to team with? In his heart, he felt a surge of joy, convinced that Zhongli Yu would certainly choose him. However, Zhongli Yu, indifferent to this subtle competition, stated, I choose the West. Helian sneered, why not team with me? Zhongli Yu looked at Zhongli Yu in disbelief and asked, Zhongli Yu, why not? To which she replied, there is no reason. Those 3 words struck Zhongli Yu deeply. He gazed helplessly at Zhongli Yu, who had already moved beside Helian, thinking, sister, can't you see this man has ulterior motives? Aware of Zhongli Yu's stubbornness, Zhongli Yu knew once she made up her mind, it would not change. He then pulled Helian away to a distant spot from Zhongli Yu. With fierce determination, Zhongli Yu warned Helian, I warn you, if you dare lay a hand on you, I will not spare you. Helian retorted, I have no intentions towards her. Why do you guard against me so? Then what was that about treating us the other day? Wasn't it your initiative? Zhongli Yu countered. Helian, recalling that day, felt a headache coming on and said, how would I know? My body acted on its own. Zhongli Yu replied, isn't that merely instinct? You still claim to have no intentions towards you? Helian found Zhongli Yu's incessant suspicion quite irksome, akin to swatting away swarms of pesky flies. Ignoring Zhongli Yu, Helian grasped Zhongli Yu's hand and declared, let us commence. With that, he led Zhongli Yu out of the classroom. What was happening? Why had he taken her hand again? What had Zhongli Yu said that prompted Helian's action? Curiosity enveloped everyone as they turned to the fuming Zhongli Yu. Upon seeing Zhongli Yu depart, Bei Qing exchanged a few words with Wenren Ziki and followed suit. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. Situ approached Zhongli Yu and patted him on the shoulder, saying, you've worked hard, having such a sister who strays. Get lost. Zhongli Yu swatted away Situ Zhao's hand from his shoulder and departed with his teammates. Wenren Ziki remarked helplessly, indeed, ice and fire cannot coexist. Yes. Situ agreed from the side. But can ice and fire truly never coexist? Chapter 64. The unusual Helian led Zhongli Yu to the designated location in the west. Observing Helian's silent back, Zhongli Yu asked, may I be released? It hurts a bit. Helian shivered slightly and then released her hand. Zhongli Yu rubbed her sore hand, remaining silent. At that moment, Helian inquired, why do you wish to be with me? Excuse me? Zhongli Yu turned to Helian and remarked, Given the proximity of the western region to the Ghost Cry, it stands to reason that the Blood Clan would find such a place quite appealing. After all, Roderick Revenue has claimed it as his stronghold. Thus, I ponder whether the Blood Clan operates similarly. Since you mentioned your intent to venture westward, it seems I have no choice but to accompany you. Wouldn't you agree? Strangely, upon hearing Zhongli Yu state that his decision to join him was merely coincidental, Helian Ling felt a pang of disappointment. What was wrong with him? At that moment, Bei Qing hurriedly approached Zhongli Yu, panting heavily. Zhongli Yu, intending to head towards Bei Qing, patted his back and said, "There's no need to rush." Bei Qing replied, "But I can't lag too far behind." Observing the amiable interaction between Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, Helian Ling found it somewhat irksome, yearning to separate the two. The group that approached next noticed Helian Ling casting a jealous glance at Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, their expressions quickly morphing into those of gossip. Indeed, there must be an affair between the three, they mused. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Helian Ling turned and found the previously gossiping individuals now transformed into serious figures. With an irritated tone, Helian Ling commanded, "Shouldn't you all be attending to your duties?" This was clearly a case of misplaced frustration. Helian Ling's behavior was unexpectedly enlightening. Helian Ling forcibly inserted himself between Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, asserting, "You both have tasks to fulfill. Since you are here, you must contribute. Quickly, go conceal yourselves." Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, somewhat oblivious to Helian Ling's anger, complied and went to hide. However, Helian Ling seized Zhongli Yu's hand again and insisted, "You are coming with me." He disregarded Zhongli Yu's wishes and pulled him away. Bei Qing, witnessing this, sought to intervene but was halted by others who then took him away, claiming, "You lack experience. You might cause trouble." Bei Qing found this reasoning absurd. If he was inexperienced, wouldn't it be better to learn alongside you and Helian Ling? Why must he be separated from them? The others thought, such an opportunity to be with a beauty cannot be disturbed by this rival. In a secluded location, Zhongli Yu glared at Helian Ling and asked, "What are you doing? Why did you pull me away?" Helian Ling, unsure of his own feelings, disliked the sight of Zhongli Yu growing too close to Bei Qing while he could only watch from the sidelines. This sensation was quite unpleasant. Helian Ling, in a serious tone, declared, "This spot offers the best vantage point. You shall stay with me." "Is that so? It feels rather off," Zhongli Yu replied. As night descended, illuminating the earth and city with its glow, it became evident that artificial light, unlike sunlight, could not penetrate the darkness, concealing the shadows lurking within. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, a stir of activity finally emerged in the dead of night. Chapter 65. The drunkard in the distance, a swaying figure approached, initially leading Zhongli Yu and her companions to believe that a vampire had finally manifested. However, as the figure drew nearer, it became evident that it was merely a drunkard. The inebriated man muttered incoherently to himself, eventually stopping beneath a large tree, which happened to be the concealed vantage point for Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling. Beneath the tree, the drunkard continued his ramblings, his head bowed low, and the onlookers chose not to pay him any heed. Suddenly, he lifted his head, kicked the tree with great force, and immediately sat down, cradling his foot in pain. Amidst his lamentations, he cried, "Why? Why must even the trees torment me? Is it simply because I am without money, home, or car? Why must I be adorned with a green hat?" The drunkard then erupted into a fit of sobs beneath the tree. Atop the tree, Zhongli Yu, having previously disregarded the drunkard, was startled by the sudden kick against the trunk, causing her to lose her footing. Fortunately, Helian Ling caught her just in time. As Zhongli Yu felt the firm embrace around her waist, she mused, "This man must possess a commendable physique. Look at the muscles in his arms. Indeed, he is remarkably strong." Meanwhile, Helian Ling, maintaining his stoic expression, grappled with his own turbulent emotions. "Why did I intervene? This is so out of character for me. Why does my heart race so? What is happening to me?" He pondered, his mind in a state of confusion. Zhongli Yu, observing the entranced Helian Ling and their intimate posture, could no longer contain herself. "Could you release me? This position is quite uncomfortable," she stated, her voice tinged with discomfort. Upon hearing her plea, Helian Ling snapped back to reality and realized the awkwardness of their situation. Just as he prepared to let go, he sensed an impending danger and pulled Zhongli Yu closer, declaring, "There's trouble. Hold on for a moment." Zhongli Yu felt a sharp discomfort, especially with her back pressed against the tree, yet she had no choice but to endure it. Unbeknownst to them, a throng of individuals had materialized around them, distinctly different from ordinary people. Each possessed elongated fangs, breathed heavily, and bore pallid skin with vacant stares. These were unmistakably vampires. The drunkard, noticing the gathering, shook his head to clear his vision, asserting, "This is my territory. You'd best stay away, or you'll feel the wrath of my golden staff." He hurled his shoe at the encroaching vampires. The shoe struck one, who merely scratched the impacted area before glancing at the discarded footwear, then, in a frenzy, charged at the drunkard. This vampire's aggressive lead incited the others to follow suit, all converging upon the beleaguered drunkard. The inebriate, upon witnessing the scene, experienced a flicker of sobriety, yet the effects of alcohol still clouded his senses. He grasped a wooden stick lying beneath the tree and struck the vampire he had previously assaulted on the head. The stick splintered, inciting the vampire's fury, who then lunged at the drunkard, pinning him to the ground. In that moment, the drunkard beheld the vampire's unmistakable fangs up close and finally regained clarity. Recalling the recent murder that had transpired in the capital, panic surged within him, prompting him to struggle and scream. Suddenly, flames erupted from the vampire who had tackled him, reducing it to ash, which was whisked away by the wind, an embodiment of ephemeral existence. The other vampires sensed impending doom and attempted to flee, only to be thwarted by an unforeseen wall of ice that obstructed their escape. Chapter 66, The Hand of Hell. A number of vampires, desperate to vacate this treacherous place, met their fate upon contact with the icy barrier, crystallizing into frozen statues. Ultimately, their souls were obliterated, leaving behind mere remnants. Helian Ling embraced Zhongli Yu's waist, guiding him down from the tree. The drunkard, noticing their approach coupled with the previous flames and ice wall, deduced that these two were wielders of extraordinary abilities. He scrambled toward them, pleading, "Heroes, please save me. There are monsters." However, they paid him no heed. Zhongli Yu glanced at Helian Ling's arm around his waist and remarked, "May I be released now?" Reluctantly, Helian Ling loosened his grip, stifling his reluctance to gaze at Zhongli Yu. Feeling ignored, the inebriate clung to Helian Ling's leg, exclaiming, "Divine One, you cannot abandon me." Helian Ling kicked the drunkard away, retorting, "Begone. Do not touch me, stay aside." The drunkard, unaffected by Helian Ling's disdain, hurriedly retreated to clutch the hem of Helian Ling's garment. Helian Ling, bewildered, inquired, "What are you doing? Release me." The drunkard shook his head, resolute in his choice to endure the cold demeanor of this extraordinary being rather than succumb to the clutches of the monsters. Helian Ling's mood soured further. Not only had he yet to quell his feelings toward Zhongli Yu, but the overwhelming stench of alcohol emanating from the drunkard repulsed him. Zhongli Yu, observing Helian Ling's discomfort as he attempted to extricate himself from the drunkard's grasp, suddenly declared, "Leave these vampires to me. I wish to test my strength. So you need not intervene." Helian Ling yearned to assist, but was deterred by the inebriate's firm hold on his leg. His singular thought was to distance himself from this wretched drunkard. Were it not for the man's status as a civilian, Helian Ling would have already dealt with him decisively. In the vicinity of Zhongli Yu, as the vampires, eager to escape, suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrance far more enticing than human blood. They began to scan their surroundings, desperate to uncover the source of this alluring scent. Their gaze soon fell upon Zhongli Yu. The source of this aroma emanated unmistakably from her, a fact the vampires were certain of, though this scent was detectable solely by beings of the otherworldly kind. Zhongli Yu's blood was akin to a delicacy to any variety of these creatures, for her blood had undergone a mutation following her success in her postgraduate examinations, the specifics of which remain undisclosed, unbeknownst to our heroine. Zhongli Yu, observing the vampires encircling her, let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Ah, I extend my gratitude in advance, for you have unwittingly provided me the conditions to eliminate you with greater efficiency." Summoning forth, she declared, "Arise, Hand of Hell." The ground within a 5-meter radius of Zhongli Yu began to glow a deep crimson, gradually boiling as if it were molten lava. "What is happening?" The group, led by Bei Qing, also caught within this range, felt a sense of foreboding as they witnessed the surrounding trees reduced to ash. With Bei Qing's abilities dwindling, the others seized her and brought her before Helian Ling, who had erected an ice wall to shield them from Zhongli Yu's assault, while still allowing them to observe the unfolding battle. The vampires charged at Zhongli Yu, but before they could react, their feet were seared by the intense heat emanating from the ground, causing them to stumble and ultimately succumb to the flames, turning to ash. Zhongli Yu's hair, reminiscent of fresh blood, danced in the night breeze, resembling an ethereal spirit of darkness. As she beheld the vampires falling one by one, disintegrating into nothingness, she proclaimed, "This is far from over. We have merely reached the crux of the matter. Prepare to endure." At that moment, a massive hand of blood-red flames emerged from the ground. Unlike a human hand, it bore scales, revealing its otherworldly nature. Why, one might wonder. Did this peculiar hand accompany Zhongli Yu's technique? Go forth, devour them, Zhongli Yu commanded. Upon her words, the flaming hands lunged toward the vampires, and those ensnared by its grasp were inevitably reduced to ashes. Operating purely on instinct, the vampires sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade capture. Zhongli Yu, observing those who dodged the hand of hell, taunted, "Did you believe there was only one hand of hell? Alas, nothing that resides within this infernal ground can escape its grasp. Fortune does not favor the foolish." As her words resonated, the molten earth began to bubble violently, giving rise to hundreds upon thousands of hell's hands, each seizing one or more vampires, who then met their fiery demise within their clutches. Before long, all the vampires present were vanquished by Zhongli Yu's hellish hand. Remarkable, indeed. What kind of hand possesses such formidable power? I am unsure. I have never encountered it before, and it does not appear to be a spirit beast. After exterminating all the vampires, the hellish hand dissipated. Yet the ground within a 5-meter radius of Zhongli Yu had turned to charred remains, dark and ashen. Helian, half pushing the drunken man aside, retrieved a communicator to liaise with the other 3 directions. Upon seeing Zhongli Yu approach, he stated, "The vampires in the other 3 directions have also been eradicated, but we are uncertain if any remnants remain. They have already descended to investigate." Zhongli Yu replied, "In that case, Bei Qing, you and those few shall ascertain whether any vampires linger." Bei Qing, puzzled, responded, "Why must I accompany them? I wish to stay by your side." Upon hearing this, Helian's expression soured. He contemplated interjecting but recalled that he had no real connection to Zhongli Yu, thus choosing to remain silent, embodying a chilly, aloof prince. However, Helian, distracted by other thoughts, failed to notice a pair of sinister eyes observing him from the shadows. Zhongli Yu addressed Qing. "You and the others have not contributed, while I have eliminated the vampires here. Helian's role was to prevent their escape and protect you. Have you not felt a twinge of unease for having done nothing?" Indeed, they felt no such discomfort, they thought amongst themselves. Yet, they knew better than to reveal this to Zhongli Yu, for they could only imagine the consequences. They had indeed done nothing, and it was only fair that they should have participated. Thus they clung to Bei Qing, who was reluctant to part from Zhongli Yu. Helian kept glancing at Zhongli Yu, perplexed as to why Zhongli Yu would deliberately send Bei Qing and the others away. Could it be related to him? As this thought crossed his mind, Helian felt his typically cold demeanor ignite with an unexpected warmth. His heart filled with a strange anticipation. What was he anticipating? He did not know, but an intense desire to uncover the truth surged within him, as though it were a matter of his very existence. Zhongli Yu's gaze met Helian's, causing Helian's heart to race uncontrollably. Zhongli Yu approached him, and Helian stared blankly, as if entranced. Had anyone else been present, they might have remarked that his gaze unmistakably reflected affection. Alas, there was no one else around. Zhongli Yu did not halt before Helian. Instead, he moved behind him, addressing the drunken man who had a firm grip on Helian's clothing. "Do you intend to continue this charade?" "What?" The drunken man failed to comprehend Zhongli Yu's words. Zhongli Yu clarified, "What I mean is, you are not actually intoxicated, are you?" The drunken man lowered his head and replied, "I am not drunk now, but I was indeed inebriated earlier. You can smell the alcohol on me." Zhongli Yu noticed a drunken man attempting to bring his sleeve closer, and instinctively took a few steps back, repelled by the unpleasant odor emanating from him. Covering his nose, Zhongli Yu firmly stated, "Do not come any closer. Keep your distance." The drunkard silently withdrew his sleeve. Once the sleeve was no longer a threat, Zhongli Yu lowered his hand from his face and turned to Helian, inquiring, "Do you not find this peculiar? How could an ordinary human without any abilities dare to touch you, let alone cling to your thigh? Do you not find this strange?" Upon hearing Zhongli Yu's remarks, Helian began to contemplate the inconsistencies. He glanced at the drunkard, who still clutched his sleeve, and asked, "Who exactly are you?" The drunkard trembled as he responded, "Sir, what are you talking about? I am just an ordinary person. Look, my skin is not pale, and I lack fangs like a vampire. I am truly a common man." Helian scrutinized the drunkard. Indeed, his skin was not pale, nor did he possess fangs. Yet, Helian remained perplexed as to how this man could touch him. Could he, like Zhongli Yu, be an anomaly? No, that seemed unlikely. The drunkard appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, past the age for awakening any powers. What could possibly explain this? Zhongli Yu proposed, what if this bloodline that has reached the capital is a hybrid? If he possesses human blood, certain traits of the bloodline may not be overtly apparent. However, a bloodline, regardless, remains a bloodline, and there is one truth: it cannot be bound by human lineage. If you are truly not of the bloodline, then prove it. With that, Zhongli Yu produced a dagger from an unknown source and lightly sliced his palm. Blood flowing forth abundantly. Helian Ling, witnessing the crimson liquid saturating Zhongli Yu's hand, felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He quickly retrieved his handkerchief, rushing to bandage Zhongli Yu's wound, exclaiming, "Are you mad? Why would you inflict such a deep cut? Do you not feel pain? Do you not find it shameful to waste blood? Instead of bleeding here, you might as well donate it for the greater good." As Zhongli Yu observed Helian Ling, who was now diligently wrapping his wound while chattering incessantly, he realized how much this person had changed since their first encounter. Their initial meeting had taken place during the turmoil in the cafeteria, marking Helian Ling's coming-of-age ceremony, an event to which Zhongli Yu had previously been uninvited due to her status as an illegitimate child and her lack of any powers. Consequently, she had not been deemed suitable to attend. The other 6 children of the Zhongli family had participated, as the Helian family had fewer restrictions. At that time, Zhongli Yu harbored no thoughts of the fact that she was the only one from her family excluded from Helian Ling's ceremony. She was indifferent to the gazes of outsiders, focused solely on her own endeavors. Now, with formidable powers, Zhongli Yu's life is no longer mundane. Yet, she remains the same as before, focusing solely on her own affairs. Just like earlier, when she deliberately wounded herself with a dagger to lure out that blood clan. She remains indifferent to the thoughts of others. Chapter 69. Absolute Zero. Zhongli Yu gazed at Helian Ling, who was meticulously tending to her wounds, and recalled their first encounter. His expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a cold and unfeeling emperor. Indeed, Helian Ling embodies the essence of the Absolute Zero ability. The Helian family exudes an air of chilliness, their only tenderness reserved for kin. Helian Ling, to Zhongli Yu, appeared icy from within, never revealing any expression beyond his stoic facade. Not even in the presence of friends like Wenren has he ever smiled. Thus, when Zhongli Yu caught a glimpse of concern in Helian's eyes, it sent a shiver down her spine. What was wrong with him? Had he taken leave of his senses? After Helian Ling finished bandaging Zhongli Yu's wounds, he raised his gaze to meet hers, noticing her bewildered expression and recalling his own previous actions and words. Helian Ling, his body tense yet still expressionless, remarked, "I merely feared that Chen would blame me if he found out. You know our relationship is strained, and now that there is a semblance of reconciliation, we cannot let such a trivial injury jeopardize it. Do you understand?" Zhongli Yu, enlightened, responded, "Ah, I see now. I thought you had lost your mind." "Indeed, lost my mind. How clever of you to think that. But why was I so eager to explain? We have no real connection, after all." Zhongli Yu poked Helian Ling, who had been lost in thought numerous times that day, and said, "Look." Upon noticing Zhongli Yu pointing behind him, Helian Ling turned to see a pair of crimson eyes fixated on them. Zhongli Yu calmly stated, "As expected, it appears he has set his sights on your blood. Young Master Ling, young Master Ling." Helian Ling was displeased with Zhongli Yu's form of address, yet recognized it as the most fitting designation for their relationship, reluctantly accepting it. With a grim expression, Helian Ling declared, "He seeks my blood? How foolish." The drunken man gazed greedily at Zhongli Yu and said, "I originally intended to drain your blood. Despite being a man, you do possess a certain allure. However, discovering your affiliation with the Helian family changes things. Now, I have found someone whose essence surpasses yours by 100-fold. You are of no use to me. Step aside." Helian Ling positioned himself in front of Zhongli Yu, blocking the drunken man's ravenous gaze, which incensed the latter. The drunken man snarled, "Very well, since you refuse to yield, do not blame me for what follows. You shall perish as well." He charged at Helian Ling, who, without even glancing at him, closed his eyes and extended his left hand, pointing at the approaching assailant. Absolute Zero. In an instant, the drunken man halted, witnessing his feet being encased in ice. Desperate to escape, he stammered, "What? What is this? No, don't. Hurry. Move." Helian Ling said, "Since you intended to drain my blood, I shall repay you in kind. This technique will freeze your blood as well. Experience the Absolute Zero of the Helian family, one of the 4 extraordinary families of Huaxia, and pay the price for your recklessness. Please, no? I was wrong, spare me." The drunken man pleaded, already frozen halfway, yet internally cursing, vowing to make Huaxia pay once he regained his freedom. For now, he was but a bloodsucker willing to endure. Helian Ling, fully aware of the drunkard's thoughts, responded, "Do you truly think me a fool? If you had simply abided quietly without causing trouble, you would not find yourself in this predicament. You have run out of chances. Those who offend Huaxia shall be punished without exception, especially here in the capital, Beijing. Repent in hell for the harm you have inflicted upon the people of Huaxia." With that, Helian Ling snapped his fingers, and the drunken man, who had been intact just moments before, was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. It was evident that Helian Ling had deliberately given him a moment to speak. Alas, the bloodsucker failed to seize the opportunity, missing any glimmer of hope. Chapter 70. A misunderstanding. Zhongli Yu stood behind Helian Ling, gazing at the lifelike ice sculpture, once again feeling a sense of dread towards Helian Ling's formidable power. He had frozen the bloodsucker without even touching him. Such immense control was indeed worthy of admiration. Helian Ling, observing the audacious drunkard-turned-ice sculpture, tore his shirt apart, looking at the discarded garment with a disgusted expression. Turning to Zhongli Yu, he noticed the latter regarding him with a wary gaze. Confused, Helian Ling inquired, "What is that look in your eyes? Why did you tear off your clothes? How wild can you be?" Zhongli Yu thought to himself. Seeing Zhongli Yu take a few steps back, Helian Ling, wanting to clarify, approached and grasped Zhongli Yu's hand. Leaning closer to explain, "I dislike that look you're giving me. I have no intention of harming you. I tore my shirt because that bloodsucker touched it." Zhongli Yu, uncomfortable with proximity and physical contact, attempted to shake off Helian Ling's grip, but to his surprise, Helian Ling's strength was far greater than he had anticipated, rendering him unable to escape. Resigned, Zhongli Yu sighed, "What exactly do you want?" In his heart, Helian Ling pondered, "I don't know. My body refuses to let go." Despite his inner thoughts, he knew he had to articulate a reasonable explanation to avoid being labeled a lecher. I really meant no harm," Helian Ling explained. "I simply wished to clarify, but I didn't expect your reaction to be so intense, hence my grip. I apologize." Upon finishing his words, Helian Ling released his grip. However, Zhongli Yu still had a few queries to pose to Helian Ling. Before she could utter a word, she sensed several intense gazes upon them. Both Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling turned to find that Bei Qing and his companions had returned, silently observing the pair. It was unclear how much they had witnessed or overheard, but one thing was certain. Their interpretations were skewed. The ambiguous glances exchanged between Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling did not go unnoticed. Finally, apart from Bei Qing, the others enlightenedly remarked, "So, you intentionally led us away to indulge in some couple's interaction here? No need to say more, we understand. We shall take our leave and grant you a tranquil environment to engage in whatever you desire." With that, they made encouraging gestures towards the duo and swiftly departed with the still-dazed Bei Qing, leaving Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling in a state of confusion. Zhongli Yu turned to Helian Ling, puzzled. "What do you mean by whatever?" Helian Ling, fully aware of the implications of that whatever, chose not to divulge this to Zhongli Yu. "It's nothing. Let's head back. As for the Blood Clan, Shinjichuan will be arriving shortly." At that moment, the sun began to rise, signaling the end of an extraordinary night and ushering in a new day. Before Shinjichuan's arrival, a figure made his entrance. Roderick Revono gazed regretfully at his frozen kin and remarked, "I warned you not to act rashly, especially when facing the heirs of the 4 prominent supernatural families residing in Huaxia's capital. It is ill-advised, particularly with the addition of Zhongli Yu, who proves to be quite formidable. Yet, you have endured much, after being specifically released by the elders. You ventured to Huaxia only to disregard their counsel and now face the consequences. Have you not heard the saying? The recent unrest among hybrids presents a perfect opportunity to quell their arrogance through your predicament. Thus, I commend your efforts. To repay you, I shall ensure you embark on your journey peacefully." Roderick Revono placed his hand on the ice sculpture, which subsequently shattered and fell to the ground. He rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "It is indeed chilly. Someone approaches. The dawn has broken. We should depart swiftly." With that, Roderick Revono vanished from sight. Chapter 71. Too late. The subsequent inquiries regarding the Blood Clan were no longer of concern to Zhongli Yu and her companions. The matters that followed would pertain to the supernatural division. Naturally, the number of infected individuals was substantial, and the police needed to provide the public with an explanation. However, details regarding vampires and the Blood Clan could not be disclosed. A plausible rationale had to be constructed to placate the populace. Once the situation was resolved, everyone returned to class. Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling were the last to enter, only to find that the gazes of their peers had shifted significantly. Some were imbued with ambiguity, others with a sense of amusement, and yet a few bore expressions of anger. Among them, the most incensed was, of course, Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun did not anticipate that within merely a few hours, another scandal would erupt between the two of them, and crucially, there were witnesses, rendering any denial futile. It was truly frustrating. Zhongli Yu, however, perfectly disregarded the scrutinizing gazes and approached Bei Qing, who remained in a daze, asking, "What is the matter? Are you lost in thought?" Bei Qing, with a complex expression, regarded Zhongli Yu and inquired, are you and Master Ling in a romantic relationship? Zhongli Yu thought she had misheard and replied, what are you talking about? I do not comprehend. Why would you connect us? Bei Qing responded, it's because I saw Master Ling gazing at you with deep affection, and he was missing the upper half of his clothing. While the two of you were holding hands, how could one not jump to conclusions? Zhongli Yu finally understood the peculiar stares from her classmates. The reason was evident. She clarified, that was merely him explaining something to me, which is why he held on to me. He was expressing his disdain for the Blood Clan member who reeked of alcohol and had touched his clothing, resulting in the garment being torn. It is nothing like what you envision. Is that so? Bei Qing felt that something was amiss but could not articulate it, so she reluctantly let it go. Naturally, Zhongli Yu's explanation was overheard by others, who then turned their gaze to Helian, discovering that he maintained an unchanged expression. Silently, she mused, with such a demeanor, you deserve to remain unmarried for life. Though she thought this, those who had lived alongside Helian for over a decade did not miss the slight frown that crossed his face just moments after Zhongli Yu's explanation. Although it lasted only a few seconds, it was evident that he cared. He simply had not yet grasped the situation. Thus, for those residing in the same courtyard, it was imperative to assist, as watching two emotionally obtuse individuals navigate romance was, indeed, an amusing endeavor, certainly not out of a desire for spectacle. At that moment, Jones Panna and Alina entered. Alina announced, the matter concerning the vampires has been reported to England, following directives from the English upper echelons. The annihilation of the vampires by Huaxia is permitted. Furthermore, regarding the infection among the Huaxia populace, England will provide appropriate compensation and will also monitor the situation with the vampires. The onlookers regarded Alina and Jones Panna with expressions of resignation. Wenren Ziqi remarked, well, both the vampires and the infected Blood Clan members have already been eradicated by us. Is this not rather tardy? Upon hearing this news, Alina finally comprehended why her mother had advised her that it was too late, preparing her psychologically. Now, she understood the urgency behind those words. The pace of events had indeed been astonishing. Chapter 72. Making friends. Alina and Jones Panna, who felt utterly helpless in this case, were consumed by guilt, particularly Alina. It was their England that had allowed a vampire to escape, resulting in a tragic incident in Huaxia, and yet, as an Englishwoman, she found herself of little assistance. Seeing the despondent look in Alina's eyes, Zhongli Yu approached her and said, when the place we call home, the country we cherish, is threatened, is resistance all we can offer? Even the mightiest among us cannot guarantee victory in every battle. This is why teamwork is essential. The reason we urged you to inform England was to ensure preparedness, though failing to notify them would not lead to dire consequences. It is only polite to extend such courtesy, especially since Her Majesty the Queen has likely spoken to you about this. Alina nodded in understanding. Zhongli Yu continued, that is sufficient. Her Majesty was already aware of the situation, so there is no need for you to dwell on it. Oh, Alina acknowledged, her understanding evident. Zhongli Yu stretched lazily and remarked, however, the bounty from this endeavor has been quite significant. Not only did I test my capabilities, but I also acquired a treasure from the Levanov clan. Truly fortunate, wouldn't you agree, Qing? Bei Qing wholeheartedly concurred with Zhongli Yu's sentiments, recognizing their remarkable luck in obtaining two treasures. While they may not be immediately useful, their worth would undoubtedly manifest in the future. Bei Qing caressed the small pendant around her neck, contemplating, currently, I may not have your approval, but in time, I shall prove myself to be far more formidable than your previous owner, in every conceivable aspect. Unbeknownst to Bei Qing, the pendant emitted a faint glow, which vanished almost instantaneously. While Bei Qing felt a sense of pride from Zhongli Yu's words, the others perceived it differently. It was common knowledge that the Levanov clan was renowned among vampires for their travels, and given the longevity of vampires, it was natural for them to accumulate rare treasures. Envy and admiration swelled within them. Why did all the good fortune seem to favor those two? Sensing the collective envy and jealousy directed at them, Zhongli Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, there is an adage that speaks of sharing good fortune with friends. Although he did not acknowledge them as his friends, he found their changing expressions amusing. As they observed Zhongli Yu's playful demeanor, it became apparent that he was intentionally provoking their emotions for his own amusement. And indeed, he succeeded, for they too coveted the treasures of the Levanov clan, even if only to catch a glimpse. Suddenly, a thought struck them. Since Zhongli Yu had experienced such good fortune since his awakening, and Bei Qing was his friend, could it be that she had benefited from his luck? It made sense. Wherever Zhongli Yu was, Bei Qing was sure to follow. Thus, if they were to befriend Zhongli Yu, might they also share in a portion of his good fortune? With this revelation, their gazes towards Zhongli Yu shifted, and they eagerly crowded around him, exclaiming, "Let us be friends. Have you all lost your minds?" Zhongli Yu unhesitatingly declined. The crowd, as if possessed by theatrical spirits, clutched their chests and took a step back, exclaiming, "How could you do this?" Zhongli Yu replied coolly, "I apologize. We are not well acquainted." The onlookers feigned an exaggerated reaction, pretending to spit blood, and accused him, "You heartless scoundrel." Chapter 73. The dilemma. Zhongli Yu felt a tremendous headache at their dramatic antics and regretted his earlier words, deeply wishing he could take them back. Just as he was cornered by the crowd, the door was suddenly swung open from the outside. Leaning against the door, Zhongli Yu lost his balance and fell into the arms of the person entering. Looking up, he recognized a familiar face and asked, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be addressing the subsequent issues?" The newcomers were Shun Jichuan and Sun Jia. Shun Jichuan stated, "I have a few questions for you." Noticing that the two were still in an embrace, Helian Ling felt displeased and stepped forward to separate them, pulling Zhongli Yu behind him and asserting, "If Captain Shun has any inquiries, he should direct them to me. I am the commander of this operation." Initially puzzled as to why the formidable Helian Ling would intrude on his conversation with Zhongli Yu, Shun Jichuan quickly discerned the source of his irritation upon meeting Helian Ling's displeased gaze. It became evident that jealousy was at play. Youth is a treasure, he mused, for he could no longer experience such feelings, as the one capable of evoking jealousy had vanished from his life. Reflecting on that individual, Shun Jichuan felt a pang in his heart. How many years had passed? He had sacrificed family, power, and wealth for the sake of that person, yearning to be with them. Yet, where were they now? Had they grown weary of him? Or had their affection been mere folly, devoid of genuine feelings? Engulfed in his thoughts, Shun Jichuan lost sight of his original purpose for being there, oblivious to Sun J's calls for his attention. Consumed by the torment of why he had been abandoned, Shun Jichuan, come back to your senses, suddenly jolted from his reverie by a forceful blow to his face. Shun Jichuan lost control and was sent sprawling to the ground. Regaining his composure, he touched his rapidly swelling cheek and glared at the culprit, Zhongli Yu, demanding, "What was that for?" Zhongli Yu, blowing on his knuckles, retorted, "I ought to ask you the same. What were you thinking just now? You nearly allowed your powers to spiral out of control." "I apologize," Shun Jichuan acknowledged, aware that he had succumbed to his inner darkness. Had Zhongli Yu not roused him, the consequences could have been dire. Zhongli Yu inquired, "What brings you here this time? Wasn't the vampire issue resolved?" Rubbing his face, Shun Jichuan stood and replied, "It has been resolved, but there is a matter I hope young Master Ling can clarify." Helian Ling, slightly taken aback as it pertained to him, responded, "Certainly." Shun Jichuan inquired, "Might I ask, Ling Xiao, were you the last to depart from the battlefield in the west?" He then gestured toward Zhongli Yu, saying, "And Zhongli Yu, the two of us were the last." Shun Jichuan turned his gaze to Zhongli Yu, who nodded in affirmation of Helian Ling's statement. Shun Jichuan continued, "Then I would like to ask, what was the scene like before your departure?" Helian Ling replied, "There was a section of land that had sunken and was charred, which was the doing of Zhongli Yu. As for myself, I created several ice walls, but they should have vanished after my departure. Subsequently, the culprit, the Blood Clan, was encased in ice." Shun Jichuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, the ice walls in that land are not in question, but the issue is that when we arrived, that Blood Clan member was already dead, his body shattered and frozen within the ice." Chapter 74. An unfamiliar fragrance. What? Dead? Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling exclaimed in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Helian Ling asked, "Are there photographs of the scene?" Shun Jichuan glanced at Sun Jia, who produced a photograph and handed it to Helian Ling. Helian Ling accepted it, and Zhongli Yu, as a witness, naturally stepped forward to view it as well. However, as he stood beside Helian Ling to examine the photograph, the atmosphere shifted among those present. Shun Jichuan finally understood why rumors had circulated in the past few days about Helian Ling and Zhongli Yu being romantically involved. They indeed appeared well matched, one in blue and the other in red, and their combined aura easily led others to speculate. At that moment, Helian Ling and Zhongli Yu, having been perceived as a couple by others, focused their attention on the photograph. Zhongli Yu commented, "This does not align with what it was like when we left." "If my memory serves me correctly," Helian Ling concurred, "it is indeed different. Absolute zero ice can preserve even the blood and organs within a body, preventing death. According to the condition depicted in the photograph, someone must have shattered my ice after we all departed. If the ice is broken, naturally, the Blood Clan inside would perish. But who possesses the power to shatter my ice?" Zhongli Yu gently patted Helian Ling's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, stating, "I believe I know who it is. It is only natural that your ice was shattered. That individual has likely lived far longer than most, possessing intellect that surpasses that of humans. I suspect he compromised in my presence out of fear of my strength, or perhaps out of a desire to grant me personal favor. Helian mused. Could it be that individual you sought before, the Blood Clan member? Zhongli Yu nodded. Roderick Levon. I suspect he must be quite ancient, having been present during the signing of the contract with England, based on his own words. I believe the Blood Clan has been rather unsettled lately. The younger members desire to venture out, but the elders or the more senior members distrust them and have thus refused. Consequently, the Blood Clan involved in this murder was likely released intentionally to serve as a cautionary tale, illustrating the perils of the outside world and asserting that you must heed our counsel. Helian watched Zhongli Yu as he spoke, his lips moving as if they might draw nearer, while Helian gradually lowered his head. As soon as Zhongli Yu finished speaking and looked up to seek Helian opinion, he felt Helian face drawing nearer, close enough to sense the other's breath. Suddenly, a pair of large hands intervened between them, causing Helian face to comically collide with those hands. Bewitched by the unknown fragrance emanating from Zhongli Yu, Helian finally regained his senses, only to behold the owner of those hands, Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun pulled Zhongli Yu aside, meticulously wiped his hands that had touched Helian with a handkerchief, and then incinerated the handkerchief completely, saying, Young Master Ling, what were you trying to do just now? Were you attempting to act indecently in front of everyone? Naturally, Helian recalled his previous actions and felt a wave of inner turmoil, yet maintained an outward calm as he replied, I apologize. I merely caught a whiff of what seemed to be a pleasant scent from you and wished to experience it further, without any ulterior motives. This fellow. Don't think I didn't notice you were leaning in for a kiss. Do you really believe I'm blind? Zhongli mused. Chapter 75. The inflexible excuse faced with Zhongli evident disbelief. Helian felt helpless. If this excuse was insufficient, what alternative could he offer? Any other justification would likely be even less credible. He couldn't possibly admit to being uncontrollably drawn, as that would only further infuriate this possessive brother. By the way, was Zhongli always like this? How did he suddenly awaken such a troublesome trait? It was quite vexing. Zhongli, irritated by Helian apparent distraction, felt even more exasperated. Just as he was about to speak, he was pushed aside by his sister, Zhongli Yu, who exclaimed, Second brother, what are you doing? I'm having a conversation with young Master Ling. You shouldn't meddle when you don't understand the situation. Struck by his sister's disdain, Zhongli was taken aback, motionless, while the silent tears of his heart remained known only to him. Observing the sibling dynamic, the onlookers silently admired Zhongli Yu for daring to stand up to Zhongli, especially since it genuinely affected him. Was Zhongli Yu truly the one he cared for the most? Zhongli Yu approached Helian and asked, Did you hear what I said earlier? Helian nodded. Zhongli Yu continued, So what are your thoughts? Similar to yours. Oh, Shun Jiquan remarked, observing their brief interaction with a hint of frustration. Can't you two be more straightforward? Zhongli Yu replied, It simply means that the one who shatters the ice is from the Lei Fu Nua clan. Shun Jiquan said, Then we need to inquire over there. It's truly troublesome. Zhongli Yu looked at Shun Jiquan in disbelief. Are you planning to enter the Ghost Cry Laughter? And your abilities would be of no use there, would they? Ghost Cry Laughter? Shun Jiquan exclaimed in surprise. Zhongli Yu suddenly grew intrigued, asking, What is this? You provided me with the address for Bei Qing, didn't you know? Shun Jiquan awkwardly remarked, Well, actually it has been quite a few years since the registration for the blood clan of the Lei Funua tribe was completed, and at that time, I was not the captain of the ability department, so I am unaware of the address. Therefore, are you not concerned about our safety if you withhold the address? Zhongli Yu gazed at Shun Jiquan with a rather unfriendly demeanor. Well, I trust you all. Who doesn't know the name of your class? Shun Jiquan offered a stiff explanation. Zhongli Yu scoffed. Such a rigid excuse is hardly believable. Shun Jiquan felt the weight of everyone's gaze, leaving him uncomfortable, and he could only concoct a flimsy excuse to depart. After Shun Jiquan and Sun Zhe left, the class returned to a tranquil state, with all eyes turning toward Zhongli Yu and Helian. Their relationship was a source of curiosity, marked by frequent ambiguous gestures, yet both consistently denied any romantic involvement. Zhongli Yu inquired, Are we having class today? Zhongli replied, We will take a day off, resuming tomorrow. Why do you ask? Zhongli Yu responded, Of course, I must keep an eye on that strange egg. What if it hatches unexpectedly? Zhongli pondered silently. So, are you planning to incubate that peculiar egg like one would with a chick? With that, Zhongli Yu, having posed his question, took hold of Bei Qing and exited the classroom. The remaining students exchanged glances before turning their attention to the taciturn Helian Ling when Wenren Ziqi queried, "Ling, do you have any thoughts regarding the close friendship between those two?" Helian Ling replied, "What thoughts could I possibly have? We are not involved in that manner. Please do not misunderstand." Chapter 76. Huaxia. Following the resolution of the vampire murder case, the capital regained its usual tranquility, as if the incident had barely stirred the waters. This is hardly surprising, as even the common folk residing in the capital are not ordinary individuals. Their resilience surpasses that of people from other regions. After all, the capital is the heart of Huaxia and a city notorious for its high incidence of crime. Indeed, the capital is rife with such occurrences, yet its law enforcement remains remarkably effective, bolstered by military bases that rival those of the so-called military empire, the United States. Huaxia places significant emphasis on military affairs, providing ample care for retired soldiers. One such military base is nestled within the capital, shrouded in mystery. Unlike other cities, the soldiers stationed here are the elite amongst the elite, the sharpest blades of Huaxia. However, the very obscurity of the military base has attracted the attention of numerous countries and factions, prompting them to send operatives to Huaxia for reconnaissance. Naturally, for these intruders, a nation that has always prioritized peace revealed its claws for the first time, leaving no survivors in its wake. This resulted in the increasing enigma surrounding the military base in the capital, with little known about the personnel or leadership within, rendering even abduction attempts futile. However, due to the significant reaction caused by Zhongli Yu's recent resurrection, the attention of various countries and forces has once again converged upon Huaxia, specifically the capital city of Bei Qing. Consequently, many have discreetly dispatched agents, with the notable exception of the United States and England. Since the rise of Huaxia, both nations have maintained a cordial approach, adhering to a long-standing royal edict: never underestimate Huaxia. Initially, this principle deterred them from taking hostile action against Huaxia, but as the nation began to ascend, it has now emerged as one of the four most formidable powers in the world. The previous benevolence and assistance extended towards the still emerging Huaxia has fostered a friendly atmosphere among the three nations, allowing their citizens the freedom to travel to each other's countries. This arrangement has proven advantageous for all parties involved, to the extent that, despite being aware of each other's motives, they still permit the exchange of students into the very heart of the nation responsible for these developments. Perhaps this exemplifies trust or serves as a form of testing the waters. As for the other powerful island nation, it is rather laughable. If one were to consider which force or nation is the most shameless, despicable, and repugnant, the island nation would undoubtedly take second place, with no one daring to claim the top spot. Even the most unscrupulous practitioners of poison or sorcery, along with other unconventional trades, shy away from contesting this title, as it rightfully belongs to the island nation. Ironically, the island nation has indeed excelled in embodying these three ignoble traits, leaving one at a loss for words. Historically, the island nation has been an adversary of Huaxia, not solely due to its past acts of invasion or the massacre of countless Huaxia citizens. There exists an innate discord between Huaxia and the island nation. Their encounters invariably lead to conflict. While other countries may disapprove of the island nation as shamelessness, the current world is one governed by the law of the jungle. Despite their disdain, they must feign neutrality to avoid jeopardizing their relations with either Huaxia or the island nation, resulting in a position of passive observation that further deteriorates the relationship between Huaxia and the island nation. Chapter 77. Because Huaxia is strong, never forget national humiliation is a principle deeply ingrained in the hearts of all Huaxia people. No matter how arduous the circumstances, they remain unwilling to seek assistance from nations that have previously invaded or slaughtered their compatriots. Aligning oneself with an enemy nation would not merely attract disdain from those around, but would also invite scorn from an entire nation, or even the world at large. No one wishes to be labeled a traitor, a sellout to their country, especially at the hands of the island nation. What should one do when their country is in a position of inferiority to the island nation? One must strive, and strive again to elevate the nation's economy. The only contribution the populace can make is through agriculture and production, ensuring that the citizens' hunger is satiated. Those endowed with talent should dedicate themselves to serving the nation, advancing scientific research and weaponry. The leaders, in turn, can only inspire the morale of the people and endeavor to forge amicable relations with foreign nations. Thus, we have arrived at the present-day Huaxia, one of the four strongest nations in the world. Today, no one dares to mock Huaxia's perceived weakness, for it has grown sufficiently strong. There are no longer those who would deride the traitors and betrayers of the past, as the hearts of the people are united and betrayal has become a relic of history. Visitors flock to Huaxia to admire its splendid landscapes. For the nation has established friendly relations with numerous countries. The beauty of Huaxia can be witnessed by people from all over the world, who proclaim through their voices that Huaxia has risen. It is no longer the vulnerable ant at the mercy of others. Huaxia, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all other nations, has transformed from a newly liberated country into one of the world's great powers in just 50 years. Citizens who once endured humiliation, do you see? The beloved nation you cherish has become an inviolable force. While your sacrifices may not be fully comprehended by contemporary society, history will remember you, even if your names are forgotten, as the illustrious Huaxia people. Countless soldiers lost their lives in battle, each one cherished by their families as a husband or father, taken too soon. Why? Because the nation was in turmoil, requiring them to vanquish foes and restore peace to Huaxia. The only tribute Huaxia can offer these martyrs is to grow ever stronger. Huaxia is akin to a slumbering dragon, steeped in bloodshed, prayers from those who have lost their homes and loved ones, and the weight of sorrow. How could such a dragon remain dormant? Better to offend an old man than to underestimate a youth. One day, the dragon shall soar, and Huaxia exemplifies this truth, as time has borne witness. Huaxia has become one of the inviolable nations, ushering in a new era. May the souls of those martyrs find rest, for Huaxia will continue to strengthen, requiring fresh blood to aid its ascent. Even in the face of adversity, it shall persevere. A new era has dawned, with talented youth emerging, and the pivotal force that disrupts the status quo has manifested. The age of upheaval has arrived. This is a war for the young, where flames as fierce as blood will incinerate all who dare to act against Huaxia. Inspired by a fallen hero, even the indifferent maiden has resolved to protect Huaxia. On that rainy night, the red-clad maiden encountered an injured soldier. Chapter 78. Skipping class. A week had passed since the vampire murder case, and Zhongli Yu, resting his chin on the table while cradling the peculiar egg, gazed out the window, overwhelmed by a sense of ennui. The words of Tang Ji-sun echoed in his mind like the incessant chant of the monk to Sun Wukong, which proved to be quite irksome. Thus, Zhongli Yu resorted to self-amusement. He tossed aside the cloth enveloping the strange egg and placed it in his hands. Suddenly, flames erupted from his palms, roasting the egg in his infernal fire. This startling scene left many onlookers dumbstruck. Did he truly believe his flames were mere, ordinary fire? Was he not concerned about overcooking it? Tang Ji-sun, witnessing this spectacle, hurried to Zhongli Yu's side, trembling with trepidation. What are you doing? Are you trying to burn it alive? Zhongli Yu glanced at Tang Ji-sun, his hands continuing their motion. How could that be? I merely think that the most crucial factor in hatching the egg is temperature. When the peculiar egg was in Roderick Livono's treasure chamber, it was kept in a low-temperature environment. Now that it is in my possession, due to the ongoing investigation, I could only wrap it in a blanket. I'm unsure if it even maintained a stable temperature. Since it hasn't emerged yet, I thought perhaps a bit of heat would encourage it to come out. Tang Ji-sun, exasperated by Zhongli Yu's flawed reasoning, trembled even more. Surely, anyone would know that this method could not possibly facilitate hatching. Why did he think he was so exceptional? Zhongli Yu toyed with the peculiar egg and remarked, I know what you were thinking. This egg has been alive for a century, and it has a heartbeat. Can it really be compared to a regular egg? I think not. Then it seems the fault lies with me, Tang Ji-sun mused. Zhongli Yu extinguished the flames, picked up the cloth from the floor, and rewrapped the egg. Well then, old Tang, your lectures nearly lulled me to sleep, so I shall take my leave. Tang Ji-sun, in a huff, responded, Leave, quickly. I do not wish to see you again, you troublesome fellow. With envious gazes upon him, Zhongli Yu exited the classroom. How enviable, Situ lamented. To so effortlessly skip class. Wenren, she added, Indeed, but has you forgotten about us lately? Situ replied. It seems we must find a way to make our presence felt. After leaving the classroom, Zhongli Yu did not return to his residence, but instead sought out a secluded spot within the Ability Academy. Assessing the height of the surrounding walls, he clutched the peculiar egg tightly in his arms and scaled the wall to escape. In truth, Zhongli Yu could have walked out of the Ability Academy without anyone raising an eyebrow, yet he yearned to experience the thrill of skipping class. Hence his choice of this discreet location to make his exit. Once beyond the confines of the Ability Academy, Zhongli Yu arrived at the bustling commercial street outside. The vibrancy of the area far surpassed that of the Academy's own commercial district, filled with throngs of people and an allure that beckoned one to continue exploring. Zhongli Yu arrived at a textile shop and approached the proprietor, requesting a cozy nest for a peculiar egg. The shopkeeper, stifling the impulse to scoff at the egg's unsightly appearance, took its measurements and agreed to deliver the finished product in 3 days. Zhongli Yu consented and paid a deposit, promising to settle the full amount upon collection. After leaving the textile shop, Zhongli Yu stumbled upon a small stall adorned with handmade trinkets and purchased one, intending it as a gift for Wenren, as it had been many days since they last exchanged a word. As for Situ, Zhongli Yu ventured to an arcade and won a plush cat toy from a claw machine for him. Subsequently, Zhongli Yu returned to the Extraordinary Ability Academy. Thus, Zhongli Yu's first truancy concluded rather hastily. Chapter 79. A small gift the day following the skipping of class. Zhongli Yu arrived at school only to be surrounded by Wenren and Situ. Wenren, with tearful eyes and a pitiful demeanor, evoked sympathy from most, though not from Zhongli Yu. Observing the duo's antics, Zhongli Yu felt a slight headache and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Situ awkwardly replied, "You haven't acknowledged us in many days. How can we remain friends?" Wenren chimed in agreement. Currently, Zhongli Yu was undeniably captivating, drawing attention, especially with the presence of Wenren and Situ, naturally attracting a crowd. Jones Panna and Alina, along with their classmates, watched the amusing scene unfold. Jones Panna turned to Bei Qing, Zhongli Yu's genuine friend standing beside him, and remarked, "I expected you to intervene. Considering both you and she are the sort who remain steadfast once a bond is formed, you must find it intolerable to see her surrounded by these so-called friends." Bei Qing responded nonchalantly, "So what? Yu is quite charming. In fact, I am her first friend, a fact that cannot be altered, even if she befriends others. That initial connection is mine, and I take pride in it." Jones Panna, regarding Bei Qing, who spoke with an exaggerated puffed chest, sighed, "You must ensure that young Master Ling does not hear this. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Bei Qing, being somewhat oblivious to emotional nuances, failed to grasp the implication of Jones Panna's words. Previously, during the vampire murder incident, when he witnessed Zhongli Yu and Helian in close proximity, he thought little of it, merely recognizing their strong rapport. Jones Panna noticed Bei Qing's emotional naivety, finding it both amusing and pitiable. "No wonder you two became friends. You are cut from the same cloth. I genuinely pity your future partner." Jones Panna was certain that Bei Qing's future significant other would be the one pursuing him, given his emotional ineptitude. Wenren lamented, "Sister Yu, you clearly promised to try to be friends with us. How can you break your word?" Woo-woo. In response to Wenren's feigned tears, Zhongli Yu refrained from exposing the ruse and hastily offered comfort, saying, "Well, I didn't skip class yesterday. I left the academy, didn't I? I went to buy you some little gifts. Look, this is for Xiaoxi." Wenren peered through the gaps between her fingers and caught sight of a small gift in Zhongli Yu's hand, a green hair tie adorned with a leaf-shaped design. Upon receiving it, Wenren was utterly delighted and immediately fastened it in her hair, beaming as if to say, "Praise me." Zhongli Yu, perceiving her excitement, responded, "It looks wonderful." Wenren was overjoyed, forgetting her earlier pretense of tears. Zhongli Yu, observing Wenren lost in the compliment, turned her attention to Situ, who was attempting to capture her interest, and remarked, "Even the madman has a gift." She then retrieved a cat plushie from a bag she had brought, presenting it to Situ. Zhongli Yu, noticing the darkening expression on Situ Feng's face, preemptively stated, "Madman, I struggled to win this from the claw machine. Though in reality, it took only one try. You'll like it, right?" She gazed at Situ with starry eyes, making it difficult for him to decline. He reluctantly accepted the cat plushie. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, silently shed tears for the completely deceived Situ, thinking, "What a naive child." Chapter 80. Lost ever since skipping class yesterday, Zhongli Yu seemed to revel in the thrill of it. Additionally, she cultivated a new hobby, attending class roll call each morning. But as soon as it was time for Tang Jisen's lesson, she would sneak away. Right under Tang Jisen's nose, she would slip out, much to his chagrin, causing him to hurl books in her direction, though he never quite managed to hit her. A gentle reminder, good students do not skip class. Please do not imitate. After gifting Wenren and Situ this morning and pacifying them, Zhongli Yu boldly skipped class during Tang Jisen's lecture. Thus commenced another day, same location, different time. Zhongli Yu found herself evading class once more, returning to the commercial street. After all, the commercial street outside the academy was far more expansive and filled with enticing goods than that within. Zhongli Yu had little interest in the shopping frenzy that captivated many women. Her curiosity about the commercial street stemmed from its delectable offerings, street vendors grilling skewers, as well as sumptuous steaks and fine wines from upscale restaurants. Ever since her emergence from the Red Lotus, her palate had expanded beyond mere rice, developing a particular fondness for meat, reveling in the notion that a meal was incomplete without it. Thus, she ventured to the commercial street, eager to indulge in a feast. In just a single morning, Zhongli Yu traversed numerous shops, indulging in an immeasurable array of delicacies. Fortunately, there were no watchful eyes upon her as she feasted. Otherwise, the spectacle of someone consuming such copious amounts relentlessly would surely astonish anyone. After a morning of continuous indulgence, Zhongli Yu finally paused. Although her stomach was not distended and she experienced no adverse reactions, she decided to take a leisurely stroll for the sake of her health. Thus, she ambled off, unaware of her destination. At this juncture, one might question how Zhongli Yu, a true native of the capital, could possibly be lost in her own city. Surely, even if she were unfamiliar with certain paths, she should recognize most of them. The answer lies in the fact that those who confine themselves to their abodes seldom grasp the layout of the city, compounded by her slight tendency towards disorientation. Hence, she found herself quite lost. Did one not observe that during her previous excursions, she was always accompanied? Our protagonist is acquainted only with the routes that serve her interests, such as the commercial streets. Thus, her aimless wandering resulted in her losing her way. Zhongli Yu was aware of her disorientation but remained unperturbed, leisurely strolling while appreciating her surroundings. To her surprise, she had never realized that the capital harbored such lush, wooded areas reminiscent of a forest. Could it be that she had inadvertently wandered into a grove? A gentle breeze rustled the leaves and grass, producing a sound that, while beautiful, lent an air of eeriness to the scene, as if something might suddenly materialize before her eyes. Ordinarily, such a setting would instill fear in most. Yet Zhongli Yu was no ordinary individual. At that moment, she secretly yearned for something extraordinary to appear, craving amusement, as solitude had begun to weigh upon her. Instead of retracing her steps, she ventured further into the depths of the greenery. After a considerable passage of time, nothing remarkable transpired, leading her to feel quite disappointed with the lack of intrigue. Chapter 81. Dialogue bored to the core. Zhongli Yu ascended a tree, crossing her legs comfortably upon a sturdy branch, cradling the peculiar egg swathed in cloth, and succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to her, the events of that day would irrevocably alter her perceptions, enlightening her on the essence of a soldier, particularly that of a soldier from Huaxia, and imparting the fragility of life. Even the mightiest individuals find themselves powerless in the face of death. This moment would later serve as the genesis of her notoriety as the Crimson Demon in the annals of foreign lands. Yet, for Zhongli Yu, such revelations were still premature. The understanding of life is not singular but multifaceted, with each individual perhaps possessing their own interpretation. For her, this understanding was rooted in the blood-soaked demise of a Huaxia soldier whose identity must remain concealed. As the sun gradually descended in the west, this obscure location, once vibrant with lush foliage, succumbed to darkness, with only a feeble ray of sunlight struggling to penetrate the dense canopy. It was evident that this place was conducive to nefarious deeds, and indeed, a crime was unfolding beneath the very tree where Zhongli Yu found himself. Awakened by the raucous sounds, Zhongli Yu opened his eyes to a shroud of darkness, momentarily mistaking this for a dream. As clarity dawned upon him, he realized that the overwhelming branches and leaves of the tree were the culprits, blocking the sunlight and casting the area into shadow. Focusing his extraordinary abilities, Zhongli Yu concentrated on his eyes. His once dim crimson irises transformed into a startling spectacle amidst the pitch-black surroundings. Fortunately, as he perched high in the tree, no one was privy to this eerie transformation. Below, he overheard a conversation between two men, one bearing a face marred by scars and the other slight of stature. "Brother, how did it go with the girl?" inquired the scarred man. "Quite well, third brother. You've been in fine form lately," replied the smaller man. "Indeed. It seems we've encountered those foolish enough to trust strangers, falling right into our grasp," the scarred man chuckled. "That's largely thanks to second sister. Her harmless appearance easily ensnares the naive girls," the smaller man remarked. "Indeed, recruiting that woman was a wise decision. Just look at the profits we've amassed these past few years, far exceeding our previous gains." From their exchange, Zhongli Yu discerned their sinister intentions. Were they involved in the trafficking of women? Should he intervene? He pondered. Perhaps it was best to remain uninvolved. After all, such matters fell under the purview of the police, and as a student, it was not his place to intervene. Yet, could he truly ignore the heinous acts being discussed? Emotions, unique to humanity, vary in depth. While some may be deeply moved, others may remain indifferent. However, upon hearing such abhorrent discussions, it is only natural for a reaction to stir within anyone. Despite his internal resolve to remain detached, his body betrayed him. For he found himself rising from his previously relaxed position ears attuned to the dialogue below. Indeed, humans often deceive. They may profess disinterest while their bodies reveal their true inclinations. The two men beneath the tree exemplified this duplicity. The scarred man clearly assumed the role of the leader, while the slight man, the third brother, harbored jealousy towards the second sister, who had won the trust of the young girls. He disparaged her, suggesting that women should focus on nurturing families and bearing children, subtly urging the leader to cast her aside. While he couched his words in flattery, the underlying message remained clear, and it was evident that the leader was contemplating his words with considerable seriousness. Chapter 82. We are not the saviors. After contemplating the words of the third brother, the elder brother found some merit in them and remarked, "Indeed, it is only fitting that women serve as vessels for bearing children, while the responsibilities of labor should rest upon men." The third brother, sensing that he had swayed the elder brother's opinion, added, "Brother, just look at the second sister's figure. There is a saying that goes, good water should not flow to outsiders. She is one of our own, and should not we be the first to utilize her?" The elder brother cast a peculiar glance at the third brother and replied, "I never realized you possessed such unorthodox ideas. Why have you not voiced them before?" The third brother, noticing that the elder brother did not outright reject his suggestion, feigned indignation and said, "I assent it because of the second sister. With her around, how could my great wisdom find expression? Thus, brother, it is best to let the second sister step aside. After all, I assent a woman meant to dutifully remain at home, tending to children. Moreover, the younger brothers have yet to establish their own families. It is time for the second sister to fulfill her role, is it not?" The elder brother was thoroughly enchanted by the third brother's words. As he recalled the second brother's physique, he could not help but react. Indeed, women ought to engage in what women are meant to do. He said, "Let us wait until the second brother has lured that girl he has just met. You certainly have a lot on your mind." The elder brother and the third brother's voices gradually faded into the distance until they became inaudible. In this unknown place, the only sound that remained was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Zhongli Yu observed the direction in which the elder brother and third brother had departed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Just as he contemplated rising to pursue them, he suddenly heard a faint sound. Zhongli Yu felt a twinge of confusion. In this darkness, how could anyone be present? If there were indeed someone, they would surely belong to the criminal element. Doubting whether he had misheard, Zhongli Yu decided to remain still, allowing the two individuals who had just spoken of abducting women to escape unscathed. The barely audible sound gradually drew closer to Zhongli Yu, enabling him to finally discern their conversation. "Boss, why didn't you let me kill those two just now?" one voice inquired. "Indeed, boss, those two are utterly despicable. Not only are they engaged in human trafficking, but they also dare to turn against their own kind." "Boss, let me take care of them," urged another. "Enough," a resounding voice commanded, silencing the previous speakers. The owner of the commanding voice continued, "I understand your discontent, but do not forget the arduous journey we have undertaken to reach Huaxia. I, too, wish to eliminate those two, but let us not forget the potential exposure that may arise from such actions. Furthermore, while we can save the women trapped within this human trafficking ring, we cannot save the entire world. Do you grasp this concept? We are not the saviors. Apologies, my leader." With a resigned sigh, the owner of the resonant voice remarked, "It is impossible for a world devoid of crime to exist. As long as humanity persists, crime will endure. Although our actions may appear just in the eyes of some, they are perceived as malevolent by those whose interests are threatened. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves on the wanted list. Do you think the Huaxia can accept us? Indeed, we are currently crossing borders illegally. I suspect the Huaxia military is already aware of our presence. Moreover, we have arrived in the capital, home to a mysterious military base. Brother, I feel a bit apprehensive." Chapter 83. Mercenaries. Enough of this. The owner of the resonant voice interjected. "It was a collective decision to come to Huaxia. Are we now having second thoughts?" "No, it's just that, my leader, everyone is merely concerned that the Huaxia military might indiscriminately apprehend us. Our reputation has been tarnished by the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Indeed, I have heard that the capital of Huaxia is filled with formidable individuals. It is somewhat unsettling." The owner of the resonant voice retorted, "How long have we been mercenaries? Are we still afraid of death? Setting aside Huaxia's stance toward us, we have taken on countless missions, and have we not brushed against the Grim Reaper each time? Furthermore, we have never engaged in any heinous acts. Why should we be ensnared by others and forced to flee to Huaxia?" With a thud, a fist struck the nearest tree trunk, followed by an exclamation that caught the attention of the group. After the two individuals involved in human trafficking departed, 5 others approached, now gathered around the tree where the leader of the mercenaries stood. "Who are you?" The mercenary leader asked, raising his gun menacingly at the fallen Zhongli Yu. His anxiety stemmed from the fear that she might overhear their conversation and report them, which would be detrimental to their situation. Yet, harming this innocent girl was something he could not bring himself to do. That would make him no different from the two brutes who had just left. Zhongli Yu rubbed her aching head and looked at the foreign man pointing a gun at her. Aren't you going to apologize? I fell because you suddenly struck the tree. Yes, I'm sorry, the mercenary leader replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Zhongli Yu's lack of fear in the face of danger. Was everyone in the capital of Huaxia this audacious, unafraid, even of a gun? Zhongli Yu brushed off the dust from her clothes and stood, glancing at the 5 men. You all aren't special ability users, are you? How do you know? One of the mercenaries inquired. If you were special ability users, you would have seen me under these conditions and would never have resorted to pointing a gun at me. Zhongli Yu explained. From her words, the mercenary leader sensed a critical insight, causing his body to tremble. Are you an ability user? What? An ability user? Surely not. They couldn't believe their luck at encountering someone with such capabilities. Zhongli Yu pointed at the gun in the mercenary leader's hand and said, I won't report you. There's no need for you to be overly anxious. Shall we simply sit down and have a good conversation? The 5 mercenaries exchanged glances, reluctantly laying down their weapons. Although they traversed the perilous edge of danger, they were merely ordinary individuals without any extraordinary abilities, faced with an enigmatic entity possessing unknown powers. Yet harboring no malice towards them, they had no choice but to engage in earnest dialogue. Zhongli Yu sensed the tension among the 5 and remarked, There's no need to be so apprehensive. I won't harm anyone. Please, introduce yourselves. I am Westbrook, the leader of this mercenary group. I am Selda Sakaski. I am Tang Haoyu. I am Wang Zihan. I am Luo Hansong. After the introductions, the 5 remained silent, observing Zhongli Yu. Suddenly, Zhongli Yu remarked, Luo Hansong? Does that refer to the 18 arhats? You certainly don't resemble them. Indeed, he did not. In Zhongli Yu's memories, the 18 arhats were depicted as golden, muscular figures with shaved heads, exuding strength. In contrast, the Luo Hansong before him appeared rather frail, resembling more of a delicate youth than a formidable mercenary. Feeling a bit awkward, Luo Hansong replied, I am quite different from the 18 arhats. No matter how much I train, my physique refuses to become robust or dark. It feels like my name is a stark contrast to my appearance. Wang Zihan shook his head and said, That's the very point. We have long envied you. Just look at our skin. Oh, how it pains me to compare. Luo Hansong chuckled shyly. Have you perhaps forgotten our predicament? Westbrook observed his comrades, who were engaging in light-hearted banter in such a serious situation, and felt a headache coming on. Their nonchalance was a bit excessive, prompted by Westbrook's reminder. The 4 remembered their circumstances and fell silent, behaving more cautiously. Zhongli Yu found their behavior rather amusing and said, You truly do not resemble mercenaries at all. My impression of mercenaries is that they are typically stern, battle-hardened, and adorned with scars. Why are you so different? Who told you mercenaries are like that? Westbrook's words rendered the atmosphere profoundly silent as the 6 stared at one another. Zhongli Yu's lips twitched slightly as he inquired, Isn't that the case? Not entirely. What you described refers to mercenaries who accept any and all missions without discerning between right and wrong. We only take on missions to eliminate wrongdoers, so we are likely, perhaps, somewhat different from what you envision as mercenaries, Westbrook contemplated before responding. Oh, Zhongli Yu elongated the sound, causing an ominous premonition to stir within the 5 mercenaries. Zhongli Yu, with a hint of mischief, suggested, Then perhaps you should accompany me. What? Westbrook replied, his expression turning grave. Do you understand what you are saying? We are individuals listed on the international wanted list. If you associate with us, you may be deemed a traitor by the state, even if you possess extraordinary abilities. Zhongli Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance. It's of no concern. The leaders and high-ranking officials of Huaxia should be quite accommodating towards me. I believe they would appreciate the opportunity to owe me a favor, as it would ultimately align my interests with those of Huaxia. The 5 mercenaries exchanged skeptical glances. After all, anyone hearing Zhongli Yu's assertion would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. How could the state be so indulgent towards a single individual? It was evident that this youth was indeed in a rebellious phase. Observing the disbelief and pity etched on their faces, Zhongli Yu surmised their thoughts about him. He inquired, Are you aware of the sudden surge of powerful spiritual energy that erupted at the Ability Academy in the capital of Huaxia a week ago? Tang Haoyu nodded. Yes, I heard about it while clandestinely entering Huaxia. Zhongli Yu replied, I am also a student at the Ability Academy in the capital. Selda Sarkaskis, still exuding a sense of helplessness, remarked, Are you implying that this energy upheaval was instigated by you? Child, You must be going through a rebellious phase. Perhaps it's time to return home. Zhongli Yu disregarded Seldasar Kaskis' attitude and asked, "Do you know who was responsible?" Seldasar Kaskis replied, "I haven't heard any specific news, but I suspect it must be the seventh young lady of the Zhongli family, Zhongli Yu, who recently made headlines in the Huaxia Daily for her sudden awakening of abilities." Chapter 85. Deliberate Intentions. Why would one think so? Zhongli Yu was eager to understand the rationale. Seldasar Kaskis continued, "Given that the Zhongli family is one of the oldest families in history, it is improbable that there could be a genuine failure among them. Though half a year has passed, I have a strong feeling that Zhongli Yu is the cause of the spiritual upheaval." Wang Zihan added, "By the way, Ace's intuition is quite sharp." Zhongli Yu nodded, "Indeed, it is quite astute. You are correct." Westbrook asked, "How do you know this?" "Ordinarily, all of this should be confidential. Huaxia would not permit such information to leak." Zhongli Yu responded, "It's quite simple. I am the Zhongli Yu you speak of." "What are you joking about?" "Indeed. If members of the Zhongli family heard you, you would be in serious trouble. One must not speak carelessly." Zhongli Yu looked at the four who were persistently urging him to abandon his ways, then turned to Westbrook, who had remained silent. He handed him an item, signaling him to take a look. Westbrook accepted the item, revealing a mini flashlight. Upon illuminating it, he beheld the entirety of the object, gazing at Zhongli Yu with incredulity. The other four, intrigued by Westbrook's reaction, leaned in to see, discovering a small badge inscribed with the words, "Zhongli Yu, Ability Academy, Capital City." The watermelon novel website, confronting me and warning me, treating me as if I were a rebellious child, ultimately proved that I am indeed who I am. How embarrassing. Zhongli Yu observed the four individuals silently returning to their seats and chuckled. "A joke?" The four trembled slightly. "Am I going to suffer greatly?" Their quivering intensified. "Is it inappropriate to speak recklessly?" Unable to bear it any longer, they collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Whether it's punishment or scolding, life or death, dispose of us as you wish." Zhongli Yu responded, "Why would I strike you? Scold you? Even consider killing you?" Luo Hansong quietly raised his head and said, "Because we spoke of you in a particular way." Zhongli Yu replied, "I don't mind. Speaking of which, it's impressive that you can still persuade me to mend my ways under such circumstances." Westbrook sighed in resignation and said, "What are you still lying on the ground for? Hurry up and get up." Once the four understood that Zhongli Yu did not intend to hold a grudge, they smiled and sat back up. Westbrook, looking at Zhongli Yu with complexity, inquired, "What exactly are your thoughts about us?" Zhongli Yu replied, "I find you quite intriguing. However, your situation outside is rather dire. Although I have never met a soldier, I do have one in my family. Do you truly believe that you were fortunate enough to enter Huaxia? Without assistance, it is not that simple." Westbrook's expression changed dramatically. "So, you mean someone is using us to attract the attention of the Huaxia military? You're not entirely foolish," Zhongli Yu remarked. In the face of the five's silence, Zhongli Yu chose not to intrude. Westbrook said, "What should we do? With our infamous reputation, coupled with some individuals stirring the pot, we will undoubtedly be scapegoats." Zhongli Yu articulated the unspoken words of Westbrook. "What should we do?" Westbrook gazed at the darkness across from him, yet he could distinctly sense a presence. Chapter 86. Join? Zhongli Yu said, "Although you are simple-minded and physically robust mercenaries, you possess a certain strength. However, the puppeteer has been able to effortlessly corner you into Huaxia, without you even realizing it. Don't you find that intriguing? Originally a grave and alarming topic, your words somehow render it rather lighthearted. By the way, what do you mean by simple-minded and physically strong? Are you insulting our noble profession? Though some perceive mercenaries in such a light, you need not voice it so explicitly. And what do you mean by strange? Please refrain from labeling us with such an odd moniker, if you would." Zhongli Yu sensed the silent accusations from the five, along with their mournful gazes. To be honest, if this were a woman, an exquisite beauty casting such a glance, Zhongli Yu would find it quite appealing. However, with five rough men, the sensation is one that can only be understood personally. A small retch escaped his lips, but unfortunately, it was heard by the five. Westbrook approached Zhongli Yu and said, "Did you just let out a sound of nausea? How could that be? Did you mishear? Do mercenaries have such keen ears?" Westbrook seemed to have discerned Zhongli Yu's inner thoughts and replied, "Of course, mercenaries have sharp ears. After all, it pertains to our very survival. You extraordinary beings, or those with unique abilities, may surpass us in strength. Yet mercenaries possess a heightened sense that ordinary special ability users lack. Not every special ability user can truly comprehend the weight of life and death." Zhongli Yu responded, "Indeed, the lack of practical combat experience is one of the weaknesses of special ability users, aside from the inherent limitations of their powers. The nation treasures these extraordinary individuals and is reluctant to send them into battle. Ironically, this is precisely what stifles their potential. Only the specter of life and death can truly awaken a person's latent abilities, and that applies to special ability users as well. Westbrook remarked, I assumed you were akin to those young masters and ladies who merely leverage their family names. Zhongli Yu replied, how could that be? I have faced death once. Otherwise, how could there have been that surge of spiritual energy? The five were intrigued by Zhongli Yu's tale, particularly the incident regarding the spiritual energy surge. Zhongli Yu looked at them with a meaningful gaze and said, if you wish to know, that is possible, but this is not something to be shared lightly. Those present at the time were placed under a national decree of silence. To speak of it would be tantamount to treason. You are from both Huaxia and other nations. And for me, discretion is paramount. But why should I divulge this to you? What connection do you have to me? This matter I would only share with those who are related to me. Do you wish to become those individuals? The five, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the reason for Zhongli Yu's friendliness. He had been waiting for them to arrive at this juncture. Westbrook gazed earnestly at Zhongli Yu and said, are you serious? Though we are mercenaries, after all these years of camaraderie, we have become like family. While we may not match the intellect of the one behind the scenes, we are not without our wits. I understand your implication. You wish for us five to join your ranks. Chapter 87. Nicknames. Zhongli Yu replied, we are not yet that familiar, so there is no need for you to regard me as your leader at this moment. The first step is to become acquainted with one another. So, are you willing to accept my assistance? The four turned to their leader, Westbrook, who stated, mercenaries undertake missions with their lives on the line. Given our current predicament, it is likely that before we even leave this place, we would be apprehended by the Huaxia military. Therefore, let us follow you for now. Zhongli Yu felt a surge of joy and patted Westbrook on the head, saying, such a good listener. Now, let us hasten our departure from here, little C. The four looked at Zhongli Yu with incredulous expressions, seemingly pondering why he would utter such audacious words. Westbrook's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard the last two words spoken by Zhongli Yu, his trembling finger pointing at himself as he stammered, little C? Zhongli Yu nodded with satisfaction and replied, your names are rather lengthy and sometimes hard to remember. Hence, a nickname is more convenient. You shall be called Little C. He shall be Little Sai, he shall be Mouse, he shall be Prince, and he shall be Arhut. How wonderful. Your names are essentially nicknames in themselves. Now, let us depart from this place. With that, Zhongli Yu stood up, brushed off the dust, and gazed at the five perplexed faces, urging, are you not going to hurry? The five stood up, gathered their belongings, and followed the diminutive map-bearing Zhongli Yu, pondering, conversing with this person feels like losing years off our lives. Have you ever encountered a mercenary with such adorable nicknames? Moreover, is this person truly capable? Aren't they a local? Why do they still require a map? For the first time, the five felt a sense of doubt regarding the incongruity of Zhongli Yu's demeanor with their expectations. It was indeed remarkable that this individual had managed to survive until now, though the mercenaries harbored suspicions about following Zhongli Yu. Future events would prove that their initial choice was astutely correct. In the days to come, the five would feel fortunate for having departed with Zhongli Yu, as under the name of Shadow, they would resonate throughout the world. Guided by the miniature map, Zhongli Yu finally led them out of that peculiar place. The mercenaries found it astonishing that Zhongli Yu confidently brought them to the main street, wondering, could this person truly be foolish? Westbrook, henceforth referred to as their name unless specified otherwise, seized Zhongli Yu's arm and whispered, what is it that you intend to do? Why have you brought us to this street? Zhongli Yu looked back at the five mercenaries and explained, why? It is simply because I do not have any spare accommodations. Surely, I cannot take you back to the Ability Academy or the Zhong family. Moreover, when someone illegally enters Huaxia, the first instinct is to hide. The military's first response upon discovering this would be to dispatch personnel to suitable hiding spots and wait for the unsuspecting. Who would imagine you would appear so brazenly on the street? Even if they did, they would certainly come looking for me first. After spending some time in Zhongli Yu's company, the mercenaries began to grasp her character. She appeared carefree, yet was deeply concerned about many matters, hardly embodying true freedom. Chapter 88. Zhongli Yu observed the five faces etched with worry. Having crossed into Huaxia, they had not changed their clothes, which bore traces of grass and mud from their efforts to conceal themselves, rendering their expressions nearly imperceptible. Not to inquire how Zhongli Yu discerned their emotions, she reassured them. Do not worry. I have already devised a narrative. I shall take full responsibility. It is precisely because of you that we are so troubled. Have we truly found ourselves in the company of such an unreliable person? My dear friend, we are filled with regret. Although Vister struggled to comprehend the words uttered by Zhongli Yu, He chose to trust her, suppressing the urge deep within to abandon their endeavor. The 5 mercenaries, aware that this was their own decision, resigned themselves to their fate, enduring the searing gazes of passers-by as they trailed behind Zhongli Yu. Utilizing a miniature map, Zhongli Yu arrived at a well-known real estate office in the capital. She entered without incident, but the mercenaries were halted at the entrance. Zelda, already irritable from the stares of the onlookers and the indifferent gaze of the security guard, who, in truth, was merely expressionless, grew increasingly agitated and exclaimed, "Why are we not allowed to enter?" The guard replied, his face devoid of emotion, "Your attire is inappropriate, and you are armed. Are you planning a robbery? How could I possibly permit you entry?" Zelda, flaring with anger, retorted, "We are with the girl who just entered." The guard responded, "Do you jest? Do you know who that girl is? She is none other than the 7th miss of the Zhongli family, Zhongli Yu. Thus, we are indeed affiliated with Zhongli Yu. How can you not comprehend human speech?" Zelda seethed, her frustration pushing her to the brink of drawing her weapon. But she refrained, knowing it would lead to trouble. The guard found himself at a loss with these uncouth individuals. How could they not grasp the situation? If they were indeed companions, why was there such a considerable distance between them upon arrival? Moreover, Zhongli Yu had yet to emerge to clarify matters, which only indicated that the 5 were, in fact, not associated with her. As the guard dismissed their explanations and the crowd continued to gawk, the 5, nearing their breaking point under the blatant scrutiny, finally saw a glimmer of hope. Zhongli Yu emerged from the real estate office and addressed the guard, saying, "I apologize, but these 5 friends of mine are merely enthusiasts. Look, they have donned their costumes for the occasion. The theme is real life, field combat games. They have been hiding in the dark forest for ages, only to discover upon arriving in the capital that they have no place to stay. The hotels refuse to accommodate them, leaving me, as their good friend, to assist." Upon learning the reason, the guard ceased to obstruct the 5. The onlookers, realizing the spectacle had lost its allure, began to disperse, some feeling sympathy for the 5. Their costumes were indeed convincing, but their appearance was excessively so. The mud caked on their clothing was atrocious. Had they been the proprietors of an inn, they would have undoubtedly ejected them, no matter the price. For the mess would be too troublesome to clean up. Zhongli Yu surveyed the 5, and then turned to the manager behind her, saying, "Please roll out the red carpet. They are far too dirty. We can dispose of it afterward." The manager acknowledged her request with a glance at the 5, then bowed his head, replying, "Yes, miss, you are indeed wise to employ such a straightforward method. Thank you for the compliment." Zhongli Yu responded graciously. Chapter 89. A tinge of regret. The 5 mercenaries listened to the conversation between Zhongli Yu and the manager, their lips twitching as they thought, truly, a shameless pair of master and servant. Zhongli Yu pointed at the manager and asserted, "He is not my servant. He is merely a manager of the Zhongli family's real estate business. Do not be mistaken." The 5 men winced at her words, pondering if she possessed some mind-reading abilities. Zhongli Yu regarded them with a look of incredulity, saying, "Your thoughts are so transparent that anyone could decipher them." The 5 clutched their hearts, feeling a pang of distress. Out of the corner of their eyes, they noticed someone approaching with a large rolled-out red carpet. Zhongli Yu remarked, "The red carpet has arrived. Remember, do not step where the carpet has not been laid." The 5 decided against saying anything further. After enduring a series of trials, they finally entered the premises. Zhongli Yu inquired of the manager, "Let us purchase a ready-made house. Where can we find one?" The manager glanced at the 5, who were curiously observing their surroundings as if they had just arrived in the city from the countryside. His smile faltered slightly as he replied, 7th miss, your friends. No, I mean, they are only here for a few days, right? I would suggest renting a house for their stay instead." Zhongli Yu looked at him and said, "You meant to say eccentric, didn't you?" The manager cleared his throat, attempting to remain composed. "How could that be? It must be that 7th miss misheard me. Ha ha ha." Listening to the manager's laughter, which came out in bursts, Zhongli Yu maintained her calm demeanor, further convinced that he had indeed intended to call them eccentric. She glanced at the 5 who were still observing their surroundings. Feeling a headache coming on, she began to question her decision to associate with these country bumpkins. Wouldn't this association risk dragging her down to their level? What to do? A sense of regret began to creep in. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. After the 5 finished admiring the interior, they stepped onto the red carpet and approached Zhongli Yu, who appeared lost in thought. Luo Hansong nudged her and asked, "What are you contemplating?" Without hesitation, Zhongli Yu voiced her inner thoughts. "I was wondering if those 5 bumpkins might pull me into their ranks. I regret having sought them out." The 5 responded, while the manager interjected, "7th miss, even if you're grumbling in your heart, it's best not to voice it aloud. It's rather embarrassing." and they already seem quite pitiful. This only makes it worse. Regaining her focus, Zhongli Yu noticed the expressions of the five and the manager, finally recalling what she had just said. An ordinary person might feel awkward in such a situation and apologize. However, Zhongli Yu was no ordinary individual. She calmly cast a glance at the five before addressing the manager. Let us go with a ready-made house. They will be residing in the capital. The five exclaimed. You're not going to explain what that means? Speak to us. The manager replied. Yes, this way. Indeed, seventh miss is formidable, unmatched by anyone. Question. How does the manager know Zhongli Yu, and why does he seem quite familiar with her personality? Answer. Although Zhongli Yu is not the future heir of the Zhongli family, she is still a member of it. It is only natural for servants to recognize their masters. Every head of the Zhongli family's enterprises is familiar with Zhongli Yu and her siblings. Moreover, a certain individual, for convenience, has visited all of the Zhongli family's businesses and has formed close relationships with their leaders. Thus, the manager of this sales office is acquainted with Zhongli Yu and is somewhat familiar with her character. Chapter 90. The administrator unbeknownst to Zhongli Yu. She is quite popular among the administrators of the Zhongli family's enterprises. There is not a single person who does not hold her in high regard. Everyone ardently wishes for her presence in the ventures they oversee, eager to showcase her to others and evoke admiration and envy. The Zhongli family possesses numerous enterprises, and logically, these should be managed by the illegitimate offspring of the family head. Naturally, those with ambition are eager to take on such roles, while others, who prefer to avoid contention, might find themselves relegated to less demanding enterprises. However, this arrangement typically applies only to those fortunate enough to have less powerful maternal families. Those with stronger maternal influences would hardly settle for such minor undertakings. Thus, even being an illegitimate child presents its own challenges and burdens. For maternal families, these offspring often serve merely as puppets to gain advantages within the Zhongli family's enterprises, a truly lamentable situation. Although some illegitimate children assist in managing certain enterprises, many ultimately succumb to the Zhongli family's curse, resulting in the loss of yet another administrator for an enterprise. Consequently, the Zhongli family ceased to allow illegitimate offspring to manage enterprises unless under strong personal insistence. As for selecting individuals to oversee so many enterprises, candidates are rigorously evaluated based on their character, management skills, and interpersonal relations, ultimately determining the administrators for each enterprise. Decades ago, when the Zhongli family was selecting administrators, the entire capital was abuzz with excitement. Who wouldn't want to be associated with one of the world's oldest families? Who wouldn't desire a connection with one of the four prominent supernatural families of China? It has been nearly 50 years since that selection, and it is improbable that those chosen would remain in their positions indefinitely, as time inevitably ages individuals. Therefore, the Zhongli family established a rule regarding administrators. The current administrator may allow their descendants or apprentices to inherit the enterprise, but they must first pass an assessment by the current family head. Certainly, the Zhongli family would not be so foolish as to place complete trust in these administrators. Should one of them betray the family, it would spell trouble. Consequently, the administrators underwent profound hypnosis, should any treachery be contemplated. This deep hypnosis would obliterate all information within the traitor's mind. If anyone attempted to hypnotize the administrators in turn, the data housed within their minds would likewise be annihilated upon intrusion. Even if a life were lost, the Zhongli family would ensure that no information fell into the hands of others. This was the essence of the Zhongli family strategy. The administrators, having encountered a myriad of individuals within the industry, had honed their discernment, allowing them to perceive the true nature of others at a glance. For instance, the illegitimate children of the current head of the Zhongli family, save for Zhongli Xing and Zhongli Yu, arrived at their managed enterprises with an air of arrogance, directing commands hither and thither. Particularly notable was Zhongli Dai. Had she not been affiliated with the Zhongli family, she would have already received a sharp reprimand. While others may not have exhibited such blatant entitlement, they still bore a resemblance to the typical young masters and mistresses in the eyes of the common folk. In the view of the Zhongli family's administrators, aside from their loyalty to the current head of the family and the future heir, Zhongli Chun, only Zhongli Xing and the seventh young lady, Zhongli Yu, garnered their esteem. Zhongli Xing was recognized as the strongest among the new generation of young military leaders in Huaxia, second only to Helian Ling of the Helian family. However, in any comparison between the two, Zhongli Xing had always remained the perennial second, never surpassing expectations. Since his recollections began, Zhongli Xing had been immersed in military life, a realm untouched by the Zhongli family's enterprises or influence. The family acknowledged this. but it also meant that he had never made an appearance within their domains, rendering him somewhat of a mysterious figure among the administrators. One might wonder if Zhongli Yu had not encountered the family's administrators at gatherings or during someone's coming-of-age ceremony. The answer is a resounding no. He had grown up entirely within the confines of the military, completely shaped by its rules and customs, rarely venturing outside its gates. As a result, he remained oblivious to the identities of the Zhongli family's administrators and even the locations of their enterprises. During Zhongli Yu's coming-of-age ceremony, and on the day of Zhongli Yu's true awakening, he was merely on leave. Although there were conversations exchanged at Zhongli Yu's ceremony, Zhongli Yu did not retain a single name, and the faces of those he met faded from memory. Moreover, with the subsequent events that transpired, no one was in the mood for pleasant exchanges. Thus, while Zhongli Yu had technically been seen by the administrators, he had never truly interacted with them. However, the mere identity of a soldier lent him an admirable quality in their eyes. Hence, this soldier, who had never met the Zhongli family's administrators, inadvertently garnered their goodwill. As for Zhongli Yu, his recognition by the managers stemmed entirely from his charismatic personality. To illustrate, let us consider the manager of the sales office under the Zhongli family's enterprise. When Zhongli Yu first arrived, he fortuitously encountered a man in distress. This man, burdened with a mountain of gambling debts, found himself unable to repay them and was left with only a commendable house, which he intended to sell to the sales office. The employees who had previously inspected the property reported favorably, leading to an agreement that the man would vacate the premises within a week. Indeed, he did move out within that time frame. However, when the staff returned for a subsequent inspection, they were utterly shocked. The condition of the house resembled that of a pigsty, starkly contrasting with its prior state. Faced with such a dismal transformation, the sales office could hardly proceed with the purchase, naturally withholding payment. The man, believing that his timely departure warranted compensation, found himself embroiled in a heated argument with the manager. Lacking education and being a gambler, he resorted to coarse language, prompting the bewildered onlookers to suspect that the sales office was deliberately withholding payment, thereby casting doubt on its credibility. The manager, unaccustomed to such vulgarity and harsh words, was momentarily at a loss for words, inadvertently reinforcing the audience's belief in the man's claims, which led to widespread criticism of both the manager and the sales office. At that moment, as if descending from the heavens amidst a kaleidoscope of clouds, the radiant Zhongli Yu appeared, ready to salvage both his and the sales office's reputation. The clouds were merely a figment of imagination, and the brilliance could be attributed to the sunlight, for at that time, Zhongli Yu was still an ordinary individual. Upon entering the sales office and noticing the crowd gathered around, he listened intently to the various opinions being voiced. Intrigued, he produced a miniature laptop, typing furiously before revealing a dangerous smile upon discovering something of interest. He remarked, "How audacious! This is fascinating. I shall accept this challenge." Zhongli Yu approached the center, addressing the man directly. "Are you certain of your previous statements? I grant you one final opportunity to amend your words." The man, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, retorted, "Who are you, little girl? Go away." The manager, astonished by Zhongli Yu's presence, exclaimed, "Miss Chi-Chi?" He then elucidated the situation for both the man and the onlookers. Upon realizing Zhongli Yu's identity, the man felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, recalling the earlier words spoken to him and the promise of payment, he regained his confidence, puffing out his chest and declaring, "Even if you are a lady of the Zhongli family, you cannot shield your subordinate from accountability, can you?" "Isn't that so, everyone?" The audience naturally echoed their agreement. On the platform of the Shiguan Novel Network, Zhongli Yu proclaimed, "This is only natural. However, I have stumbled upon a wealth of extraordinary treasures. Why not engage in a wager? If your claims hold true, I shall generously double your monetary reward and offer you a heartfelt apology. Conversely, should your assertions prove false, I will impose a stern punishment upon you. This bet will be witnessed by all present. Similarly, the audience shall partake in a wager. If you prevail, they shall receive a magnificent house at no cost. If we win, you shall be barred from entering this place ever again. What say you? Shall we gamble?" The manager interjected, "This is not your domain to govern. Why propose such an unfavorable wager? Are you truly confident?" The man replied, "This is a stroke of fortune. We are destined for prosperity. That individual assured me everything would be handled well. There is no cause for concern. I accept the bet." The audience murmured, "Is this individual not of sound mind, proposing such a detrimental wager? Yet, with the promise of free housing, what is there to lose? We are in." Zhongli Yu observed the shift in the onlookers' expressions and remarked, "So both parties are indeed willing to wager?" The man affirmed, "Indeed, I shall wager. For I have committed no wrongdoing. The audience chimed in. We shall also bet, but you will not retract your words afterward, will you? Zhongli Yu produced a recording device, stating, How could I? The recording is ongoing. I fear your potential regrets. With the wager established, it was time to determine the victor. Zhongli Yu activated a miniature computer, connecting it to a virtual screen that materialized behind him, displaying the information from his device. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, revealing a stream of enigmatic numbers and letters, culminating in a video that played in high definition with audible dialogue. The crowd watched intently as two men appeared on screen. One was the instigator of the commotion, while the other was recognized as the owner of a nearby real estate firm. What do you require of me? The troublemaker inquired. The other man sipped his coffee and replied, Quite simply, I need you to falsely accuse Chen Yang, the manager. What did you say? The instigator gasped in shock. Chen Yang was the overseer of the Zhongli family's enterprise, a formidable entity that a mere commoner could hardly afford to offend. Noticing the hesitation in the troublemaker's eyes, the man reassured, Fear not. You are merely to slander Chen Yang, not to provoke the Zhongli family. But Chen Yang is also a member of the Zhongli family, the troublemaker protested. The man retorted, What is he to the Zhongli family? Merely a gatekeeper. The family would not hold him in high regard. Moreover, if you follow my instructions, you could earn tenfold the value of your promised house. Do you not desire such an opportunity? The man causing the disturbance hesitated, torn between the choice of honestly handing over the property or seizing the opportunity to secure a lifetime of financial ease. The answer was evidently clear. He ultimately opted for the latter. After listening to the man's plan, he stood there, igniting the chaos. Arrogance, jealousy, anger, laziness, greed, lust, and gluttony, these 7 terms, though not ranked by their potency, encapsulate what is commonly referred to as the 7 deadly sins. These sins serve as a classification of humanity's vices, among which jealousy, anger, and greed wield profound influence over mankind. Jealousy is the cold, dismissive, and hostile sentiment that arises when individuals compete for certain rights, often directed towards those who should be allies. When left unchecked, jealousy can burgeon into a painful emotion, potentially breeding hatred and reflecting a detrimental interpersonal dynamic. It embodies a psychological state born from resentment and the desire to seize what others possess. Anger, an inappropriate feeling rooted in hatred, manifests as a desire for vengeance or the denial of others, extending even to the wish to punish beyond the confines of legal authority. Greed, characterized by an extraordinary and insatiable desire for wealth and possessions, stands out as a focal point among the 7 deadly sins, representing one of humanity's most frequent transgressions. The man inciting the turmoil personifies greed, coveting wealth that does not belong to him. The onlookers, too, embody greed. Despite their belief in the integrity of the manager and the sales office, they are irresistibly drawn to the enticing benefits of the wager proposed by Zhongli Yu, ultimately leading them to side with avarice, resulting in tragedy. As the man causing the disturbance gazed at his grotesque reflection on the high-definition screen, disbelief washed over him. How could this be? How do you possess this video? Wasn't it supposed to be erased? He exclaimed. Zhongli Yu replied, Are you suggesting you communicated with the hacker? At that moment, everyone present comprehended why Zhongli Yu had so audaciously disclosed such a disadvantageous wager. He had been anticipating their arrival. Leave the matter concerning that man to the manager. Now, we must address our wager. Come in, close the door. The sales office door was firmly shut by several employees, who even drew the curtains, though it remained adequately lit. Truth be told, the staff were quite curious about whether Zhongli Yu would indeed execute the terms of the wager against those who had bet. Zhongli Yu glanced at the attentive employee who had drawn the curtains and said, Well done. You have great potential. Keep up the good work. The employee felt utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Zhongli Yu had praised them. A surge of excitement coursed through their heart. Zhongli Yu whispered something, believing it would go unheard, only to forget the profound silence that enveloped the room as no one dared to speak. With the door closed and the curtains drawn, it was time to engage in something exhilarating. Chen Yang remarked, as a young lady of the Zhongli family, immersed in its enterprises. Do you truly believe you can utter such words without consequence? The employees pondered, what should we do? Suddenly, the 7th miss seems extraordinarily formidable, radiating an aura akin to that of a sovereign. The rowdy man and the onlookers lamented, Mother, we were wrong. We long to return home. Confronted by the myriad gazes of the crowd, Zhongli Yu addressed them. Let us first attend to the audience. A violent spectacle is ill-suited for their eyes. Chen Yang questioned, So, is this leading to a fatal confrontation? The employees cheered. The 7th miss is magnificent. The seventh miss is awe-inspiring. The audience reflected. Is this truly a stroke of luck for them? The rowdy man muttered. It's over. Can we call the police? Zhongli Yu faced the spectators and declared. One must accept the consequences of one's wagers. Do you understand? They acquiesced. In the contemporary world, aside from those with extraordinary abilities, hackers rank as the most perilous. For in our technologically driven society, one cannot escape their influence. A hacker possesses the capacity to infiltrate high-tech systems, and no one wishes to provoke such individuals. Should a hacker inadvertently press the send button, divulging secrets to the entire nation, it would be a calamity indeed. Therefore, when encountering a skilled hacker, it is prudent to evade and yield, otherwise, one bears the brunt of the repercussions. After addressing the audience and issuing a warning against disclosing the events of the day, Zhongli Yu allowed them to depart. Whether they would speak of it remained uncertain. The value of today's occurrences in relation to their secrets was yet to be determined. Once the audience's concerns were settled, Zhongli Yu turned her attention to the rowdy man, who was desperately diminishing his presence. With a slight smile, she stated, even as you attempt to fade away, I can still see you. Come, let us resolve this matter swiftly. No, please, the trembling man retreated, pleading, forgive me, I beg you. Zhongli Yu advanced toward him, saying forgiveness? If this world were truly abundant in such leniency, it would not be rife with tragedy. Ultimately, it is the wicked who provoke chaos. The most straightforward remedy is to inflict upon them a beating that quells any further thoughts of wrongdoing. Observing Zhongli Yu clench her fists, cracking ominously, the rowdy man experienced for the first time the notion that to avoid trouble is to avoid death. Regret washed over him, but alas, it was too late. The scene grew too violent, prompting Chen Yang and the other employees to silently close their eyes, praying for the rowdy man's survival. At long last, after the storm had passed, sunlight broke through, and the rowdy man felt, for the first time, the profound joy of being alive. After Zhongli Yu instructed several employees to carry the disruptive man to the police station for reporting, she turned to Chen Yang and said, remember, the people you encounter will not only be those in power, wealth, and influence, but also individuals like the one we dealt with today. Be cautious and do not find yourself speechless as you did earlier. Farewell. With that, Zhongli Yu departed gracefully, unknowingly capturing the hearts of countless young men and women, leaving a profound impression of the remarkable seventh miss of the Zhongli family, known for her unparalleled abilities. However, no one spoke of the events that transpired that day until years later, when Zhongli Yu returned to the same place with 5 unusual companions. As memories faded, Chen Yang observed Zhongli Yu, who was curiously gazing at the house beside him, and thought, you truly have not changed, even with your extraordinary abilities and altered appearance. Your essence remains the same, just as it was before. Zhongli Yu noticed Chen Yang's gaze and asked, is there something on my face? Why do you look at me with such intensity? Chen Yang felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that the term intense gaze was not what he intended to convey. She was clearly teasing him, maintaining her mischievous nature as always. How could that be? I was merely pondering how little you have changed over the past few years. He replied, is that so? Zhongli Yu mused, touching her crimson hair. To those who know me, I may seem unchanged, but to others, my transformation is quite significant. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, transitioning from being powerless to possessing a unique ability is a monumental change. Yet, in our eyes, you have always remained that little girl yearning for care and affection, unchanged through the years. Chen Yang suggested, if the opportunity arises, let us gather sometime. Zhongli Yu regarded him quizzically, remarking, I have heard that you are all exceedingly busy. Indeed, we are busy, but if it involves you, we would not hesitate to set our work aside. The managers of the Zhongli family are bound to serve the current family head and the heir, and if necessary, may function as covert guardians. They must not only master the management of assets, but also the art of taking lives. What if one day, the head or heir commanded them to eliminate Zhongli Yu? Would they act? Chen Yang was uncertain about the answer to this seemingly simple question, and perhaps others shared his confusion. Yet, a decision would ultimately need to be made. The managers could not betray the Zhongli family, remaining the most loyal subordinates of the head and heir. Thus, should that day arrive, they would choose a path. At that moment, Zhongli Yu realized that Chen Yang had looked at her numerous times today, each glance imbued with a different intensity, sending shivers down her spine and raising goosebumps all over her body. Chen Yang glanced at Zhongli Yu once more, only to encounter her sorrowful little gaze. He shivered slightly and hastily exclaimed, You mustn't misunderstand. I wasn't looking at you. I was merely observing that house over there. Yes, the house, haha. It was indeed remarkable how unconvincingly he could speak, Zhongli Yu mused. A faint voice interrupted them. Both Zhongli Yu and Chun Yang turned to see Tang Haoyu raising his hand in a gesture of attention. He remarked, I presume you two have finished reminiscing? Shall we proceed to the main topic? Zhongli Yu and Chun Yang exchanged a brief glance with the 5 individuals present. Zhongli Yu, uninterested in engaging, diverted her attention to a model of a house, while Chun Yang, as the manager, despite his strong inclination to ignore the 5, maintained a courteous smile and addressed them. Please, feel free to ask any questions you may have. As the 5 stepped onto the red carpet leading to the section showcasing ready-to-sell house models, a collective frown emerged on the faces of Zhongli Yu, Chun Yang, and several nearby employees, many of whom instinctively covered their noses. Zhongli Yu took a few steps back and remarked, have you all not bathed or changed clothes for several days? Weiss glanced at the group's disdainful expressions and, upon hearing Zhongli Yu's comment, suddenly had a realization. Please, do you think we have time to change clothes or bathe? Zhongli Yu retorted, no wonder, TSK. How filthy. With that, she pinched her nose and hurried away to the side. At this, the other 4 could hardly fail to comprehend the reason for her reaction, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chun Yang, observant as ever, recognized that these 5 were not mere enthusiasts. They carried authentic firearms concealed beneath their clothing. Furthermore, it was evident that they had blood on their hands and had taken lives. With their demeanor, Chun Yang could ascertain that they were neither police officers nor soldiers. The aura of a soldier was distinctly different. They could not possibly be mere lackeys of the underworld either. He wondered how Zhongli Yu had come to know them, or if she was completely oblivious to their true identities. Worry etched on his face. Chun Yang met Zhongli Yu's gaze, only to be met with a reassuringly broad smile from her. Sighing, he reflected on how she remained as reckless as ever. He couldn't fathom why she would associate with such individuals, especially dressed as she was, who would willingly present themselves in such a manner. The thought alone gave him a headache. He decided to dismiss it. After all, Zhongli Yu likely had plans regarding the potential troubles that lay ahead, perhaps even relishing the chaos. Chun Yang felt an overwhelming sense of concern for Zhongli Yu, observing the 5 disheveled individuals, reeking of an unbearable stench, only added to his headache. One was already a handful, now there were 5. Truly, it was overwhelming. In the Watermelon Novel Network, Chun Yang said, Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that no casualties occur in the store, I kindly request that you 5 proceed to the back to tidy up your appearances. I appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. Someone, please escort them to the backyard. The 5 mercenaries responded, Well, we haven't even spoken yet, and you've already made decisions on our behalf. Is that acceptable? Nonetheless, it is indeed time for a cleanup. Otherwise, we might be mistaken for rare species. Thus, the 5 followed the staff to the backyard to spruce themselves up. Chun Yang looked at Zhongli Yu and remarked, It is wise not to trust strangers. Leaning against the wall, Zhongli Yu replied, For me, everyone is a stranger. Ever since my true awakening, even those I once knew would hesitate in the face of great temptation, wouldn't they? This hesitation could very well lead me into danger. Therefore, I find myself unable to trust others, yet I cannot entirely refrain from doing so. That is why I must test. Bei Qing is the first person I wish to place my trust in, so please refrain from taking action and remember to inform the others. Otherwise, do not blame me for considering you as enemies. It seems you truly recognize that their identities are not simple. This is troublesome. Should I inform the family head? Zhongli Yu, noticing Chun Yang's expression, guessed his inner thoughts, and said, You may inform the family head or Zhongli Chun. Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. Chun Yang pondered how many times he had felt helpless since Zhongli Yu's arrival today. Indeed, dealing with a rebellious child is no easy task. The 2 of them fell silent, ceasing to speculate on each other's thoughts, until the 5 mercenaries returned, breaking the somewhat tense atmosphere. Upon their return, the 5 sensed a dark aura in the air. They exchanged glances, wondering if the 2 were in a quarrel. Chun Yang noticed the 5 had returned, now dressed in clean clothes, free from the intoxicating scent that had previously lingered. He approached them with a smile and said, This way, please. The 5 discreetly glanced at Zhongli Yu, and upon seeing her nod, they felt reassured and followed Chun Yang to the side to inspect the premises. Through the window, Zhongli Yu gazed at the now pitch-black sky, reflecting, It is regrettable, Chun Yang, I had intended to befriend you, but you have already made your choice between loyalty and me. I shall not impose my will. Time passes, and we have both grown. The 5 mercenaries quickly selected their rooms, and soon it was time for Zhongli Yu to settle the payment. She glanced at the price listed on the order, then at Chun Yang, who wore a standard service smile, and at the employee beside him with the card reader, saying, As a lady of the Zhongli family, shouldn't there be some discount? Is it not disconcerting to profit from one's own? As soon as Zhongli Yu finished speaking, The gazes directed at her shifted noticeably. 5 mercenaries. As a young lady of the Zhongli family, do you truly lack funds? We find that hard to believe. Chunyang and his employees regarded Zhongli Yu with the same exasperation one might reserve for a mischievous child. Do not presume we are unaware of the figures residing within your purple gold card. We are fully cognizant of the incident that transpired between you and Zhongli Dai in the cafeteria of the Ability Academy. Thus, your attempts to provoke us are futile. Consequently, under the duress imposed by Chunyang and his staff, Zhongli Yu capitulated, swiping away a substantial sum of money with a disheartening beep. This action pained Zhongli Yu deeply. Yet, to everyone else, the balance on her purple gold card appeared unchanged. Only a miser like Zhongli Yu would concern herself over such a trivial amount. Having been coerced into paying the full price without a hint of discount, Zhongli Yu sat forlornly in a corner for 5 minutes before regaining her composure. Displaying no trace of sorrow, it became evident that she was merely a drama queen, leaving the others exasperated, realizing that knowing such a person was indeed a misfortune. Chunyang patted West's shoulder and earnestly wished him luck, to which West could only respond with a hollow chuckle, resigned to the consequences of his own decisions. Afterward, Zhongli Yu, with keys in hand and a map detailing the house's location, bid farewell to Chunyang along with the 5 others. As she departed, Chunyang quietly cautioned her, do not engage in any outrageous behavior. Upon examining the address on the map, Zhongli Yu queried, why did you select a house in the suburbs? West replied, what if something occurs? It could disturb the neighbors. Zhongli Yu contemplated this and nodded. That is a valid point. I recall this house was once quite popular, but after its owner was murdered, negative rumors began to circulate, which is why it has remained unsold and affordable for you. Zelda jested, negative rumors? Is it haunted? Haha, then I shall have to stay there and see for myself. Although the world had become fantastical, with humans endowed with extraordinary powers and some animals potentially capable of speech, humanity still grappled with the concept of the supernatural. For instance, West and his companions were staunch skeptics of ghosts. As Zhongli Yu listened to the 5 recount various alleged supernatural occurrences from different countries and subsequently debunked the myths surrounding them, she found herself captivated. At that moment, Luo Hansong turned to her and asked, do you believe in ghosts? Zhongli Yu casually replied, how could there possibly be? However, the moment the words left her lips, she sensed something amiss. If there were no ghosts, then what were the entities she and Bei Qing had witnessed in their shared dream? A mere illusion? Impossible. Having unwittingly spoken out of turn, Zhongli Yu was suddenly grasped by Tang Haoyu, who declared, if even little Yu claims there are no ghosts, then surely there aren't any. Once spoken, words are like spilled water, and Zhongli Yu finally comprehended the weight of that adage. Silently, she prayed that the house truly harbored no sinister presences. But is it truly that smooth? A brief glimpse into the extraordinary queen, the symphony of ice and fire. Available for free reading of the latest chapters. Chapter 98, The Veteran Driver. Zhongli Yu and his companions arrived in 2 vehicles. Initially, the drivers were adamant against taking them to their destination, but after some negotiation and the revelation of Zhongli Yu's abilities, they eventually agreed at an increased fare. Zhongli Yu, West, and Zelda shared 1 vehicle, while Tang Haoyu, Wang Zihan, and Luo Hansong occupied the other. Throughout the journey, the driver of Zhongli Yu's vehicle incessantly chattered. Though it was well-intentioned, it left Zhongli Yu, West, and Zelda exasperated, almost tempted to silence him. The driver remarked, what do a young lady and 5 gentlemen intend to do there? Go on an adventure. It's rather perilous. I've heard tales of individuals who entered only to return mad. They say something sinister lurks there. I advise you to merely observe from a distance and leave. You're all still young and should contribute to the nation. Oh, the 2 in the back must be foreigners. Let me tell you, there's quite a number of foreigners visiting the capital nowadays. Truly, the driver was a veteran, his ceaseless chatter nearly driving an extraordinary being and 2 mercenaries to madness. With no opportunity to interject, at last, they reached their destination, and Zhongli Yu, West, and Zelda bid farewell to the driver amidst the curious gazes of Tang Haoyu and the others. Once the 2 vehicles departed, a sigh of relief escaped Zhongli Yu and her companions. Tang Haoyu, observing their weary countenances, queried, what's wrong? It was merely a ride. Why do you look so drained? One might think you battled for 3 days and nights. Zelda replied, you have no idea. That driver could talk endlessly, truly. The locals in the capital are remarkable. Zhongli Yu, upon hearing Zelda's comment, couldn't help but laugh, saying, that driver was exceptional. Did you not notice the driver of the other vehicle was quite different? Yet, he certainly was quite the talker, perhaps a reincarnation of the monk Tang Sung? Zelda, familiar with Tang Sung, expressed interest, Isn't Tang Sung one of the four great classics of China in Journey to the West? Zhongli Yu responded, you know of this? Zelda proudly stated, of course. The four great classics of China are renowned internationally, and many adaptations into films and television exist. I've seen them all. However, Journey to the West remains my favorite, especially the character's son Wukong, who possesses incredible powers and the ability to transform 72 times. Zhongli Yu inquired, have you seen the Chinese adaptation of Journey to the West? Zelda shook her head. I only watched it when I was young, since becoming a mercenary. I haven't seen it, including the Chinese version. Zhongli Yu remarked, I shall bring you a copy of Journey to the West tomorrow. As for the films, they can easily be found online. Is that true? Said Zelda, excitedly grasping Zhongli Yu's hand. I cannot thank you enough. It's nothing. Now, let us return to the matter at hand and enter, Zhongli Yu replied. The six of them stood before the house rumored to harbor malevolent entities, and they could not help but feel that merely gazing at its exterior conjured numerous ghostly tales. Zhongli Yu felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether there might indeed be spirits within. The five mercenaries were oblivious to Zhongli Yu's inner turmoil. Just as one was about to unlock the door, they realized one member was missing. Turning back, they spotted Zhongli Yu, his expression a mixture of trepidation and contemplation. Wang Zihan approached, glancing at both the house and Zhongli Yu. Little Yu, you are not afraid, are you? My brother has told me that the so-called supernatural events in this world are merely coincidences. How could there possibly be ethereal beings? Zhongli Yu shot Wang Zihan a look of bemusement and replied, I hope not. He then proceeded toward the entrance, prompting Wang Zihan to shake his head, exclaiming, indeed, you are still just a child. Regrettably for the five mercenaries, their belief in the non-existence of ghosts would soon be challenged after spending a night in that house. Upon opening the door, they were not greeted by the anticipated cloud of dust. Once inside, Luo Hansong found the light switch nearby and illuminated the space. It's so clean here, remarked Tang Haoyu. That is because someone has come to tidy up, replied Zhongli Yu. Vester, puzzled, inquired. But isn't it said that there are sinister forces here? Why would anyone come to clean? Zhongli Yu explained, as far as I know, those ominous tales occur at night. There are no supernatural events during the day. Hence, it is likely that someone was hired to clean during daylight hours. However, I can't shake this feeling of being watched. Zhongli Yu scanned the surroundings, finding nothing out of the ordinary, and attributed the strange sensation to mere nervousness. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows where the light did not reach, a pair of eyes observed them intently. Half an hour later, after touring the house, the six reached a consensus. Acquiring such a spacious villa for a modest sum was truly advantageous. However, there was one issue. The villa, despite its cleanliness and ample rooms, lacked pillows and blankets. For the mercenaries, who had previously slept in forests infested with venomous creatures, this was hardly a concern. On the contrary, they praised the rooms, deeming it the finest place they had ever rested since becoming mercenaries. As the mercenaries recounted their unfortunate experiences, even Zhongli Yu began to feel a sense of pity for them. Time passed swiftly, and Zhongli Yu discovered that it was nearly midnight, prompting her to prepare for departure. Although the five companions were aware of Zhongli Yu's extraordinary abilities, they remained apprehensive about allowing a young girl to traverse the night alone, insisting that she should stay with them for the evening. However, Zhongli Yu firmly declined, citing the impropriety of a young woman sharing a space with five men. Upon hearing her rationale, the five felt a pang of disappointment. With so many rooms in the villa, who dictated that she must occupy the same room with them? Indeed, the rebellious thoughts of a young person are often uniquely unconventional. In a bid to preserve the sensitive pride of the young Zhongli Yu during her rebellious phase, the five adults rephrased their request, suggesting that one of them accompany her to her residence. Yet, this too was met with refusal, as she explained that mercenaries, who had entered the area clandestinely, could not venture to her lodging without risking exposure, a perilous endeavor. Reluctantly, the mercenaries could only watch as Zhongli Yu vanished into the night, an event that would alter the fates of many, profoundly impacting both China and the world. As it was now past midnight and compounded by ominous rumors of hauntings in the vicinity, no drivers were willing to approach, leaving Zhongli Yu once again lost. She had intended to consult her phone for directions, for she was merely unfamiliar with the path she had taken and was adept at reading maps. With her only lifeline now unavailable, Zhongli Yu found herself meandering along the main road, feeling a twinge of regret for having declined an escort. It seemed she would have to spend the night on the streets, she mused. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden gust of wind swept through, catching Zhongli Yu off guard and forcing her to close her eyes against the onslaught. With her arm raised to shield herself from the unexpected tempest, she waited until the wind subsided. Once the bluster had passed, She lowered her arm and opened her eyes, brushing off the dust that had clung to her. "What is going on?" she muttered, bemused by the force of the wind that seemed capable of lifting one away. As she adjusted her tousled hair and glanced ahead, she was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Why did the mysterious location where she had previously encountered the mercenaries now appear before her? Was it a mirage? Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she opened them once more, only to find the same scenery as before, unchanged. Zhongli Yu found herself in a perplexing situation. Before the gust of wind arrived, she was unequivocally certain that the path before her was paved with cement. Yet, after the wind swept through, it transformed into the entrance of an enigmatic realm. It felt as if this tempest was a premeditated act, designed to obscure the emergence of this mysterious threshold while simultaneously beckoning her to enter. Surely, any ordinary person would hesitate before such a suspicious sight, she mused. With a sigh of resignation, Zhongli Yu turned to retrace her steps, but as she glanced back, she was struck with astonishment. Where was the path? Had she not been walking just moments ago? Doubts began to cloud her memory. She now found herself in a predicament, caught between an unknown and eerie space ahead and an impenetrable darkness behind, with no clear choice before her. Zhongli Yu pondered whether she had offended anyone recently, perhaps inciting fear within herself. Could it be the Blood Clan? No, that seemed unlikely. England had been intensifying its crackdown on them. What about vampires? That too appeared improbable. Setting aside the question of whether any vampires still existed in the capital, it was evident that vampires were typically irrational beings. How could they wield such power? Then there was Tang Ji's son. However, suspicions regarding him could be dismissed. The Tang family's abilities were primarily cerebral enhancements, lacking any offensive capabilities. Moreover, they were more inclined towards research than violence. But if none of these possibilities held true, who else could it be? As Zhongli Yu stood there contemplating, she completely forgot the cardinal rule of remaining vigilant in potentially perilous environments. Was it a mere lapse of memory? Or had her lack of perceived danger lulled her into complacency? With her eyes shut and brow furrowed in concentration, Zhongli Yu remained oblivious to the impending events. Suddenly, she felt a forceful shove from behind. Although she initially managed to maintain her footing, the branches of trees from the mysterious realm began to tremble, producing a rustling sound as if they were magnetically drawing her in, an inverse polarity attracting her to their core. Zhongli Yu attempted to resist, but her efforts proved futile as her body was gradually pulled towards the unknown. Realizing the futility of her struggle, she ceased to fight back and turned to glimpse her unseen assailant. To her dismay, she encountered nothing but a stone. However, the inscriptions upon it induced a wave of dizziness, leading her to lose consciousness, ultimately dragging her into the depths of that enigmatic place. Outside, the very spot where Zhongli Yu had stood was now devoid of the mysterious entrance, reverting to its original state, with only a sizable stone remaining in the center. Upon a stone, there is an exquisite carving, wrought with remarkable artistry, so lifelike that it seems to embody a tangible legend. Its eyes, composed of blood-red jade, imbue the already vivid form with an aura of vitality. It gazes towards the vanishing point where Zhongli Yu disappeared, its own form gradually fading until it is no more. Unbeknownst to anyone on the bustling street, a young girl seems to be pulled by some unseen force, ultimately vanishing from sight. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the drowsy Zhongli Yu is stirred by the sound of dripping water, feeling the chill of droplets falling upon her face. As her consciousness slowly awakens, she opens her eyes to a pitch-black void. After lying still for 5 seconds, memories of the preceding events flood back to her. In this oppressive darkness, she realizes she must be in that nameless place, yet it was not this dark when she had ventured in. She cannot even see her own hands. Cautiously, Zhongli Yu rises, attempting to focus her powers through her eyes to regain her sight, but this time she fails. Her abilities refuse to coalesce, and when she retrieves her phone in an attempt to illuminate her surroundings, she discovers it will not turn on, much less provide any light. Confused, she ponders why she was able to use her powers before, but cannot now. Could it be due to the timing? Yet, that does not seem plausible, for she successfully utilized them during the evening hours previously. What could be the reason? Unable to decipher her predicament, Zhongli Yu has no choice but to proceed slowly forward, her senses heightened, attuned to the slightest rustle around her. After an indeterminate period, fatigue begins to overwhelm her, and she leans against a sturdy tree, resting her back against its trunk while contemplating how many years it might take to escape this dreadful place. Suddenly, a faint sound, almost like a whisper of a smile, reaches her ears, and Zhongli Yu becomes alert, straining to discern the source of this subtle noise. Is that gunfire? Though indifferent to firearms, She recognizes the sound from various police dramas and action films, and she can ascertain that it is indeed the report of a gun. Moreover, it seems to be drawing nearer. Zhongli Yu is uncertain about the identity of the approaching individuals, whether they are foes or allies, but one thing is clear. A group is advancing towards her, presumably in pursuit of someone or intent on causing harm. The sounds of heavy breathing and the unmistakable scent of blood indicate that the pursued individual is gravely injured. Zhongli Yu does not wish to entangle herself in this pursuit, nor does she intend to assist the wounded person. Yet, can circumstances truly be so straightforward as she wishes? The injured man paused beside the grass near Zhongli Yu, who could not discern the state of his injuries but surmised he was surveying the area for any hiding places. Yet, all he could see was an impenetrable darkness. Just as he took a step forward, he felt a strong tug on his left arm, causing him to tumble into the grass and be dragged deeper. The pursuers soon arrived but seemed to halt, perhaps due to the oppressive environment, to deliberate their next move. However, the moment they spoke, Zhongli Yu furrowed his brow, for they were conversing in the language of the islanders. What to do? With visibility non-existent, how could he apprehend anyone? Indeed, even his phone refused to function. This place was undeniably strange. Silence, commanded the leader of the islanders. Are you afraid? As the dark guards of Lord Zhuizhu, how can you show fear? We are not afraid. We merely feel a sense of discomfort in this place, came the reply. The leader, well aware that the endless darkness could soon drive a person mad, retorted, as dark guards, we are destined for death sooner or later. Why not wait until our mission is complete before we meet our end? Choose your fate. How shall you die? Being noble islanders, they naturally embraced a glorious demise. The leader, having steadied the morale of his troops, continued onward in pursuit of the wounded man, gradually moving away from Zhongli Yu's position. Once Zhongli Yu sensed that the islanders had departed, he felt a burning gaze beside him and said, to be honest, I didn't intend to save you. But something compelled my body to pull you. Truly, look into my sincere eyes. The injured man replied. How can I see your sincere eyes when I can't even glimpse my own form? Zhongli Yu realized he had misspoken, but it was too late to retract his words. Feeling the disdainful gaze of the injured man, he could not help but ask, who are you? Why are those people pursuing you? And those individuals were islanders, weren't they? The injured man responded, I shall not answer the first two questions. As for the last, it is evident from their language that they are indeed islanders. Zhongli Yu insisted that he had merely asked the third question out of politeness. Did this insufferable man not perceive that? Frustrated, Zhongli Yu sulked in silence until the injured man inquired, and who are you? What brings you here? Pausing his incantations on the ground, Zhongli Yu stopped his actions and replied, my name is Zhongli Yu. As for why I am here, I am equally uncertain. I was pushed in by some force and now find myself unable to leave, despite having exited previously. It is indeed peculiar. Upon hearing Zhongli Yu's response, the injured man expressed astonishment, realizing that she was indeed the seventh young lady of the Zhongli family, who had suddenly awakened her supernatural abilities. Moreover, he was even more astonished to learn that she had previously entered and exited this place without incident. This revelation was far more shocking than the fact that she belonged to the illustrious Zhongli lineage. For this location was none other than the fabled forest known as the Forest of Divine Concealment. The injured man inquired, are you not aware of the significance of this place? Surely, the people of the capital must know. Zhongli Yu, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I apologize. I am rather reclusive. The injured man, with a sense of resignation, began to elucidate. This place is essentially a forest. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. It is a legend. For it is said that anyone who lays eyes upon this forest is a person marked by sin, and those who venture within are among the most vile of individuals in Huaxia. Ultimately, these individuals vanish, disappearing without a trace upon encountering or entering the forest. It serves as a kind of arbiter of justice, eradicating all forms of malevolence. Even children, excessively spoiled by parental indulgence, are transformed into beings of pure innocence upon gazing upon it. Thus, the forest garnered the name Forest of Divine Concealment. The term divine concealment bears two interpretations. One signifies the disappearance of the divine, while the other suggests being hidden away by supernatural forces, resulting in one's vanishing from human society. It is said that once the name was bestowed, the forest seemed to come alive, as if it understood its own essence. The outcomes of divine concealment are fourfold: a safe return with memories intact, a safe return with memories lost, a body discovered, or complete silence, leaving one's fate unknown. To this day, the number of souls who have encountered the forest of divine concealment remains a mystery, as does the extent to which it has purified tarnished hearts. However, One certainty prevails. It possesses a sentience, comprehending human speech. Yet, I have never heard of anyone who has entered and subsequently re-entered the forest. Could you be truly sinful? How could that be? Zhongli Yu retorted immediately, unwilling to accept such an accusation. The first time, perhaps it was mere chance that it appeared before me, and I wandered in. But this time, it was different. With the forest of divine concealment ahead and an endless road resembling an abyss behind, I found myself caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, something seemed to push me, and my body felt as though it was drawn toward the forest. When I glanced back, there was nothing that could have touched me, save for a large stone. It was as if I was compelled to see that stone, which should not have been there. Upon seeing it, I felt dizzy and fainted. After regaining consciousness, I continued walking until I reached this spot, where I saw you. And it was as if some force compelled me to save you. It was simply that straightforward. The injured man. This is certainly not a trivial matter. Pray tell, what monumental transgression have you committed that has compelled others to drag you in here? And is this not supernatural? The inexplicable stone, the seemingly endless pitch-black road, the unaccountable shove from an unseen force, and that disorienting object upon the stone, all elements that vividly align with the realm of the paranormal. The injured man finally conceived a rationale that might be deemed persuasive. Perhaps your entrance here serves the purpose of aiding someone lost within the enigmatic forest. In truth, there have been no prior accounts of such a predicament. Thus it seems this ordeal is uniquely tailored to you, does it not? Zhongli Yu pondered this notion and found it quite reasonable, ultimately accepting the explanation. Yet, neither Zhongli Yu nor the injured man anticipated that this fabricated excuse bore an element of truth. It was merely a means to enlighten the morally ambiguous Zhongli Yu and to enable her assistance to the injured man, even if the latter's intentions were not entirely altruistic. Chapter 104. A test of trust. Zhongli Yu remarked. By the way, we've been conversing for quite some time. Yet you've yet to share even a fictitious name. I understand you are being pursued, but why venture in here? As you previously stated, while entry is facile, exit presents a formidable challenge. What truly brought you here? The injured man contemplated how best to respond to Zhongli Yu's inquiry. He replied, You may call me Brother Song. As for why I entered this place, it was because it materialized before my eyes, and with pursuers on my heels. I had no choice but to seek refuge here. Yet, I had not anticipated the dire conditions within, not a glimmer of light to be found. However, it works to my advantage. If I cannot see, neither can they. We are all enveloped in darkness. Surely, it cannot be so simple, Zhongli Yu interjected. Brother Song continued, My primary intent was to seek refuge, as the enigmatic forest is regarded as a punisher of transgressors. I thought perhaps this punisher would deal with these outsiders. Little did I expect to find myself ensnared as well. From Brother Song's words, Zhongli Yu gleaned a vital piece of information. Brother Song, are you from the capital? Brother Song paused momentarily before affirming with a slight Zhongli Yu recognized that Brother Song would not divulge any further details regarding his identity. She inquired, Can we not move? Remaining stationary is not a viable solution. Perhaps if we walk, we might discover an exit. Assist me. Brother Song extended his hand. Zhongli Yu immediately grasped Brother Song's hand. His grip was substantial, starkly contrasting her own unblemished and delicate hands. His bore numerous scars, a testament to a life of hardship. As she held his large hand, she felt the calluses at the base of his fingers, indicative of someone accustomed to wielding a firearm. Zhongli Yu speculated that Brother Song might be an undercover officer or a soldier. It is improbable that an individual, capable of being dispatched by the state as an undercover operative, would inadvertently disclose such sensitive information. Otherwise, they would have been apprehended long ago. Is Brother Song, then, merely testing her? Thought Zhongli Yu. Rather than feeling angered by Brother Song's probing, Zhongli Yu calmly straightened her posture and proceeded forward. Brother Song remarked, If I recall correctly, the seventh young lady of the Zhongli family possesses no extraordinary abilities. Zhongli Yu replied, That was the case a few weeks ago, but now I do. How does it feel? Has everyone's attitude towards you shifted? Brother Song inquired. Indeed, Zhongli Yu responded. There were always those who sought to trouble me, but now they wish to look up to me. It is quite ironic. Brother Song sighed. You have truly endured much. Belonging to a prominent family is indeed arduous. Zhongli Yu confessed, Among the children of our generation, I envy my elder brother Zhongli Xing the most. He managed to carve out his own path after leaving the formidable Zhongli family. I once believed I was quite similar to him, as we both grew up without a mother. However, upon seeing him in military attire, I realized we inhabit entirely different worlds. Setting aside my inability to comprehend the military and their spirit of self-sacrifice, I also struggle with trust. I cannot believe in the notion of entrusting one's back to a comrade. Fundamentally, we are dissimilar. To be unable to trust others is certainly not a virtue. It places you at a disadvantage, Brother Song cautioned. In the realm of families with extraordinary abilities, a lack of trust can prove fatal, especially in combat situations. The first principle of a soldier is to trust their comrades and obey superior orders, Brother Song articulated. But what if the comrades you trust betray you, and your superiors issue erroneous commands? What then? Would you still charge ahead, fully aware of the impending doom? For those of you brainwashed soldiers, does dying at the hands of your own feel akin to sacrificing for your country? Is that not foolish? That will not happen, Brother Song assured. Gazing steadfastly at Zhongli Yu, my comrades, my brothers in arms, would never betray me, nor would my superiors issue flawed commands. They are the elite among the elite, and mistakes are simply not an option. Even if a minor error were to occur, it would be rectified at the earliest opportunity. That is who we are. Zhongli Yu regarded Brother Song, whose eyes sparkled with a different light, in silence. She truly could not fathom why soldiers would barter their own happiness and that of their families for the happiness of others. One day, if you fervently desire to do something for another, you will understand this sentiment, Brother Song said. However, it is still too early for you, after all. You are but a child. He gently ruffled Zhongli Yu's hair. She felt a twinge of discomfort. For no one had ever touched her hair in such an intimate manner. Such gestures were typically reserved for family. Zhongli Yu cast a peculiar glance at Song Ge. Although all he could see was an impenetrable darkness, inexplicably, Song Ge sensed the strangeness in Zhongli Yu's gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Song Ge inquired. Zhongli Yu replied, it's nothing, but in the future, refrain from displaying such intimate gestures to others. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? What misunderstandings? And what exactly did he do that could be misconstrued? As a man of unwavering resolve, Song Ge was naturally oblivious to matters of tenderness. Thus, a silence enveloped them as Zhongli Yu supported Song Ge onward. They journeyed without knowing their destination or the duration. And soon both Zhongli Yu and the injured Song Ge grew weary, necessitating a brief respite. Zhongli Yu lamented, "O heavens! Why have you ensnared me in this strange forest? Have I committed some transgression? Besides, skipping class cannot be deemed a wrongdoing, can it? A little light would be appreciated. It's pitch black and utterly disorienting. So, you were skipping class all along. I never imagined you to be such a person." Zhongli Yu, Song Ge mused. However, was this mysterious forest truly so vast? After wandering for what felt like an eternity without escaping its confines, and with not even a glimmer of light in sight, it was indeed bizarre. Suddenly, they perceived a faint illumination in the surroundings. Zhongli Yu's heart leaped with joy as he quickly assisted Song Ge, exclaiming, "It seems dawn has arrived. Let us hasten our exit. I have had quite enough of this place." How fortuitous that sunlight would appear just then. It felt almost as if it were responding to the maiden's words. Am I simply being overly sensitive? Song Ge pondered. As they approached the exit, merely a few meters away, they abruptly halted, specifically Song Ge, which inadvertently caused Zhongli Yu to stop as well. Song Ge, once you emerge, be sure to contact your comrades. I yearn to return home and sleep. I am utterly exhausted, Zhongli Yu urged. Song Ge broke into a smile and replied, indeed. Liberation at last. To stand once more on the soil of Huaxia, to reunite with my comrades, and to see my parents again. Presenting them with the medals awarded by my superiors, showcasing how proud their son is for accomplishing such a monumental task. What do you mean by that? Zhongli Yu questioned, puzzled by the undertones of Song Ge's previous statement, sensing a deeper sorrow beneath the surface. It means just that. You will understand in time. Therefore, you must live well. Do you comprehend? The future of Huaxia relies on talented youth. Farewell, Zhongli Yu. With that, Song Ge abruptly pushed Zhongli Yu away. Caught off guard, Zhongli Yu stumbled into the nearby grass, where he witnessed the harrowing reality of gunfire, a scene far more vivid and heroic than any depicted in television or film. As Song Ge pushed aside Zhongli Yu, he swiftly drew his firearm from his waist and aimed it at a towering tree ahead. After being knocked down, Zhongli Yu attempted to question Song Ge's erratic behavior, but upon witnessing his sudden action, she saw a projectile deflect the bullet midair, causing it to plummet to the ground. To her astonishment, the object that had altered the bullet's trajectory was a shuriken. In Japan, shuriken refers to a category of thrown-concealed weapons, which are intended for single use. They come in various forms, including the stick-type shuriken, known as flying needles for the single-pointed variant and thousand needles for the double-pointed type. The disc-shaped shuriken, colloquially called a ninja star, is known in China as a meteor dart, featuring 38 points and a circular flight pattern. The lightweight and simply crafted stick-type shuriken is difficult to master. Proficiency requires extensive practice, as skill directly affects both range and accuracy. This revelation indicated that those from Japan were indeed present, unwilling to allow their departure, likely due to Song Ji's acquisition of detrimental intelligence. The Japanese would never tolerate an informant relaying information to China, hence their pursuit of Song Gu. Zhongli Yu pondered whether she had been unwittingly implicated in this predicament. However, she understood that the Japanese had already deemed her an ally of Song Gu. Should he fall, her fate would be equally grim. Approaching the entrance, rays of sunlight filtered through, illuminating the once dim forest, rendering it less foreboding and allowing for visibility. This could be perceived as both a boon and a bane. Could Song Gu truly vanquish the adversaries from Japan? As Zhongli Yu concealed herself, she yearned to activate her special abilities, but to no avail, which left her feeling frustrated. Why was she powerless? Was she to watch helplessly as the injured Song Gu fought alone? Despite her desire to assist, without her abilities, she was rendered as defenseless as an eagle stripped of its wings. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and she found herself on the verge of tears, clutching her chest as she felt the rhythmic beating of her heart, bewildered by the surge of emotions within her. At that moment, a sudden noise drew her attention, prompting her to peek out and witness a scene that ignited her fury. Song Gu was being subdued beneath the foot of one of the Japanese adversaries, who taunted. "Number 1, I never expected you to come personally for me. I must be quite formidable to have drawn the top-ranked Xin-level ninja into action." The leader, referred to as Number 1, demanded, "Song, hand over the item, and perhaps I may spare your life." With a cold laugh, Song Gu retorted, "The item is absolutely non-negotiable. Do not harbor such thoughts. As for sparing my life, are you jesting? Or is it left Zhiju who is jesting?" Chapter 107, Xian Level 1 Silence. Do not speak so disrespectfully about Lord Zhuizhiju. Upon overhearing Brother Song's insolent remarks towards Zhuizhiju, Xian Level 1 delivered a harsh kick to him. Brother Song refrained from uttering a sound, as though the blow had not been directed at him. He maintained his previous tone, asserting, "Zhuizhiju is merely the supervisor of your Xian-level ninjas. The fact that he has dispatched the top 5 Xian-level ninjas to confront me signifies that the intelligence I possess poses a considerable threat to Zhuizhiju, or rather, to your island nation, does it not? In this island nation, there exist not only the onmyōji with their special abilities, but also ninjas. The nature of ninjas parallels that of soldiers in Huaxia, albeit with distinctions. Soldiers dedicate everything for the sake of their country and its people, while ninjas serve the interests of the island's elite and their families, willingly sacrificing everything without any moral principles. Within the island nation, ninjas are also stratified by strength, classified into levels, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Each ninja within these levels is nameless, identified solely by code names such as 1 or 2. Naturally, those of exceptional prowess are sought after by certain families and elites, who bestow upon them names, an honor regarded as supreme among all ninjas. Brother Song had previously mentioned that Zhuizhiju is a general under the emperor of the island nation. Zhuizhiju, along with 3 others, oversees the management of ninjas loyal to the emperor. His responsibility lies with the Xian-level ninjas. The decision to deploy the top 5 Xian-level ninjas against an undercover agent like Brother Song seems a significant overreaction. However, it also reveals that Brother Song possesses an abundance of information, necessitating either his conversion to their side, given his capabilities, or the complete eradication of any potential threat. At present, Xian Level 1 is endeavoring to persuade Brother Song to ally with them. Yet, how could a soldier of Huaxia so easily betray his homeland? Such persuasion proves to be a futile endeavor. Amidst various temptations, Xian Level 1 ultimately recognizes Brother Song's stubbornness and understands that he will not yield to the island nation. Xian Level 1 implored, "Song, I ask you one final time. Do you wish to become our true ally?" "Bah, my previous association with you was merely a performance. Did you truly believe I wished to join your ranks? Dream on. Let me make it clear. I am a soldier of Huaxia, and I will never betray my country. You may kill or maim as you please." With that, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Upon learning of Brother Song's unwavering conviction and the fact that no temptation could sway his ultimate glory, Xuanji Number 1 remarked, "You are well aware that once we ninjas pledge our allegiance to our master, we swear on our very souls to never betray. Therefore, protecting our master and transforming into his sharp blade is a matter of pride for us. Our master is Lord Zhuizhiju, and his command is to eliminate you and reclaim the intelligence. However, I perceive you as a reliable talent and wish to persuade you to join us. Yet, I seem to have overlooked the indomitable spirit of the soldiers of Huaxia. How could temptation possibly work on such warriors? Thus, Song, share with me your final words. Apart from refraining from taking the intelligence, I shall endeavor to fulfill your requests. Consider this my last act of kindness after knowing you for 12 years. Brother Song replied. Then spare the girl who was just with me. She is innocent. I did not disclose your identities or the intelligence to her. Zhongli Yu glanced towards the bushes, aware that they had witnessed Brother Song's act of pushing the girl into the underbrush. Yet, they had no time to attend to her, as their objective was Brother Song. If the girl possessed any sense, she would remain hidden. After all, people value their lives dearly. Zhongli Yu returned his gaze to Brother Song and inquired, "Is that truly your decision?" Brother Song affirmed, "A soldier must ensure that the mission does not harm innocent civilians unrelated to the task. She has been ensnared by my actions and is still so young." Zhongli Yu chuckled, perceiving a jest in Brother Song's words. "Young? And what of you, Song? I recall you are merely in your 20s. Are you not young yourself?" Brother Song remained silent, unable to refute this point. Zhongli Yu continued, "I had thought that at this critical juncture, you might consider your own well-being. Alas, Song, the good do not live long. The general populace will remain oblivious to all you have done for the nation. Does it hold any significance? To fight and die for one's country is the honor of a Huaxia soldier. There is no question of meaning," replied Brother Song. "Indeed, the nation I despise the most is Huaxia," Zhongli Yu thought, tears welling in his eyes as he drew the ninja blade he had worn constantly. "For the protective ideals of this nation have cost me my dearest friend. Farewell, Song." Zhongli Yu closed his eyes and thrust the ninja blade toward Brother Song. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, followed by the patter of blood falling to the ground. Brother Song widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Why would you do this? If you perish like this, can I find peace?" A drop of blood landed on Brother Song's face as he uttered, "My duty is to protect the people of Huaxia. You should not have intervened." It was Zhongli Yu who shielded Song Gu from the blade, which pierced his shoulder, causing him to collapse to the side. Drawing forth a hidden dagger, he hurled it towards Zhongli Yu, exclaiming, "Are you truly intent on murdering a good friend?" Zhongli Yu remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. He believed his failure to slay Song Gu was the source of his discontent. However, in truth, he felt a profound relief that Song Gu had survived, grateful to Zhongli Yu for taking the blow. Yet, Zhongli Yu's words altered his demeanor entirely. Zhongli Yu assisted Song Gu to his feet, remarking, "Do you have the audacity to confront us 5 against 1? If you possess any courage, let us settle this outside." Zhongli Yu and the others were visibly dissatisfied, directing their gaze at Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Yu, Lord Zhu has commanded you to personally eliminate Song. Why do you hesitate? Zhongli Yu met Song Ji's gaze, filled with complexity. He found himself unable to act. The previous moment had drained all his courage. How could he strike down someone he had fought alongside for over a decade in the training camp? Observing the inaction of Zhongli Yu, Zhongli Yu and the others realized that Lord Zhu's words had indeed come to fruition. Zhongli Yu, I shall ask you once more, will you take action? Zhongli Yu pressed. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Zhongli Yu, 3, 4, and 5 had quietly drawn their shurikens, awaiting Zhongli Yu's decision. 10 seconds passed. A minute elapsed. 5 minutes went by. The intent of Zhongli Yu became unmistakable. He would not harm Song Gu. Since that is the case, we shall proceed with the plan. Strip Zhongli Yu of his leadership status and appoint Zhongli Yu as the new leader, declared Zhongli Yu. Upon hearing these words, Zhongli Yu was taken aback by the nonchalant demeanor of Zhongli Yu 3, 4, and 5. What is the meaning of this? Zhongli Yu? Who grants you such authority? Zhongli Yu brandished the shuriken he had concealed, aiming it at Zhongli Yu. It is, of course, Lord Zhu. He foresaw your reluctance to take decisive action and specifically summoned me, along with Zhongli Yu 3, 4, and 5, to receive these orders. If Zhongli Yu cannot act, then he shall be stripped of his leadership, and I will assume command. Zhongli Yu. One was astonished to learn that it was indeed Lord Zhu's directive. However, he also considered the possibility that Zhongli Yu had conspired with Zhongli Yu 3, 4, and 5 to rebel. Yet, the loyalty of ninjas to their leaders and masters had always been unwavering, and thus, Zhongli Yu fully believed Zhongli Yu's assertion. The Zhongli Yu, feeling a sense of urgency, declared, Zhongli Yu, you must understand. My intention was to eliminate Song, yet this young girl intervened. Surely, I cannot be held accountable for that. If I were to lose my position as leader, both Song and that girl would be in peril. I cannot afford to relinquish my authority. Historically, the first and second ranks have always been in fierce competition, and Xuanji number 1 and number 2 are no exception. Xuanji number 2 harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Xuanji number 1, who had consistently overshadowed him. However, he recognized Xuanji number 1's capabilities and regarded him as a rival. Yet today, disappointment washed over him. He was utterly disillusioned with Xuanji number 1. Xuanji number 1. Do you not comprehend? Why would lords would transfer the leadership to me? To be frank, within the Xuanji training camp, you have always been my superior, and I have resented you for it, striving to surpass you. But for the first time, I find myself disdainful of this leadership position. I would prefer to be second than to hold the first. Before Xuanji number 1 could respond, he was abruptly interrupted by the increasingly irate Xuanji number 2. Xuanji no. 1. Be silent and listen to me. After a moment of composure, Xuanji number 2 continued, upon discovering he is an undercover agent. The attitude of everyone in the training camp towards him has shifted. A mere detail reveals your inconsistency. Xuanji number 1, what do you call him? Without hesitation, Xuanji no. 1 replied, Song, what of it? Xuanji number 2's agitation resurfaced. Addressing Xuanji number 3, 4, and 5, he asked, what do you call him? Undercover agent, Xuanji no. 3 responded. Traitor, declared Xuanji number 4. Betrayer, added Xuanji number 5. Now do you understand? You are the only one who still addresses him unchanged. How can that inspire confidence? Moreover, if your intent is indeed to eliminate him, a direct strike to the heart or brain would suffice. You intentionally missed, Xuanji no. 2 asserted. Xuanji number 1 scoffed, how foolish of me to hesitate. My body has evidently made its choice long ago. No wonder my performance has always been exemplary. Yet Lord Zhua has never expressed an interest in accepting me. How blind the participant can be to the clarity of the observer. As Xuanji number 1 gazed at Xuanji no. 2, 3, 4, and 5, his expression grew icy. Gripping his concealed blade, he directed it towards Xuanji number 2 and the others, stating, there is no other option. I am sorry. Xuanji number 2 was taken aback, having never witnessed such a serious demeanor from Xuanji number 1. Was it all because of that traitor? He pondered. Despite believing he understood Xuanji number 1 well, the gravity of his expression momentarily left Xuanji number 2 in a daze, causing him to miss an opportunity to speak. Compared to Xian level 2, the existence of Xian levels 3, 4, and 5 remains somewhat unfamiliar to me. Thus, upon witnessing Xian level 1, who so blatantly drew his weapon against his own comrades, I immediately deemed him a traitor. Without waiting for Xian level 2's command, I seized my weapon and charged at Xian level 1. Fool, don't go, Xian level 2 exclaimed, witnessing Xian levels 3, 4, and 5 rushed towards Xian level 1 in an attempt to intervene, but alas, it was too late. In an instant, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, Xian level 1 struck down Xian levels 3, 4, and 5, concluding this one-sided slaughter with chilling efficiency. Xian level 2 gazed upon the lifeless bodies of Xian levels 3, 4, and 5 sprawled on the ground, devoid of any sympathy. After all, they had acted on their own accord, and now they lay dead. However, the primary issue was not this. Furrowing his brow, Xian level 2 confronted Xian level 1, saying, Xian level 1, do you realize that your actions have solidified your status as a traitor? Wiping the blood from his with his sleeve, Xian level 1 replied, I am aware. Yet I would still choose this path. Song is my dearest friend. I cannot allow him to perish. Is that so? Xian level 2 retorted. What has happened to your faith in Lord Zhuizhu and the ideals of our homeland? Can that traitor compare to our noble beliefs? Faith. Xian level 1 scoffed. Xian level 2, what if I told you that my beliefs could bring ruin upon my family? What do you mean? Xian level 2 was perplexed by Xian level 1's words. Xian level 1 glanced at Zhongli Yu and Song, stating, it is worth mentioning that I possess the blood of Huaxia. Only half of me is of noble lineage from the island nation. I am but a humble illegitimate child. Turning to the incredulous Xian level 2, he continued, my background has long been the subject of rumors within the training camp. Given your disposition, I doubt you ever believe them. Xian level 2's gaze shifted as a hint of pity emerged. Perhaps he began to understand why Xian level 1 surpassed him in skill. Xian level 1 elaborated. The man who is biologically my father has many children, yet I am the only one he has never acknowledged due to my Huaxia heritage. He once despised Huaxia, and it was this disdain that fueled his rejection of me. It was only on that fateful day that I realized my mother was merely a plaything to him, a means to vent his hatred toward Huaxia. At that moment, I resolved to enter the training camp and become a subordinate to someone even greater than him, to prove that even one with Huaxia blood could rise to prominence. I sought vengeance, but now, I have no regrets, for Song is my friend, and I will ensure he returns to Huaxia alive. You are jeopardizing everything you have worked for, Xian level 2 cautioned. Do you not wish to seek revenge? Though I wish to avoid this fate. I cannot bear the thought of losing my soul friend here, said Xuanji number 1, gazing at Brother Song. Xuanji number 2, noticing the unwavering resolve of Xuanji number 1, replied, since you have made your choice, it would be foolish of me to dissuade you further. Take up the knife in your hand and confront me with your true strength. Otherwise, you may very well perish. This time, I shall seize your number and claim the title of the true champion. Come, let this be our final challenge. With that, their weapons clashed, and they swiftly drew another set of arms to continue their duel. Their movements mirrored each other, as if they could anticipate the opponent's next attack, immediately countering with defensive maneuvers. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. To ensure that neither fighter inadvertently harmed themselves or Brother Song during the skirmish, Zhongli Yu pulled Brother Song beneath a large tree, observing the duel with a heavy heart. I cannot shake the feeling that this battle lacks the usual bloodlust. It is steeped in sorrow, he remarked. Brother Song, transfixed by the clash before him, responded, indeed. I have known Xuanji number 1 for 12 years. Just as I have with Xuanji number 2. We have endured together through joy and despair, collaborating, sharing meals, and even sleeping side by side. Were I not a soldier of Huaxia, were they not ninjas from the island nation, and despite our lack of blood ties, I would willingly embrace the bond of brotherhood with them. Yet, this is mere speculation. The world holds no place for what-ifs. My betrayal was destined. What you failed to foresee is that Xuanji number 1 would willingly forsake everything for you, becoming a traitor in the process. I never imagined that witnessing the clash between Xuanji number 1 and Xuanji number 2 would commence in such a manner, nor do I know how it shall conclude. Zhongli Yu voiced the sentiments of Brother Song. Brother Song offered a weary smile. Indeed, I never expected you to discern my thoughts so swiftly. Zhongli Yu replied. You are not difficult to comprehend. The emotions invested are the most genuine. Is that so? Are emotions truly genuine? The battle between Xuanji number 1 and Xuanji no. 2 escalated to a fervent intensity. After a flurry of weapon strikes, they momentarily separated, both panting heavily. Xuanji number 1 wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, You have indeed improved. You are fit to hold the title of number 1. Xuanji number 2 sneered. I intend to defeat you in earnest and claim the title, not through your concession. With that, they resumed their fierce combat, each strike more ferocious than the last, perhaps sensing that this was the final confrontation. Yet, could matters truly resolve so simply? Reality, as it proved, had other designs. Just as Zhongli Yu and Brother Song focused intently on the duel, a shuriken suddenly hurtled towards them. Brother Song, attuned to the instinctive awareness of a soldier, instinctively threw himself over Zhongli Yu, only to be grazed by the projectile. The actions of Zhongli Yu and Brother Song brought the fierce struggle between the two combatants to an abrupt halt. Xian level 1 hurriedly approached, inquiring, Are you all right? Any injuries? Brother Song rose, responding, I'm fine, just a minor scrape. However, what is going on? Could there be someone lurking in the shadows? Zhongli Yu and the others cast their gaze towards Xian level 2, their expressions revealing their unspoken concerns. Feeling a shiver run down his spine under their scrutiny, Xian level 2 stammered, I have no idea who it could be, aside from Lord Zhuozhi, who mentioned that he could assume the leadership of Xian level 1 if necessary. I have no further information. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xian level 3. In any case, I assure you I was not the one who ambushed you. Due to the reckless actions of Xian levels 3, 4, and 5, who had perished at the hands of Xian level 1, there was no one to corroborate Xian level 2's words. Nevertheless, the three did not harbor doubts about him. After all, in a battle of equal strength, a moment's lapse could lead to utter defeat. An eerie silence enveloped the four, as if time itself had come to a standstill, though this was not the case. Suddenly, a faint sound resonated in the otherwise silent space, amplifying its significance. Both Xian level 1 and Xian level 2 instinctively hurled shurikens toward the source of the noise, prompting a shadowy figure to emerge. Zhongli Yu instinctively shielded the injured Brother Song behind him, while Xian level 1 and Xian level 2 adeptly positioned themselves in front of Zhongli Yu. The shadow soon revealed its visage, a man clad entirely in black, his attire reminiscent of the ninja garb from a bygone animated series produced in Huaxia, albeit with a prominent character Zhua emblazoned upon it. Upon seeing the character, Xian level 1 and Xian level 2's expressions shifted dramatically. They were well acquainted with this emblem. It was unexpected that this individual had dispatched one of his personal guards. The man in black spoke first. I am one of Lord Zhuozhi's personal guards, known as Zhuo Wu. Please take note. No one responded, yet the atmosphere was charged with heightened vigilance, for this was a named ninja not to be underestimated. Zuo Wu scanned the group before addressing Xian Level 1. Are you indeed determined to protect that infiltrator? To which Xian Level 1 replied resolutely, yes. Zuo Wu then turned his attention to Xian Level 2. And you, Xian Level 2, are you also considering treachery? Why do you regard me with such suspicion? And why do you stand with these subordinates? Come here at once. Reluctantly, Xian Level 2 cast a glance at Xian Level 1 and Brother Song before stepping behind Zuo Wu. Zuo Wu disdainfully gazed at the trio and remarked, really? I am summoned to Huaxia merely because of a trivial undercover agent? This is a disgrace to the reputation of a Xian Level ninja. Xian Level number 2, observe closely. This exemplifies the disparity between those of us endowed with names and your nameless, numbered ninjas. Upon finishing his words, a shadow flickered, and the garments of Xian Level No. 1 were torn apart, revealing several lacerations on his skin, from which blood flowed profusely. Xian Level number 1 fell to one knee, gasping for breath. What had just transpired? He had only glimpsed a fleeting shadow. Is this truly the gap? Pondered Xian Level number 2. Zhongli Yu, witnessing Xian Level No. 1 being dispatched in an instant by Zuo Wu, felt her heart race uncontrollably. With her current strength, she could not contend with Zuo Wu, let alone Song Gu. The pressing issue now was how to harness her extraordinary abilities. If she could wield them, Zuo Wu would undoubtedly be no match for her. Zuo Wu, without even casting a glance at Xian Level number 1, approached Zhongli Yu and commanded, step aside, woman. Zhongli Yu, refusing to yield, spread her arms to shield Song Gu. If you want to let me, then prepare to meet your end, Zuo Wu retorted, with a mere flick of his hand. Zhongli Yu was sent crashing against the trunk of a large tree. Coughing up blood, she attempted to reach Song Gu once more, but the pain in her chest thwarted her efforts. Zuo Wu turned to Song Gu and demanded, Song, hand over the information. Impossible, Song Gu resolutely replied. Zuo Wu retaliated by kicking the injured area of Song Gu's abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain as fresh blood oozed from the wound. I shall ask you once more, will you surrender the information? Refusal remains my answer, regardless of how many times you inquire, Song Gu asserted defiantly. Is that so? Then do not blame me for my lack of civility. Instead of killing Song Gu outright and seizing the information, Zuo Wu chose to torment him, delivering brutal blows to the very spots where Song Gu had previously been injured. Witnessing this, the others were incensed. Zhongli Yu yearned to intervene, but the agony in her ribs suggested several might be fractured, and any movement sent waves of pain coursing through her. Thus, she resorted to words. Hey, why bully someone who is already disabled? If you have the guts, target Xian Level number 1. He is a traitor as well, Zhongli Yu challenged. Zuo Wu paused his assault on Song Gu and turned his gaze toward Zhongli Yu. Xian Level number 1, upon hearing Zhongli Yu's words, was immediately incensed, momentarily neglecting his wounds. What do you mean by that? I even spared you before. Zhongli Yu, a bead of sweat trickling down her face from the pain, replied. What do you mean by spared? It was clearly Song Gu who negotiated terms with you, prompting your leniency towards me. You truly have the audacity to mention it. Am I not correct, Xian Level number 2? The suddenly invoked Xian Level number 2 paused, reflecting on the situation, and realized that Zhongli Yu's statement held truth. After all, before Xian Level number 1's betrayal, he had never mentioned any plans regarding that young girl. Although there remains a certain ambiguity regarding the nature of the relationship between him and the girl, Xuanji number 2 is undoubtedly a good soul, one who speaks no falsehoods. Thus, he unequivocally aligned himself with Zhongli Yu, reiterating the words exchanged between Xuanji number 1 and Brother Song in the presence of all. Consequently, both witness and material evidence were established, rendering Xuanji number 1 incapable of rebuttal. This provoked a visceral reaction from Xuanji number 1, whose already bleeding wound seemed to erupt anew, and feeling an inexplicable pang of guilt towards Xuanji number 1, Xuanji No. 2 stepped forth to assist in staunching the flow of blood. Zuo Wu and Brother Song, observing this dramatic tableau, found themselves at a loss for words, or perhaps unable to comprehend the sudden shift from a tense atmosphere to one tinged with comedy, a transformation that left Zuo Wu, a pure-blooded islander, and Brother Song, a man of unyielding demeanor, utterly bewildered. Zuo Wu glanced down at Brother Song and inquired, Who is she? Your accomplice? Brother Song replied, I do not know. She appeared out of nowhere and became entangled in this affair. Zuo Wu, fixated on Zhongli Yu, seemed to ponder deeply before unexpectedly approaching her. The gazes of the others shifted in tandem with Zuo Wu's movements. Upon reaching Zhongli Yu, Zuo Wu loomed over her, an action that irked Zhongli Yu and caught her off guard before she could utter a word. To the astonishment of onlookers, Zuo Wu proceeded to stroke Zhongli Yu's hair, a moment that plunged the group into silence once more. After a brief interlude, Zhuwu finally declared, "Your hair must be red, not the kind that is dyed."